and Brian. Welcome everybody on this space as well. Hello and shout out to the Letterhack. It is Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025, and we are honored and privileged today to be joined by the host of the Michael Fanone Show, American hero, former DC Metropolitan Police officer. I'm not going to waste any time. We're going to bring him right in here. Michael, how you doing, my man? How's everything? Let me see if I can put you on the stage. There you are.
What's up, buddy?
What's going on? Long time no see.
Yeah, man. Long time.
I have a little feedback. It sounds like I can hear myself twice in your microphone for some reason.
Oh, really?
Sorry about that. Let me see if I can maybe do something on my end. Mic settings, echo cancellation. Let me see if that helps. Well, that should help.
How's that?
All right. No, we're good. I think that's good. We're good. How's everything, my man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm well. Lots to discuss. We haven't seen each other since we met backstage for the first time, I should say, and it was an honor and a privilege to do so behind the scenes at the Dropkick Murphys concert at the Warped Tour. I mean, what a place to have our first meeting. That was a pretty cool encounter, I must say.
I know. I don't know if you heard, but I jumped in on the last eight days in their tour. So we did.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, we did Baltimore, Asbury Park. We're in Atlantic City, New Hampshire, and rounded everything off in I guess downstate New York. I had a blast.
That's amazing.
Man. Yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, I went to school in Utica, upstate New York. I played hockey up there for a little bit. But was it anything like the Warped Tour? Because I haven't seen a crowd like that in a long, long time. Like, it's been a long time since I've been to any concert, festival, or anything like that. But to see, 50, 60, 70, 80,000 people out there was pretty wild.
Yeah. No, I mean, I hadn't been to a Warped Tour in like 15 years, so that was pretty incredible. But I mean, I'll be honest with you, dude. Like, I was going to shows when 97, 98, 99, like early 2000s, when like the Dropkicks would pack in like a whole 50 people. And so like it's pretty incredible to see and that, I mean, not just the amount of fans, but the diversity of fans. It's not just like punk rock kids from like when I grew up, but union guys. And I mean, I guess punk rock did get old, so there's like a lot of
yeah.
But
it was cool. Not only that, but the reaction to what he was showing on the screen in the background and what the songs are about. You know what I mean? Picking fun at Donald Trump on the screen in the background, and it was cool to see the play on social media that those clips got afterwards, which is I think is a lot of the reason that Ken is doing what he's doing, is to try to continue to raise awareness to the dangerous aspects of what's going on. With the Trump regime, the Trump administration. I know we saw today the press conference from the victims of the Epstein files, the Epstein investigation. So I'd like to get into a little bit of that with you. But just for the maybe one person that's watching this that might not be up to speed or up to date on who you might are, or a little bit about your history, can you just give us a little brief background on your past and how you got to this point?
Yeah, so I was born in Washington, D.C., grew up in what we refer to as the DMV, which is like suburban area around the city itself. I was a high school dropout. I started my working career at the ripe old age of 17. I got into an apprenticeship with the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners at their Mid-Atlantic Training Center. I was a journeyman carpenter, and then 9/11 happened. Like so many other Americans, I felt, call to service, and I ended up putting in applications with a couple different police departments. I started as a U.S. Capitol police officer, which is ironic given the fact that, 20 years later, I ended up at the Capitol, but I only stayed there for about a year. I left actually the 1-year anniversary of joining U.S. Capitol Police, and I became a Metropolitan Police Officer, which for those that are not familiar, there's like 72 law enforcement agencies in Washington, D.C. Like every government agency has their own police department. I mean, even the FBI has a police department. The Bureau of Printing and Engraving has their own police department. But the Metropolitan Police Department is the traditional law enforcement agency. So if you call 911, we're the ones that show up. That being said, I spent 19 of those years working in special mission units focused primarily on narcotics trafficking, and violent crime.
I mean, that's a long career doing, something that you're obviously passionate about. Obviously culminating in what we know as January 6th, 2021, where I'm sure a lot of people are aware of the story and the harrowing moments that you went through on that day. And we again thank you from not only myself but from everybody in the chat for your heroism that you showed that day, and not only that day but since then, and continuing to speak up and continuing to fight. Starting the show, starting the live, starting the podcast, so you can continue to make a difference is really a huge step. And I think it's bringing a lot of attention and awareness to these situations. A lot of which now we got to talk about is obviously with your background and your expertise. The takeover now of the DC Metro Police, that trying to be extended into places like Chicago. I'm sure there are other Democrat cities that they're eyeing, even though a judge has just ruled that Trump sending in the National Guard in LA was illegal. But it doesn't seem to be stopping or hindering Donald Trump or his administration from at least threatening to do this in many other major cities. So what are your thoughts on what he's trying to do there and what he's already done in DC?
Yeah, I mean, first, I think it's important that you recognize the fact that we live in a democracy. In Washington, D.C., despite it being a federal city, they still have home rule that was enacted in, I think, 1976. And so there's a mayor of the District of Columbia, Muriel Bowser, and then there's a city council. Those are the elected representatives for the city government. The residents of the District of Columbia, they have elections, they vote these people in, and they entrust them with, running the city. A portion of that includes public safety. Mm-hmm. And so the idea that the president of the United States would manipulate, crime statistics, or just flat out lie about the crime statistics that exist in the District of Columbia. I mean, yet is there crime? Absolutely. As someone who spent 2 decades policing Washington, D.C., do I think that it's risen to the level in which we would want to see National Guard troops called in against the will of the elected officials there, which essentially, we should all remember is the will of the people. The people elected them, and they are their representatives. And so you have a president who is going against the will of the people, sending the National Guard in what really is just a theatrical maneuver. I was there in the early 2000s when we had a legitimate crime emergency. It was Chief Charles Ramsey at the time, asked for the National Guard. The mayor called up the National Guard. We had a National Guard presence. And the reason for that was we were experiencing homicides at a rate in which, I had never seen prior to that and never saw after that. We were getting multiple homicides per day and multiple shootings per hour. And so the way that the National Guard is utilized, I mean, we have posse comitatus in this country, which prevents National Guard troops from engaging in law enforcement activities. They can't make arrests. They can't stop and detain people. But what we did at that time, they were unarmed, and they took over some of the, lower priority responsibilities of local law enforcement. For example, they were used in neighborhoods for high visibility. They were also used to do things like direct traffic, block intersections, et cetera, to free up local law enforcement so that they could go out and do the job that they needed to do to stop this crime emergency. Fast forward to today, where we see National Guard troops being called up and positioned in places around the National Mall where there's already little to no crime at all.
Too.
What is a very performative action. They're not doing anything to stem the crime. What's actually having an effect is the flooding of the city with federal resources, which even that you can get into there's a right way to do it, and then there's the way
Right.
that the Trump administration is going about doing it. I worked as a federal task force officer almost my entire career, which means as a metropolitan police officer, I was assigned to multiple federal task force. I worked with the DEA, the ATF, and the FBI throughout my tenure as a cop. And so those relationships are vital. You know, you always say, like, local cops know the streets, local cops know, you know, the neighborhoods, they know the people. Federal agents bring in an expertise in assembling sophisticated cases, like RICO cases, you know, cases involving Title III or wiretaps, and they also bring in federal dollars. And so, you know, these relationships, while they're imperative, what we're seeing happening here on the streets of DC is you've got FBI agents walking foot beats through, you know, downtown areas, and you know, going after homeless encampments, which I get it, it's unsightly. Do I think that these people deserve to be treated in such an inhumane fashion? No, I do not. You've seen an escalation in ICE, you know, involvement in local law enforcement, and, you know, really, you know, an escalation in ICE raids throughout the city, which is terrorizing, you know, a population of the city that, you know, the immigrant population of the city, and having a really, like, a rippling effect throughout the
Right.
entire city. You know, I was a cop here in 2015, 16, 17, 18, you know, during what we refer to as the Summer of Love with the Black Lives Matter protests. And, you know, there was this feeling that the citizens didn't like the cops. Well, there was a portion of the city that disagreed with police tactics, but now what you're experiencing is a backlash like I have never seen before. Everybody hates the police right now. Nobody trusts law enforcement. And a big part of it is in the way that local law enforcement, like the Metropolitan Police Department, have capitulated without any resistance whatsoever to this, you know, broad overreach of the Trump administration delving into, you know, local crime.
Well, do you think it's because they see them being used as pawns? And I know the situation differs whether you're talking about people in the National Guard or people in ICE or Border Patrol and their ability to either find another assignment or resign from their position. The National Guard, they're under contract, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a little bit different in terms of what they can do. But do you think it's because it's so obvious to everybody, the anger I'm talking about that you've rightly seen and you've probably heard in the chat and your show and stuff like that, that people see the National Guard and ICE and everything being used as a political arm, as just another Gestapo-like wing of this regime, to, again, scare people, to intimidate people. Like you said, a lot of what Donald Trump and this regime does is optics, right? It's all about how it looks in appearance, but there are real world consequences. There are real world dangers to whatever optical illusions they're trying to bullshit people through. And, you know, like you were saying, and before the National Guard was deployed, but they weren't armed. Now they're armed, which is just putting into a probability just more accidents, like the probability of more accidents or accidental discharge or something happening. The more people with more guns, the more chance there are for accidents or whatever the thing is. But do you think the anger that you're seeing is because people are but they're seeing this as like a political wing or political arm of the law, almost like a Gestapo-like type of law enforcement?
So the parallels that I see are, like, you know, look at a lot of people in this country's reaction to the lack of pushback or the lack of fight in our, you know, Democrat politicians in this moment. And from what I've experienced firsthand, kind of a, you know, byproduct of that has been these No Kings rallies. People feel like their politicians have failed them, and so they're going out and they're expressing their anger and outrage about this administration publicly, and in some massively attended protests. I think it's, you know, a lot of people are looking and they're saying, okay, like, listen, I understand you're a National Guards person. you're given these orders. It's very difficult to discern, at face value, whether this is an unconstitutional order. And the average 18, 19-year-old that's actually out there, working these assignments as a National Guards member, they don't get it. And it's the same thing with the police department, but people don't care. They're pissed off.
Plus the threat of repercussions being an 18-year-old in that position, right? Yeah.
They want to see people standing up. They want to see resistance from people in these positions to this, what they perceive as, a grave overreach of this administration's authority. And in some instances, just flat out unconstitutional behavior. And in many more instances, immoral and unethical behavior. I mean, we've all seen the viral videos. It seems like there's too many to count at this point, involving ICE agents, manhandling people whose only crime that they committed was, not having properly gone through the process of coming to this country, or having been here legally and having their status revoked, and then getting dragged out of some courtroom and shipped off to God knows where.
Right.
People are reacting to that, and that's a big part of it. And that's what I caution the Metropolitan Police officers, my former colleagues, is that you're losing your credibility and you're losing the trust of the community. And once this administration has come and gone, and you're left to pick up the pieces, it is going to take a very, very long time, if ever, to regain the trust of the citizens. And as someone who spent 2 decades as a cop, I know you can't be a cop without the support of the community. And you can't be as an institution, a police department cannot be successful if they don't have the trust and support of the community.
It must be so wild for you to see, like you were saying, the FBI being used in the way that it's being used, the National Guard being used in the way that it's used, being, obviously hip to how this is supposed to work and what the natural course of these things are. And, to see armored personnel carriers and, military vehicles driving up and down the streets of DC, it must be just a wild sight for you. And it must just invoke some serious emotion and, some reaction from you. But as you were saying there before, talking about the mistrust and on this show, I've been talking about how the public has been doing a great job. You were talking about the videos, the countless number of videos that we've seen. And that's only because, citizens are out there filming and following what these officers and ICE agents have been doing. We saw the father of the 3 Marines being punched in the face on the street. We've seen a number of times where, pregnant U.S. citizens, women obviously being arrested for their, expressing outrage in what ICE agents were doing. There's a number of them that you could talk about. And we've been, big proponents on this show of what I have been calling hashtag, film and follow. If you see, you see a group of these ICE agents, you see a group of these masked people walking down the streets, and you have the time and the ability, get them on camera, make sure that you oppose what they're doing, give them everything you can within the confines of the law. And, a lot of the time that's been leading to these videos that we've been seeing that shows just how brutal they're being with some people that obviously it's not justified, going into Home Depot parking lots, jumping out of Penske trucks and rounding up people cooking sausages on the side of the road. But somebody that's been doing a great job, I think, of fighting back, at least rhetorically so far, is JB Pritzker. So, and to go along with what you've been saying, if I could, I just kind of want to show this quick clip, which was from the Majority Report this morning, where he just shows a quick clip of what JB Pritzker was saying. And I think it goes hand in hand in what we've been talking about on the show. So if just indulge me for I think it's just about a minute. So just if I could, please.
The answer would be yes. That is the answer. Very conveniently. Here is Pritzker reminding Chicagoans to know their rights and advocating that people film, record what ICE is doing, and give it to the media.
To Chicagoans, what you can do is look out for your communities and your neighbors. Know your rights. Film things that you see happening in your neighborhoods and your streets and share them with the news media. Authoritarians thrive on your silence. Be loud for America.
So I thought that was very poignant, because that's been something that we've been talking about on this show for a long time, is, get this stuff out there. The more people see, I think the more outrage it will invoke from people. I think, the more people will get active, the more people will get involved when they, the more people see what the hell is going on. So is that something that, that you would advocate for? Do you think that's something that would help? Do you agree with JB Pritzker and the way he's kind of gone about fighting Donald Trump and Pam Bondi and the rest of these fascist bastards and the way they've been trying to take over these Democrat cities?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I have long said that above all else, it's indifference that is going to destroy this country. And one way to combat indifference is to record these moments and put them in front of as many eyeballs as you possibly can, so people can't be indifferent. They have to see what's going on, and they're going to have a reaction to it if they, have any compassion, empathy, or humanity left inside of them. And so I think it's been incredibly effective. I mean, you've seen a lot of pushback in communities. I was out in LA a few months ago when we were, at the show, but I talked to a lot of people that were out on the streets, and not the career protesters that law enforcement and this administration would tell you. These are just regular people that are so appalled by what's happening. And listen, I am as someone who wore the badge, like, I understand that law enforcement officers get put in difficult positions, and oftentimes law enforcement officers have to use force to do their job, and using force is never going to be optically pleasing. It's not going to be something that you watch and as a layperson, someone who hasn't done the job and fully appreciate or understand what's happening. But let me tell you this. There is no justification for the behavior and conduct that I have seen, exhibited by these ICE agents. And so I think it's important that we, while we have to scrutinize all law enforcement behavior in this moment, ICE really is, acting outside of what a law enforcement agency should be, conducting themselves, whether it's from wearing masks, failing to identify themselves, all the way to the physical force that we've seen used, and unfortunately, it really is a lawless agency in that, with Kristi Noem at the helm, there's no accountability. I've heard of people going to file complaints and being laughed out of, these ICE offices, and then going to local law enforcement to file complaints against ICE agents, and having ICE refuse to cooperate with local law enforcement in providing the identities of these agents, just simply so that the complaints can be investigated. And so,
it's like you said, though, the mask and looking like, the gear, like you're going down the streets of Fallujah, and and it's like, running through, we've seen scenes again, jumping out of Penske trucks in Home Depot parking lots, running through parks. You've seen, and we've seen pushback, like you've rightly said, from the East Coast to the West Coast, from communities in Boston to communities in Southern California and everywhere in between. We've seen communities come together on their own, no organization just saying, hey, what the hell are these people doing, forming a group and kind of forming a barrier between, the ICE agents and whomever they're trying to go after. So it's good to see the communities are fighting back and are, getting hip to what the hell is going on and the illegal, unconstitutional acts, and how, again, I believe ICE and the National Guard and people like the Border Patrol are being used as political pawns, as just another wing of Donald Trump's regime in order to intimidate and scare people into complying or being silent, in which I believe JB Pritzker is rightly saying we should not be silent, right? Silence is compliance. We've heard that a lot. So, it's very important that we continue to speak about these things. But if I can here, I don't want to jump topics too much, but I'd be very remiss if I didn't question you about this, or at least get your thoughts on this. I sent this to your brother. I'm not sure if he showed you this or not, but this was Greg Kelly from a couple weeks ago. And I'm just going to play the beginning of this, and then I just want to get your thoughts on it, because he had some pretty spicy things to say about you. And then again, I just want to kind of get your, and we talk about Greg Kelly and cover Greg Kelly a lot in the show, which is a reason why I saw this. So I just kind of want to play the first minute and see what your thoughts are and kind of get your reaction to it.
The indifference shown to my colleagues is disgraceful.
Still can't believe they didn't throw him out of the joint. The fake redneck cop, Fanone. The indifference to my colleagues has been, this guy's a fake. We knew it back then, but I found out something else. I saw the rest of his body cam footage from that day. I don't think they ever thought we were going to find it. He's walking all over the place, totally healthy and fine.
All right, so I'm not going to give that any more airtime than I need to just get my point across or get your reaction. But I had to. I saw that. It's so ridiculous to me that people at this point in time have the balls to even question or to even bring up that day as a Republican is fucking ridiculous to me. But to then go ahead and have the balls to I don't know, criticize, critique, call out, shame anybody involved in that, it fucking is ridiculous. But before I go off on a tangent, I just want to get your reaction to Greg Kelly in that clip.
I mean, Greg Kelly is a clown searching for relevance. I think the FOP, which is an incredibly right-leaning organization, for the first time in their, since January 6th, actually stood up for me and called him a clown. It's like a waste of breath to even lend him any type of attention, because at the end of the day, this is like a guy. There's another one, Julie Kelly. I don't think there's a relation there, but she's another like nutbag. And what they do is, they try to pick these fights, hoping that there'll be a response, and then they can, generate attention for themselves. Going after people that are much more prominent and have the attention of many more people than they do themselves.
Plus, it's a lot better than them talking about the Epstein files, right?
Yeah,
it's a lot better than talking about Donald Trump's bruising on his hand or his health complications or where he's been for the last 3, 4, 5 days and why they're putting out fake pictures and why he looks like fucking, a character from the Goonies in some of the pictures we've seen lately. So it's a lot easier for them to kind of call out the bullshit that they know their base feeds on. And again, I found it to be so fucking dirty and shisty of him to even pull that out at this point as an obfuscation, as a deterrent to protect Donald Trump. Yeah, go ahead.
His father was a high-ranking officer in the NYPD, which I also found incredibly interesting. I'm sure his father is very proud of him, but nevertheless, like, my story is probably one of the most well-known stories of the day. And so if you skip back from the like 2 seconds of kind of meaningless body-worn camera footage that he showed of me being walked out of the Capitol, you can see the assault on me from about, I don't know, 500 different angles of the day.
Right.
And
well, it's like Tucker Carlson, where he was threatening to release all the footage, and then they quickly released that it was just making everybody look bad.
No, I mean, the reality is that, I was pulled from a police line. I was beaten. I was tased. I was, stripped of my radio and my badge. All of this was caught on video. There were 6 people that were charged with assaulting me. None of them went to trial. Each and every one of them pled guilty. Their sentences ranged from 5.5 years to 12.5 years. Danny Rodriguez being the most severely sentenced. He's the one that used a taser device on my neck multiple times. And as a result, I suffered a heart attack and a traumatic brain injury. And those are facts. They're indisputable. The medical records exist, and so do the video footage of me being assaulted by these 6 different men. It's all there for you to see. It's all on the internet. Check it out. But yeah, fuck Greg Kelly. He's a clown.
Yeah, no, I had to, and I apologize. I didn't mean to even bring it up, but it's been something I've been dying to ask you since I've seen it, because I know that you, like me, don't hold back in your feelings or your thoughts and your opinions, and I thought that it would be worthwhile to ask about the clown that is Greg Kelly, because you're absolutely right. But talking about how he is trying to kind of distract everybody from, I
believe that man lied
what
to
the
us,
Trump administration has been doing, ICE, and also
right,
the Epstein investigation.
Also,
Sorry, let me just see if I
James Clapper
started playing in my ear. But did you get to catch any of the press conference this morning from the Epstein victims that they were talking in DC? Were you a little surprised to see Marjorie Taylor Greene up there with everybody?
A little bit. But I mean, I know that this is like one of, maybe a handful of issues that she has distanced herself from the Trump administration, which makes you think like it's got to be pretty damn bad for this administration. If Looney Tunes tinfoil hat wearing Marjorie Taylor Greene is willing to appear at a press conference with Thomas Massey and I forget the Democratic representative, Ro Khanna. Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good for.
I was going to say, I think it's a good indication as to how glued MAGA is, or at least a lot of them are to this subject, are going to continue to be to this subject, and how they're not buying the, this is all a hoax bullshit, and this is written by Democrats and Comey and Hillary, and Joe Biden and anybody else that you can think of that sounds like a boogeyman. It was written by them. Clearly, Marjorie Taylor Greene's presence at this should show a lot of them, even if they are on the fringes, that there is something to see here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, I talked to people in MAGA land, and this is a deal breaker of all the things. And I mean, shit, being a pedophile is pretty fucking horrendous. But they're also starting to see the apparatus that is MAGA. The media support apparatus fall apart, because you look at people and you watch them bend themselves into pretzels trying to justify why Trump may be in there or why we should believe him when he says it's a hoax. And these are people that have been force-fed the Epstein file conspiracies for fucking 5 years, 4 or 5 years now, maybe more. And so they're not buying it.
Yeah, this is from, we've played this before, but this is from 2019. Here, let me see if I can put this on the stage. This is a PBS News article. All the assault allegations against Donald Trump recapped, and I think it goes on to show either 16 or 19 of them, naming the ladies, when it happened, what the reports were. So it's not like, at least this part of it has been out, and we've known about it for a long time. So for anybody to be like, it doesn't sound like something that Donald Trump would be involved in, is just clearly, and like you said, we have years of footage and podcasts and interviews from people like Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, Alex Jones, who, Charlie Kirk, Marjorie Taylor Greene herself, who literally made careers and built their careers off of, demanding answers to things like the Epstein files and what they were calling the Hollywood pedophilia ring of pizza eaters or whatever the fuck it was, the whole QAnon bullshit. So it's like, they fed into this fire, and they were the leaders. Now that they're in power and they have the position to actually come out with the information, they're the ones holding it back. And MAG is like, well, wait a minute. We just watched you for 12, 13, 14 years. Tell us that if you had the power, if you were the head of the FBI, if you were the deputy director of the FBI or the head of the DOJ, that these things would be released in a heartbeat and everybody would be held to account. But unfortunately, it does seem like the reports are saying, from what I'm hearing, that a lot of the information that the House was getting, the 33,000 pages, is already stuff that is publicly known. Like let's see if I can throw this on the screen just for a second here. Like this. Yeah. So the first thing, U.S. House Committee releases more than 33,000 pages of Jeffrey Epstein files. Files appear to contain information already in public domain, while calls grow for release of all pertinent documents, plus white employees are resigning in spectacular fashion. But it just seems like more of the same, though. More of, them trying to get the headlines like they're releasing everything. But really, it's Bindergate 2.0 or 3.0, where they had all those creators come out with the big white binders that had all the information or just less than the information that was already publicly known at the same time. So are we going to have to rely on the victim's testimony, or are we ever going to see the actual pertinent files to this case?
Yeah, I don't know if we're ever going to see all of the files related to this case during this administration. I mean, I think it was one of the big failures amongst others of the previous administration, not to address this and release each and every file related to these cases, which are so egregious. I mean, if you listen to the survivor stories, how do you not empathize with that? I mean,
which again would have totally got us out of this situation that we now find ourselves in too, had, the Biden administration got down to business, had Merrick Garland, got down to task and actually, released the information that should be released. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but you're 100%
right.
No.
And I think that, we're going to have to rely heavily upon the witness testimony from the survivors. But there's 3 other people that I'm looking for in the upcoming weeks who are scheduled to testify before Congress, and that's Kash Patel, Alex Acosta, who you may or may not be familiar with, but he was at the time the U.S. attorney in Florida who was in charge of the Epstein prosecution 1.0, the original one where he got the super sweetheart deal. I think he was sentenced to like 3 years, but ended up at
3 years of chocolate cake and work release.
Right. I mean, when you actually get down to the brass tacks of it, he barely spent any time in this low security facility. And, for all accounts, he was allowed to come and go as he pleased daily, to include overnights where he didn't return to the facility. And so it was like a sham. And so as a U.S. attorney prosecuting the case, I think if he tells the truth, is going to have a lot to say. And then finally, there's Pam Bondi, who, infamously said and held up the binders on her desk and said, I have the Epstein list here, the client list on my desk. And so, whether or not that was a truthful moment, I guess we'll find out.
So it seems like, and I'm pretty much in total agreement. I think they're going to do everything they possibly can in this entire administration to release as little information about this as possible while trying to string people along. I don't know how long it's going to be able to last like this. Again, when we're having press conferences, and I'll just kind of throw this up on the screen so people can see this as well, because I think even Marjorie Taylor Greene made a comment about it. Like, this is one of the bigger press conferences that she was a part of as a member of Congress. So it's good to see, the attention that this case is supposed to have garnered in the first place, or should have garnered in the first place, now getting the attention. And I think a scene like this, where Marjorie Taylor Greene, Ro Khanna, Thomas Massey, and the actual victims and the families are standing all in one place discussing this, is definitely going to take its toll on Donald Trump, which I think kind of leads me into asking about his health. Do you think that I'm serious, because I've been saying on the show that I have seen him age more just since this whole Epstein shit has broke than he did in his entire first administration, and you know how we talk about the presidents and how they look when they go in as opposed to how they look when they come out because of the stress of the job and the hours of the job, and how he kind of was immune to that bullshit, immune to the aging because he doesn't give a shit. He really didn't stress out. He's not up at all hours of the night trying to get shit done. He's just worried about himself. But I've seen him age. We've talked about the spots on his hands, the bruising. He's his eyes are extremely puffy. I know they're puffy all the time, but more so the cankles, the swelling in his ankles. More erratic behavior than is typically normal for him, being up on the roof and yelling to reporters and shit, for example. It's like, what is going on with this guy? Do you think there's more than meets the eye? Do you think they're hiding something from us? Do you think that's something that we should be focused on, or is that something we're probably not going to get the answers to, and we're probably better suited focusing elsewhere, and we can kind of deal with it as it comes?
Yeah, I mean, listen, asking those questions are completely legitimate. I mean, I'm not a fucking doctor, but I don't think I need to be to say that this motherfucker looks like shit. And not the normal fat fuck that he appears to be. He looks like he's, I mean, I saw the photographs, like he looks like he's a ghost.
Let me see if I can find one while you're talking. Yeah.
But, I mean, to think that you're going to get an honest answer out of the administration, good luck. I mean, I'm sure at some point, if people keep asking questions, they'll cart out the president's doctor who will say that he's a fucking stable genius and that he's the pinnacle of health and should be, all men.
You're going to live for 700 years.
All men should, this should be the ideal for all men to look up to. Like time will tell, I guess.
Well, I guess my question should be then, do you think he's going to make it the next 3 years and change, whatever we got left? Or do you think there's going to be, some forceful action need to be taken by the Republicans because of, Trump's diminishing health? You know what I mean? Because I don't know. I don't see him. I don't know if I see him necessarily like falling over in the next 3 years or whatever, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's going in the right direction.
The only person getting Donald Trump, the only person removing Donald Trump from office is the Grim Reaper. It ain't going to be Republicans. I think they're too scared, and I don't think there's anybody that's that's willing to cross MAGA, that's that ambitious in that party. I think a lot of them are just really happy to be Donald Trump's cucks.
Yeah.
And so,
I hear this.
But he doesn't look good, and whether he survives. I mean, I guess there's that, old adage that, the worst people fucking live forever.
Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is, I do think, and as harsh as this is to say, and I don't give a fuck, like our country becomes instantly better off the moment the fucking air comes out of that man's lungs, through natural causes, of course, because I don't think that anybody in the Republican Party now, including JD Vance, can hold like the fucking iron grip or has the sway or the ability to bullshit or get away with bullshit like Donald Trump has. So I think we're instantly in a better position as a country, and probably as a world, as a planet, the moment that the air comes out of his lungs. But, as I was saying, and we've talking to, great colleagues of yours and fine people that, like Harry Dunn have been on the show. We were in Ukraine together, as you know. I've spoken to some great people, and I've asked them kind of like, what do you think? I don't know. How do I kind of phrase it? Is like, where do you think the direction for us to go? Should we keep hammering away on the Epstein? Should we keep hammering away on ICE, Border Patrol, or should we try to cover it all as much as possible with everybody that's on the team? What should the message be going forward here against everything kind of that we've been talking about?
I demand that everybody do everything that they can to preserve democracy. And,
right.
I get the fact that it's like, there he is. Looks great.
Now, I don't know because of, I have to say right hand up, because I'm not fucking trained on AI or what's fake or real anymore. You never know. But
I don't care.
This don't look good, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what that is, but that don't look good.
Also, it looks like he's got no, like his toupee is gone. Like he's wearing the hat because he's bald.
And I don't know what enhanced photo means exactly. Like, how enhanced is that photo really? But I just kind of wanted to. These are the photos that have. But this is what happens when you release fake photos of yourself, or you try to make it seem like you're healthy or around and up in action when you're not, though. You know what I mean? At least also speculation.
Like the stare. It's like the polar opposite of the that the 100-yard stare.
It's like the 2-inch blaze.
Super intense, and you're honed in on something. This is like, where am I? What happened? Yeah, I don't know.
There was a few more photos that were proven to be like, it was as far back as 2023. There was one that I saw posted from some random, I don't know if he was a business owner or some low-level congressman or something like that, but he had posted it like the day after it was supposedly taken. And it's like, listen, if I know anything from you fucking MAGA chud bags, like, you are tripping over your dicks to get that fucking picture out, or you and the Fuhrer out on social media as fast as fucking possible as soon as that picture is taken. Don't give me this bullshit like, you just waited till the next morning because it was no big deal and then decided to post it to prove to everybody that Donald Trump was like up and around and alive and wasn't in hospice or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? It's like, come on. Let's be real. I know how the cult works. You guys are dying to get that picture online as fast as possible. So do you think he was dealing with health issues, or because there was also the speculation that like even his Truth Social post didn't sound like it was him writing it, and you could tell it was kind of an aide trying to mock or mimic the way that he writes.
I mean, in the age of technology, I just got to go by what I see, and I'm looking at him, and he guy looks like he's at death's doorstep. So, yeah. He does not look like a guy who's
you can stop there. He just does not look like a guy. He just doesn't look like anything. I don't know what that is. Like I said, looks like he's about to say, "Hey, you guys!" Like, I don't know what the fuck. Yeah. But I mean, there's a lot of speculation going around, so I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on that. But another thing I kind of wanted to get your take on, and I'm sure you're not going to hold back on this, is Rudy Giuliani now in line to get the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Do you have any thoughts and opinions on whether that's deserved? I don't know if this is strictly because he just got in a recent car accident, or if this was something that was in the works, whatever. But it just seems to me like, oh, Rudy got hurt. All right, let's give him something, because he didn't get a spot in the administration. But this has to piss people off that did actively do things to not only require and justify them getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom, but also continued that throughout their life. Because, regardless of what you think of, Giuliani's handling during 9/11 and his mayoralship in New York City, like, he has not continued that fight for justice, that fight for democracy throughout. Like, he seemed to me like he capitulated in order to get on Donald Trump's good side. Even if he didn't before then. I didn't follow Giuliani's life and career that closely after 9/11. But, it just seems to me like this is kind of like a participation trophy that disrespects everybody that received one legitimately beforehand.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't really give a shit if he gets the Medal of Freedom. I don't give a shit what honor Donald Trump wants to bestow on him. First, you got to look at the person who's bestowing the award. And I certainly wouldn't accept anything from Donald Trump, award or otherwise, because I don't respect him at all. And so, but I certainly would be pissed if I was somebody who had done something, contributed in some significant way to this country, and now this like ass bag Rudy Giuliani, who really went deep down the Trump corruption MAGA hole, and ended up losing everything because of it. I mean, if you remember, he was sued by the mother and daughter who were election workers in Georgia, who he infamously disparaged and described their actions, which were, I believe it was Shay Moss, the handing a breath mint to someone, and he described it as her handing a thumb drive as if she was a crack dealer, making an incredibly racist remark about, Shay Moss. And so he lost his entire fortune. And now I think if, knowing what I know about Rudy Giuliani, he's probably been calling the White House every single day, begging Trump to help, rebrand him or rebuild his reputation or credibility. And so
I still say that medal should be in the shape of a dildo, and he should have to do the press conference in front of a fucking sex toy shop that he did it there the first time, the Four Seasons landscaping or whatever the fuck it was called. Like, he should be forced to wear just a big bright green dildo around his neck that says Presidential Medal of Freedom for the rest of his life. And that would be great to me.
And I'll tell you, like, this is my advice to to the media: don't cover it.
Right.
There should be nobody there from the White House press pool covering him getting this ridiculous fucking award. I don't want to see it on the local news. I don't want to see it on CNN. I'm sure, Breitbart and OAN and all the other repugnant fucking ultra right, MAGA publications will show up. But no one should there should be no photo that publicly exists of Trump giving this award to Rudy Giuliani.
Right. And speaking of like what should be covered and what's shouldn't be covered, what do you have coming up? Do you have anything you're covering coming up on the Michael Fanone show? Anything that you're looking to speak about or raise awareness on that we haven't covered so far?
I mean, the last live that I did was kind of like a test run, and we're still trying to figure out the format and everything. I mean, I want it to be interesting, but unfortunately, because it's a political show, I also have to include politicians, which are like literally the least interesting people that I've ever met in my entire life. Although there are some, like,
I'm kind of skimming the edges, brother. That's why I'm skimming the edges. I don't want to dive too deep in there and fucking put people to sleep.
Yeah, I want to like mix it up a little bit. I really want to go. So I did an interview when I was out. When I was out in LA at the Warped Tour, and I interviewed Ken Casey, who lead singer of and founding member of the Dropkick Murphys. And like, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's the fact that I've been listening to them since I was a kid, or what. But it's like the fact that there's so few artists in this moment. The arts community, the humanities community. Right. Speaking out against the administration, mostly because they're scared of the backlash and losing fans and losing money, which is fucking reprehensible. Right. But seeing somebody do that, it was inspiring. And I kind of want to, given the fact that like I have a deep connection to music, and I want to get people like that coming on the show and talking about, what inspired them to be outspoken in this moment. I did have 4 women. I don't know if you caught the first episode. There was 4 women. Most of them were creators, and they, for those of you who are not familiar, Representative Nicole Collier was being held hostage inside the Texas state legislature when they returned from breaking quorum. The Governor Abbott, required each and every one of them to sign this permission slip, which would allow them to leave the chamber, but they had to be escorted by law enforcement, which is insane. In a free democracy, that's incredible. And so she refused. She was held captive there by state police. And these 4 women who were so outraged showed up, and they were just, like anyone else. And they were arrested, and that to me was significant because, here you have these 4 women, incredible women, who are setting the standard for what it means to be an American citizen in this moment, and that means a willingness to sacrifice your own freedom, fighting for someone else. Interesting. I actually I had come up with the name for this podcast. It's going to call it Third Man In after Dropkick Murphys track off their first record. The whole premise being, from hockey and fights. And
I was going to say, that's a penalty, right?
Yeah. But that's, to me, like growing up, that was everything. I knew who my friends were because when I got into a fight, they were the first people to jump in and have my back. And that this is a moment in America where you need to find somebody that's inspiring you and stand up next to them and let them know that you've got their back. And that's what these women did. And they sacrificed their freedom. They all got arrested. Granted, they're out, the next day, but it's not for people who have never had that experience. It's scary stuff.
Yeah, we just spoke yesterday to Chris Cluey, who's running for an assembly seat in Orange County 72nd here, and he was arrested back in February for civil disobedience after he spoke at a city council meeting against a plaque they were putting up at a library that used the moniker or it said MAGA, but obviously it didn't say Make America Great Again. It used different words, but in order to get MAGA on the plaque, they used whatever words they chose, and he spoke up against it and used his right to civil disobedience and was escorted out, carried out, whatever you want to call it. So it's people like him, and like I said, he's now running for an assembly seat here in California. So check out him, and do you want to because we have a hard out at 11 that I got to shoot over to another show on the other channel that this is being broadcast on. So do you want to make sure that you give everybody like your social medias, where they can follow you on YouTube, your show name, the podcast, everything like that, so we can make sure that we get that in?
Yeah. So the YouTube channel is just the Michael Fanone Show. Check it out. I put out content throughout the day, usually 4 or 5 posts a day, short videos. And then we're like I said, we're working on doing a weekly live show. And then I've got my Instagram is official Michael Fanone. And I'm also on Substack. I do a pretty significant amount of writing for Substack, and that's the same thing. It's just Michael Fanone on Substack. So
well, I appreciate you, dude. We'll make sure to put all of the links in the chat so everybody knows where they can find you. Sorry that we only had an hour. I hope that we get this chance and the opportunity to speak again, because there's so much more that we could dive into. We were just kind of barely scraping the surface here today, but it was an honor and a pleasure to finally get to sit down and through video, at least face to face, get to talk about a lot of these important issues that we face, and get to thank you from, again, not only myself but my girlfriend and also the chat for not what you've experienced, what you've gone through, what you've fought through, and what you continue to fight against right now. So it's an honor and a pleasure, my friend. I hope you have a wonderful day. Please thank your brother for helping set this all up. And again, you have an open invitation. This link works. That same link should work. So anytime you have something you want to promote, anything you want to talk about, whatever it is, you're more than welcome on the show anytime you want. So I appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. This was great.
Thank you so much, and good luck with your show, the podcast, and I hope people in the chat make sure they hop right over after this show and subscribe to the Michael Fanone Show over on YouTube. So thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate it, and we'll be sure to catch up again. All right, but thanks, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, buddy. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. And I think we're just about on time, ladies and gentlemen. So everybody over on this space, you're going to be tuning in to Jeff Waldorf coming up next. I appreciate Jeff and thank Jeff for everything he does and everything he's done and continues to do in this space and on this space, I should say. So make sure you're tuning in there, everybody here. If you want to stick around on Blunt Politics, so I can thank everybody that contributed to the show, either sent a Venmo or everything, but I'm not going to bore this space and the Letterhack's audience with all of that. So I appreciate you guys so much. I really, really do. Thank you so much once again to not only Mike, but also his brother, Peter, for helping set this all up. I know he's a busy guy. A lot of people want his time. A lot of people are curious about his opinions and thoughts on what's going on because of his experience and what he's gone through in the past. I can only, I was going to say I can only imagine, but I can't even imagine, honestly, being in the position of again having gone through the threat to democracy that was posed back in 2021, and then seeing things at this moment in time almost feeling worse, right? And I'm not this whole the world's on fire type guy, but we'll get into that next show. I'll see you guys tonight on the 8:30 show. Make sure you're checking out Jeff Waldorf again on this space. If you're on this Blunt Politics, check him out. Make sure you're hanging around so we can thank everybody. But if you're on this space, thank you very much to the mods over there. Thank you so much to Matt. Thank you to everybody helping over there. And make sure you're checking out Jeff's show. Over to you, Jeff. I appreciate you, brother.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. I am Jeff Waldorf, Logically Left. That's what you're watching. And I'm the host. And it's Wednesday, which means I'm on this space. So look, if you haven't already checked out this space, and I'm talking to, my audience who might be listening through our Patreon or see the video anywhere else, this space.tv, check it out. A lot of great creators here. I just, I'm just starting after Boston Brian, Blunt Politics, fantastic show. Michael Fanone, really good guest. Okay, so it's good to see. And Brian doing a great job here. And so is everybody else on this space. So I'm really happy to be here. But anyway, I got a great show for y'all. Okay. Yes, we're going to be talking about the Alex Jones or Owen Schroyer. Boy, that was a mouthful, wasn't it? There's some drama there, and it's fun. So let them fight. Let them fight. Ooh, we got right-wingers coming after each other, and it's great. Then we have the missing Epstein minute. Remember, missing camera footage from the prison cell, the cameras outside of Epstein's cell. There's a minute, but wait. I'm just going to say that. Okay, but wait. Now, there is also a lawyer that is actually leading the administration's lawsuit against Harvard over anti-Semitism. Remember that whole BS anti-Semitism charge for people at the colleges that were protesting against the war in Gaza. Okay, the mass death that is happening, the famine that is happening now. That lawyer has made some, you're going to be shocked to find out, questionable statements. Okay, and his questionable reading list. And then we have Trump Burger with a very bizarre parody after the owners get arrested by immigration. Weird stuff happening. And then, of course, Google has won their antitrust case. That's also very important here because it turns out monopolies totally fine in this country. We ain't going to break them up. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. So I've already given it away. But anyway, that's the show today. So please like and share if you haven't already. Very important that you do so. With that said, I guess let's start out with the InfoWars infighting. Just came up with that. Okay. In what is a brand new let 'em fight moment, you have InfoWars former host Owen Schroyer now fighting against Alex Jones. So he said in a recent live stream that he is quitting the show after having some disagreements with his boss. Take a look.
Had been coming into my show and talking about how I'm negative and calling me a pessimist and all this other stuff, which is fine. You work for Alex, you're going to get hit with it a lot. Alex is not easy to work for, and that's fine. That's okay. He says I'm too negative. He says I'm a pessimist, whatever. I'm too anti-Trump. So I just said, all right, you know what? I'll just take some time off. I'll just disappear. And if Alex thinks I'm too negative, then maybe he's right. Maybe he's right. Maybe I'm too negative now. Maybe I'm too much of a pessimist now. Maybe I'm too anti-Trump now. Whatever his issue was when he kept coming in the show, telling me I'm too negative, saying I'm a pessimist on his show.
Okay. So look, that's a snippet from a 5-hour-long live stream. I don't understand how someone can stream for that long. But that's just me. Okay. But all right. So you might be asking, wait a minute, did he quit or was he fired? I can't answer that question. I mean, here he is. He's framing the decision to leave as his own, but also had said that, so Alex just basically told me not to show up to work. And so it kind of seems like to me, it's a you can't fire me because I already quit kind of situation. Again, he said, I'm sorry that it had to end so abruptly, if you want to say that. But about an hour ago, I got off the phone with Alex, and that was it. That was it. Okay. I kind of just reached my point of no return. I wanted to finish this week, and I wanted to finish positively at InfoWars. I even offered to stick around like a satellite and to go down with the ship. Satellite going down with the ship? Okay. But Jones told me that he didn't need me, and good luck. And that was that. So yeah, that's very, very unhelpful. I don't know if he quit or he was fired. I don't know. But and look, I don't even know why. I mean, what? She's too negative on Donald Trump. Really? This was a guy who was sentenced to 2 months in prison back in September of 2023 for taking part in the Capitol riots. So that guy too negative, too anti-Trump now? What? I don't know why, but it feels like to me that there was, I don't know, a little bit more to this story than I'm seeing here. Okay. Now, that said, there is even more drama here. Okay. Well, check this out.
I don't have to come in. I hung up, started crying, and then he goes on air and lies about me. You piece of shit. I won't take people stabbing me in the back anymore. You.
Wow. Okay. Seems like there's a little bit of hostility there. I don't know. I don't know if I can describe InfoWars as a hostile work environment, but perhaps it perhaps that would cover it. there's nothing like an Alex Jones freak out. I mean, but he's hard to work with, though. He's hard to work with. Well, yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. But here's a weird thing about all this, okay? Remember, for years, Alex Jones has spread conspiracy theories about, oh, it's the deep state. They're going to track everybody. And the president, he's going to use the military on American cities. Now, hold on. Trump, none of that actually happened until Donald Trump, who was actually doing these things. On the tracking, for example, Palantir, that is Peter Thiel's company, right? They have gotten contracts with the Trump administration to spy in on all of us. They signed recently a $10 billion 10-year enterprise agreement with the U.S. Army. They have contracts with ICE in order to track immigrants. They have contracts with the NYPD, the IRS, and the CDC. They're using all the information that they are vacuuming up from these to build gigantic databases in which they will use to track every American. And it's not a conspiracy theory. Remember, look at the dark enlightenment, okay? Part of that dark enlightenment, which is, again, it's an all-out alt-right, Curtis Yarvin, etc. In all of that, they will use databases, AI, etc., people's personal information to then use it to track every single American citizen. So this is a real thing that they're doing. Not only that, we're talking about the military. Remember the freak out over Operation Jade Help. Obama's going to take over cities and he's going to take over the entire state of Texas. Trump has literally illegally, and this is according to a recent court appearance, right? Court ruling, I should say. He illegally used the military on LA. Okay. He's also used the military on Washington, D.C., and he announced that we're going in. We're going into Illinois. Chicago. We got to take care of that. The guy is making literal concentration camps to send immigrants to, even though, once again, federal judges, Alligator Alcatraz, shut down. They're having to wind that down, but guess what? They're probably going to try and build something different. And he has previously talked about coming after the homegrowns next. So my point in all this is that everything that Alex Jones had warned that liberals were supposedly going to do, Trump is actually doing. And not to mention, he's in the Epstein files. Donald Trump is. Okay. So, you look, if he's gone negative on Donald Trump, pessimistic or whatever, then, I mean, those are pretty good reasons to do so. But apparently, Alex Jones hasn't done that. Why? It's because a lot of his audience is still in the cult. Okay? Not all of them, because it appears that this is causing a bit of a split in the viewership. Some of the people who watch Owen Schroyer, they said that they were sorry to see him go. Others, of course, were like, "You suck." Again, one said, I'm pretty glad that you're leaving because you ruined InfoWars as a longtime listener. I don't know what happened to you, but you lost it, dude. While another was like, stay strong. Stay strong, brother. It's just the beginning. So, yeah, you've got that apparent split in the InfoWars audience. Okay. Let me just say, I love it. I love it. Why? Because this is a let them fight moment. And look, it's still even a shock that InfoWars still exists, as the Onion is going to buy them. Okay, but they're apparently still there, still doing shows, still doing the epic freakouts. Okay, but again, neither of these men are good people at all, which is why it's even more fun to watch them tear each other apart. Let them fight. Let them fight. There you go. Just had to start off the show with a little bit of fun. Okay, moving on here. It appears the missing minute of footage in the Epstein jail video has been found. Interesting. Now, that revelation, of course, has blown up the explanation given by Attorney General Pam Bondi of where that minute went in the first place. Oh no, there was just it was the cameras, and they're doing a reset every night, and so obviously that minute had to have been gone, and then of course the video was edited, but whatever. Okay, so now that video was edited. Okay, about 11 hours of footage that was released back in July. They said it was raw footage, but it wasn't. Video forensics experts were like, nah, dog, that has been edited a lot, and there is literally a minute missing. What is going on here? That is not raw video. That is not what that means. Okay. Now, people found that gap, and were like, no, this is weird. This is weird. Now, Pam Bondi, who, had claimed many things about Epstein that weren't true. Like, for example, oh, I've got the Epstein list. It's on my desk. It's on my desk. I mean, right here. It's right in front of me. And then she went from that to what list? I don't know. What's this list you're talking about? There's no list. There never was a list. And what the hell did you have in your desk? What did you have on your desk? Now, she claimed that the security cameras watching his cell had cut out for a minute. That was a lie. That was a lie. Now, the new surveillance footage, which was released as part of the bulk online drop at 6 p.m. Tuesday, fills in that missing minute. Okay. Now, the result, though, unfortunately, doesn't really reveal anything additional. So it's kind of a lazy cover up for no reason. Well, and that really is the whole, like, that's the Trump administration regime in a nutshell. They do all sorts of lazy ass cover-ups for no apparent reason. Okay. Now, in the footage from the new files, there were just a number of guards that were visible walking around, working near Epstein's cell, and that was about it. That's it. So, unfortunately, nothing there. Okay. Now, along with the new minute, of course, the new releases also contain 2 additional hours of footage. Once again, none of which showing what happened to Epstein. So there's nothing there. There was videos and documents as well, and audio recordings, emails, and court filings. But again, really nothing there. Now, the committee's ranking Democrat, Robert Garcia, said, hey, look, these new disclosures really ain't all that new. I mean, that's fewer than 1,000 pages. Okay. From the Customs and Border Protection's log of flight locations of the Epstein private plane from 2000 to 2014, as well as forms consistent with re-entry back into the U.S. And he's like, okay, but there's really not a whole lot that's new here. About 3%, he said, of this document dump, the big massive dumps, okay, contain any new information. Where the hell is the client list? Where is it? That's what we're all looking for. That's what we're all waiting for. Where is that client list? Where is it? It ain't there. And Garcia points at Bondi and says, what's going on? What's going on? Quote, Pam Bondi has said the client list was on her desk. She could release it right now if she wanted to. Pam Bondi must comply with our subpoena immediately and release all the documents. The American people demand it. Release all the files now. Yes. Oh, but if they do that, if they release them now, that they might miss something that could implicate Donald Trump, and they do not want that to happen. That said, you have this weird bipartisan effort now with Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie that have gotten together to be like, okay, let's force the administration to release all the information they have on the Epstein files. So now Massie, he's pretty careful into saying that, well, look, Trump may be in it, but it doesn't mean he did anything wrong. He says Trump, he doesn't think that Trump's protecting himself. No. But he does think that Trump is protecting some of his rich friends. Oh, here's what he said, quote, I actually don't think he's done anything criminal. The 34 felony count criminal and admitted, a rapist. But he didn't do anything wrong, guys. He didn't do anything criminal. At least not this time. Well, I'm not, the other times, I mean, he did some criminal stuff. But no, he didn't do anything criminal. Now he's just covering from some rich and powerful people that are his friends. Well, that's not worse, but it's also still pretty bad. In fact, he added, some of those billionaires are running ads against me in Kentucky right now. One of them is in Epstein's black book. So we're getting close to the center of power here. Embarrassment is not a reason to conceal all this stuff. We've got to get it out in the open, regardless of whose friends might be incriminated. I actually weirdly agree with that last part. Yeah, we got to get it out in the open, regardless of who is incriminated. I don't care if Democrats are on that list. Arrest them too. If you were with Jeffrey Epstein and you were, again, doing crime, okay, brutalizing kids, then yeah, arrest that. I don't care who it is. Arrest them. Yes, if you're on that list, okay? Look, I don't care. I don't care. Now, as for Donald Trump, I'm almost certain that he is in the files. And I do believe that he did those illegal things. Okay. And I think that's why he doesn't like what's going on here. This push for transparency. And so, in fact, the White House put out a warning to Republicans in Congress saying that if you continue to push for the full release of the files, it would be considered as a, quote, very hostile act by President Donald Trump. Really now? Very hostile to do full transparency and to release the files, which he campaigned on doing, by the way. If you want these files released, that is considered very hostile. Interesting. Very interesting. Now, joining with Representative Massie is Nancy Mace, who was spotted earlier this morning leaving a meeting with Epstein's victims earlier than she had planned. Now, look, longtime viewers, you know how I feel about Nancy Mace. She loves to get herself in front of a camera, loves to be center of attention, right? That said, this might be real, okay? Her reaction to it. Now, on X, she had written, as a recent survivor, not 2 years in, I had a very difficult time listening to their stories. Full-blown panic attack, sweating, hyperventilating, shaking. I can't breathe. I feel the immense pain of how hard all victims are fighting for themselves because we know absolutely no one will fight for us. God bless all survivors. Now, here's the thing. The irony of what she says is that many Republicans do not fight for survivors. In fact, more often than not, right-wingers tend to be the perpetrators of these crimes. Nancy Mace is defending those people on the same thread. She had called Donald Trump a hero in this and claimed that he was an FBI informant. Since when? Since when? The same man who had been accused by over 20 women, right? And including, by the way, a 13-year-old who claimed that he and Epstein had assaulted her together, okay? A man that has been known to have walked into the dressing rooms of, containing teen girls in the Miss Universe pageant, okay? And a man who has been credibly accused of rape and sexual assault. That guy, oh, he's a hero on this. Oh, really? Really? Knowing all that, it's not exactly a stretch to imagine that this is a man who had raped teen girls. But still, oh no, they're you see the Republicans that are still defending him while, funny enough, calling for more transparency on this. It's really weird. Look, they haven't released a whole lot of new stuff. As I mentioned, only about 3% of the stuff that was released was new and didn't really tell anything. It leaves more questions than answers. But even that, apparently a hostile act, according to Trump. And look, Trump, his control of the Republican Party is pretty much absolute, except for about 4 people. These 4 Republicans who had signed the discharge petition. Okay, that's Thomas Massey's discharge petition to bring his resolution to release more of the Epstein files to the floor. So you had Massey himself, joined by Lauren Boebert, Nancy Mace, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Those are the only Republicans that are in favor of releasing more Epstein files. 3 Republican women, 1 Republican man. And they joined with over 130 Democrats to try to put this on the floor. Where's the rest of them? Where's the rest of the Republican Party who, once again, campaigned on this and were like, yeah, we're going to release the Epstein files. Yeah. Where are they? Well, they're too controlled by Donald Trump, who obviously does not want more of these files released. He wants them to go away. And I think we're all aware of the reason why he wants those files to go away. Okay. Just insane. Oh boy. Here we go. The Department of Justice attorney leading President Donald Trump's fight against Harvard and other colleges over alleged campus anti-Semitism has had some very interesting literary choices. Okay. Now, this is Michael Velchik, who was a Harvard alumnus who had joined the Department of Justice as the senior counsel earlier this year. Now, Velchik had been assigned to lead the Trump administration's lawsuit against Harvard related to their funding. So now he joined it over the summer to argue that the government had legitimate grounds to freeze the billions of dollars in grants and contracts given to Harvard because of their wanton indifference to anti-Semitism. So he joined that lawsuit, okay, and he's leading it. Now, what's interesting about this guy is that he appears to have his own wanton indifference, Okay. What do I mean? Well, according to a recent Boston Globe article, Mr. Velchik, while completing his senior year at the college, was assigned to write a paper in Latin from the perspective of a controversial historical or literary figure that justifies your actions and defends yourself against potential accusations. Oh boy. So now, I mean, this is a pretty challenging type of paper to write. You got to pick someone who's controversial. Okay. Now, the assignment, which was reviewed by the Globe, offered students the option to choose a classical figure, such as Nero or Cleopatra, a mythological figure, such as Medea or Theseus, or anyone from the post-classical world, whether a Shakespearean villain or a 20th century tycoon. So that left you a lot of options. I mean, a ton of options. You could choose controversial figures. There's controversial figures everywhere. Now, the students were directed to focus on syntactic rather than historical or literary accuracy. So now, that said, who did Mr. Velchik choose? Adolf Hitler. Oh, yeah. This according to 3 sources speaking with the Boston Globe. 2 of them who had read his paper and were like, wow, that is really kind of disturbing. What the F? Holy crap. Another source noted that, at Harvard in 2011, no one could say that Hitler was a controversial figure. Okay. Because again, we're talking about controversy here. And so, where some people are like, he didn't really do anything that bad. I mean, you could defend him on this and that, and there are reasons here. You can't really say that about Adolf Hitler. Dude was evil. Okay. Now, his instructor, who had given out this assignment, even he was like, oh, wow, no, wow, unacceptable. Okay. He was unnerved by the paper and refused to grade it. You need to rewrite this thing. Okay. And choose someone else. For God's sake, choose someone else. Don't choose that guy. Okay. Perhaps you could say that this was a one-off. All right. Guy swung for the fences and it didn't work out quite the way that he had hoped. Perhaps. Well, no. You see, oh, you naive, sweet summer child, you. No. You see, 18 months later, Mr. Velchik, as a newly enrolled Harvard law student, told a peer that none other than Mein Kampf was his top-ranked book of the year. Top-ranked, everybody. Oh, yeah, no, I love it. That's a great book. Wonderful read. What? Now, in a message in June 2013, this is an email, he said, is it bad that my favorite class at Harvard was Nietzsche? And my favorite book I've read this year is Mein Kampf? Yeah, that's kind of bad. A little bit of self-awareness there, but apparently not enough. Mr. Velchik had also praised Hitler's political manifesto in a separate 9-page email message sent a few months later, while providing the brief reviews of the 76 books he had claimed to have read that year. He called it, quote, fascinating, and stated that Hitler, quote, certainly excelled as an orator, and his writing reflects oratory. He understands the importance of propaganda and thought that the timing of the speech was important. Better late at night. According to the Globe, Velchik, in his effusive praise, of the author, made no mention of his role in as a perpetrator of the Holocaust that had killed 6 million Jews. This is the man who was supposed to be concerned about anti-Semitism on college campuses. Anti-Semitism, really? Really? This guy? I mean, look, I doubt that anyone in the Trump orbit actually cares at all about anti-Semitism. They have just been using it as a way to go after people who are protesting against what's going on in Gaza right now. And that's really it. And actually, I believe that a lot of anti-Semites, real anti-Semites, actually love the idea of Israel as a country. Why? Why would they like that? Because it gets the Jews out of their country. Yeah, of course. Now, look, the weirdo end timers also love Israel because they believe, and I've talked about this before, that Jesus is going to come down and suck them up into the sky with his holy hoover any day now. Any day now. Jesus is coming. And the requirement, of course, to that is that Israel has to exist as a country. Now, it's funny because, in that scenario, the Jews don't fare very well. I know who to thumb, right? Most of them die in their end times fantasy, except for the ones that convert to Christianity. And so, I mean, yeah, it's weird end time stuff. But remember, this is a big part of the Republican base that believes in this stuff. They believe. And not only that, but you got the Islamophobes. They love the country of Israel because Israel is engaged in a genocide against the Palestinians right now. And perhaps they are hoping that this kicks off a holy war between Christianity and Islam. So I don't know which group Mr. Velchik happens to fall into. There could be a lot of overlap here. It seems like there might be. I don't know. I don't know. But nonetheless, I think regardless, praising Mein Kampf, I know you could disagree with me, right? But I think that should be disqualifying just a little bit, especially since you're supposed to be there to safeguard people against anti-Semitism. But then again, what do I know? What do I know? It's so bizarre. So bizarre. Okay. Moving on here. More bizarre stuff. Yeah, get ready for this one. The owners of Trump Burger, that's right, Trump Burger, who have been detained by immigration, have decided to release a video with a little bit of, I don't know if you can call it trolling. I don't know. It's pretty bizarre. Just watch it yourself.
An ice inspection. I got ice with me right here. Let's check the ice machine. What are you thinking here? I would say that passes. Really, really clean ice. Absolutely huge ice. Really clean ice. Let's go check the kitchen.
¡Chingada madre la pinche migra! ¡Chingada madre la pinche migra! ¡Vámonos!
I still have no idea if that's supposed to be I don't know, a mocking ICE or what. I don't know. Or Trump. I don't know. It's so weird. Now look, this restaurant, which is a chain restaurant in Texas, whose locations, by the way, feature obviously American flags, buns with the word Trump stamped into them. Yes, because that's what you want to do with your buns. Okay. You want to eat Trump's buns? Ew. that seems so wrong. But anyway, there's also, as you've seen, a presidential impersonator who goes around basically asking Indian Latino customers if they have their papers. Show me your papers. Where's your green card? That's super weird. All right. Now, apparently, that restaurant rubbed Trump the wrong way. Why? How? By making money off his brand and not giving him any of it. And so, look, immigration immediately found that the owners, the co-founders, Roland Bini and Ayad Abu Hawa, had allegedly overstayed their visas. Did they now? I mean, look, to be fair, that is the majority of undocumented immigration. Okay. It's not people sneaking over the southern border. It's people coming in legally and then overstaying their visas. Okay. And so, now, Abu Hawa came here from Israel and was arrested by ICE agents on June 2nd. So now he's accused of having been in the U.S. illegally for over a decade. Wow. Interesting. Now, in 2007, they also found that he had previously served time in prison for healthcare fraud and misbranding vaccines. Now, remember, so apparently he had been injecting people with fake flu shots. That's about 1,600 Houston area residents who thought they were getting a flu shot, but it wasn't a flu shot. We don't know what it was. Okay. And so, yeah, fraud. Now, he'd also been separately convicted of assault and intimidation. Honestly, I'm shocked that this man didn't become part of Trump's cabinet. I'm just saying. Now, his Lebanese business partner, Bini, was also arrested by ICE back in May. And they claimed that he had entered the U.S. as a non-immigrant visitor in 2019 and then didn't leave. And then in order to just try to stay, he got into a sham marriage. Again, okay. Sounds like a pair that you would think would have Trump's support. Okay. And that said, that's if they hadn't tried to cash in on the Trump name. Yeah, on the Trump name. That's really it. And so they responded to these ICE arrests by posting that video on their Instagram, their social media. I don't really know what kind of response that is. I don't know if it's trolling, making fun of ICE, making fun of Trump or whatnot. I don't know. It's so confusing to me. So confusing. And again, I'm also confused as to how two immigrants could possibly support the man and name their entire restaurant after him. The man who calls immigrants rapists and murderers. And none of this makes any sense. Either they just were like, I don't know, let's make money off this guy's name, see where it goes, or they're stupid, or perhaps both. I don't know. I don't know. It's going to take me a while to just kind of wrap my head around this entire thing. But again, here's the thing. Here's why it could be real. Okay. Remember, there are people out there that are being negatively impacted by Donald Trump who voted for him or supported him during this last election and still do. I mean, it's me. I talked about the man who's a homeless Trump supporter. Okay. Who was recently kicked out of his tent. Okay. All of his stuff thrown away on orders by Donald Trump to beautify Washington, D.C. And this guy's like, well, he was just trying to make Washington, D.C. beautiful again by kicking me out and throwing away all my stuff because I'm freaking homeless. But he still supports Donald Trump. It really is me. And you also have people whose spouses have been detained by ICE, could be deported. A lot of them still saying, well, yeah, but I still support what Donald Trump's trying to do. So, I mean, the cult, it's so many people have been cucked and they're in the cult and they still are like, oh, well, I still support it. I still support it. And again, these are also people, by the way, who said, I voted for Trump to lower the price of groceries, lower the price of health insurance, lower the price of consumer goods. And yet, what have we seen from the Trump tariffs and from just his general stewardship, if you want to call it that, of the economy, that none of that has happened. Things are actually more expensive. Trump take egg, although to be fair, eggs have come down slightly since then. But I mean, you have all of these people whose lives are now objectively worse since Trump took over, still saying, well, I still support him. I still support him. It's insanity. Insanity. But again, I don't know about these guys. All right. I don't know about these guys. But what I do know is that the Trump organization knows about Trump Burger and had sent them a cease and desist letter. Don't use our name in your branding anymore. It makes me think, oh, that's got to be why ICE is targeting them. Doesn't have anything to do with anything else, I don't think. Just the fact that you're making money off our name? Unacceptable. I don't know for sure, but I do know that it's kind of a hilarious situation and a great example of Trump support. And, the cult, basically. It's the best example that I've pretty much ever seen. Okay. So bizarre. So absolutely bizarre. All right. I have one more story for y'all today. But why am I sure that they have a big, beautiful burger on the menu? It's a good question. Good question. Can't reprogram these people. Nope. You sure can't. You can't fix stupid or crazy, apparently. Okay. Moving on, like I said, one last story here. And then I'll hand it over to Andrea coming up next. It appears that Google's parent company, Alphabet, will be able to stay intact after all. I mean, they were facing a pretty big antitrust suit, and well, they lost, but then they didn't. Now, what do I mean? There's a ruling in this pretty big antitrust case that was delivered by U.S. District Judge Amit Mehta, who is a Obama appointee. So that happened on September 2nd. And turns out, even though Mehta had ruled that Google was a monopoly that is engaging in anti-competitive practices, they will not be broken up. They do not have to divest from Chrome, and they can continue to have to make payments to places like Apple, for example, for the distribution of their products. Now, it's a little bit more of a mixed bag when you get into the details, right? but generally still a massive win for both Google and Apple, big tech. But there are some limits. Certain limits imposed as to how Google distributes its services. It will also be required to share some of its search data with rivals. Now, Alphabet, no matter what, plan to appeal the ruling, which could lead to this going to the Supreme Court. And there could be remedies potentially years in the future. So this is nowhere near over. But under the new restrictions so far, Google is prohibited from entering exclusive contracts that make its search engines the default option on browsers and smartphones. The company, however, can continue to make payments to distribution partners for preloading or placing Google Search, Chrome, or its artificial intelligence products. And that's really the big thing right there. Okay. The AI, in order to do that, to put it on these partners, okay, to continue with that whole thing. Now, that includes the preservation of Google's lucrative arrangement with Apple, where they pay billions of dollars to the company in order to have iPhones, for example, use Chrome as their default, or I'm sorry, Google as their default search engine. Okay. Not only that, but Judge Mehta rejected the Justice Department's most severe proposed remedies, which would again lead to divestment. So they would have to, in that situation, they would have to sell off Chrome and divest from Android. Google will also be required to share certain search index data and user interaction data with their competitors, although their advertising data remains completely protected, which is where they get their money, from that advertising data. Okay. Now, the court specified the data sharing must occur on ordinary commercial terms that are consistent with Google's current syndication services. That data sharing mandate could help OpenAI and Perplexity, which are AI platforms, to develop their own search engines and chatbots to compete against Google. But let's be honest, Google, they've already got their own AI. They've already got their own massive platform. So really, how big of a threat are those companies to Google? Look, at the end of the day, it's a huge win for them. They had been facing a Justice Department lawsuit, again, that had accused them of being anti-competitive. Okay. And they certainly are. Now, what's weird about this is that, look, you had the same judge. Okay. This judge found and ruled that Google was a monopoly. And yet, apparently, we cannot break up the monopolies. No, it's okay if you own 90% of the search market online. Can't break you up, though. Can't make you divest. Nope, can't do it. Gee, that's really strange. Now, here's what he said in his ruling, okay? Judge Mehta. The D.C. Circuit, quoting Supreme Court precedent, has identified a fourth remedial objective: terminate the illegal monopoly. On remand, the district court deemed this an improper objective in that case. So, now, wait a minute. Now, hold on here. So that was one of the ways, okay, illegal monopoly, that's the remedial objective. But can't do it, though. Can't do it. He said remedies designed to eliminate the defendant's monopoly, i.e. structural remedies, he said, are inappropriate in this case. How? They're a monopoly, a clear monopoly. You ruled so. And yet you're like, well, we can't actually do anything about it, though. Again, this man is an Obama appointee. Well, not a Trump appointee, okay, but an Obama appointee. So, but wait, hold on. I'm not shocked at all, actually, that he ruled in favor of big business monopolies. Because here's the thing, okay? He is, Obama, neoliberal. I mean, you can get mad about me saying that, okay? But let's be honest. Most of the Democratic Party are neoliberal. I mean, the vast majority of the party and the party apparatus serves neoliberal agendas, which again, all that means is that they are pro-business, pro-corporate. Okay? That's what neoliberalism is. Laissez-faire economics, which it's again allows these big corporations to monopolize. And that's it. That's the reality of the situation. A lot of what Obama did when he was president was help giant corporations. Okay? Bailing out the banks. It's a great example. Deregulating in some cases. Okay? And making appointments that, again, help corporations, rule in favor of corporations. That's the reality. Okay, so again, no one here should be surprised if you've paid attention to this. I mean, look, one of Obama's main policy, proposals that became law was Obamacare, which again was very pro-corporate, basically guaranteeing massive corporate subsidies or government subsidies to these giant companies, health insurance companies. Could have had a public option, didn't do it. Could have had Medicare for all, didn't do it. That's the reality. So, look, that said, this case was launched in 2020. And I give a lot of, criticism to the Biden administration. However, they did have Lena Khan at the FTC, which launched a lot of these antitrust cases, which unfortunately, in this case, now overseen by the Trump administration, which is very, very pro-corporate. And so, look, the guy, the CEOs, a lot of these CEOs in big tech showed up to Trump's inauguration and funded it. And so, yeah, I'm not at all surprised that the Trump Department of Justice now is not really arguing anymore when it comes to breaking up these big giant companies. And they're being helped by neoliberal judges like Meta. And so I'm actually pretty shocked that this case was even allowed to continue under Donald Trump. But I'm not at all surprised at the outcome. They had absolutely nothing to worry about after all. We are in a second Gilded Age. But instead of big railroads, okay, we have big tech. We have AI companies. We got Bitcoin, okay, cryptocurrency, Polymarket, all these companies that, are basically allowed to monopolize and make as much profit off the American people as possible. And that is our unfortunate reality, thanks to money in politics, thanks to the corporate capture and control of the government, which I can argue brought us to Trump in the first place, because you have so many frustrated working class people who are wondering why their paychecks have shrunk, why the rich keep getting richer, and then followed a demagogue that put all that blame on immigrants and trans people. I'll tell you what, an immigrant or trans person, they ain't the reason why your paychecks have gotten so small. It's because of giant corporations like this that continue to allow to be allowed to monopolize and to screw over average working class people. Okay. That's all I got for you today. Thank you for watching. Coming up next, welcome to Fville.
Homines sunt machinae consumtorae is today's program. We live in a culture of decadence, a culture of addiction. We're all addicted to our little machines, to our little treats, but we ourselves, human beings in this culture of decay, are machines. We are machines that were built for one purpose, built specifically cobbled together by the capitalist ruling class. We were constructed at their whim, at their tell, in order to breathe, eat, and sleep. Consumption. You wake up, you scroll the internet, but really, are you scrolling posts made by your friends, people that you like, or random strangers online that paid a company to have their post beamed into your brain 14 seconds after you awake in the morning? Why bother waking up and thinking about your life? Why bother waking up and really just kind of smelling in the air, the fresh air, open a window perhaps, and breathe in this planet that we call Earth? No, 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 no. We're going to hop right on the machine, the computer, link ourselves up with the corporate IV, and then get a slow and steady drip of what other people have paid other even more powerful people to let us in on. That is the world. Get this chat bullshit off the screen. Producer, where are you? That is the world that we live in. And that is also the world that we live on, and we are all contributors to that world. I know this morning I picked up my cell phone approximately 93 seconds after I woke up, and I caught myself approximately 48 seconds after I opened it up. But it's still a habit I'm trying to kick. It's like waking up and smoking cigarettes. It's not good for you. The first thing that you see when you wake up into a new life, which every time you wake up is, in a sense, a new life. You have another chance to change your situation for the better or for the worse, or to keep it steady and going, right? But you wake up and your mind is immediately erased out of all the beautiful new possibilities of a morning, or if you wake up at 1:48 p.m. Like I do, of an afternoon. Instead, you hook yourself up to the machine. You become part of the matrix, the consumption matrix that we call civilization. You wake up, right? You don't cook food for yourself. Why bother? You can pay someone else to do it for you. You can maybe pay someone to bring it for you, right? You can pay other people to do everything in your life. Why bother ever doing anything yourself when you can consume? Consumption rules our society. We live and breathe on consumption. What can we buy next? Shopping is an addiction, and we are all addicted to shopping for the next fucking garbage, the next piece of fucking shit that some YouTuber or TikToker is going to hawk to us in the form of an advertisement. What do we need in our lives? Well, why bother thinking? Why bother walking around our living space and really, looking around? Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, I could use a new one of those. Why bother thinking for ourselves when we can just watch content, not art, not, philosophy, not entertainment, but content. We will all consume some content. You may see my thing shaking around. That's because Max the dog is not content, and he is currently moving the table around. Max, what the hell are you doing? Anyway, where was I? Right. Content. One of the worst words in the history of words. We use content here on this space against my will. If I had my way, no one on this show. Content would be a blacklisted word. We would use better synonyms like material or art or even just videos. But we all are addicted to content when we all don't really think for ourselves either. The words that we use, a lot of people have been talking about the recent resurgence of the R word, a word that I particularly enjoy to some degree and don't enjoy to another degree, like I do with many words. Right? But a lot of people for many years, possibly a decade, said you shouldn't use this word. It's offensive. And a lot of people went along with that. Why? Because they don't think for themselves. And now people out there are saying it again. Yeah, the R word. Oh no, people are saying it again. And now all of a sudden you see it everywhere in the mainstream. Why? Because people do not think for themselves. They don't actually have opinions. They don't actually formulate their own mind. They just scroll, and let other people decide for them. Some stand-up comedian said it, and now everyone's saying it, or whatever. That's just, at least in my experience, that's what I'm seeing around the world here. The next trend of buying useless garbage. Not too long ago, people were obsessed with buying these cups. Yeah, I have a collection of cups. Other people are obsessed with dolls. They're collecting these cool new dolls. Some people, you see them, they have collections of these little toys that come out of all these things, like, oh, new Marvel movie. Let me go see the movie and then buy the toys. Let me get the popcorn bucket. Consume. That's how you see people talk online. We live currently, and I know people are going to stick their heads in the sand just a minute. Trigger warning, but we are in the 6th year of a global pandemic. Some people feel the need to say global pandemic, even though pandemic necessitates that it is global, but most people don't actually know what the word pandemic means. And so some people feel the need to affix global to the word pandemic. It's like saying a red stoplight. We already know that bitch is red, okay? You don't need to fucking tell us. But sometimes people don't know that stoplights are red, so you feel the need to put red in there anyway. Speaking of red, most people haven't read a single scientific study on what COVID does to their bodies. Why? They're too busy consuming. I got to go to bars. I got to go to restaurants. I got to go see Taylor Swift. I got to go see Superman. I got to go see Barbie. I got to go do this, go do that. Got to go to my conference, my super spreader meetings. I got to go organize. And by organize, I mean sit in a crowded room without a mask on and puff some viral fumes and then write on a couple sheets of paper and then say job well done and then go home and then do nothing all night. And then you're out of commission for a few weeks because you got sick. Right? Why, in the 6th year of a pandemic, is it verboten to even mention that we are in the 6th year of a pandemic? It's because it gets in the way of consume. There was a year not too long ago, you may remember it, called 2020. That was a year unlike any other year in relatively modern or even non-modern human history. It was a year where we all decide, well, really, it was like 3 months, where we all decided we're going to stop consuming and we are going to chill the fuck out. 3 months, at least in the United States. We decided, in some areas it was 0 months, some areas it was like a week or two, but hey, whatever, I'm just rounding. Most people, they've memory hold this anyway. Most people think lockdowns lasted like 7 years or something because they're ridiculous, right? Or either that or they've been told to think that and they don't actually formulate memories on their own. But there were about, let's just say, 3 solid months in the year 2020 when we all decided we were going to take a break on consumption. Right? Stores were closed. You couldn't go to Toys R Us and get yourself some toys. You couldn't go to the bakery down the street and get 5 dozen donuts, You couldn't do any of that. You had to stay home. Yeah. Because we're in a pandemic. And what happened when people stayed home? They were forced, potentially for the first time in their entire lives, to go in here, to go in their own mind, to think about their lives, to think about where they are in the world, to think about the world itself. And that was a very dangerous place to be. For the people up top, that was extremely dangerous. There was a small amount of time where these zombies that I call the human population were accidentally programmed with something that might actually be positive. That is solidarity. You saw those celebrities, those cringe-inducing mouthpieces for media, go out there and do solidaritous events. We are going to do a movie on a Zoom call, so we can still entertain the masses. They can still consume while at home, and we can spread the good vibes. We can tell people we're doing the right thing. That's what everyone in the year 2020 did. But as soon as Joe Biden was elected, everyone decided, all right, the pandemic is magically gone now. Let's go back to consume. I must consume. I must engorge myself with useless fucking garbage that destroys me and the planet I live on, as well as my friends and family. I must be an agent of consumption. Never in the history of our entire recorded history of species on Earth, our species on Earth, has there ever been a pandemic that disappeared magically in about a year's time. That doesn't happen. Pandemics historically last 5, 10, sometimes 20 years. But somehow most people on this planet we call Earth, somehow they think that the pandemic magically disappeared. Yeah, but why is that? Well, you see some slightly higher IQ numbnuts motherfuckers go out there and say, it's the vaccine. Yeah, the vaccine ended the pandemic. Yeah, the one that half the country even took in the first place. Yeah, that's the vaccine. The one that only 20% of Americans got on a yearly basis. That vaccine, that's what stopped the pandemic. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the vaccine. Why do people point to the vaccine as something that stops the pandemic? Why? Because it's something they can consume. It's something that they can spend money on. It's an event. We're all going to go get vaccinated. But not enough people got vaccinated, and now we're in hell. Here we are, year 6 of a pandemic, brought to you by FvilleIncorporated. You may be seeing everyone is sick. Everyone, oh, I got COVID in 2025. How did that happen? I don't know. Maybe it's because we're in the 6th year of a pandemic, right? Everyone around you is sick. I saw that a couple of weeks ago, I mentioned that there was this Democratic Socialists of America, some stupid fucking organization. They hosted this super spreader conference. They flew everyone in from all across the country, got together in a closed indoor space. Everyone breathed in and out all their viral fluids. And now everyone that went to that event just so happens out of nowhere is sick. And they're tweeting, who came to the super spreader event while you were sick? Fuck you, man. Not realizing that they're the ones who allowed that thing to take place in the first place. But again, we're all too busy consuming. We have to consume a plane ticket. We have to consume the food trucks outside of the hotel. We have to consume the hotel purchase. We can't just have a socialist meeting on the internet for free. Everyone at home. No. We have to be in person. We have to fly around from all across the country and spend net hundreds of thousands of dollars giving our money to airline companies. Yeah, the same airline companies that, by the way, pressured the CDC in the Joe Biden years to cut down all COVID isolation guidelines. The Delta CEO, Delta Airlines, that is to say, during the Delta variant, very interesting coincidence of the COVID virus, the waves when we still named them. We don't do that anymore because if we named them, people might think that there's still a pandemic, and we can't have that. We can't have that get in the way of Taylor Swift concerts and Super Bowls and basketball games. No. Can't do that. But during the Delta wave of the COVID pandemic, which happened in the 2nd year, by the way, during that wave, there was a CEO of Delta Airlines who pressured the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. By the way, hilarious name, Prevention and Control. They haven't done that shit in years or at all in the 21st century, depending on your perspective. But the so-called Centers for Disease Control and Prevention during the Joe Biden years cut down COVID isolation guidelines from 10 days to 5. Because the CEO called them and said it's getting in the way of our profits. They said people are afraid to fly because of this thing, and we can't have that. And now 5 years later, so-called socialist organizers are doing giant fundraising campaigns for airlines. That's ultimately what these super spreader conventions are, right? Anytime that there's anything at all where people are like, you got to fly here. It's across the country. Fly, fly, fly. What they're really doing is fundraising for airline companies. That's what they're doing. Every time your favorite YouTuber hosts an event in a city that you don't live in and you feel the need to fly to go see them, which, by the way, how pathetic is that? But either way, you feel the need to go fly and see that person. You are a consumer, you are a drone, and you are falling in lockstep for a fundraising campaign for airlines, corporations that don't give a fuck about you or your health, and that were very much so key in orchestrating the end of the media's caring about this pandemic that we're living in, right? You know, you ever feel the need, you know, to just like get up? You ever wake up and you're like, I just got to eat. I got to eat. Where's breakfast? I must consume. Well, it turns out that carbohydrates, something in our diets that maybe we eat a little bit too much of, are what it puts us in a consumption feedback effect. When you eat a lot of carbohydrates, let's say a lot of bread, you eat a lot of bread every meal, you eat a lot of pasta maybe. Hey, maybe I eat some pasta too. It's not that bad for you. I'm just saying, I love pasta. Maybe eat some tortillas, you know, something with a lot of carbohydrates in it. When you eat a lot of carbohydrates, you get hungrier sooner and sooner. Why? Because your body gets accustomed to relying on the frequency of incoming carbohydrates into your bloodstream. Your body never actually gets used to, I don't know, the body. Your body never gets used to just being slightly hungry, something that our bodies were trained and evolved to be over hundreds or millions of years, right? I was going to say hundreds of thousands. I didn't leap from hundreds to millions. I mean, I did, but that's why. You know, so we're in an addiction matrix. We wake up, we consume. What are we told? Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Where did that come from? A scientific study? Nah, it came from a cereal company that wants you to consume. You don't need to eat breakfast unless you're a diabetic or something. And let's be honest, most diabetics got there because they were eating breakfast every day, because they were eating lunch every day, because they were eating garbage every day. I don't know, man. I'm just saying what's happening here. There are a lot of people that have diabetes because of their bad food choices. That's just the world we live in. I'm sorry, that's how it goes. Do you really need to eat 15 fucking meals a day? You know, the schools, they teach you, you know, it's better to eat garbage for breakfast than to not eat at all, because why? You need your brain food. Yeah, eating pancakes and waffles doused in sugar water, right? Yeah, that is going to give your brain food to help you learn. It's totally not going to give you habits that are in childhood and therefore harder to break when you grow up. It's totally not. It has nothing to do with that. It's for brain power. Yeah, because when you're eating a bunch of carbohydrates, that helps your brain function, or does it? I don't know. That's not really confirmed at all. But hey, the capitalists love it. The corporations love it. They love when you send your children to pandemic replication factories. Again, year 6. This is not new. This is not new by any means. We're in year 6 of a pandemic, and yet schools don't have air ventilation systems, right? Schools don't provide respirators to children, right? So you go to school, you get sick, and that's supposed to help you learn. That's what people want you to believe. Let's go back to 2020 for a moment and talk about these very scary, very ominous lockdowns. We were locked down, everybody, in 2020. You ever hear someone use that word lockdown and then you don't laugh at them because they're a fucking ridiculous clown? Lockdown. Lockdown. You couldn't go to the barber shop for 3 weeks. Oh no, it's lockdown. Give me a fucking break, you privileged, whiny little bitches. There was never a lockdown in any Western country. What there were in some Western countries, we had these things called quarantines, stay-at-home orders, not lockdowns. If you're in a prison, right, and the prison is under lockdown, which is where that word originates from in our modern colloquial vernacular, right? If you're under a prison lockdown, can you go walk the dog outside? If you're under prison lockdown, can you go in your backyard and have a barbecue? If you're under a prison lockdown, can you go to the grocery store and get some Cheese Whiz? No, because a lockdown means you are locked the fuck down, you stupid motherfucking Americans. Okay, that's what it means. When you get to leave your house whenever you want, that's not a lockdown. That's called a quarantine. But most Americans think that there were these lockdowns that happened. We were all locked down. The bars, just like the purge, you know, the bars just came down and blocked us in. We couldn't leave our houses. That's how people talk about the pandemic. They talk about it in the past tense because they're all a bunch of fucking idiots. You ever hear someone say the phrase during COVID? Right? Does that ever make your brain think, huh? During COVID? But, well, COVID is happening right now. We are in, at least the last time I checked, which is about a week and a half ago, and it's getting worse. But last time I checked, we're in about the 6th highest COVID wave since the pandemic started. You know, counting all the waves from 2020 and 2021, we're way up there. Right? We're way up there. It's almost like we're still in a pandemic. But when you mention COVID, right? You often hear people say, like, yeah, like they're reminiscing about fucking the old days, like elementary school. Yeah, remember back in the day? Remember when we would play tag on the blacktop, dude, and hopscotch, man? Remember when we played kickball? Those were the days. Those were the days so long ago. But whenever you mention COVID, you hear these zombie NPC fuckwits, these corporate talking points, these meat bag fucking corporations in fucking meat, right? They go out and say, during COVID, man, does anyone remember? Right? You often, by the way, I know I'm going off on a bunch of tangents here, but give me a break here. I only get an hour. Right? This new campaign you're seeing in New York City is really driving me nuts because you see a lot of DSA, so-called socialists, going after Andrew Cuomo for killing grandmas during COVID. Yeah, the same people that are doing these giant outdoor events, crowded events in a city, by the way, which doesn't have actual air ventilation similar to, I don't know, like a small town or something. Air gets trapped in cities a lot more than it does in a small town or a rural area at all, right? So we're getting these large outdoor crowded gatherings. They call them protests. They do all these things. We're doing all these super spreader events in the year 2025. And we see this New York campaign go after Andrew Cuomo for killing grandmas. Something that literally everyone has done in the last 6 years. But Andrew Cuomo did it first, and that's why he's the bad guy. But he walked so that you could run, right? Andrew Cuomo killed grandmas so that you could kill your mom during this airborne pathogenic plague that we are in the 6th year of, right? So I find it very difficult to take people seriously when you see a lot of people talking about, oh, RFK Jr. destroyed the CDC. Really? Oh, really? It wasn't Trump the first time in 2020 destroying the CDC. And it wasn't Joe Biden allowing the Delta Airlines CEO to just decide pandemic policy. That didn't destroy the CDC, but RFK Jr. canceling vaccines. That's what destroyed the CDC. Why? Because most Americans are consumers. They're machines constructed in a factory for the express purpose of consumption, right? And so, oh no, we can no longer consume our vaccine. So therefore, we're going to have to start thinking about our world again. We can't just get the vaccine that only 20% of the U.S. population gets on a yearly basis and then pretend that that somehow solved the world. We can't do that anymore. The CDC has been in tatters. But if you're a disabled person, if you're an immunocompromised person, if you're someone who got long COVID in 2020 and you've been left to rot, similar to how this country left the 9/11 first responders to rot, similar to how this country lets anyone who's ever been in a hurricane rot, right? So let's say in 2020, you got long COVID. You've been bedbound for 5 or 4 years. You're fucked, and not in the good dick way, because you can't get that anymore either because your shit doesn't work, right? And you have to go on and communicate in this fucked up society of people talking about how, oh, did you hear COVID's coming back? oh, remember during COVID all those years ago? And you're sitting there and you can't fucking move. You can't get out of bed without assistance. And you're thinking to yourself, holy fucking shit, I'm cooked. I'm done for. Nobody is coming to save me because no one came and saved your grandma. No one came and saved your mom. No one is going to save you. Nobody gives a fuck about you. When you get sick, you are automatically filtered out of our conversation, our being the zeitgeist that we call the human cultural conversation, similar to how homeless people are just filtered out. You know, you ever see that Black Mirror episode where they have these like eye things or whatever that just grays out? Everyone just blurs people that are like, you know, in the criminal database, you're just walking around and that guy's blurred, like John Hamm is getting blurred out. I don't want to blur out John Hamm. I love Mad Men. But anyway, right, so you know that episode? That's what we are. We, humans, consumption machines. That's what we are when it comes to homeless people. You're walking along. Oh, don't look. Don't look. Oh, there's a homeless. Oh, no, don't look. Right? So when you become disabled in the 6th or 7th or 8th or 12th or 30th or however long this pandemic lasts, guess what? You get added to that filter list. Now, everyone's just going to go, oh, disabled person. Oh, immunocompromised. Don't look. Oh, they want to be a part of our event, our social gathering, and that requires us to wear a mask for an hour. Don't look. Don't look. They're not real. They're not real. Right? That's how people are being trained to operate in this consumption matrix that we call Earth, especially in the United States of America. People would rather kill their grandma if it means they can go to a super spreader convention and take a selfie with their favorite Twitch streamer. People would rather kill their brothers and sisters if it means they can go see Taylor Swift, some stupid fucking sold out, sell out, loser fucking manufactured pop star, right? People would rather kill themselves. They would rather literally cut their body parts off if it means going to Wendy's and getting $5 off chicken McNugget 100-pack and sitting inside the Wendy's and getting someone out there to go sing a happy birthday to you or whatever the fuck people do in restaurants. I don't know. I haven't been to a restaurant in years. Why? Because I'm not a fucking idiot. Let me take some more coffee. People are addicted to consumption. During those few months, anywhere from a few weeks to maybe even in some areas like California, they had it going for like 4 months or so, where people were forced to stay at home. Forced, by the way. People were requested to stay at home. You could still leave the house anytime you wanted, but you just couldn't do massive gatherings, you know, because we're in a pandemic and all, right? But when people were at home, right, there was a brief moment where they had to get in touch with themselves. Well, they had to like sit down and go, shit. There's no TV shows that are coming out. There's no movies that I can go see. There's no restaurants I can go to distract myself. Distraction. You saw a lot of people come out as gay or queer or transgender or whatever during those few months in 2020. Why? Because they were sitting there and they were feeling feelings that they haven't been allowed to feel their entire lives. Right? You know, in 2020, there were several strains of the flu that were totally eradicated. Gonzo. The flu, by the way, which has been another pandemic that has been ongoing for over 100 years that no one seems to want to talk about. But hey, maybe I'll get to that story another time. But several strains of flu that have been around for over 100 years were eradicated. They were destroyed, wiped off the map. There were several areas of our climate, of our atmosphere that healed due to lack of consumption, right? There were less ships, right, pumping out coal into the atmosphere, sending a bunch of cheap Temu crap over across the ocean so Americans can get their little shopping addiction fix, right? There were less of that going on. The climate was healing. And what did we as a society do? We decided to totally eradicate that memory, pretend it was something else, and move on. Consume. Right? That's what we decided. Who cares about the millions of disabled people, right? The corpses of the elderly. Who cares about them? Who cares about our peers? When I can go see Beyonce dressed up in an American flag and cowboy hat. That's the only thing I know about her. I don't know any shit about Beyonce, right? She's dressed up in this American flag uniform celebrating America. I got to go see Beyonce. Who cares if I get disabled for the rest of my life? Imagine sitting in your deathbed thinking this is all for Taylor Swift and then having to come to the realization that it probably wasn't worth it. In hospitals, we have gone backwards. In cancer wards in 2018, it was almost mandatory in almost everywhere in Western developed countries. And again, I say that because that is where my information is mostly resided, right? I don't know a lot about the less quote unquote developed countries. And I know that that is a very loaded term, especially when it comes to how I criticize these so-called developed countries. What are we developed in exactly? But let me just put a pin in that. In these so-called developed countries, in 2018, if you are in a cancer ward, you have to wear a respirator. Why? Because when you are in a cancer ward, most people in that ward are receiving some form of chemotherapy, which targets the immune system. And the idea behind chemotherapy is it irradiates certain parts of your body. It weakens your immune system. The parts of your body that are targeted with the radiation are the cancerous parts. So your immune system basically is prevented from stopping and resurrecting the cancer. And then the radiation targets the cancer, and then hopefully the cancer gets eradicated. And then at some point, maybe in the future, your immune system bounces back after the cancer's out of your body, right? But when your immune system is fucked, guess what? You could die by the common cold. You can die with anything. Why? Because you don't have a fucking immune system, right? The motherfuckers just walk right through the castle gates, right? But now, in the year 2025, in a so-called developed and advancing and progressive country, you can't wear a respirator at a cancer ward. Otherwise, people will look at you funny. They'll laugh at you. Peer pressure will tell you, no. I don't give a fuck if these cancer patients die, because my fucking coworker is going to look at me funny. They might talk about me behind my back if I wear a respirator during year 6 of a pandemic. They might talk about me and gossip about me if I say that I care about these cancer patients. Do no harm? That's been thrown out the fucking window. We have gone backwards. We have regressed as a society, and it's been that way for many years. A lot of people love to say Trump is destroying America, but Trump already destroyed America a fucking 5 or 6 years ago. And Joe Biden took the pieces, he looked at them, and he threw them in the air and said, fuck it, I'm demented, I don't give a fuck. And then Trump came back in, and now all the puzzle pieces aren't even there. We could not even put together this country again if we tried, okay? Right? Trump destroyed the fucking Jenga tower. Joe Biden put several of the Jenga pieces in a fucking spaceship and launched it into orbit and spread them around the world like the fucking Dragon Balls. And now Donald Trump came back in here, and he's going to do the rest with whatever remaining Jenga pieces there are left over. And most Americans are going to walk right along to get along because they don't care. Most Americans, they don't even care about themselves. They care about their immediate short-term comfort, their quarterly comfort. Similar to how the capitalist system of business operates. You need to be growing every quarter. Every 3 months, you need to have better numbers. Every 3 months, you need to go up. 4 months? I don't give a fuck about 4 months. Who cares about 4 months from now? 2 months from now is all that matters. 1 month from now is all that matters. 1 week from now is all that matters. And as soon as that magical day comes, no sigh of relief, because now we have to do better the next quarter. That's how most Americans behave. That's why they're willing to pick up permanent disabilities in order to go to a restaurant, in order to go see fucking Taylor Swift, some stupid fucking political celebrity garbage fucking pop singer that produces some AI generated crap, right? This auto-tune fucking, very nice and comfort, like written by 30 different fucking people in a fucking room, thrown it through many layers of manufacturing. That's what people want to see. They don't give a shit about their own long-term safety. They don't give a shit about their own long-term health. They don't give a fuck. Even when there is wildfire smoke full of toxic chemicals visible in the atmosphere, people will not wear a respirator because it reminds them of COVID. Something that they didn't even give a fuck about in the first place. Human beings were born and bred and raised to be consumption machines, not thinking, not caring, not rational, Not unique individuals, not humans, not spiritual, not soulful, but machines. And I use the word machine in its very old meaning to mean something that is very different from human. I often use the term zombie or NPC, non-playable character. I believe that most human beings, and when I say most, I mean 90% or so, are evil zombies that do not think or give a fuck about anybody else except for their immediate short-term comfort. That is all they care about. Not even their long-term comfort, not even their medium-term comfort, but their short-term comfort. I'm going to eat a cheeseburger today. Tomorrow, for sure, I'll get my health in order tomorrow. Then you wake up the next day. Oh, maybe I'll just eat one more cheeseburger. Then you wake up the next day. Oh, I'll just have one more. Tomorrow, for sure, I'll get my shit together. And that day never comes until you wind up in a hospital bed on a ventilator in year 9 of a pandemic. One thing that a lot of people don't like hearing, but hey, at least for right now, we do have search engines. They're harder to use. Google is significantly more difficult to use than it was 3 or 4 years ago. But hey, we got Bing, we got Google, we got fucking Ask Jeeves. I mean, I'm sure they're still around some fucking where. We got Yahoo. You can look this stuff up if you really fucking try. But one thing a lot of people don't like to hear about are the similarities between HIV and SARS. You know, SARS we can pronounce, right? It's an acronym. HIV, some people say HIV. You know, HIV in SARS. Very similar. Not exactly the same, but very similar. When the HIV pandemic or epidemic, depending on what year you want to talk about it, was first getting on the scene, most people thought, oh, that only affects gay people. What's the mechanism? Oh, it's blood to blood. How does that only affect gay people? Oh, it checks for the gay gene. That's what people thought in the 1980s. They literally thought that HIV only infects you if you're gay. That there's like a check in your gene. There's the gay gene that exists. There is a gay gene, and HIV only targets humans with the gay gene. That's what people thought in the 1980s. So they didn't give a fuck about HIV. They didn't give a fuck. And what happened to people that got HIV? 5-10 years later, they developed AIDS, acquired immune deficiency. That's what AIDS is. So the HIV virus, which, similar to the PIN number, but the HIV virus, what it does is it infects your immune response system, your T cells specifically, and it rewrites them to not do anything, to say, hey, I'm actually... it's like camouflage. Imagine this in a military context, because Americans love military movies and war and death and murder, right? But it's like you are invading a castle, but you're not going to charge the front gate wearing the coat of arms of the enemy. You're going to wear their robes. You're going to wear their coat of arms. You're going to go in there incognito as a spy. Or you go in there with your own unique coat of arms, and you tell all the kings and legions of the castle, hey, I'm on your side. It's all good. You rewrite their immune response. You say, hey, HIV, it's a part of the human system. It's a part of us. In the same way that our immune system doesn't go after all the helpful bacteria in our body, which, by the way, they outnumber us. There's more bacteria in our body, cellular-wise, cells of bacteria, than there are human cells in our body. So we are mostly alien to ourselves. Think about that for a while. But our immune system has a whitelist, and HIV basically just adds itself to the whitelist, right? And then it starts adding a bunch of other stuff to the whitelist, right? And it just says, hey, let me invite my friends. Hey, we got a party going on, and all of a sudden, your immune system just doesn't do anything anymore, and then that's when you have AIDS. HIV takes about 5, maybe 10 years to develop to AIDS if left untreated. It could be quicker, it could be later. It depends on humans. Everyone's different to some degree, right? COVID, severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS, the virus, the biohazard level 3, right? Virus. That's what COVID is. It is classified under biohazard safety level 3, which means that if you are anywhere near it, you need to wear a hazmat suit or at least a full respirator. And now, by the way, we just let that shit rip because of capitalism. Don't we love capitalism here? Don't we worship capitalism on this planet? Millions and millions of people should die so that I don't have to wear a respirator. I got to go see Taylor Swift, so millions of people deserve to be sacrificed. Well, we, by the way, love talking about those savage, barbaric cultures that would literally do human sacrifice in a volcano. Oh my God, they're so backwards. Oh my God, they're so backwards. I'm out of coffee, unfortunately. That's a shame. But anyway, one thing a lot of people don't like hearing, but one thing that they will look up if they really want to know if it's true, feel free to keep in mind, keep in denial. This isn't true. But COVID destroys your immune system. There have been several people, right, more than zero, that is to say, that have acquired AIDS. They have acquired immune deficiency from COVID. COVID has created, in some people, the same exact portfolio of symptoms that are involved in diagnosing you with AIDS. Their immune system shuts down. They get infected with common colds. They end up in the hospital just from getting like an allergic reaction might shut down your entire body to some degree, right? Some minor irritant might just totally destroy you. And this is happening all across the world, and no one gives a fuck. And we are only in year 6 of this COVID pandemic. And guess what? COVID affects a lot more than gay people. It affects a lot more than elderly people. And I'll say this, it affects a lot more than black people. In 2021, there were statistical reports that COVID affected black populations higher on average than white populations. And white people were like, oh, so COVID affects black people and not me? Great, let's take the respirator off. Black people, on average, are more likely to wear a respirator than white people. Just like how black people, on average, are more intelligent than white people, on average. That's just the facts. I don't give a shit about your opinion. That's the world we fucking live in, okay? But why is that? Is it because of the magical difference in races? You know, black people are just built differently. No, it's because in our society, black people are more likely to be on the lower rung of our social ladder, which means they're more likely to deal with in-person service jobs. They're more likely to be a cashier at a grocery store or something like that than white people like myself, who have this comfortable work from home position. I get to work from home during a pandemic. How awesome is that? I am one of the most privileged motherfuckers of all time. And you know what? I'm going to sit here and use my privilege to inform you dumb motherfuckers about something once in a while because I have the ability to sit here all day and think about it, okay? So I'm going to share that with the rest of the class, right? But white people at some point learned that it was black people that got the brunt of COVID so that they could stop worrying about it. Similar to how white people have reacted to everything when it comes to racial differences in our country. Oh, are black people getting the shit end of the stick? Great, let's keep it that way. That's why people voted for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is going to destroy our economy, but black people will suffer more than me, so it's okay. A game of hot potato still burns your fucking palms, but hey, it's going to melt the black guy's hands off, so it's all good. I love Donald Trump. That's how most Americans behave when it comes to the pandemic. But again, we're only in year 6 of a pandemic, of a virus that has been shown to destroy the immune system similar to HIV. When we are in year 6 of the HIV epidemic/pandemic, did people give a fuck? No! It wasn't until a bunch of straight, white men, married men, and so on and so forth, and high powerful, high privilege, high society men, it wasn't until they got HIV, AIDS, and died. That's when people started to go, oh shit. So you're telling me gay people aren't the only victims? Well, fuck. And then that's when they started developing HIV treatment. But that took over 10 years. And even then, adequate HIV treatment took 20 years, 30 in some instances, really, and also to distribute the adequate treatment. There are still places in this world that do not have adequate treatment for HIV. And there were places that had adequate treatment, and then it was removed when Donald Trump destroyed programs like USAID. Right? But you know what the best way to prevent getting AIDS would be? To wear a condom. So in the 1980s and 90s, mostly in the 90s, there were these massive condom awareness campaigns. Wear a condom and you won't get HIV. We don't really, once you get HIV, you're kind of fucked, right? I hope you enjoyed the fucking, because that's the last of what you're going to get, right? So, but if you wear a condom, you can fuck all you want. And you won't get HIV. But during year 6 of a pandemic, where's our respirator campaign? It's dead in the water. It's gonzo because people don't give a fuck. Right? Condom usage is also declining because it feels better. Oh, it feels better. So I'm willing to get HIV or another virus or illness or disease that will kill me 30 or 40 years sooner than I would have otherwise because it feels better. Oh my God, it just feels so good. I love fucking without a condom on. Oh my God, it's so awesome. Right? That's how you sound when you go see Beyonce without a respirator on, motherfuckers, because you're addicted to short-term, very, very short-term comfort. You are a machine created in a laboratory on a conveyor belt for the sole purpose of propping up the system that created you. The system of capitalism saw that people were waking up. Some were becoming woke to how fucked up our society is during the few months of stay-at-home orders in 2020. And it said, no, we can never do that again. We can never, ever, ever do that again. In the United States, a few months of everyone staying at home and thinking about the world led to several months of protest, of action, of burning down police buildings, of blocking off several blocks of a city, for example, and saying police and politicians aren't allowed an autonomous zone. Stuff was going crazy in 2020. Where is that action now? Where's that action now? You haven't seen anything even 1/10 the size of 2020's protests when it comes to a genocide going on in the Middle East. Right? Black men get shot at a very, very elevated rate compared to white men, right? That's something that we have dealt with in this society for a long time. That's something that we are not dealing with in any real actionable way, but we are just looking at it on TV. You know, the same way kids get shot up in school, we're just going to look at it on TV. But somehow that managed to energize millions of people to do something in 2020, but not a genocide. Isn't that interesting? Right? Isn't it interesting that we haven't seen anything even remotely similar to 2020? Is it because people are afraid of Donald Trump? Well, why didn't we see anything in 2024 or 2023 when this genocide started, this phase of the genocide? How come we didn't see anything that actionable? It's because Americans, a lot of them got sick in 2020. They're not as capable as leaving the house and walking around in a hot summer day as they were in 2020. Right? They're not as capable. They're sicker. Right? They're more addicted to machines. They're more addicted to content. It's hard to walk around at a protest listening to a 17-hour Hassan Piker stream in your headphones. You can't really do those things at the same time. The protest demands you pay attention to your immediate surroundings. You can't pipe in this space into your fucking brain and just walk around at the protest. You're going to get fucking picked up by the cops. You're not going to be aware of your surroundings. Isn't it interesting that we had some sort of explosive energy in 2020 and shit is a lot worse now and we haven't even seen 1/10 of that energy? You ever think about this? What's going on here? It's almost like we're in a pandemic where everyone's getting sicker and sicker and sicker and sicker and sicker, and they're getting lazier and lazier and lazier and lazier and lazier, and they're more and more and more and more addicted to short-term comfort. And no one wants to actually think about the world that we're living in. No one wants to actually reckon with their actions. No one wants to actually think about how the fact that, oh, maybe when my grandma got sick right after I went over her house and then she died. Maybe that was my fault. No. Can't think about that. That's too much to think about. That's scary. It hurts my brain. So I'm going to just drink some beer, smoke some weed, and watch some anime. You know, tune out all the bad thoughts. The bad thoughts, got to tune them out. You know, in the same way that people have filtered out homeless people, people have filtered out disabled people, people have filtered out genocide victims. You're scrolling on social media. Oh, dead baby, filtered out. Don't even see that. Oh, dead baby. Oh, another starving baby. Oh, I'm not even seeing that. Just scroll. I'm not even seeing that. Someone's doing a fundraiser so that their babies don't die of starvation. Oh, I don't want to look. Don't look at. Oh, no, I can't look at this. Oh, God. It's ruining the vibes. It's ruining the vibes, dude. The good vibes are ruined, man. Things are not looking so good here in Fuckville. And we're all to blame. You, me, everyone's to blame. And especially if you perpetuate the culture of Fuckville, if you leave your home without a respirator on, you are an agent of disease. You are the IDF in an apartheid scenario, because what we're living in is disease apartheid. If you're immunocompromised, you can't go to the grocery store as quickly, as effortlessly, and as often as someone who is not. Because if you get sick, you might die. And when we're in the 6th year of a pandemic, guess what? It's not looking like it's going to get any better anytime quicker. So a lot of immunocompromised people are shunned from society. Whenever you leave the house and you think to yourself, I don't see anyone wearing a mask when I leave the house. Yeah, because all of those people, like myself, are staying at fucking home. So we don't have to be around you fucking Neanderthals. That's why whenever you leave the house, you don't see people wearing masks, because the people that leave the house are the ones destroying our fucking society. And they don't give a fuck. There are going to be a sizable amount of people that are listening to my show, and they are not going to change their behavior at all. People are willing to even sit through people condemning them and their bad behavior. People might even recognize that their behavior is bad, and they're going to wake up the next day and repeat the cycle. Because if you had to think about things in the same way that disabled people have been for the last 6 years, you would fucking kill yourself by now. Because disabled people mentally are stronger than you will ever be. Oh, I don't want to wear a mask when I leave the house. Oh, it's too sweaty. It's itchy. Oh, it's itchy. Oh, my God. It's so itchy. I mask on. I don't want to. I want to go see Taylor Swift. I want to go see Hassan Piker at the DSA Super Spreader Convention. I don't want to. I want to take a picture and have people look at my lips in the picture. And I'm not weird at all for that. That's not weird at all. No. Doesn't matter if millions of people pay the price for your insolence. That doesn't matter at all. Because we live in a culture where everyone is in their phones. And you know what? A fascist, a Nazi bought Twitter. And yet people still use it. And they don't understand that when they use a Nazi platform, that they're getting Nazi propaganda beamed into their minds. Yeah, no one's wearing a mask. I got that information on Twitter, the Nazi platform. People are literally ignoring the world around them and living in a psychotic adventure in their phones. Twitter is the real world. The world around me is not. Scientific peer-reviewed research on the dangers of the coronavirus, that's not real. Some guy on Twitter is real. Not to be confused with the military base. But anyway, it's 3:53 here. We're about to go to another show after this. Thank you for watching another episodic installation of Welcome to Fuckville. I personally, I haven't done anything that requires leaving the house for going on 3 to 4 years. When the last time I did something really that was that, I was doing the protesting stuff, and that was, it was a little different of a situation, but I've been here for a while. I've been marinating in my own juices for a while. I try to unplug from this disgusting culture as much as I possibly can. A lot of people have said, why did you stop doing a daily show? I used to do a daily show. For those of you that are new here, it's because the daily show brings you into a psychotic adventure. When you read the news every day, you are entering psychosis because the news that you are reading is not indicative of the real world. The media got a memo that said, stop talking about the pandemic. It makes people feel bad. And they did. And then you now interpret that as, well, if the pandemic were really bad, the government would tell me. Yeah, that's it. If the virus were really dangerous, then Donald Trump would personally call me on the phone and tell me that. Yeah. Joe Biden would call me up on the phone and say, listen up, Jack, pandemic's over. If it were real, or he would say, listen up, Jack, the pandemic is actually not over. It's actually bad. I'm letting you know because I care. Yeah. That's how most people act. Because they're fucking dumb. They're dumb. 90%, at least, bare minimum, of motherfuckers on this planet are useless fucking consumers. That's what they are. Right? And a lot of the times you hear this language when it comes to disabled people, but I mean it in the exact opposite. Disabled people are heroes. Disabled people are some of the most strong, independent, and mentally capable motherfuckers I have ever met in my life. The average zombie walking around at a fucking restaurant, at a super spreader convention, these people are fucking useless. They're fucking useless. These socialist organizers that tell everyone to give their money to airline companies, give thousands and hundreds of dollars to the Delta Airlines, to Air Blue or whatever the fuck, I don't know the other ones, right? American Airlines, just give thousands of dollars to them. Come to my house, come get sick, take a selfie with Hassan Piker, and then go home and spread the illness back to your family. Yeah. That's really the best hope we have? Really? That's the left movement in this country? A pro-eugenics, anti-disability movement. That is the left movement in this country. We are cooked. We are fried. We are deep fried. We are incinerated. It's like cooking your fucking food in the goddamn crematorium. That's where we are, motherfucker. And it's not getting any better. It's only going to get worse. It is only going to get worse. I only have a couple more minutes left. The one other thing I want to talk about is how COVID destroys your immune system, and that as well affects your brain. COVID fuses your brain cells together, which prevents them from activating. It causes mini tumors in your brain. There have been 17-year-olds that got diagnosed with early onset dementia because they caught COVID and it fucked their brains up. You are getting dumber every time you get COVID. You get dumber and dumber and dumber. So why do you think people aren't protesting in the same way that they were in 2020? Where did that energy go? It went to the gone zone. It got poofed out of existence because people are sicker and sicker, lazier and lazier, and dumber and fucking dumber. And they wake up every day and hook themselves into psychosis matrix called the internet, and they shun out the real world. They shun out peer-reviewed science. There's over 300,000 peer-reviewed scientific research papers on how COVID destroys your body. All of those don't matter because I want to go see Beyonce. All of those don't matter because I want to go get a selfie with Hassan Piker. None of that shit matters. What happened to the scientific method? Well, I guess we have to go find it beyond the ice wall because we're living on the flat earth after all. That would have been a good time to end the show, but we're 2 minutes early. But I'll read comments, questions, comments, or concerns. Nadia says, hence why I fled to Berlin. But hence means why. So you shouldn't say hence why. Hence already means why. Nadia, what the fuck? That's like saying why? You just need to say hence. Hence I fled to Berlin. Not hence why. Give me a break. Also, hello, Nadia. I don't know. I got 1 more minute. Coming up next is Left O the Box. Any thoughts on, I assume, on Venezuela? We're going to war. We, the United States, are going to war with Venezuela. And we're already at war. I guess we bombed some of their ships. But I don't. That's not really the purview of my show. I mean, in the sense that I think it's bad. I think it's terrible. But there are gonna be a lot of people on this space talking about it. So I'm sure you'll get some fix on that. But anyway, I would do more questions, comments, or concerns. But Sandee is up next. Reminder: wear a respirator every single fucking time you leave the house. If you are capable of wearing a bra, you are capable of wearing a respirator. Okay, it's not that fucking hard. Goodbye.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. Normally, I'm automatically just tossed up in there, and I wasn't, so I started hitting buttons. Anyway, welcome. I actually have a docket prepared today. Yeah, I did work for this for a change. But welcome everyone to this space. I'm going to be talking about a story I've touched on already on my channel, Left of the Box. Go subscribe if you're not there yet a couple times because it seems to be building on, and then somebody reminded me of something that happened way back when that I thought would be good context. So I'm like, okay, there's definitely enough here for a docket. And a docket is defined by me is just a whole bunch of tabs in one browser opening. That's it. That's what a docket is to me. But you see, I arrange it in such a way that it's kind of in order of my narrative of what I'm planning on saying. And at the end, here's the thing. You want to keep me on track because I have a couple fun things at the end that I kind of want to do. Okay, I'm seeing people. I'm seeing there. I get distracted when I see things pop up on my screen, but hopefully everyone can hear me fine. I'm used to getting some thumbs up or something. Let's see. Okay. Apparently it was tech issues. I got it. Don't worry, I understand that completely. On my live stream last Sunday, all of my tabs that I was using just completely randomly shut down, and my OBS all at the same time while I was doing a live stream. And I'm like, oh my God, what just happened? And so I had to scramble to reopen everything and reconnect to the live stream and whatnot. And yeah, leftist tech issues. It's always a thing. But yeah. I'm a bit of a doer myself, so I don't wait for things to be done for me. Anyway, so the thing that I wanted to talk about with all you lovely people is something that has got me into a lot of trouble online. So much trouble, I am not reading the comments under the video because I know that there's just going to be a whole bunch of bullshit. You see, here in Canada recently, there's a home invasion. And the home invader is facing charges, and so is the person who was living in that home. They're also facing charges, and conservative centrists, even some liberals, just blew up. How dare you charge someone for protecting their property and themselves? But you see, like here in Canada, we do not have the castle law, which a lot of American states do, where it just gives you permission to shoot people, if they're on your property. We don't have that here. We have to deal with things proportionally. So you're not allowed to just unalive someone should they unexpectedly show up on your property. You have to do some reasoning in your head. But in my stance, and I'm on the correct side of this issue, I never once said you couldn't defend yourself or that defense couldn't be lethal. They absolutely can be. And that can be done within reason and no charges will be applied. The fact that this homeowner was charged meant that he did something really bad to the person. We don't know the full details, so we probably shouldn't have politicians commenting on it. Because there's a history of that, because somebody in the sandbox was asking, like, with Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, saying this stuff about this particular incident before there's even a court date, wouldn't that taint a jury and stuff like that? And it's like, well, he's done things like this before, and then it reminded me of another story. It's like, oh, right. Yeah, there's that. So I'm going to bring back an old story from 2021 where Doug Ford was butting his face into police workings yet again. But it's just, yeah, it is one of those things. Like, I never once said you couldn't defend yourself. I never once said that defense couldn't be lethal. It's just, I don't think people get a blanket permission to just shoot people or unalive people should they just step on the property unexpected. And Pierre Poilievre wants to make that a thing, wants to have the presumption of lethal force basically allowed whenever there's a home invasion, which is just, it is bonkers. Because here's what it comes down to. If you do not believe in the death penalty, you should not believe in the castle law. And why is that? Well, the primary reason why a lot of people don't believe in the death penalty is because a lot of innocent people have wound up on the receiving end of that. And they were found out to be innocent after the fact. Also, it's just cruel, it's inhumane, all of that sort of stuff. And the thing is with a lot of these home invasions, it turns out that the person who didn't survive the event wasn't a bad person. They were innocent of any real wrongdoing. Drunk neighbor accidentally goes into the wrong house, breaks in because the key didn't work and stumbles in. Teenager sneaking in late at night. Somebody who already lives in the house, but the person with the gun didn't realize that they had left the bedroom. They all get unalived. And, even somebody wanted to surprise their soon-to-be father-in-law by jumping out of the bushes in the backyard. They were from Europe, so they didn't know the potential outcome of that, which was not good. And so there's case after case after case of just innocent people, being killed in these instances. And then there's almost this like fever desire for people to want the ability to do this. And it seems like the more people do it, the more that they want, to the point now that people are simply ringing a doorbell and being unalived. That is it. They just ring a doorbell. It's like there are a lot of psychopaths out there. And guess what? Especially in the States, a lot of those psychopaths owns guns. And a lot of them are just looking for a reason to actually use it. Or some people want to be the hero. They want to go and confront the people who are breaking into their home because they want to be a hero and save the day. Unless you have training and you know what you're going into, the likelihood of you being the hero and not the victim in that situation is very slim. And we'll get to a story that shows that quite the tragic outcome of that sort of thing. And then this also ties into another story that's related to it that I've seen popping off, because I follow Owen Jones on Twitter, and he's been in a Twitter battle recently because he said that a really horrid transphobe shouldn't just be sent to prison for speech, because in essence, Owen Jones is against the carceral state to begin with and doesn't believe prison is a solution for bad people. And I tend to agree with that, with caveats. I believe in restorative justice. And so, but I'll get to the caveats when we get to that story. But he's been taking quite the abuse online for just stating he doesn't want this horrid person to be behind bars, because what good does that do in the end? The person is just going to come out of prison. Are they fixed? Are they going to stop doing what they're doing? Or are they just more angry and worse? So we're going to be talking about all of that. So let's see what people are saying in subspace. I'm already getting distracted. There's some people saying hi and stuff. You see, I always like checking in with people in subspace because I appreciate you all. Appreciate you for coming out. It's all good. It's all good. And go subscribe to my YouTube channel if you haven't already. So why don't we actually just get into it? So the story I was reminded of from Doug Ford butting his face into police dealings was from 2021. And it is when there was a man in Toronto found not guilty of killing a police officer. Yeah. And so that made Doug Ford and other conservatives really mad. How dare somebody get away with killing a police officer? Well, when you hear why, it kind of makes sense. And this is, again, I'm not against self-defense and in lethal cases. And this is a case that I wholeheartedly agree with, that he should have been let off. Because when you look at the details of the case, yes, it was self-defense. And it's not like he was intending to actually murder or unalive anyone. And this is, again, what a lot of people tend to forget. You're allowed to use lethal force when you're self-defense. And you might be initially charged with that. However, the courts tend to favor the homeowner or the person that was being broken into. They tend to favor them because they understand things like adrenaline. You're not thinking straight. You don't know the whole thing. You just want to get your family safe. The courts take that into account. So the fact that the police actually laid charges in this particular incident recently indicates to me that the homeowner did something really bad to the person once that person was no longer a threat. And that, I don't want to allow it happening in here. Let's see, got some breaking news with that one. So why don't I do the, oh, right, I have to actually, no, I'm not sharing the stream. I want to add things to the stream. Let's do, I'm going to share screen, right. And is this the, I think that's the one that I want, share. And this should magically pop up on screen. Which one is it? It's this one, I think. No? Oh, I have to add it to the stage, right? No, I don't like that setup. Is it this one? Yeah. What's happened? I don't like that either. This one? I don't like being bigger than the story. Like, yeah, no, I don't. I want this to be reversed, so I'm the size of the story and me not so big. Is that not even an option these days? Silly StreamYards. Because the focus shouldn't be on me right now. The focus should be on, that's the wrong button to hit in this screen. It should be on this. So I'm going to make this nice and big for people. If you're wondering what the magic trick is, you use Control and then the plus and minus sign to zoom in and out on your web page. And I should probably plug in my headphones so there's not an echo when I start playing video. So this is the story from 2021. Jury finds Zamir not guilty in Toronto police officer's death. Let's see. Sobs of relief and frustration erupted in a Toronto courtroom Sunday as a man accused of fatally running over a city police officer was found not guilty in his death. Umar Zamir appeared to collapse when the verdict was read out, the fourth day of jury deliberations, leading on his lawyer for support before rushing to his wife for a long and tearful hug. Now let's go down to a little bit more in this detail. And he was also very remorseful for what happened. It's not like he actually wanted to kill anyone. Did I put my docket in the wrong order? I think I might have put my docket in the wrong order. So let's go to the trial has heard that Northrop, that's the police officer who was unalived, and his partner, both plainclothes officers, so they were dressed in plain clothes at this time. So this happened in a parking garage, and Zamir was in a vehicle with, well, we'll get to it, just so you know the stakes that were at play. So both plainclothes officers approached Zamir's car shortly after midnight as they were investigating a stabbing. Zamir was not involved in that stabbing. Northrop's partner, then a detective constable, testified the two of them walked over while Zamir was still outside the car, and she repeatedly identified herself as an officer, which Zamir denied happened. Forbes said she started yelling and banging on the car after it lurched forward. An unmarked police van with tinted windows blocked the car's path. So if you're on the, if suddenly plainclothes police officers approach you, even if they did say, I am a police officer, if they're in plain clothes, how do you know that they're telling the truth? And then you have an unmarked van with tinted windows pull up and block your path. How scared are you at that moment? And court heard that when this van blocked the path, Zamir reversed, angled the car back, and then accelerated down the garage laneway, running over Northrop. He was arrested shortly after the unmarked van rammed into his car at the exit gate. Forbes and the two officers who were in the van testified that Northrop was standing in the laneway with his hands outstretched when Zamir drove directly at him. The officers in the van, constables, those people said Northrop fell on the hood and then to the ground under the wheels. So this is what Zamir had to say during this testimony. So Zamir testified he was in the car with his 8 months pregnant wife and their 2-year-old son when two strangers, a man and a woman, rushed over. He said he locked the doors, and the pair started yelling and banging on the car. Zamir said he thought his family was being attacked and he drove forward to get away. He heard the court was even more alarmed when the van blocked his exit and he decided to reverse quickly to get away. Zamir said he looked back while reversing and in front when moving forward and never saw anything or anyone in the way. Both he and his wife testified they thought they had gone over a speed bump and didn't realize they had hit a person until after Zamir's arrest. Two crash reconstruction experts told the court they concluded that Northrop fell after the car made a glancing contact with him while reversing and was on the ground when he was run over. Both found that there was no damage or dust disturbance on the car that would indicate someone had been hit head on. So the guy was protecting his pregnant wife and toddler, and he wasn't trying to actually harm anyone in this instance. He was just trying to get his family to safety. And so he was found not guilty, as it should be in these types of situations, because, you know, if the police are going to run at you in plain clothes, that's a training issue there. That is a training issue. And then you're going to block their vehicle with tinted windows in a van that's not marked. That's a training issue. So Doug Ford had to get into this at the time, and he did this. He went on Twitter, and I'm actually quite surprised to find out this tweet is still live. It's still live. It's still here. So CBC Toronto had reported breaking a 31-year-old man charged with first-degree murder and death of Toronto police constable has been released on bail. So he was released on bail, and Doug Ford is This is beyond comprehension. It's completely unacceptable that the person charged for this heinous crime is now out on bail. Our justice system needs to get its act together and start putting victims and their families ahead of criminals. So, what Doug Ford did there was he implied that the person in the vehicle was a criminal before any court case determined any such thing. That would taint a jury as far as I'm concerned. That seems really wrong. Really, really wrong to do something like that. I'm just saying that does not seem appropriate for the premier of a province to do, to just go out there and accuse someone involved in an incident as being a criminal. Not okay. Not okay. And he wasn't, like, Doug Ford wasn't the only one to butt into this. We also have, I think it's around this point in the video. Oh, I need to share the screen, don't I? Share this tab instead. Okay. Is it this point in the video?
I hope that if the premier takes any lesson from this, it's
hearing anything? I am not hearing anything.
Not to try to politicize.
Are you all hearing something? Producer, are you hearing this?
Guys, I hope that if the
I'm not
premier
hearing
takes any lesson from this, it's that.
Did I share audio with this? Audio is very low. Oh, okay. I can't even hear it. Let's see. It's cranked there. Maybe if I do, no, that's.
It's best not.
I'm not hearing it at all. Let's do this. And then I have the volume thingy. Where's the volume thingy? Here's the volume thingy. Boom.
To try to politicize a case that's underway.
No, I'm still like not hearing it at all. Like none of it. I'm going to try removing and adding it to the so I'm removing it, stop sharing. I'm going to try adding it again and seeing if I missed a share screen. So I want this one. Also share audio. Okay, yeah, no, it has share audio on the tab there. Yes, I'm sharing audio. Okay, now I could barely hear it, so add to stage. Let's crank it up. There.
Is a case that's underway.
Along with the Premier, former Toronto Mayor John Tory and Brampton Mayor Patrick Brown were also outspoken.
I'm not hearing it.
The decision to release Amir on bail disturbing.
I can literally hear the wheels of those suitcases, but I couldn't hear anything else. What is going on? This is so weird. Anyway, the mayor, John Tory, was the mayor at the time, also said, boo, this is bad. And the Brampton mayor also said, boo, this is bad. He should have never been let out on bail. Donald James can hear it. Why, thank you. This is so weird. Hopefully the next tab works. Huh. CC.
Disturbing. Brown released a statement today.
Size a case that's
so somebody's saying it's best not to politicize this type of thing. That's so both Mike Morris here, who is the Green Ontario Green Party leader, said you shouldn't politicize these things. And then Mark Stiles here also says the same thing, that these things should never be politicized.
It's best not to try to politicize a case that's underway.
Along with the Premier, former Toronto Mayor John Tory and Brampton Mayor Patrick Brown.
John Tory and Brampton Mayor Patrick Brown were also outspoken,
calling the decision to release Amir on bail disturbing. Brown released a statement today that didn't address those comments, but did say he continues to stand with the Northrop family. Amir's lawyer tells City News the politicians who spoke out about the case resulted in both he and his client receiving hate from the public.
People I blame the most
are the
politicians.
The politicians knew better.
Sounded off about this case.
Sounded off. Okay. And so, of course, Doug Ford was facing calls to. Let's do this to apologize. And so remember what I said about, I had it. I'm so professional. So this is what Doug Ford had to say after Zamir was found innocent. So Ford faces calls to apologize over Umar Zamir's heinous crime bail post. So shortly after Zamir was found not guilty, Ford faced new questions about his comments and his insistence that the accused in this case was a criminal. At that time, I had limited information, Ford told reporters at Green Park on Tuesday. I respect the court's decision. So he had limited information about what happened, and he decided to open up his mouth anyway, which leads to him opening his mouth to this current case of the homeowner who, let's make that smaller, who, no, go away. I don't need news pop-ups. So this is the recent case that I was covering on my channel about the homeowner who was charged with assault during the break and enter. And Doug Ford buttoned his face into that.
About the story in Lindsay?
I hear this one.
So this criminal that's wanted by the police breaks into this guy's house. This guy gives him a beating, and this guy gets charged. And the other guy gets charged. But something is broken. I know if someone breaks into my house or someone else's, you're going to fight for your life. This guy has a weapon. You're going to use any force you possibly can to protect your family. I'm telling you, I know everyone would.
So here's Doug Ford yet again, assuming details about the case he does not know. Even though last time he's like, I have limited information. At the time, I had limited information when I was tweeting out about this person who was found to be guilty of wrongdoing. And so now it could be that when the case is actually revealed and we find out what the homeowner did, Doug Ford might be like, yeah, so maybe he should have been charged. Because the cops don't do this haphazardly. There's something that really went wrong there for the cops to do that. They don't just on a whim charge the victim of a break and enter with assault unless something really egregious happened. I'm just saying. Because the last thing we want is for things like this to be happening in this country. So 11-year-old boy shot and killed during ding dong ditch prank, man charged with murder. So I covered this on my live stream. I think it was on Sunday when I was talking about or when I initially talked about the case. This was just breaking. So apparently the person who chased down an 11-year-old boy after this 11-year-old boy rang the doorbell at midnight, but this guy with a gun chased him down and shot him. Ended the life of this kid because he was unamused that his doorbell was rang. He wasn't in danger. Nothing was happening, but he chased down this kid. And this is what I'm worried about, is just this mentality that people seem to get into of there's no consequences. Should anyone enter my property, I'm just allowed to unalive them. And I don't want that in this country, because Pierre Poilievre is also getting involved with this, saying, oh, we need a stand on guard. It's a play on our national anthem. Policy to assume that you have the right to do lethal force. You see the ironic thing about that is that when the current crime laws went into place, it was under the Harper government, and that was a conservative government. And so Pierre Poilievre voted in favor of our current laws when it comes to this sort of thing. But now that it's in the news, he wants to use it as a way to just stoke people's fear and anger and the emotions and get people all rallied up over this. And I understand this isn't an emotional subject. As I was saying on my live streams, I've been in scary situations. I've had somebody jump in my car, Yeah. At one apartment building I lived in, somebody kicked in the main front door. I'm assuming that person was drunk because the building I was in looked exactly like the building next to us. And he probably kicked down the door wondering why his key didn't work, looked around and said, oh shit, this is the wrong building, and walked away. That would be my guess. And that is quite often the case because there has to be the intent there. So we'll get more into it because there's another breaking story that's kind of tied into it. But I also featured this article. I live it every day. An enamel security guard pleads guilty to shooting intruder. So there was a guy who was on this recycling lot, and he admits he was trying to steal some metal. But this guy who was getting their rent, he had an arrangement to be the security guard there, shot rubber bullets at this guy and then continued to beat him when he was down, to the point that this person was left battered and bruised and scarred. And so, yes, he was charged and he was found guilty of crime because in that type of situation, the fact that he left his home to go encounter this intruder and then use force that was unrequired because the person on the property who came on to steal the metal had no weapons. Yeah, he should go to jail because, again, I don't like the idea of people just getting into their heads that it's okay to just, if your property is being invaded, your first thing should be to get yourself safe if you can. Using some sort of force should be a last resort. So if you can get you and your family out the back door, do that. If you can barricade and call the cops, you do that because you don't know what you're going into. And the thing is that it can end very tragically. Oh, there's a private chat. I think there's something to do with your system audio, like earbuds aren't being selected as your primary device. But we can hear it now. I could hear it then too. Okay. Because this is a very tragic case of something that happened recently here. So Ontario father, oops, gotta share that tab. Ontario father of 4 confronted suspects in fatal home invasion. And this is just so sad. It's so sad.
Information regarding the deadly home invasion in Vaughan over the weekend, reiterating that the crime happened for monetary gain and that Aleem Faruqi was killed while confronting the invaders and protecting his family.
In the unlikely event that you find yourself the victim of a home invasion, we are urging citizens not to take matters into their own hands.
Faruqi's family has been outspoken in calling for the government to step up and ensure people can feel safe in their homes.
The underlying issue is the fact the societal influences that lead to people doing this in the first place. So it was stated in this case that the people who did, yes, break into this guy's home was there for monetary gain. They were looking to steal phones or laptops and stuff. And quite often, if somebody is breaking into your place, that is what they're doing. They don't want a confrontation because then, yeah, adrenaline gets high and things happen. And in this case, the intruders did indeed have a gun, but it is stated in this case that they were there for monetary gain, not to actually harm the family. And again, so now we have people that, he should still be alive. But the thing is that there's so many other issues that led up to this in the first place that need to be dealt with as a society. And I feel horrible for him and his family. And that's why it is so important that if you can, you get yourself out of that situation first. And as a last resort, confront whoever is breaking into your place. Because if they are armed and you're not, then you're definitely at a disadvantage. And it's about, like, we have these laws in place, not to protect the criminals, but also to protect us from, killing people who might be innocent. Because an example I use, my friend across the hall has a key to my apartment. So if he were to come over at midnight sometime because he was out of milk and I didn't see him and I bashed him over the head with a baseball bat because I just reacted without even trying to assess or trying to, close my bedroom door and lock myself in, I would be devastated. if that happened, if I took someone else's life, and then to find out that that person didn't intend me any harm. I don't think I'd be able to live with myself if that was the case. Like, these laws are in place to try to protect us as well. It's the same as if you work in a jewelry store or retail. It's often instructed when during your training that should there be a holdup, should somebody come in stealing jewelry, you cooperate, you hand it over, because your life is more important than the jewelry in that case. Even in this capitalistic society, that's in the training for these stores. And I live, there's a mall in my city where jewelry stores have been targeted multiple times. But the managers and the people at the store, they don't want the clerk to get involved and potentially injured or killed. And it's the same with if you're getting mugged. Don't try to wrestle with the mugger unless you know that your skills outmatch theirs so much better, which you don't know. You don't know if they have a weapon or not. And it's just property at the end. And your life is more important. But I did also want to touch on, because this all leads to, this is a societal problem that's causing a lot of the crime. If all of our needs, like if we all had safe housing, all of our medical needs were taken care of, we had like a basic income where we could afford groceries and food, and we weren't worried about things like that, and we had access to educations and all of this sort of things that our countries, and I'm talking about Canada, the United States, and the UK, all of us can afford to do that for our citizens, crime rates would plummet. They would absolutely plummet. But also, when it comes to the carceral states that we do have, what are the goals? I'm going to take this off screen for a second so that you can just hear me yapping before I get on to the next thing. If the goal of prisons, like, is it just punitive? Is that what people want? They just want a punitive thing. Because ideally, you don't want to lock up people for life for making a mistake, or for being, for doing something wrong, doing a robbery or something, because they were robbing because they needed food for, maybe an addiction, or money for food, or for an addiction they had because of the circumstances that they were in, all of this sort of stuff. Do they deserve to be locked up for the rest of their lives? And if the answer is no to anyone who's committed a crime, then ideally, they shouldn't be leaving prison more broken than when they went in. This is where restorative justice comes into place, where we need to have a system that actually helps to rehabilitate, but not just the perpetrator, but also can help bring closure to the victims in the case. Some sort of restitution, counseling. And this is something that has happened in very limited circumstances here in Canada. And the victims of the case, they absolutely have to agree to this process. Nobody's being forced into it, because it is very traumatic in a lot of instances. But the recidivism rate, I said that wrong. When people are properly treated in prison, they're given skills, they're given proper medical care, they're given counseling and all this sort of stuff. When they get out of prison, then they're better equipped to deal with society and get a job and get a home and all that sort of stuff. But if all you do is lock them away in prison, where they're exposed to gangs and abuse and beatings and violence, and then at the end of the sentence, you just kick them out onto the street where they've lost their housing, so they might get into a halfway house where there's more abuse and drugs and things of that sort, potentially, not always. So, they've lost their housing, they've lost connections with the outside world, because quite often people are charged for phone calls when you're in prison. Even up here in Canada, it can cost like $20 to make a phone call. And if you're dead ass broke, then that means that you're going to lose a lot of contact with people who maybe are supportive in your life, a partner or a parent or a friend. And so you're broken away from your contacts in society for how many ever years you're in prison. And your social skills plummet. You have a record, which makes it harder to get a job. You don't have any secure housing. The recidivism rate of that, well, they're going to turn to what they know will help support them, which is often crime. So this is a multi-tiered issue that should be dealt with properly. And so Owen Jones was recently speaking out because there's apparently a horrid transphobe. I don't know much about this horrid transphobe other than I guess he was a cartoonist or something like that, Graham Lingan, who was tweeting out absolutely garbage transphobic shit, no doubt about it, stuff that would incite violence. And Owen Jones decided to make a stand on Twitter about it because this Graham guy apparently was arrested for these tweets. So let's get into that. So we will share this tab instead and pop it up on the screen. There we go. I'm smaller this time. Okay, what? It's that button with the 2 people on it. Producer. Anyway, let's see. So Owen Jones had tweeted out, I think Graham Lingan is beyond awful. We should not be arresting people for hateful things they say online. It's not a solution to these problems, and trusting an increasingly authoritarian state to be the arbiter of acceptable speech is a major mistake. And so Owen Jones is very, very principled on this idea of just don't throw bad people into prison, because it doesn't solve the problem, the underlying problem. And he has been the victim of a gay bashing, an assault. Like he was actually physically assaulted for being gay. And even then at this guy's court, and it turns out the guy was a Nazi, Owen Jones even spoke out saying he doesn't believe prison is anything useful. Like it won't do anything. It won't change the situation. All it does is take him off the street for a little while, which a lot of people argue is a good thing, but it doesn't solve the problem. He's just going to be a horrid person afterwards. And it's the system that needs to be fixed. So if we go to this tab, we'll learn a little bit more about. So Met Chief calls for law change after Lingan arrest. So this transphobe gets arrested for his speech on Twitter. And suddenly you have politicians and right-wingers saying, we need to change the law because of speech. And this is where we get back to another one of Owen's point. We don't want the state to be the arbiter of acceptable speech, because we'll get into the next part of this too, which helps to paint the picture. So the head of Metropolitan Police called on the government to change or clarify the law following the arrest of comedian Graham Lingan over his post he made online. Let's see, is this the, okay, so I think, yeah, oh, gotta scroll here. So the police must focus on most serious issues when asked in the comments about the arrest. His arrest had prompted backlash from some public figures and politicians who have said it raises questions about free speech in the UK. Earlier, Health and Secretary and government needed to look at the relevant legislation following the arrest, adding ministers want the police to focus on policing streets rather than tweets. So Lingan has said his arrest at Heathrow was related to 3 posts on X from April. The first post he wrote, if a trans-identified male is in a female-only space, he is committing violent, abusive act, make a scene, call the cops, and if all else fails, punch him in the balls. So yes, he is inciting violence. He's a horrid transphobe. And then he was arrested because of these tweets. And Owen Jones is saying he shouldn't have been arrested for that horrible speech. And then he got into so many back and forths with people on this on Twitter about the carceral system and all that sort of stuff, and pointing out that even in his own case, he didn't want the person thrown in jail. So the problem with the police being the arbiter of this is also in the UK. There's this. So UK police arrest 522 over supported Palestine action at London protests. So in the UK, Palestine Action is an organization pro-Palestinian, anti-genocide. And there was a protest where a whole bunch of them sat around holding up posters that said, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action. And this was the largest mass arrest they've pretty much had in the modern era, because they had those. Because we have a state being the arbiter of what speech is and isn't appropriate. Because these people this group was put in line with the Nazis and the KKK and ISIS. They were labeled a terrorist group like that. But meanwhile, Graham, who has tweeted out things that absolutely incite violence, well, those same people that are okay with these people being arrested for peacefully protesting are saying that Graham should be let out of prison because of his free speech. See, that is where we got into some problems. With the state dictating all of this sort of stuff, is the state is often biased, and if the state is authoritarian, you know where they're going to crack down. And it's never on the people who are the worst of the worst. It's on the people who are trying to prevent that authoritarian state, even through peaceful means. So you can run into a lot of issues like this, and I'm going to move that from the stage, and I'm going to put me back up. Haha, here I am. And I understand what Owen Jones is saying with this, and I understand his philosophy and whatnot. But here's where the snag comes in for me, and where the nuance, what was I saying at the beginning? There was a term that I was using at the beginning that I think is not the nuance. I was going to add caveats. That's it, caveats. And I absolutely agree with Owen Jones that the carceral state is trash. We shouldn't have it, all this sort of stuff. However, this is the caveat. We don't have anything to replace it right now. And the safety of society will trump an individual's right. So I desperately want restorative justice. I desperately want a system that doesn't lead to people committing these crimes. I absolutely want that, wholeheartedly want that. But we don't have it right now. So if you have someone who is doing violence upon others, they need to be separated from society to keep other people safe until there's actually something in place that would help them not be violent in the first place. Because the ultimate goal of incarceration should be that that person doesn't commit those bad things again. And I want that done through restorative justice. I want that person treated for whatever ails them, to have the supports and the helps that they need, so that when they get out of prison, they will no longer commit those horrid acts, whatever led them there. Even the not so horrid acts like robbery or burglary or something, or holding up a convenience store because they needed the extra cash. I want people to become better, not more broken. But at the same time, there are very vulnerable people, especially right now, who are scared and targeted by a lot of these horrid individuals. And their safety is also very paramount in my mind. And it's one of those things, like, I kind of compare it to like capitalism. Like, we are people who live in poverty. Yes, it'd be nice to boycott things and all that sort of stuff, but we are forced to participate in the system that is keeping us down. And right now, we are forced to participate in the carceral system, even though it is harming our society, because there simply is no other option. And there needs to be a bigger push for that option. And until that happens, I don't know. Like, do I think people should be thrown in prison for speech? There are hate speech laws here in Canada. You can't be inciting violence. But what good does it do? In the end, will it stop that person from doing it? Or will it just make them more violent in the end, more digging their feet in the ground, more vindictive afterwards? So not all cases are easy to kind of navigate with this. But like in principle, I absolutely agree with Owen. In practice right now, I don't think it's doable. And that's the thing. That's the thing. JK is just, yeah. JK is mentioning that members of defender juries were arrested for a Zoom call while organizing the next protest against against the Palestine Action Prescription. I saw a video about that. Like I just saw the thumbnail. And so that is something I want to cover in my next live stream, which will probably be Friday evening. So you can tune in for that because I am following up with this sort of thing. Because, you know, what's happening in the UK is more or less going to happen here. So we have a little bit of time for a little bit of fun now that I've done all that heavy stuff. But first, I just want to check to see if there's any communications from Subspace about this that I should probably respond to. Other than, yes, you could sort of hear that one tweet or that one video. Hopefully the next video works. Then no need to imagine. It's an awesome theme song. You know, I kind of bob my head to it. You see, during this setup here with StreamYards, I actually hear it. I'm like, do theme song. Because when I'm streaming from OBS and I hit the thing, I don't actually hear it. I see it, so I know when it's done, but I don't actually hear it. So it's weird when I actually hear the theme song here. Let's see what people are saying. Okay, if there's no major comments or people telling me that I need to fuck off because of my statements here, because I got so much of that. I posted a clipped video of my the first time I was talking about the person being arrested for beating up the criminal. And that video got absolutely trashed. Like only 40% likes on it, which is just not normal for me. I haven't looked at the comments. I've glanced and kind of seen some, and they're not. Some people wishing violence on me because I'm anti-violence. When I never said you can't defend yourselves. I'm not being hypocritical if somebody comes after me and I defend myself by causing them harm. Because that is it. You're allowed to defend yourselves. It's just as I keep on saying, you know, if my defense is I bash somebody over the head with a baseball bat and they go down, I call the police, I get out of there, I'm fine, I'm safe. However, if I go over to that person and continue to bash them over the head with a baseball bat, that's when I become guilty of a crime. Like that's the distinction. And the thing is that I might have even killed that person with the initial blow because I don't know how to do that properly. I've never done it before. Adrenaline, they go down, they crack their skull, whatever. They might have died. I would probably be let off because, you know, I wasn't trying to kill the person. It was just one blow. I didn't know what I was doing, the adrenaline. The courts would tend to favor the person in that situation. So it's, however, like I said, if you go over and continue the grievous assault after they're no longer a threat, that's when the problem comes in. That's when you start crossing that line. And the police, generally speaking, are in favor of the property owners. And so if they charge the property owner in this situation, you know it was bad. And the details when it comes out are probably really, really, really bad. Anyway, since I'm not seeing, and JK had also mentioned that they agree with Owen, don't like transphobia or incitement, but we don't want to live in a police state. Yeah, that's ultimately what Owen was getting at too. And the police is very, you know, picky and choosy over who they decide to arrest with that. But I will be covering, there was a kid, well, he looks like a kid to me, he's probably a teenager, being arrested for trying to arrange a Zoom call for Palestine Action. That's a police state. And all those right-wingers that want Graham to be let off are totally fine with that kid being arrested. Anyway, I wanted to move on to a couple things. We have a few minutes for something a little fun, a little light. So I've been keeping up to date with this dark money in liberal politics and stuff. And I'm like, I'd like to say proudly, I was never approached. Had I be, I would absolutely take the money. But here's the thing, if I'm ever offered dark money, I absolutely will take it, but then they're going to want a refund. That's it. They're going to want a refund because I ain't following any contract. So they would have to give me the money without the contract, because if there's a contract that says I couldn't disclose it or anything like that, fuck you. But I am more than happy to take loads of money from anyone because they think they can influence me to say something. And then I will absolutely say, as soon as the check clears, be like, so this douche canoe gave me a whole bunch of money hoping I wasn't going to say anything, but this is the person who gave it to me. Now let's talk about the genocide in Gaza. Like, that's the thing. The people that this dark money was targeting for funding were often a lot of people who never spoke about what was happening to the Palestinians, didn't speak out against the Democrats and things of that sort. And I kind of feel to myself that there's an equivalent going on in the Canadian political YouTube sphere. Because, no one like Lance, no one like David Doel would be caught up in this because, again, we actually speak truth to power. But there are some centrist, liberal channels out there that seem to be very selective in what they say, and they seem to paint the Liberal Party in a particular way and never challenge the authority, never challenge the narrative. And I'm very curious if there's something very similar going on in the Canadian media. I would never get approached because I tend to be a loudmouth and speak my mind, hence why I can't even become a politician in this country. Not to mention, I don't have a big platform, so they're going to want somebody with some influence. But with this thing that happened down in the States with this dark money and Taylor Lorenz, just letting people know that there's all these centrist YouTubers, some very famous, that are taking this money but not disclosing it. That's the problem, is the non-disclosure and the fact that there's these contracts stating, well, if you take this money, you can't interview these people, or you have to have our permission, or you. Anyway, two of the biggest names attached to this is Brian Taylor Cohen and David Pakman. And they've been kind of trying to do damage control. And this was so funny because I was watching, I think it was the Vanguard covering this video in particular from David Pakman. And I got the clip here from Ken Klippenstein. And the thing is that when you're watching something by yourself, you don't tend to express your emotions vocally. So if you're watching a comedy, if you're watching it by yourself, you don't tend to laugh out loud. You don't tend to do these things. Like, it has to be pretty big for that to happen. Like, I will admit, when I'm watching Ryan George on YouTube, there have been times I've laughed out loud when I'm by myself. But it has to be something pretty extreme. When I heard this clip from David Pakman, I was doing the dishes. I nearly dropped the dishes and I said, what the fuck? Because there ain't no way this is real. As soon as I heard that. This one? Okay, I got it at the stage. There we go. So hopefully I can hear this when it plays. Put this into my ear hole.
Some creators in the first 48 hours took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. APAC.
No way. I heard him say that and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it APAC, IPAC, alpaca? I don't know. Does it spit at you? Is it some sort of organization? You can't be to David Pakman's level covering politics online and not know what it is. I'm a fucking Canadian and I know what APAC is. But I heard that and I'm like, oh, he is so guilty. So fucking guilty. Yeah. APAC, IPAC, alpaca, I don't know.
Creators in the first 48 hours took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. IPAC, that is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true.
Funding my show, the David Pikmin show, Pac-Man show. I don't know. How do you say my show? No, take that off stage. Put me on. There we go. Oh, I thought that was hilarious. But let's see. I think we have just enough time for the other good thing that I wanted to show if I know how to share this. I don't know if I know how to share this. No. So if I go there and then I share screen and then can I do window? Oh, I can. Okay. So I don't want it on stage yet. Okay. So last week, Minuet was on, and she was on at a later time because I had to take Frodo to the vet. And it was last minute because he had a lump on the side of his neck. And I was really, really worried and terrified because at his age, these can get out of control. And so I take him to the vet. And then I find out it's just a scab on top of a bump that was basically ready to come off. And the vet pulled it off. It was really gross and everything. So Frodo is fine. And he's the love of my life. And but the thing is that I took him into the vet. So I still, even though there was no extra medication or anything done, I still had the appointment fee, the examination fee to cover. So it was like $70 to find out he was fine. And I'm like, okay. Worth it. Because if he were to get something and I didn't catch it on time, I would be devastated. You know, my heart would just shatter into 1,000 pieces. But it's because of all you lovely people out there who support me, my channel. I got a couple donations to completely cover that vet bill. And so I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And so I had recorded this Sunday morning so that people can see why Frodo is so absolutely precious to me. This is how I wake up every morning. No, I want this really big. I want the image big. How do I make it big? It's bigger. Okay. This is what I wake up to every morning. Oops. Yes, that is me every morning with that cat and why he's so precious to me. And yeah, so just thank you from the bottom of my heart to everyone who helped out with that. I super appreciate it. I don't know. I'm not seeing any other communications from Subspace. Stop sharing that. And I'm already over. You see, the only advantage with me going on later last week, or Minuet going on later, is there was a definite hard out because it's not just, you know, syndicated right afterwards. It was actually like somebody with people planning. Hey, Abernathy, get out of that. But yeah, Anyway, so catch me probably on Friday. I'll be doing my next live stream. And if for some reason I don't do it on Friday, I'll be doing it on Sunday at Left of the Box. You can also follow me on social medias as Left of the Box. Check out my book. You can find it on Amazon. I have lots of links about it. I've seen people post the links. I also have an Amazon wish list that people can help me out with. And, become a member to my channel, become a patron. Every little bit helps, and you help support a community, an inclusive leftist community, because none of my stuff will be put behind a paywall that's in regards to my channel, because people with poverty deserve full access to the content that I make for my channel. With all of that said, thank you everyone for coming out. You're all amazing. So, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee. Wishing you tomorrow is better than your today.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
Systematic bullying that's happening. And they believe that
Cocaína.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records they sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
it's one like this, immaculate conception. Not transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just push cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got gunk, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see who cancels who.
They want you to comply.
Hi, friends.
Hey.
Hello. Hello.
How's it going, everybody?
It's wonderful to see you all. I guess this is officially, I mean unofficially, my birthday show, because I haven't streamed since my birthday. So this is the first time at this age that I'm streaming.
What are you, one of those people? The whole month is my birthday. Every day is my birthday this month. Is that you
my
now?
birthday was just.
He's a birthday
past
tyrant.
weekend.
I could tell. Where he's like, it's my birthday weekend. I have to do this. You have to listen to me. It's my birthday
Everyone
weekend.
should say happy birthday to me. It's my first. This is it. It's
How old are you now?
my birthday this past weekend.
It only matters if it's a milestone.
Oh, it's my
At this
last
age,
of my 30s.
definitely.
I would say that's a milestone.
Okay,
That's oh wow.
Yeah, I'm about to
I
be an
actually
old
thought
man
that you were
next
already
year.
40.
No, next year.
Oh, okay.
Did you really,
all
Mike, or
over.
you just say that?
No, I did.
This
I
is
thought
it.
he was like 41.
You thought he was already 41? No.
Yeah.
Binder looks young to me. I could never.
He
think
does. He does look super young, but he said something before that made me think he was already 40, or maybe that was you, David, that said that. I don't remember. Somebody said something, and for whatever reason, I thought Binder was 40. But yeah,
You might
totally
be the first
wrong.
person to think I'm older than I am. Like that's
But you
never
don't
happened
look
to me
it though. No disrespect. You look so young. You look younger than me. So whatever you're doing, it's working. The Coca-Cola, the
Right.
cake,
The
whatever the
booty.
fuck you're doing.
I feel like we all look
need
exactly the
sweets,
What'd you
so,
say,
yeah.
Lance? I heard
It's
something.
just Coca-Cola, really. That's got to be it. Energy drinks, Coca-Cola.
Is that the secret?
That's the secret. That's the secret.
Okay.
I gotta
And
get
3
back into
kids,
sodas.
apparently.
3 kids. Okay. Lance, what did you say? I
Yeah,
heard
it sounds
something
like
else.
a
I
youth
heard.
right there, raising 3 kids.
Oh, it wasn't actually anything bad. I just said not Pepsi.
Oh my God.
You thought I said
Okay.
penis, didn't you?
No, I just heard Ussy at the end.
Oh,
Lance.
It's all that pussy. Binder getting that pussy. Keeping him young.
All 3 times.
I don't
Like, I
think
didn't think you
there's
said
anyone who
pussy.
comes
I just
off
thought it
less
was a
as that
variation
guy
of
than
Ussies.
Lance.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah. Speaking of Ussy, I've been playing Stellar Blade, and that game was not censored. Nope. We talked about this last year for anybody who doesn't know, but it's not censored.
Did you get the alternate costumes where you get the jiggle physics and all the spandex and stuff?
I don't know if I got the alternate costumes, but I will say that the physics were definitely like it's definitely moon gravity, specifically for the top and the bottom area. And there's some costumes that were like, you'll be climbing up a ladder and it's like, girl, I could see your entire butthole. Like, this is crazy. They were saying this game was censored.
It's amazing to me. There was like a whole campaign about like these angry losers. Like, oh, it's censored. Are you out of all the games? This is the game you're going to complain about? Like, what?
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
It's crazy. And here we are now in 2025, and a group that is associated with the architects of Project 2025 is actually censoring games on Steam that a lot of gooners play. So, that was the boy who cried wolf, because this is clearly the era of censorship. You've got Steam taking
Far right
down...
in Australia came for the gooners.
Yeah, they're taking down our beloved gooner games on Steam, and that's a tragedy. So I stand with the gamers, but you all should have known that they were coming for our art, and the beloved gooner games are rest in peace. We'll just say that.
Have
no
all
idea what you
you
guys are
thought
talking
of
about.
like
I have
finding
no
into
clue.
battle just butt naked? Is that not something you contemplate? Like, if you're gonna battle, why wear armor? You should just put on a thong, run out there, scream, jiggle around a lot, get the physics going. That's how you win a war.
What if you breathe through your body, and the only way you can breathe is if you don't have clothing on?
Ah, yeah, true.
Is that from a game, or you made that up?
That's Metal Gear 5. Yeah,
Makes sense. I never beat the game.
I never did either, but my husband told me about that. He's a big Kojima fan, and I was like, that's quite the way to rationalize.
You can rationalize anything, really.
You can just say, look, I want to see boobies. Like, you could just say that. It's just more honest. Kojima, I love you, but damn. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great start to the show, though. I apologize.
Hey, it is the last week of August, probably the most dead week of the year when it comes to like news. Like it's been slow.
Really? I thought today was over.
I feel like there's
of stuff.
Yeah.
Really? Like
I don't know.
what?
I feel
What
like every day there's like
happened
1,000 things, and I have to turn my brain
Same.
off.
Oh,
I was
there was
overwhelmed.
This week has been slow. What's happened this week?
There was a mass shooting where once again the right is blaming trans people.
Oh, right. I was thinking like
Ethan Klein and Destiny. There was the Richie Torres and Adam Lambert complete disaster.
This is not what when I think of news stuff. Like I think of like real news, not like breaking streamer Destiny and Ethan Klein. But for us, yes, I guess it's been a busy for bullshit news. It's been a busy week.
No, but like I feel like things Trump does and says every day should be news. It's just so normalized.
yeah.
Like a couple days ago, he's like, people actually, I think they want a dictator. That anyone else saying that. Anyone else saying that
on Chicago
would be massive news.
Military being deployed on your own citizens. That shit is fucking nuts.
Didn't that happen this week, or was that last week?
That didn't happen this week.
Well, this is the week that he's proposing to do it to Chicago.
Yeah,
He had
that's
already
right.
done it in
That happened this
Washington.
week?
The Chicago one happened this week. Last week was Washington.
Okay, maybe I don't even know what's going on anymore.
There was also the executive
I'm so
order
overwhelmed
to
myself. I thought this was a relatively slow week, and it turns out
No. I'm jealous that you thought it was a slow week, because it was so depressing. At the start of the week, Trump signed the executive order that's completely unconstitutional to criminalize flag burning with a year in jail, which, I mean, this is protected by the First Amendment in 1989, Texas v. Johnson. The Supreme Court, including Scalia, said that this is protected speech. And then a veteran, he burned a flag, went straight to jail. Straight up authoritarian shit. Not okay. And I guess that the president can just, like, sign things into law. Like, we're basically being ruled by decree, which is insane. And it's, like, this is officially authoritarian territory. We are a competitive authoritarian regime at this point. And it's just kind of hard to digest that fact. There's also the mutiny going on at the CDC because RFK Jr. is trying to get the CDC director. She's also an infectious disease expert. She was just, like, confirmed, I want to say, end of July. And RFK is trying to push her out after Trump just, like, nominated her. So this is somebody who's competent, by the way, because they disagree on vaccines. Take from that what you will. And he's trying to fire her. She's saying, you can't fire me. And this is in addition to Trump trying to fire somebody like the FedGov, which is fucking insane in and of itself, which we can get into that too. But then you have all these experts, senior officials at CDC resigning because RFK is trying to push her out, but she's saying, you can't push me out because Trump has to be the one to fire me. I was confirmed by the Senate. It's just like every single day is history, and I fucking hate it. Like, I don't want to live through a historic moment any longer. I can't take it. And I got attacked by Canadians this week.
You got attacked by Canadians?
I got attacked by Canadians. So I was doing a video about Donald Trump, and I brought up how all institutions have caved, world leaders have caved, and I cited Mark Carney as an example. And they were like, he hasn't caved. I was like, oh shit, the Canadians are pissed. So you know what I did? I linked them to David Doel's video about the Fell For It Again award.
I bet they're the same. I bet they're the same people in my comments saying he hasn't caved.
It was probably. Because I'm like, actually, I may not be a Canadian, but I have the best Canadian sources. Maybe you've heard of him, David Lance. I have Canadian friends. Okay, those are real names. So I do not hate Canadians. I just want them to stand up. And one person was like, I'm just tired of Americans thinking that Canadians are going to bail them out. And I'm like, I'm not trying to get Mark Carney to stand up to Trump to bail us out. I want you to save yourselves. Like, burn this motherfucker down, sanction us.
You're totally right, Mike. I did an entire video and put it out recently about how the winner of the whole elbows up thing was companies. It was corporations at the end of the day, because we passed all these laws that benefit companies that are now going to be able to do energy excavation projects, trample all over indigenous rights, and the whole thing of like pretending to be like we're patriotic, we care about this. At the end of the day, Trump's getting what he wants. Like, I don't know if you saw that Claudia Scheinbaum video that came out the other day about how she's built like 235 hospitals in her tenure, and I was like, what's that like? What's that like having like a leader that seems like, even if it's fake, like she loves you or cares about you?
That would be great. We need some fucking hospitals here for real. Like it is ridiculous.
It was. I was just like, how Mexico? How are y'all doing that?
Although, on that note, though, Trump is threatening to invade Mexico. He wants to strike the cartels, extend the war on terror there. And you have some psychotic fascists in Mexico who are going on Fox News, American television, and inviting him, saying, this is what most Mexicans want. No, that's not what they want. That's absolutely not what they want. If you are inviting the United States into your country to bomb, you are a psychopath. Like, Scheinbaum needs to bust out the fucking gulags and do what she can to crush this insurrection, this rebellion. That is not okay. The fact that they're like, yes, please come and violate our territorial sovereignty is wild to me. So, like, both Mexico and Canada, I feel like they have to do everything in their power to protect themselves, and that's where I stand. It's not about like America's self-interest at this point. It's like, protect yourselves. I'm with all of you, like Mexicans, Canadians. Like, please don't let this dictator, dictate the terms of your country. Do what you can to like sever ties, like anything. It's the things that he's doing are so unhinged that I feel like it's like we could go like crash the economy, lead to civil unrest. I mean, just the Fed story alone is so crazy to me. If he actually takes away control of the Fed, you could see just runaway inflation. It happened in Turkey with Erdogan, where he stripped away the independence of the Fed, and they had like runaway inflation, like 80%. Still can't get it down. So he is going to crash this fucking economy with the trajectory that we're on, and that's like putting aside the tariffs. It's every day. It's like, what did we do today? How are we violating norms today or killing democracy? I shouldn't say killing democracy, or I guess the better way to talk about it is how much further into authoritarianism have we descended? Because like it's not democracy anymore.
Yeah. I have a hard time believing anyone but Trump could get away with what he's doing, though. Like, if, whatever, his ankles explode or whatever the fuck happens. And it's like JD Vance. JD Vance ain't getting away with this half this shit. Like, there's no built-in support base the way that Trump has because of whatever wacky personality people have attached themselves to.
Right. I mean, the thing is, though, like really, though, I agree that Trump's the only one who could get away with it. And that's because, like, he's got no shame. He doesn't care. But really, any of them could have. Like, isn't that the whole sort of, or at least one of the sort of lessons to be learned from Trump's presidency? Just how little institutions have to stop any president from having done this. It's just that he's the one choosing to do it.
All
There's
norms,
little
baby.
recourse. There's little that can be done.
Well, you've got to have the Supreme Court stacked first. That helps. Also, I'll agree with you. I don't think there would be a cult defending JD Vance if it turned out that he was in the center of the Epstein stuff. I don't think people would have defended JD Vance and done everything to be like, he might be a pedophile, but he's our pedophile. I think they probably would have pulled the ripcord on that one.
That couch was at least 18 years old.
Wait, but we can't call him a pedophile because according to Ghislaine Maxwell, he was a complete gentleman, and also Bill Clinton, definitely not a pedophile either. So the pedophile says that they're not pedophiles. So I feel like, we should take that into consideration. Definitely good source. There's also, by the way, another thing that happened that pissed me off this week is the DNC. They rejected a resolution to call for an arms embargo. And then I know, like, everybody's talking about it, the crazy ass interview between Adam Friedland and Rishi Torres. That was shocking to watch. This is the first time that it really clicked with me that Rishi Torres is an actual sociopath. Like, I'm not saying that to be hyperbolic or as an ad hominem. Like, he's actually a sociopath. He doesn't feel any kind of remorse for people's pain and suffering. And there's some, like, I have a couple of clips we could share. That interview to me blew my fucking mind because I have never seen somebody respond to somebody just like pouring out their emotions with just like stone face. Like, don't even give a shit. Just go straight back to talking points.
Humanity the whole time. You know what's really scary though is that's more indicative of what most liberal Zionists like are comfortable with doing in terms of like towing the line no matter what. Even if you have someone who's like, I as a Jewish person, I'm deeply concerned about how this is conflating Judaism with the actions of Israel, telling you all this kind of stuff heart to heart, and then him just going back to, I believe in a two-state solution. I believe in a Jewish supremacist ethno-state. I believe Israel has right to defend itself, no matter what. Like, just same point.
Full NPC.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a clip that was circulating online. I watched the whole thing. I would highly encourage everybody to watch it. If you watch it from start to finish, it's so much better because Adam Friedland gives him so much grace and lets him just share his life story. And even from the beginning, Rishi Torres was just like on edge. He accused him of doing a gotcha, and he very clearly had no idea who Adam Friedland was. Like, he's a comedian and just automatically on edge.
You had to tell him, he's like, I'm used to CNN. I'm the guy from Cumtown. Right. That's my show.
I gotta say, I'm like, and I mean this in the most positive way possible. I am shocked at like the guests that he gets, not because like he's not like become really big and like obviously you would think people would want to go on a show like that so they could get seen. I'm shocked at how big the guests he gets are and how little they seem to know about what they're getting themselves into when they go on his show. Like, that's the shocking part to me. Like, I've seen, like, it seemed like, I know he got Sarah Jessica Parker on, and it seemed like she actually was somewhat like aware of what she was getting herself into, and she was ready for it and she wanted to do it. And then you have someone like Rishi Torres who seemed like he doesn't know what he's getting himself into. What were you doing going on the show? If like you can't claim gotcha if you go on the Adam Friedland show. It's not like you think
Mhm.
you're going on like a really like dry news program and all of a sudden they like surprise you with like hard questions or something. No, this is exactly what you should have expected if you even did a modicum of looking into what you were going on to.
I think he thought
Yeah.
it was going to be comedy. Like just silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
that
some
makes
politicians
sense.
have like very low opinion of comedians, and they think, hey, this is not a news channel. I'm not going to be, I can't be grilled on here. It's just some comedian, and they don't realize people like Adam Freeland, people like Jon Stewart, they're better at doing the interview than your typical person in press is going to do, because they actually are willing to show humanity and empathy in the reporting, unlike a lot of the press.
Friedland even commented, he was like, your consultant hates you for booking you. He said something to that effect during the interview because, yeah, Richie Torres, you could tell he was just like, he was not having it. I don't know what he expected, but here's a minute and 30 seconds from the interview.
If you have disagreements with the Israeli government, you should voice your criticism of the Israeli government. But there is no justification for intimidation or harassment against American Jews.
I'm telling you as a Jew right now that we are receiving a lot more hate because of what the people with a flag that has a Jewish star on are doing to other people right now.
That might be.
And I'm telling you, as a Jewish person, how painful it is for us to say, and it hurts my stomach to say this, and you're going to say, I disagree, that this is a genocide. And that hurts to say that a Jew could do that. It hurts because we grew up with learning about what hatred is. We grew up learning about this. And the same year the State of Israel was established, in 1948, the world saw the Holocaust, and they established standards for what a genocide is. It was the same year. And the world said that this shouldn't be a thing that happens. And I just wonder, like, it doesn't make sense to me, I don't know, it doesn't track to me why there's this fixation with kids at a school and two examples of people at a restaurant that there was banging.
Two examples. I mean, there are surveys on it.
Give me
read the EDL surveys on it. Because
it's hard for me to talk about this in public
clearly,
because you're being a dick. That's mean.
Just no empathy whatsoever. It's just, this is so shocking to watch.
He's not even good at being a
Also,
politician. It's one, like, I'm not really, I should say, I'm not stunned by how Richie Torres is, because we see him in social media. Like, he's a fucking lunatic on Twitter, like absolute fucking lunatic. But it's a good politician who, let's be clear, is still soulless, but would be able to navigate that interview in a way that makes them look better. Rich Torres doesn't even have that ability.
Yeah, he doesn't care at all. There's a little bit more where Adam Friedland explains, like, I grew up as a Zionist. He tries to share his perspective, and he tries to bring the human element to this conversation, which we never ever see. It's sad that a comedian can do this before a lot of journalists, so credit to Adam Friedland. Like, this is an incredible interview, but like, just the way that Richie Torres was completely unbothered by the things that he was saying, and he just goes right back to the talking points. It was like, I don't even know how to explain my feelings. Like, it's shocking. Like, this man is a fucking sociopath.
What really struck me about this, and we're gonna watch more, I assume, right? We have more clips to watch.
Yeah,
but what really struck me, and I said this on the Majority Report earlier today because we watched some of it on the Majority Report. Richie Torres comes across as if he's offended by what Adam Friedland is saying,
right?
Which is so bizarre because Adam Friedland is the Jewish person who also, as he says in the interview, lived in Israel for a time, who has that direct connection. Obviously, he brought up with his family. I believe, like he said, like he had a discussion with his dad about it, who does not agree with him. Yet Richie Torres it comes across like he's offended, like Richie Torres is a Jewish person or an Israeli, and like what Adam Friedland is saying is offensive to him because he has some sort of ties to Israel. like direct ties. I mean, Richard Torres has ties to Israel. They involve money flowing in that helps his career as a politician.
This specifically, these are the ties.
Yes.
This is from Sludge this week, by the way, everyone.
But he's acting offended as if like his career ties are the equivalent of like someone's family or hometown or where they lived or their religion is equivalent. And it's such a sniveling little fucking thing to do. Like it comes, he really comes across like an asshole.
Yeah, like, he claims he's being
literal war profiteer, right? That like be clear about what this headline is saying. He is a war profiteer, profiting off genocide.
Mm-hmm.
But like to claim that Adam, like I think it's in the next clip most likely, but he tries to claim that Adam Freeland's being anti-Semitic. Like the gall it takes to tell somebody who lived in Israel who is a Jewish person that they're being anti-Semitic. Like when he's just describing the obvious impact of a genocide that the U.S. government continues to fund. Like I don't know how Rich Torres thought that he would come off looking good in that moment, saying something like that.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how he sleeps at night. I genuinely don't know. Or actually, I should say I didn't know until watching this. And it's like, oh no, he doesn't experience emotions like other human beings. He's a sociopath. This is the second clip. This is directly after the one we just watched.
And I grew up a Zionist. And we were told, and our whole community in this country is told, that we have to defend Israel and love Israel because it'll stop the Holocaust. It will stop another Holocaust from happening. And my dad was born in 1951. That was 6 years after these atrocities. His friends' parents, he knew these people that had been through this hell, these skeletons. And it terrified us. And the understanding in our community is that we have to defend Israel. But I lived there, and I went to a settlement at the end of my year there, and I looked down the hill at a Palestinian village, and I saw how they lived, and I turned back and I looked at the settlement and saw how they lived. And people live in a world where they're demeaned and dehumanized and surveilled constantly by people and this isn't in Gaza, by people in SWAT team outfits with semi-automatic weapons, and that's what the world is seeing. And you keep telling me that the problem is someone's getting yelled at a restaurant? I'm sorry.
You're conflating two different issues. So I don't
Please. Me saying this to you right now will hurt people in my own family, okay? Because this is a very important thing to us. And the fact that I still fucking care about being Jewish is embarrassing. I should just be a guy. But this feels like a stain on our history. And it feels like it's changed what being Jewish is. Because what being Jewish is isn't Israel. Judaism has existed for 4,000 years. This is a country for 75 years. You know, like, it is the oldest, one of the oldest monotheistic religions. Anti-Semitism is one of the oldest forms of hatred. People in my life are going to be mad at me about this, but I'm saying this because I am Jewish.
Look at his face. Just doesn't care. Completely unbothered. It's still shocking to watch this again.
I think there's a moment where he even tells them, like, you know, and they're discussing like the history of Israel and Palestine, and like Richie Torres basically says, you just don't know what you're talking about, which is incredible for Richie Torres to say to a Jewish guy who lived in Israel, whose family grew up as Zionists. You just heard Adam Friedman's story. I mean, imagine telling that guy that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
The gall. I think that I have the clip that you're referring to. I'm not 100% sure. This is one that Adam himself had shared. This is the last clip that
Yeah,
I
think this is the one. Yeah,
yeah, I really wanted to show that moment that you referenced, David, where he basically accused him of not caring about anti-Semitism or being anti-Semitic, because that was just so wild to me.
Hamas murdered thousands of people.
So what does that mean?
That Hamas is a terrorist organization for murdering innocent children and civilians.
How many civilians have been killed in this war?
The war is a tragedy, but
90%
again,
of
you're
them have been
suggesting that
civilians.
You're suggesting
they've killed journalists.
people have been killed in a war. It's been a tragedy.
They've killed people waiting for aid.
But you're suggesting that it is the policy of the Israeli government to murder civilians, and that is a notion that I reject.
You gotta listen, man. You gotta be like a human being about this.
People who are dying in the war, which to me is a tragedy, because war is a tragedy.
Do you feel in your heart that this is what you're saying is right?
If you remove Hamas,
you don't actually think that.
I told you what I believe. Don't tell
Just
me
a
what
robot.
I believe. I've told you what I believe.
Why would you believe that?
Because there are people who see the world differently. I know it's a shock to you, but there are people who see the world differently. Hamas murdered.
Okay, that's not the clip that I was.
No, but still, like the tonal change. He goes from discussing October 7th to the tens of thousands of Palestinians killed is just amazing. Like, one is a horrible terrorist act, the other, oh, it's a war. Who cares? There's no military in Gaza. They don't have a military. Like, what war are we talking about here?
They don't have a city. They don't have.
How many
anything.
Israelis have died since October 7th? Zero. Like, we are talking about an ongoing onslaught and voiced desire to take over the land of Gaza. Like, this is not. It's not a war. This is just a complete annihilation of people. So
also, I would not say anyone is suggesting that it is Israeli military policy to kill civilians. It is what's happening. Yeah. I'm not suggesting it is what's happening.
Dead ass. Yep.
It is absolutely their intent. Also, I do love the idea that, like, I tell you what I believe and it's truth. You tell me what you believe and it's just, you got to understand, people think differently than you. Oh, but I think differently than you, but that's not your excuse for why I could have those feelings, right? No, you think I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the way that they go back to Hamas again and again, the talking points, there is a Palestinian territory that is not run by Hamas. It's called the West Bank, and Israel is currently trying to annex the West Bank. They are building more settlements than ever. So there's just everything that they say, it doesn't hold up at all, but it doesn't matter. They have talking points like intended to loop, just goes in a circle, right? To where you can never actually have a meaningful conversation because they know that 10 times out of 10, they lose on the substance, which is why it always devolves into, oh, well, you're just being anti-Semitic, because they just want to shut down the conversation. And it's why there's so much efforts to censor anyone speaking out, going after student protesters. There's the ADL effort to censor Wikipedia because they're claiming Wikipedia is biased against Israel because the truth fucking hurts.
Oh yeah, I forgot how Richie Torres when in that first clip when Adam Friedland brings up like how Torres and other Zionists focused on like college campus protests and like someone being loud at a restaurant and during a pro-Palestinian protest or something. And that's their focus and not the genocide in Gaza. And Richie Torres says, oh, it's more than that. You could read the ADL surveys. The ADL has the ADL is no longer, I mean, there was a time they used to be a very they are right now, but there was a gap in between of them being a very pro-Israel organization to them actually focusing on anti-Semitism, actual anti-Semitism, and dangerous right-wing extremism. There was a time where they actually had a good repertoire there. But under what's his face, Jonathan, what's his name again? Greenblatt. They have reverted once again to being a Israel first, full-on Zionist organization. Any of the good work they had done about extremism is out the window, and it's because of their own changes to how they do their research. They have openly admitted that when they track extremism and anti-Semitism now, they count any sort of pro-Palestinian protest in that category.
Right.
So you could just throw the ADL and anything they put out the window until if they ever decide to change policy again, which would require Greenblatt being gone from the organization.
But that lack of credibility is what led to this war with them against Wikipedia, because Wikipedia, it kind of, I forgot specifically what the story was. Philip DeFranco talked about this today, but they have downgraded ADL's status to not as reliable, specifically when it comes to Israel-Palestine. Like, they didn't say that they're unreliable when it comes to other data that they've used, LGBTQ rights, other hate crimes, specifically just this, because the organization very clearly institutionally is Israel first. But because of this, because their credibility is hurt and their fifis have been hurt, they're trying to censor Wikipedia, and Republicans, of course, took the ball. So now they're on this huge campaign to get Wokepedia to be unwoke, which just means like to be pro genocide. I guess like it's genuinely so disgusting to watch.
Yeah, I was looking it up during their conversation. Al Jazeera released that over like 52 Palestinians had been killed and 33 starved to death, like just during the course of that one episode that the two of them were doing that. And it brings me back to, people like Richie Torres who are still spouting those same points. It's that, liberals are comfortable debating this as if like we care about a two-state solution, even though we don't recognize one of those two states. We're going to use all these talking points. There's like an active extermination taking place, right? Like it's not in the phase now where it's like, oh, well, we don't really know what's going on there. We know exactly what's going on there. We've seen beyond the fucking zone of interest. We're actually witnessing it take place every single day. So it's not even like below the bare minimum for him to be saying those kind of things. You are an active participant in doing propaganda for this in the same way that other people are doing. And good on Adam for actually just calling him out, because a lot of his talking points fall flat when they're actually pushed to account.
Yeah, and on that note of propaganda, the free press, which basically should be tried like the Nazi propagandists were at new Nuremberg tribunals, called Adam Friedland a capo for this interview.
Oh my God.
They basically say the role Friedland is playing is that of the capo, the Jew articulating and or acting out the wishes, conscious or unconscious, of the Gentile majority. This is literally the world's oldest or second oldest profession. I mean, what do you even say to that? Like, this guy is pouring out his heart. He's a comedian. He's not a journalist. He doesn't have to do this, but he is. He's trying to humanize Palestinians and bring empathy to the conversation, and they call him a fucking capo. Like, this is so disgraceful. Like, these people, honestly, I don't know how they live with themselves. I couldn't if I was doing shit like this.
I think I found the moment, by the way. Just one more clip to share from this.
Right now, I'm telling you what it's like to be my experience being Jewish.
Yeah, but there are others who have a different
I'm trying to see. Why is one better than the other? Why is one more important than the other? I'm trying to share with you. You're in the government. I don't get a chance to talk.
Of course.
Okay. I think hatred of Jewish people has exploded in this country, and I don't think it's. I think it's because it's of our support of what looks to be an absolute brutality. And I think that
you think that's a justification for anti-Semitism?
Here's the thing:
you think Israeli government policy is a justification for anti-Semitism? My view is there's no justification for anti-Semitism.
I think that
there's zero justification for anti-Semitism.
Okay, you're deflecting again.
I'm not deflecting. That's my position.
What does it look like to have a flag with a Jewish star and I'm Jewish, and for kids to be starving right now? Why is my government? I don't want to do this fight. Let's not do like a yelling at each other thing. I really just, for me, I had the experience of.
It just sounds like you're justifying anti-Semitism, which making me feel like.
Are you crazy right now?
Okay.
Why would I do that? You're doing the I'm Hamas thing.
I'm not.
Anyway, we can keep going, but that's like the idea that that's what Adam Friedland was doing is just.
It's not justification, but it's absolutely happening.
Yeah,
like,
it's
he's
cause and effect.
Adam Friedland is telling the truth.
Yeah,
anti-Semitism is on the rise around the world because of Israel's actions.
When you tell people that being critical of the Israeli government is anti-Semitic, do you think that's going to help or hurt the fight against anti-Semitism?
Right.
Like it's just wild.
Right.
He also
But
makes a
also-
distinction,
also,
like midway through there,
I-
to separate the two. By the way, he says like do you think the anti-Semitism, the Holocaust denial, is coming from the left, the kids on campuses protesting genocide, or do you think it's coming from the right? Because it's like it's overwhelmingly coming from the right. You're weaponizing
course.
Nazis, right-wing radicals, extremists, nationalists.
Right.
I mean, nearly every active, nearly every Jewish person who is active in politics is, at the very least, like center left. Like there's not many that are right wing. So the idea that the anti-Semitism would be growing from the left is ridiculous. But what you have is you have people, Zionists, claiming that any sort of pro-Palestinian protest or action on the left is anti-Semitism, which then fuels the idea even more so. So what you have is you have a growth of both real anti-Semitism on the right and then just claims of anti-Semitism all around, anywhere where there's someone criticizing Israel, and you just have a big mess, basically.
Yeah.
And of
It's
course, it
unfortunate.
belittles the actual cases of anti-Semitism, and anti-Semitism rises unabated, unanswered, untouched.
And just to reiterate, like, Richie Torres is not a Republican. Like, the genocide denial that we just watched came from a Democrat. And on that note, as I mentioned earlier, this week the DNC voted against the arms embargo. And it's not like if they voted yes on the arms embargo or whatever the resolution said, they'd have to institute that by Tuesday. They have no power. They could literally just do it to placate us, like to lie to us. But they are not even willing to do that. Like they don't fuck with us so hard that they're like, I don't even care about lying to them. Fuck them. We will never give them what they want. And but the same institution that did that, they also this is what they do. So this is a song that they played to wrap the DNC meeting. This is an actual song that they put for you to sing along after voting against an arms embargo in the same week that Israel bombed a hospital with five journalists, killed 20 people, 5 of them were journalists, then double tapped it. They're like, nope, we're not going to do the arms embargo, but this is our song. Dems, we rise. Stronger together, blue skies. Like, go fuck yourselves. Like, it's so appalling.
The people are aroused with this song. Look
Wait,
at it.
is there a recording of this somewhere? I want to hear it.
I looked. I have not found the recording. I would love to hear that.
Democrats, we shine blue. Are you pirates? What's going on here? Yar, BRC, Chanty, the fight song. We rise.
Can you imagine singing this? This reminds me of when I worked at Walmart. We did our shift huddles, and they'd be like, we have to do the we are Walmart, but this is like the Democrat version. Like, what the fuck, man? This is crazy.
These people just like completely isolated from society that they like?
Oh, they must be.
This is the shit they come like. It's just I don't understand the mindset you have to be in to be like, I know what we need, a fight song. I don't understand this person.
Lift your voice, we're bold and true. Onward, Democrats, we shine blue. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, this sounds like
If
some
only
shit
there was
that
a
I'd hear
fight
as
song
a
that we
kid
all knew.
from Barney.
Or Kamala.
That would have been less cringe. And that, don't get me wrong, would have been cringe as fuck if they dropped the fight song again, if they tried to redo that. But that would have been better than this, whatever this is.
I forgot about the fight song.
Katy Perry.
Do you remember when the fight song was playing in the background and Hillary Clinton was screaming
Oh
at somebody
my
who was
God.
protesting her? You Bernie Sanders supporters! The background. This is my fight song. Oh, so
And now
good.
Hillary is what? Defending Donald Trump's foreign policy. That's what I saw.
Indeed.
Yeah, incredible.
But yeah, people are like, oh, she was
Wait,
right
she
about
is?
everything.
I missed it. What did she say?
He's crushing it with regard to NATO. She said something else. I didn't watch the whole clip. I couldn't take it.
I feel like this is being said because Bill Clinton's in the Epstein
Caught me
files.
like
That's kind of
Colonel
the feeling I got off it.
Oh, that makes sense, actually. Yeah. But I mean, like, Hillary, you don't have to cover for Bill Clinton. We all know he was in the Epstein files. This is your chance to spread your wings and leave him. Leave that disgusting man, girl. We know you like women. It's fine. Like, leave him. That's not okay. Like, he's a pervert. He's disgusting. Yeah. Oh, oops. So this is related to Democrats. Actually, I should before I share this with you because of the response. There was a story in Wired from Taylor Lorenz about Democrats that are getting paid like $8,000 a month, or influencers getting paid by a dark money Democratic group. $8,000
a month. Like, you know, for the Canadians
How much
watching,
Wait, how much?
$120,000 Canadian a year. Like that's 10 grand a month Canadian, and like that's more than a lot of people's fucking salaries just to shut your mouth, just to not talk shit, just to have a channel that says Orange Man bad, nothing else. That's it, just Orange Man bad.
Never criticize Democrats, never criticize each other. Like you can't criticize individuals within the group.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a long story. I would recommend everybody read it because with each paragraph, my jaw was on the fucking floor. But a dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online. Offers influencers up to $8,000 a month. So up to $8K. That's a fuck ton of money. To push the party line, all they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. And there's also a link to a different story about how Biden had shut out Gen Z influencers who supported him in 2020, but then criticized him. So they're basically trying to cultivate a right-wing equivalent, but it has to be a complete echo chamber. Nobody can criticize Democrats, and this is how they're going to combat the rise of like the right-wing manosphere, Rogan podcast circuit. And I've got to say, based on the individuals who are part of this, I don't think it's gonna be very competitive against Republicans.
Not going to be very effective.
No.
David Pakman, Occupy Democrats, I think were the biggest names that I was.
A lot of them, I think, are TikTok. I mean, I never heard of most of them, like TikTokers. I'm guessing. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, as soon as I saw Olivia Juliana, I like
Oh my
screamed
God.
because I'm like, that was the first thought. I'm like, oh, I bet Olivia Juliana, and I saw that, I'm like,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I didn't need a report to know that one. She was obviously getting paid.
They didn't even have to pay her though. She would do that shit for free. But so this is, I want to circle back to this guy, Too Raw, Too Real. This is a K-Hiver. He actually was brought to the White House. He met with Joe Biden. So this is his response to the story. And I haven't seen the whole thing yet. I was trying to save it for the show. So my reaction.
I've never seen it, but we got to play Pacman's response. Apparently, he's got like a 5-minute video he just uploaded where he, defends himself.
Oh, does he? Yeah. We'll watch that. I haven't seen Pacman's response. Too Raw, Too Real. I don't know. He's had me blocked before I even knew who he was. Like the first time I discovered him, I realized, I'm blocked by him. Anyways, this is his response.
Damn it, Taylor, you caught me. You caught me like Colonel Mustard in the Library of the Candlestick. You got the clue, girl. You did it. This is what we talk about, real journalism. I'm talking about she's giving Diane Sawyer a run for her motherfucking money.
What is it? Diane, tell me.
People watch this guy like
Do you
willingly?
know? Do you really know?
Apparently.
Did you really know?
No, you know.
Thank you.
Let me start off by saying this. Taylor Lorenz, you're a piece of shit, and I don't know
He got the Vote Blue Cup in the video though. So like shilling during this. That's hilarious.
how you can call yourself a journalist without even doing a lick of fucking research. You're just thirsty. So I want you to drink this up. You said in your article that we are not allowed to disclose the fact that we are cohorts of chorus. If that's the case, then why did it November 20th, to be precise, 2 weeks after the election, I had a donation link and a video disclosing the fact that I was trying to partner up.
Okay. He did not read the article because she's not saying that Chorus is behind this. Chorus is supplying I think it's 60-30 group who's paying them with the people. So he's misrepresenting her article. I don't know if he read it, but like that's not what.
What it specifically said is you were not allowed to talk about receiving the $8,000 a month as part of this, behind the scenes thing where you're not allowed to criticize Democrats and you just basically target Republicans. That's what they weren't allowed to talk about. That's from she has access, or at least the articles based on leaked WhatsApp groups between the people inside there, and even reveals what they were talking to each other. Like people within the groups, according to the article, were not comfortable with it. Like a lot of people were like, I wish that we didn't have to and eventually it got to a point where they were like, I think we're at stage 5 acceptance, as we just got to accept their contract and take the payday. Because again, that's an obscene amount of money. Like, I don't know about all of you.
Right.
I've been reached out to by political parties and politicians, but it's never been with money attached. It's always like, do you want to volunteer to have this person on your show or come to this event? And the same thing with like that progressive PAC that was paying a bunch of people. Like, it turned out like Dylan Burns and Sander Hall and Lonerbox were getting paid by this other org. They never offered me money. I mean, I guess I'm just not that big of an influencer, or just I'm too low on their scale. But this one, like $8,000 a month is nuts. Like, that's a lot of
listen,
cash.
here's the thing. You don't have to take that. I understand why you would want to. It's a lot of money, but like, you don't have to take it. I was offered a sponsorship from, I think it was Alienware. They said anywhere between $200 and $5,000. I didn't take it. I don't want to have to research this company if they are union busters or ethically sourced or whatever. So it's easier to just like try to withhold your principles. Now, having said that, though, like, I'm in a better financial position on YouTube where I can like make money through Patreon and ad revenue. But at the same time, like, I still wouldn't take money from an unethical company or a company that is trying to get me to talk about things in a certain way where you lose editorial control. Like, it really seems like they were very strict about
that's
the
the
things
thing
they talk about.
That's the issue. Like,
yeah,
I wonder what would have happened if someone took the money and then just didn't abide by the restrictions, like, or that they supposedly had like regular meetings or something. Like, take the fucking money, don't do the meetings, talk about Gaza, criticize Democrats, and see what happens. Like, that's kind of like the path they should have. Some of them at least should have tried.
Well, couldn't you be sued? Like, wouldn't that be a violation of your terms of contract?
But it's supposed to be.
Maybe.
It depends what the contract says. I mean, it's supposed to be secretive. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if that type of shit would hold up in court. Oh, and by the way, the Alienware thing was like a sponsorship, so it wouldn't be secret. Like, Alienware just gives me money to like work in like talking.
Right, but but to be clear, like, we're not criticizing people who take ads or sponsorships.
No, I don't give a shit about that.
People who like are offered a very large sum of money to be like, just keep doing what you're doing, right? Like, if it's just like, hey, you can just keep doing your reporting. I don't want to editorialize anything, but here's money because I like your message. That's different than being like, you can't talk shit about Democrats, but just talk shit about the Republicans only. It's at that point, it's like, well, then you have no morals. Like, there's no point in you being a commentator, a journalist, even an influencer, because you've been influenced, right? Like, you are for sale. Your opinion is for sale. You will be censored or silenced depending on who can offer you the most amount of money.
Yeah. And remind me after this, Ken Klippenstein posted one of the interviews that they got with Democratic leadership, which, by the way, this is part of it. You by signing this, you get access to Democratic interviews and stuff like that. But there's a view count that Ken Klippenstein shared that's genuinely fucking hilarious. But let me click play because there's more to this.
Of course, where we were trying to get funding, there was a donation link, and it's still up there in my bio. This isn't breaking news. My followers know. Everybody knows. We hosted forums. I'm confused on how this is news. And secondly, you wrote about Chorus before. Did you not write an article saying that they weren't paying content creators, Chorus isn't doing anything, that content creators feel like they're not getting paid, they're doing free labor, this, that, and the other? So which one is it? Are we getting paid? Are we not getting paid? What the fuck do
That's
you really
not
know?
what the article says, you
apparently,
dumbass.
we're not allowed to bash Democrats or actually give them any type of constructive criticism. However, I swear I'd be on damn Bernie Sanders' ass like flies on shit. I do.
Oh my fucking god! The idea that he's allowed to criticize Bernie, so actually we can criticize Democrats. He first, not even a fucking Democrat, but second of all, like, Bernie's one of the only few people that are critical of what Democrats are doing. Like, of course you can criticize
how
him.
How many times do you think this guy has pointed out that Bernie Sanders is not a Democrat?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
wild.
Yeah, I love how he just casually drops that. Of course, we're not allowed to criticize Democrats, dude. So you exclusively like are only allowed to glaze up a fucking party doing a genocide. I mean, listen, there's a reason why all these people who were selected didn't say fucking anything about the genocide when Biden was overseeing it. Like, these people are gross. They have no morals. It is absolutely despicable that you are basically able to be bought. Like, they could buy your silence. That's gross. That's fucked up.
Call my video going viral of what the fuck Chuck when I called him out about the continuing resolution and how he did not hold the motherfucking line with the rest of the damn Democrats in the House. Because motherfuckers like this will not get the job done. How can you sit here and say that you care about us, but you're selling us to Elon Musk and Donald Trump? I don't see how you can say that you care about Medicaid and you care about veterans and all these other things, but you said that you're going to vote for this shit. What are we doing here? I'm confused.
That's like probably literally the only time he's actually criticized a sitting Democrat in his entire life.
Yeah, and by the way, doesn't the article go into you have to clear it with like the group first? So he would have had to like he would have had to email them and be like, "Is this okay if I do this?" Like,
right. It's so embarrassing. You should have just not responded.
Nothing you're saying is making any sense, and my platform shows something of the contrary, ma'am. Ain't been nothing but full transparency over here, sis. Seems like you're just a saltine salad. Eat you a salad, sis. You're not yourself when you're hungry. Make sure you get a lot of croutons and some ranch dressing to match your complexion, because that's really what it comes down to, isn't it? Y'all are so used to content creators always doing shit for free, and y'all don't think that we deserve the funding, when the mere fact of the matter is people rely on influencers, particular content creators, to get their news, because we understand that corporate media isn't reliable anymore. This is like the second failed article that you wrote about Chorus. And since you don't know shit about it, let me tell you about it. Chorus is a cohort working with content creators for us to get trained and paid.
He's doing the pitch, the sponsorship. Is this an ad?
And the training is so that we can be better. I swore my videos have gotten better. Better set piece, better lighting, a motherfucking microphone. All because we're sharing fucking ideas. Are we all doing the same type of videos? No. Are we all talking about the
You're
same?
sharing ideas. That's what we do. We have a group chat, Leftist Mafia. We share fucking shit. Like, what? You don't have to.
Chorus approved ideas.
Yeah. I'm not part of some group where I have to be like, David, is it okay if I post this? Lance, I'm gonna criticize Matt in this video. Do I have your sign off? Like, what the fuck?
Yes, how dare you?
Thing? No. I talk about the shit that I want to talk about. But I'm not obligated to do any video other than what I want to do. So everything she's saying is bullshit, because you know white women love to lie. But the thing that's concerning me is this white woman's lie might put people like me and other content creators in danger.
What?
There was multiple
How would it
authors.
put you in
by the way, I
danger?
just want to be clear. I don't think Taylor Lorenz was the only one who did the article. But for other, like, a big point would be, I agree with the sentiment that there needs to be people funding independent leftist media. It's why I try to fund independent places in Canada, like The Breach and Ricochet and stuff like that, because they need funding. This is different. Like there's two totally separate stories going on. One would be, yeah, independent media needs funding, and if you get an offer, take it. But if they want to control your narrative in any way, shape, or form, you're no longer independent. You have to accept that. At that point,
Right.
you are now for sale. You've been bought. That's the
And that should be disclosed. Like, people
Yes.
following you should know that you're being funded, and there are these restrictions. Like
And there- and
that's
real
otherwise you're
restrictions.
just being dishonest with your audience.
Yeah, once you lose that editorial control, you are no longer an independent content creator. And I'm sorry, like, how exactly does this put you in danger? How, like, what? Because you were named in an article, you're a public figure.
I
If
think he
you're
means
that
I
sensitive-
think he means he's going to lose $8,000 a month, so he'll be down to whatever the hell he makes based on his TikToks or the fuck.
I mean, maybe. Like, when I hear danger, it's like, oh my god, somebody's gonna harm me. I don't think that Taylor Lorenz was calling for violence against these people. I think she was just like shedding light on people with influence over the Democratic Party. On that note, though, Ken Klippenstein shared this, so this is hilarious to me. Wildest part of the paid Dem influencer story is how little they have to show for it. So this is their interview with Hakeem Jeffries. We have him as well. Too Raw, Too Real. Has 164 views. This is what this is what they're paying for.
My second channel where I talk about games does better than this.
Bro, I could just like take out my phone and record a fart, and it would get at least 1,000. And like, that's not even a brag. Like, if you are a large content creator, it doesn't.
Is it just because you have too many pro-Palestinian videos, or because you have too many videos criticizing the Dems? Because like, I would assume they would reach out to larger creators first, right? Like, you guys both have like 500,000 subs.
I feel like they know
okay.
that we're not gonna take bullshit. I don't know. I feel
Yeah.
like there's sort of. I mean, you can kind of guess by looking like, yeah, I can see Pacman taking the money. I can see Olivia Giuliani taking the money. Like, there are certain creators, even before they took the money, you can kind of see what path they're on.
The Olivia Giuliano one bugs me the most because she was one of the people who's like lying out loud because she constantly targeted left of center critics, right? So she would always go after what she called Bernie bros and the toxic, atmosphere that they created. And then she would respond with sentences like she's got like actual tweets that are like, I am not paid to say this. I do not receive any kind of funding for my opinions. I'm doing this and all this kind of stuff. And it turned out you did. Like you were being paid to say this.
That's so funny. No, it's the reason why we're not being asked to join is because obviously they know that they can't control us. We're not good like from the beginning because we criticize Democrats. Like I mostly shit on Republicans, but I also shit on Democrats frequently as well, and they just can't have that. The only way they're going to play ball with podcasts is if they get somebody who they know is not going to ask hard questions, or if they accidentally stumble into a situation where they don't know what they're getting themselves into. The Alyssa Slotkin, Crystal Ball situation, the Richie Torres, Adam Friedland situation. Otherwise, they will avoid these types of potential viral moments like the plague, because everything that the Democrats do has to be like perfectly curated, and they have to make sure everything is scripted. Like they can't just be human beings. They can't just talk and maybe fuck up or look stupid once in a while. So that's why they wouldn't fuck with us. David and I were like before, do you remember, David? We were in talks for the leftist like TV station, and then they sent us like NDAs, and we were both talking to each other back. We're like, fuck this. Like, it's not an NDA.
Yeah, the whole thing from the beginning seemed a little bizarre because I'm like, I don't even understand what this is, like how this is serving people differently than what we're already doing. And it got, I forgot the specifics, but it got weird to the point where like, I think we're good. We're not going to sign this.
Yeah, like the idea of like a television channel for leftists sounded really cool. But at the same time, once they start trying to like make you sign NDAs, which are inherently, I think, predatory, and when you don't know anything else, but the first thing they want for you to do is sign an NDA, I think that's a huge red flag.
And then I think there began to be like requirements on like, oh, you're gonna have to do like this 2 times a week or something. I think there was something like that where it's like we had to guarantee deliverables. I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking I'm doing this because I don't want a boss. Like, I got stuff to say, and I definitely don't want to have to answer anybody. So no, I'm good.
Yeah, it's crazy that anyone would want to put themselves in a situation where they are like their hands are tied. The only time I've ever signed like agreements is if they were completely like there's no non-exclusive license and I had full editorial control. Like Means TV, I basically would like send them my videos and they would put the videos as is. Not a single time I ever questioned what I could or couldn't talk about. Like that's the only way that you can do this, because if you get yourself in a situation where they're able to control what you say, or they have oversight, or they could say, you know what, this we don't like this, could you reword that? Like that's dangerous. Like you have to have editorial control to be independent. That is the most important fucking thing. Otherwise, you might as well just be fucking a corporate drone. Go work for CNN or MSNBC.
Like I've done one sponsorship ever, like over 10 years, and it was late last year. It was the news aggregator. I forget what they're called, but it was I did like one video for them, but it was like placed 3 times I think over the course of the month, and even that process was like, once I did that, I'm like, I'm never again. Just because like here's the edit of like what I'm talking about, and they were great in terms of like no content. They didn't care about any of that. They just wanted the ad in the video, but they got very specific about like what's in the like the screenshot I'm using of the news story in the ad, and this it's just like all these edits, and it was supposed to be like in the contract. It's like 1 edit. And they're trying to push for more edits. I'm like, no, the contract says one. Like, just that having to have those discussions at all was like too much for me. I'm like, no, never again.
David, oh my God,
fucking Deter, I don't fucking care. Like, I only agreed because I actually liked the news aggregator when I was using it. So it was like sure, whatever. But no, it was too much. It was too much. I didn't want to have to think about that anymore. Like, so I don't even do ad reads. Like, and again, I have nothing against people doing ad reads, but I'm just like, it's too much.
It's too taxing. Like when you said that, it made me feel better because I did the same thing. I forgot the name. It's Ground News.
Yeah, that's what.
Because I used to use them too. But yeah, it was like 200,000 views for the ad. So however many times it takes to get to 200,000 views. And the first video I put up with their ad in it got to 200K, but they weren't happy because it like people didn't click it, and I'm like, That's not the motherfucking agreement. Like,
Yeah,
it's just like
exactly.
200,000 people signed. So I'm not gonna adjust it. Like, I'm just recording this real quick. Like, I don't know what you want from me. Like, I'm not trying to sell the product. Like, I'm just, you got the shout out, homie. Take it or leave it. So I didn't do like a second one they offered. I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah.
It's just too much. I don't even want that control. I'm just like, don't control anything ever. Don't tell me what I can and can't say, even if it's in a fucking sponsorship for your product. I genuinely do think that that's a great source. Like, it's a news aggregator, so that's useful. But like, I'm good. I do have. Sorry,
Brian Taylor Cohen put a video out about it as well. As David Pakman and Brian Taylor Cohen are making videos on it.
Oh, really?
Brian says some people have questions about the Creator Scholarship Program I co-founded. Chorus. I didn't know he was a co-founder.
Oh, he co-founded it?
Yeah, he was a co-founder.
Oh, no shit. I have the David Pakman video pulled up. This one's only...
I just want to see a little bit of it. I'm just curious what his take is.
I saw a clip from Ken. We don't have to watch 8 minutes. I don't want to see 8 minutes.
No, I know. But I'm just curious with the underlying.
How many crypto ads are in this one?
I don't know. Maybe there's none. Hopefully. Okay, yeah, we'll just watch a couple minutes.
Not even going to talk about this because I hate participating in the drama.
I'm not even going to talk
I hate
about this,
the
and he drops
circular
an 8-minute
firing
long
squad
video.
that often builds on the left. But it's really important that my audience know what's going on. So I am going to talk about it. I was named in an article in Wired yesterday. And the article is about a so-called dark money group on the left called Chorus. And I'm named in the article along with other creators as being part of the group. And since this article came out, I've heard from a bunch of you. David, did you sell out? David, is the DNC telling you what to say? How could you do this to us? I knew back in 2021 when you had the following to say that you must have been getting paid by someone, and here's the proof. And I was not even going to give this the time of day, but my relationship with you, my actual audience, is the most important thing. And so I decided to do this segment. I also was told that other creators, like a Twitch streamer named Hassan Piker, were covering this in ways that don't reflect the reality of the situation and are perpetuating.
Does David Pakman think that like Hassan Piker is some sort of small bore?
The way he
influencer
talked
that has
about
to
him, it sure
explain
came.
to his audience.
He
There's a
knows
Twitch streamer
exactly what
called Hassan Piker. Is that his name?
Parker, I believe, is his name.
Has David Pakman never mentioned Hassan on his show before? I mean, I guess there was no reason to. He doesn't really cover Israel and Palestine. I mean, what? That was bizarre. That was bizarre.
Falsehoods about what is and isn't going on. Now, I can't speak to the motives of the people that wrote the article or those that are reacting to it. I can't get in their heads. All I can do is tell you what's going on, and then you can judge and you can make an assessment of me. Now, I also want to mention, I'm aware that many of the people I'm hearing of aren't even part of my audience. They're doing the, well, now I'm unsubscribing, and they mostly were never subscribed. And so I'm aware of that, but it doesn't matter because I want to.
That is a real thing that happens where people.
Oh yeah, people do that for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the comments, people, I'm unsubscribing now. I don't like what you said about this. Like, fuck off.
Yeah. Like, I used to watch you all the time. Like, you click on it, it's like some Trumpian. Like, no, you didn't.
I love the blockchain ads, but this is too far.
I mean, wasn't Pakman at one point part of the TYT network, right? I know Majority Report was, and I think we were.
I was too.
Yeah, so I mean, you would have to know who Hassan is.
I appeared on TYT a number of times. I was allowed on the power panel, but I wasn't part of the network.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, my audience hears from me about this. Now, the most important thing to say is that the idea behind this group is exactly what I've been advocating for years. It's for years I've been saying the left needs to organize independent media in the way that the right has been doing. The left needs to fund independent creators the way that the right.
that this was my exact criticism of this. Like that, this is what I specifically said. I was like, no one is saying that we don't need to have well-funded independent media, but also you lose your ability to actually be constructive and editorialize and you know, enact change if you cannot speak ill in a certain way. Like,
he's straw manning. He's just straw manning because that isn't the issue. The issue isn't the funding. The issue is what that means in terms of the contract.
Right.
It'd be great to have funding for leftist media, but you cannot take away the thing that makes independent media so good, which is the independence, and that's what the contracts, which is what the article was about, seem to do, to the point where the people who were being offered were extremely sketched out by it.
If Mike all of a sudden,
no, go ahead. No,
well, I was just going to say, if Mike, the Humanist Report, if a video suddenly started with, I'm really happy to announce everybody that I've got a new sponsor for the show, Shell. Don't worry, it's not going to change any of my editorializing content you love. Anyways, we have to talk about the climate change hoax and how it's been blah, blah, blah. Immediately, everyone would be like, oh, okay, well, this is bad, right? Like, now you see why it's wrong.
Right. Yeah, it's,
I was just
I don't know
say,
if you want to switch to Brian.
I want to see if he addresses like
we can keep going
the disclosure stuff, because that seems to be the one of the main issues too. And if this is his first time mentioning,
do like 1.5 speed.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom while it's playing, so I won't be able to pause it until I get back. But I will try to be quick.
Oh boy, that's what are you doing to us?
I will leave you with David Pack.
I could probably remove it if I needed to.
Okay. Oh, that's true. Okay.
Has won even arguably presidential elections because they're organized with regard to online and independent media. They're killing us. We've been so behind. And this kind of support for creators is exactly what I've been advocating for. Now, the article is riddled with inaccuracies, and they're not minor inaccuracies. First and foremost, this group has nothing to do with the DNC. People writing saying, the Democratic Party is telling people what to say. At its base, the group has nothing to do with the DNC, period. Number two, I do not get clearance for anything I say. I do not run interview questions by anyone at Chorus. I don't tell Chorus when I'm going to be doing an interview. Not a single segment I have done, not a single question I've ever asked a guest has anything to do with Chorus. They don't tell me what to talk about. They don't tell me who to interview. They don't tell me how to cover a story. There are no restrictions of any kind on my content. I've never covered a story because Chorus suggested I do it. I've never not covered a story because Cora suggested I not do it. There is no content relationship of any kind.
But those aren't the parameters of the contract. Like he's misrepresenting, it seems, what they're saying. It's that like being part of this gets you access to politicians in the first place, not that you have to run the interview questions by anybody. That's not what the article is alleging.
There's also likely
access.
There's also likely different contracts depending on the creator, because again, it's up to $8,000 a month. So someone like Pac-Man's definitely getting $8,000. But then there are others who are lower on the list, probably have different contracts written up with different restrictions with the money they're getting.
Well, we don't know if Pac-Man's making $8,000, so let's.
Okay, we don't. Right. My guess is that he would be on the higher rung, because the article discusses like there's a limit, like the $8,000 is the top, but. It depends on.
But we also don't know how much
what your
work
audience is.
he's done for them too. Like there's different parameters here that we would need to know first. But you know, I'm looking through the article. Taylor Lorenz never says that this has anything to do with the DNC. I don't know.
No.
She never says that it's like an official Democratic Party connected outfit either.
It's a dark money group that donates to Democrats. Right. She's all of these criticisms of the article. Aren't things that she alleged at all. I read the entire article, so I don't understand. Like, they're kind of making a straw man, possibly because, like, from their perspective, you know how the internet is. You see something, and then people like use hyperbole, but like that's not what the article says. And
right. Like,
Taylor Lorenz is not saying that they're like DNC funded.
Like, you could disagree with Taylor Lorenz, like, as you know, her personality, what she says online. I have had in the past a friendly relationship with her, and so I sort of know her. I'm not say more acquaintances than anything, but like I totally get that people like disagree with her, have issues with her for various reasons and stuff. But when it comes to her reporting her body of work, not like a social media post that she shares her personal opinion, when it comes to her reporting, I have never seen anything questionable at all. So for people to you have a right to question her reporting. Everyone should, question anyone's reporting, but you also need to provide evidence and backup and facts. And I've yet to hear anything that puts what she wrote in question. Like it was a solid report as per usual from her. I would love to hear what people's issues are, other than I don't like that she published this. Or
I would just like to say that Matt's comments don't speak for me because I currently take money from the Taylor and Super PAC. So unfortunately, I'm not able to talk about this. But I do.
Also,
Big Taylor sellout.
Another thing that's happening here is they're addressing what like people have said after reading her article instead of her article. Like, I don't care what people said. I don't care the assumptions people are making. That's on them. Address the article itself.
Yeah, people are gonna say things that are stupid and inaccurate. I posted a video today about Graham Plattner, and somebody commented and said, "Why are you abandoning Kat Abu Ghazala?" Like, that's YouTube. Okay, it's like the classic, tweet about, "Oh, I love pancakes," and somebody responds with saying, "Oh, so you hate waffles?" That is inevitable on the internet. But like, the crux of the story is the conflict of interest between like being transparent, being able to say what you want to without having to run it by some, dark money group handler.
It's just worth mentioning, if the money isn't the reason that he's not criticizing Democrats over their position on Israel, or not talking about that issue basically at all from what I've seen, and not correcting his mistake when it came to Israel, the hospital attack on, or the attack on a hospital that Israel did, that he claims didn't, and then came out a month later, it was very clear that they actually did, and then of course since then has continued to do, and not discuss any. If money isn't the reason he's not do, that's, I would say, worse. At least money gives you an excuse for being a terrible commentator, but you don't have that money excuse anymore. What is the excuse for not discussing a serious human rights, not discussing a genocide, and the complicity of the Democratic Party in that? Like, that seems like a major issue.
If we're being clear, waffles are superior.
I agree.
Oh, so you hate pancakes? Okay.
I don't hate pancakes. I just think waffles are better. They have little syrup traps. Okay, you can put berries and other things inside the crevices.
Yeah, but they're crunchy. I don't know about the crunchiness all the time. Sometimes you want a soft pancake.
Belgian waffles are honestly out of this world. So I cannot find the Brian Tyler Cohen response. So if anybody wants to link to that, but
it's
I don't
on
know
his
if you
Twitter.
all...
It's on his Twitter.
Oh, it's on
I'm
Twitter.
getting
Okay.
canceled by a lot of the chats right now. Jesus,
Makes sense.
You're getting canceled.
It makes sense he wouldn't put it on. It makes sense he wouldn't put it on YouTube because he has a very large YouTube audience, and that's not what they're there for. They don't care about his personal. I mean, even the YouTube, even the video on Twitter, for the amount of followers he has, it hasn't gotten very many views because it's like a personal thing that he's addressing. It's not really news and politics, which is what his audience wants,
Yeah. Do you want to switch to that, or do you want to finish with David?
I mean,
Beckham's
I would.
video?
Let's keep. I mean, let's keep watching this Pac-Man thing, and then we could watch the.
You're gonna make me hungry, Lance.
Have you ever had fried chicken and pancakes? No, there's a reason for that. You have fried chicken and waffles because it's fucking delicious. All right, and Binder, you live in like near or around Brooklyn. Some of the best fried chicken and waffles I've ever had in my life is in fucking Brooklyn. I'd say the world's best.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I will die on this hill with you, Lance. If the chat actually has a problem, waffles are objectively superior.
The chat is all going for crepe superiority, and crepes were an option. Okay, this is between pancakes and waffles. Stop complicating things.
Expanding the parameters of what we're talking about. You're having a different conversation.
Yeah, expand the terms of service.
So what does Chorus do? They run technical trainings, how to produce content.
This is what the other guy, Too Raw Too Real, said. It's not about, it's the, like, we know what Chorus does. That's not, it's the, well, I don't remember the fucking name, 3060 or whatever. That's the dark money group that's in the title. That's not, Chorus isn't the dark money group. It's like
right.
a
My
talent
understanding
agency.
is that there's a DNC-backed dark money group that is funding this think tank that is then funding Chorus, right? That was the chain of title.
Possibly. It's like a human centipede of sorts,
Yeah.
but like, yeah. God, they're throwing me off and shit. Fuck.
Yeah, I know.
It's working.
How to make your operation more efficient. How do you take a small shop of 1, 2, or 3 people and put content out on multiple platforms the way I've been doing successfully for decades? They set up mentorship relationships between larger creators like me and small up-and-coming creators who are looking to do content, which is something I've said for years we need to be doing. They do advocacy
that's
trainings.
great.
They do media trainings. How do you deal with adversarial media, reporters with bad intentions who contact you? They do legal training, so we understand how is the right-wing machine potentially going to come after us? How do you organize your business to be protected? That's what they do. And I want to make this really clear, and I know that 99% of my actual audience knows this. If this was a group or an organization that required me to get permission before saying things, or fed me talking points, or told me, David, talk about this and not about that, or anything like that, I would never be part of it, period. Anyone who knows me would know that. Now, I'm one of the larger creators in the current cohort. I want to help others grow. I want to mentor people. I want to grow the left media space. That's something I've been advocating for years. And now the circular firing squad is getting going. You look at TikTok, you look at these different platforms, people going after each other, most of it based on misunderstandings or misreporting about what's happening. Now, let me go to another aspect of this.
Okay.
I've seen messages like, oh, David, when you said X in 2024, that must have been because they told you to. Oh, David, this explains your take on Bolivia from 2017. Now I get why you said that. Or when you did that interview in 2022.
Oh, I forgot all
it
about
must have
how he
been
was on the
because-
wrong side of the Bolivia thing.
Yeah.
He was so wrong on that.
Wait, has he ever addressed that? Is this the first time he's addressing that?
I think so. Just to be clear, so I got the article in front of me, by the way. The 1630 Fund was funding the Chorus Creator Incubator Program. And not all creators had the same contracts. That part is true. And there are creators who reached out and told Wired, obviously off the, their identities are being held secret, that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much acknowledged that they were part of the program. And other creators said that there's a slew of restricted clauses in the contract that required them to get approval from them first before they ran stories. So this could be a situation with David Pakman happens to be one of the much bigger ones where he wasn't told you have to or you don't have to run a story. So that part could be true, right? Just to be
that's fair
and or balanced here.
That's what I was saying. Different contracts depending on the size, because obviously they're not going to make Pakman say like certain things.
Yeah, and
but
to
then
be
to
clear,
your
I
point,
don't
David, that's
think
worse.
Yeah, exactly. It is worse.
You refuse to report on the genocide of your own doing? Like you don't have the use.
Yeah, I have no doubt. Like, I believe David when he says that they're not feeding him talking points. I think that they look to creators who already ideologically align with them, who typically wouldn't criticize the Democratic Party, who wouldn't talk about the genocide. So I don't think they're giving them talking points. But to Lance's point, yeah, it is true that maybe David had a less restrictive contract. I'd imagine like they probably would be less restrictive with a bigger content creator because you want to score them as part of your roster, I would imagine. I don't know.
Chorus told you to. Even if you wrongly believed that I was now completely compromised by my participation in this group, this thing is brand new. It's like 8 weeks old or something like that. Maybe 10 weeks old, something like this. So the revisionism of going back and going, now I understand why David. Not only are they not directing content today, this thing is brand new. So that's just like impossible. One other thing I want to mention. The article identifies my friend Brian Tyler Cohen as the co-founder of this group. And now he's being attacked as well. His motives being impugned. Brian worked on this as a volunteer. He has spent hundreds of hours for not a penny on this project, solely because he, like me, believes we need this type of organization on the left. They're killing us on the right. He doesn't need to be doing this for himself. He's trying to do this to build up left-wing content creators, as am I. And so the framing of Brian as some kind of villain in this entire thing, it's just farcical and pathetic. So the bottom line is we need more of this on the left, not less. We need more organization and infrastructure and people understanding how do you build a content machine? How do you produce a podcast? How do you grow an audience? How do you distribute it? How do you organize your day? What's your YouTube setup like? The article is designed...
like the right-wing, they invested in podcasts in the sense that like they took advantage of it. Like Trump went on all these comedian podcasts and shit like that. I'm sure that there's certainly funding. There's definitely like right-wing billionaire money on the Daily Wire and whatnot. But like we do need something. But of course, it cannot be. You can't be restrictive.
Any group giving Olivia Giuliani like whatever the month, like $8,000 a month. I'm sorry, it's not a group I can trust. Like that is insane.
Right.
Yeah, like look at the choices. Look who they choose to give money to. To me, that tells me everything.
She was going to do a reach out platform show with Richard Hanania, the white supremacist race IQ guy, until people called it out and were like, "What the fuck?" And that was like a reaching out to younger men for democratic recruitment thing. Like, that's a disaster, an absolute waste of cash, and a disaster.
Well, Democrats do love to burn through money, so I feel like I'm going crazy. I don't remember Brian Tyler Cohen being mentioned in the article.
Brian Tyler Cohen released a video because he's one of the co-founders of Chorus itself. So he actually made a video defending what he's doing. I haven't watched the video yet because he just put it up, but a lot of people on the left are obviously trashing it. There's a lot of people quote tweeting it, but it's on his Twitter where he's got a.
But David said that he was mentioned in the article.
He is mentioned, isn't he? He's mentioned.
Is he? I don't remember that for some reason.
I'm looking through the article, and
look
again,
up,
like the
look up Cohen,
the addition of things that aren't in Taylor Lorenz's article is absurd. Like, she mentions Brian Tyler Cohen in a paragraph. Well, first she mentions that he was
in there.
You know, he is in there, and in the paragraph where she mentions him, she says that how he's a co-founder, and the guy Stuart Perlmutter, who founded some other group, co-founded Chorus with Democratic influencer Brian Tyler Cohen, who has over 4.6 million subscribers on YouTube and leads messaging check-ins for the creator cohort on rapid response days. That's basically all there is that mentions him. Like, she does not paint him as a villain. She correctly identifies him as a co-founder of Chorus, and that's it. That's all she says about him.
Also, like, to be clear, I like this idea that, like, they're proposing. Like, I want to build a network of support that helps uplift and build smaller creators, that helps actually fund, like, you know, they keep saying leftists. I mean, these are liberal spokespeople, right? They just want to toe the party line kind of ideas. But that idea in principle is a good thing. I think they should have, or they should have been, way more transparent, and there should have never been any aspect of this that editorializes. That's where the whole thing became shady. If you are getting seed money from a Democratic think tank, and part of that is, like, you know, editorializing what people say or don't say, that part is like, you can't be trusted then. But trying to create a network, like, do you want a network of people who actually want to speak and get people elected based on their principles and values, or do you want a network of people that will just toe the party line? I think it's the second one. That's why, you know, this whole quest for the liberal Joe Rogan shit, they didn't realize that, like, Midas Touch, Brian Taylor Cohen, David Pakman, all of these shows already exist. Pod Save America, one of the fucking largest podcasts in the world. These all serve the interests of uplifting the Democrats and shitting on Republicans, right? And obviously, fuck the Republicans. I'm not here to, like, you know, disparage any of that. But at the same time, what is it? Theo Vaughn, XQC, Aiden Ross, Andrew Schultz, all of these shows, those are comedian podcast bros. And those people, they liked and aligned themselves with MAGA, not for the money, but because they all have victim complexes, and they don't like being criticized, and they don't like being told that, you know, their hacks or their transphobia sucks. And they call that cancel culture and wokeness. And all of them are just like, we want comedy to be legal again. I need a fucking president with balls who's going to fucking blah, blah, blah. Come on to my show, right? Like, that's very different. That's not an apparatus run by MAGA specifically to indoctrinate those people, because you can tell they're already flipping a lot of them right now that shit is really bad. Now you're seeing Andrew Schultz be like, I have buyer's remorse. I don't know what to tell you. This guy kind of sucks. I don't like that he's just locking up all these fucking, you know, people who speak Spanish on the streets, blah, blah, blah. Like, and they'll probably one moment be pro Bernie Sanders, next moment be pro fucking fascist. Like, who knows? They're all just fucking dicks. Like, do you want a dick network?
To bolster your point, like, yeah, this idea is actually great. The idea of, like, training smaller content creators, but it has to exist outside of the democratic apparatus. The second they get their claws over it, it's tainted. Like, you can't trust it. And like, Democrats, to the extent that they need to, like, find the liberal Joe Rogan, like, no. That doesn't mean you create your own. You try to, like, cultivate something. You take advantage of the existing fucking podcasts that are out there already. Like, you go on the shows. Yeah, go on Majority Report. They're professional. Like, you know, I'm a dickhead who's unserious, but go on Majority Report. Like, why aren't more of them going on Hassan? Like, Hassan brings on, like, a ton of huge guests. Like, it's because they don't want to be in this position where they're confronted or they're challenged specifically on the thing that they don't want to talk about, which is the genocide. So Instead, they just try to create their own thing that's like synthetic and fake, and it's maddening. Like it's counterproductive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the Brian Tyler Cohen response. The volume's up. Okay.
At the risk of giving an internet troll more attention, I want to address a piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote yesterday for Wired. An initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000
Why is he
a
doing
month.
that? Just address. She put out a piece of journalism that's legit.
Because they're dishonest.
Wired. I'm sure
They're
Brian Tyler
dishonest.
Cohen. I'm sure Brian Tyler Cohen was just sourcing Wired nonstop earlier this year as they published great reporting on Doge.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, give me a
He's
break.
poisoning the well. He's
Give me a
poisoning
break.
the well.
Wired wouldn't have published this if they didn't think it was legit. Like, come on now. This is just.
They're all so defensive. I don't
just
get
embarrassing.
Which makes me trust whatever they're going to say less, because they're trying to frame it in this really like bizarre way.
Yeah.
Push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Literally nothing in this statement is true. The article is about Chorus, which is a nonprofit that I helped found to build up a creator ecosystem, which everybody says they want, but few are doing. So here's what Chorus is. It is a scholarship program to teach creators how to grow their accounts, foster engagement, launch their own shows, and become profitable on their own. It's an incubator program to build the pro-democracy ecosystem. Influencers and creators have never
Why does
been more
Pac-Man
important
need
when
that?
it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The right has been doing this for years, and the left needs to catch up. That's why we're doing this with Chorus. So let's talk about what Chorus is and
Maybe
what
he's
it's
the
not.
mentor.
Chorus does not pay creators
Like
for
he's-
content, does not tell them what to say, it does not control who they talk to or work with, and there is absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that we do. Period. Full stop. I don't know a single creator who would willfully sign up for a program that would tell them what they can or can't say. That's not what this program is. We pay people to show up to workshops and technical trainings to optimize their content online. For example, we've got trainings on how to package content for YouTube, trainings on how to optimize audience retention for Instagram and TikTok, trainings on how to form an LLC. Again, there are zero restrictions on their content.
Then why is it
And
so
by the way,
secret?
The program works. In just 2 months, our cohort has added a combined 6 million followers, that's not including me, and seen their views and engagement grow. That is the point of the program, to teach creators how to be effective with whatever messages they want to promote. And with regard to keeping it a secret, there is a standard confidentiality clause in the contract to protect the privacy of the creators. On the literal first day of the program, it was made clear to all of the creators in our...
No. Those confidentiality clauses are never about the creators. It's to protect the organization. We always hear this line.
They were also specifically told they were not allowed to say that they were receiving money. That's where this problem comes in, right? Like a lot of people are saying that, like, oh, we were just kind of incubating. It's publicly available. They're up on the Chorus website. It's like, but for the smaller creators, that's what the article was revealing, that they were told that they weren't allowed to tell anyone they were getting this cash. That's where this becomes shady.
I just don't understand why the disclosure couldn't have been done. Like, what do they gain from not?
Yeah, I
disclosing?
know.
There's no reason to
thrilled.
not
I
disclose.
had like 100 followers, and I was like, this company that like reaches out to like political people is going to give me $1,000. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Like, I can't wait to talk about it. Thank you,
I mean,
Chorus.
I've disclosed every little thing that I do that could come, even when it doesn't come to a conflict. Like, I'll give you an example. I told you guys, my audience and you guys, over and over again, every detail I could when I went last year to that creator like door knocking thing for Jamal Bowman up in upstate New York. They didn't pay me anything, but they provided me like room, the room for the day that I stayed there to help to do it. So I disclosed that, even though it has no bearing to like anything else. And everyone
You
was
fucking sell out.
Yeah, like
Yeah, but can you criticize Jamal Bowman now?
I remember when I was covering Cynthia Nixon's campaign in 2018. I disclosed over and over again I work for the campaign doing their video stuff. I mean,
oh yeah, well, say that Sex in the City is stupid. I bet you can. 'Cause you were paid.
I gotta say it is. All right,
Kickoff
continue.
session
This is
that they
this
were
is. Just continue. I'm sorry.
Okay.
absolutely free to talk about Chorus, and we immediately followed up to confirm that in writing. Creators have.
But again, it's not like it's the 60-30, right? Am I I feel like I'm misinterpreting that because I forgot that, or I didn't realize that they mentioned Brian Tyler Cohen. So I just need to reread the article. I feel like they're gaslighting me and it's working. Let me just
It is.
They mention him just
I'm mad at
to
Taylor
share
Lorenz.
his ties to Chorus. They tell the truth that he
Okay,
is
yeah.
a co-founder of Chorus, and they talk about how he teamed up with his other co-founder and how he runs like the rapid response group or whatever. It's if any of that is incorrect, he should say that, but I don't think it is because he co-founded Chorus.
Yeah. Just go line by line through the whole article and debunk it then. Like one of them needs to do this.
Videos about Chorus. They've got donation links to Chorus in their bios. I myself have made videos that were posted all over the internet about Chorus that reached hundreds of thousands of people. It is not a secret, and it never was. There's the implication in the article that this is some arm of the DNC or the Democratic Party. We have literally nothing to do with the DNC. I spend 0
Press
minutes
pause
of my
again.
day
Nothing
thinking
says
about the
that
DNC.
it doesn't say that in here.
Yeah.
Did any of them read the actual article? I mean, it doesn't say that.
But I don't think they want to honestly answer the charges that are in that article, so they're just deflecting, right? And also
But, like-
poisoning the well quite
But
effectively.
like this is such a small board thing to do this for that it makes me not want to. If I was a consumer, like I wasn't someone in the industry in this business, if I was just a viewer, a consumer, their way of framing this and how they're covering such a small bore meaningless thing would make me not trust any of their content going forward.
Okay.
I guess
The
I'm not being
creators do
invited to
not
chorus.
Never would have been invited. You talked about genocide one too many times and criticized Democrats one too many times.
Oh,
Yeah, that
any
is the
party
through
line.
line.
How could
Yeah.
If there's one thing connecting every one of the creators, I don't think a single one of them has criticized the actions of Israel or the policies of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and what they did in terms of arming and enabling a genocide. That seems to be something consistent.
I mean, again, like they actively cut off Gen Z for Change.
Right.
That was criticizing Biden over his climate change policies, over the genocide. Taylor Lorenz shared the article within this article about that. That's how I know about that. So it's they don't want to work with anybody that is critical. I mean, there's a reason why these influencers have gotten interviews with Democratic leadership, and
Right.
they would not touch us with a 10-foot fucking pole. We get like interviews with Democrats and stuff like that, but like not the big dogs, and we never would. Not that I'm not mad, I'm not jealous, I'm not even trying to get those interviews, but like there's a selection process and there's a reason why they make the choices that they do.
Wait, there isn't a party line. Creators are absolutely allowed to speak out against the Democrats, and in fact, plenty do. And frankly, Chorus creators should and do criticize Democrats when they suck, and quite often, they do suck. I've seen posts saying that this is APAC funded, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'd venture to guess that most Chorus creators, myself included on both YouTube and Substack, have spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza. Lorenz says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month. So she's criticizing an entity that is funded by someone that she is currently taking money from. I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenz gets paid, but no one else.
She
The
actually
monthly
replied to
stipend
this
that
on
we offer
Twitter.
is so that creators
If
can
you
do
want me
this
to
work.
share that.
Yeah,
Here.
can you share that?
I will bring it up.
I think we just need a whole debate bro panel between all of them.
She says, Brian is lying. I have zero financial ties to 1630, and neither does the Omidyar Network LLC reporting program, which is not a dark money org. It is nonpartisan. Brian took dark money and failed to disclose his funding. I didn't take dark money, disclose my funding.
So
this is
Taylor
getting
Lorenz,
spicy.
we're looking this up really quick. Go back to what Brian Taylor Cohen said about 16. I want to make sure I have what he said correct. Just rewind just a little bit.
Okay. Oops, sorry, wrong one.
Per month. So she's criticizing a sponsor. Myself included on both YouTube and Substack have spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza. Lorenz says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month. So she's criticizing an entity that is
he wrote it correct. He said it technically correctly, but he's connected. But yeah, everything he said is correct. Actually, she might have misheard him. So from looking this up really quickly, in 2020, Pierre Omidyar, who set up the Omidyar, network that is Taylor Lorenz's part of the Reporters in Residency program. He and his wife apparently donated $45 million back in 2020 to one of the 1630 Fund's projects, according to Politico. What project that is, I am not sure, looking at it really quickly. But that's him giving money to 1630 Fund. That doesn't mean 1630 Fund is connected to Omidyar's other like actual projects and the Reporter in Residency program. That's completely separate. So they're conflated. Both of them conflated the same. We're conflating two different things. It seems like.
Oh, okay.
So she's not getting any money from 1630 Fund.
That she is currently taking money from. I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenz gets paid, but no one else. The monthly stipend that we offer is so that creators can do this work.
This report by Taylor Lorenz is almost certainly one of her reports as part of Omidyar's Reporters in Residency program. Like she just announced that she's part of the winter 2025 cohort, and this is the reporting she's doing as a part of that Reporters in Residency program. So to like say that there's something shady there when she's doing the reporting under that program, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that is bizarre.
What this also reveals to me is so many motherfuckers are in some sort of a cohort.
Yeah,
like,
what the hell?
Just losers. Like,
no, the Reporters in Residency.
Damn.
Full disclosure, I've previously applied to that Omidyar Reporters in Residency program. Didn't get in.
Loser. You're just like us. Welcome to the club, Matt.
No, but all they basically do is they pay journalists a monthly stipend to basically do the work that they do. Like I've looked through,
which I think is
everything.
important. There should be.
There's
awesome.
There's no strings attached or anything.
That's good.
They literally just give you like I got far enough to actually sit down over Zoom and talk with them. There was no strings. It's just basically they give you the monthly stipend to do this work as part of the Reporters in Residency program. And then like once or twice a month, the group checks in with each other to just see how it's going.
Full time. We've had numerous creators in the cohort quit their jobs so that they can focus on creating content full time. That is what we want. I'm really proud that we can give creators that security for as long as they're in the program. We want people to create pro-democracy content full time, and we want to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent and their bills while doing it. If I could have cohorts with 1,000 people in it so that everybody could be part of the program, I would. For everybody saying that they would like to be part of the next cohort, we would love for you to apply. That's our whole goal. It's to build up an army of pro-democracy content creators who can speak authentically about the issues that they care about and be able to do it as effectively as possible. I should note that while I started this program, I have never and will never get paid. I do this 100% as a volunteer. I have never earned a dime from Chorus, and I never will. I want every dollar that we raise to go to creators so that they can do this important work without spending 8 hours a day working at some different job. I've been saying for years that the left needs to build up its creator space. That has never been more true than it is right now. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The left is a decade behind right now. We desperately need incubators teaching and amplifying new content creators, and not just Chorus, by the way. There are other programs in this space doing the same thing. I want all of them to succeed. We need all of them to succeed. There are people like Taylor Lorenz who are desperate to tear the left apart, and in fact, it becomes clear who her efforts help when you hear stuff like this.
Genuinely, I kind of like Taylor Lorenz because I know that she actually believes what she says. Do you get what I'm saying?
So yeah, I generally don't align myself with friends of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. I continue to believe
That's not.
They're
That's weird.
attacking her. They hate her. They hate her. That was, I don't know what the context is, but that's almost certainly tongue in cheek, them attacking her. Like they're mocking that she's open about what she believes and how strongly she says these things. And they disagree with her. So they're mocking her that way. They think when she talks, like normies look at her like she's insane or whatever. And so they're mocking that. The fact that you're joining in on that makes you look horrible. What is he doing here?
Yeah, I don't understand why him and David are, and the other guy as well, Too Raw, Too Real. I don't know his real name. I hate having to say Too Raw, Too Real every single fucking time. I don't know why they're being so defensive. If it's not that big of a deal, then you don't have to be that defensive, right?
It's bizarre that he's attacking Taylor Lorenz as some sort of troll splitting up the left when he fucking has that Too Raw, Too Real guy in his cohort, his little group.
The people you're paying are the ones doing that.
That guy doesn't even talk about politics. That guy just treats politics like it's celebrity gossip and drama. That guy's just constantly online, honestly making even Democrats look worse because this dude just treats everything as if he's gossiping about some celebrity blog. He's like Perez Hilton for the Democratic Party. He looks and sounds insane when he does these videos.
If there were to be a follow-up to this article, I would want them to get into like the content that these people actually put out, because to me that is the damning thing. It's like this is what you're giving money to these fucking crazy people. Like this is what you're funding. These people who are attacking progressive attacking Bernie Sanders, calling the left crazy. Like these are the people you're giving money to. Like what does it tell us about your group? So there's definitely more that's worth exploring there.
Like they're totally trying to hide the issue here. There's nothing wrong with creating a group to help out creators. I love that. There's nothing wrong with creators getting paid. I love that. The fact that they think Taylor Lorenz doesn't love that when her whole career has been covering the creator economy. That's her entire bread and butter. That's how she became known, covering creators and how they make money online. That's all great. The issue is that there were apparently, which they don't address, they say that they just basically say that's not true. What they should show is actually, if they want to dispel this, they should show the actual contracts that Taylor Lorenz is citing here to prove that isn't in there. Taylor Lorenz's report was there's funding behind it that they're not supposed to disclose. And then not that they shouldn't get paid. They can't disclose the funding, where it comes from. And then B, the fact that apparently some of these contracts had actual clauses in there that affects creators, what they actually say and do in their content. That's the issue here. And none of that was addressed.
Yeah. And Mike just left. Yeah, I agree.
Oh, how are we going to finish watching this?
I don't know. I think whatever. It's just the issue is the lack of disclosure and whatever's in that contract that clearly is not that they're not willing to show.
All right. But someone in the chat just said, "Remember when Binder said there was no news this week?" I mean, to be fair, this isn't news.
I would,
this is like,
I wouldn't call this like electrifying news.
Yeah, this is just like behind the scenes industry stuff. Like this.
Yeah, this is very internal type news.
Yeah, like this doesn't matter, which is why it's so ridiculous that I mean, obviously the reporting from Taylor Lorenz is good. It should be published.
there's like different levels of like not everything has to be like world changing news. Like Trump did this, Trump did that, the government's doing this.
Yeah.
But like the fact that the way they're covering this is so underhanded really is ridiculous, being that how like low bar this stuff is.
I'm probably going to duck out shortly, but I'm going to get to a couple super chats I do have. Kowalski, says I've been suspect of Pac-Man ever since he was against BDS on Israel. He defended their food exports, which are unsustainable, and they take Palestinian water to grow and restrict the remaining water. And
Can I respond to this comment that triggered me really quick because it's so stupid?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is not a super chat. It's just Taylor got what she wanted. You are bad mouthing some of the biggest names out there. Not a good look, guys. Makes me think bad of you all. Oh no, Frank doesn't think good of us. Oh no.
Is this
I'm gonna
Rod
kill
for real?
myself. Yeah. Shut the fuck up, Frank. We're not even bad mouthing them. Like these
why
are
do
big
you-
boys. They can take a little bit of criticism.
I almost think these are that almost sounds tongue in cheek to me, but just in case it's not.
I hope
Why-
I hope
why-
that it is.
Why should you care about whether they're some of the biggest names or whatever? Who cares?
Yeah, if that's the case, then what we're saying on this stream is going to have no impact at all.
Yeah, listen. Do you want to know the thing about criticism? If it's constructive, it's good. I feel like we're not trying to tear these people down. We're just saying there should be more transparency. You know, there was one creator that criticized me in a documentary about TYT union busting. Guess what I did? I brought him on the show, and I admitted that his criticism was actually good. Like not all criticism is bad. Like we're not just trying to do a fucking like circular firing squad. I just think that like this is newsworthy, and we are in this space. And I feel like as a creator, as creators, it's important that we share our opinion, because I think that there's some shady shit going on here, and I wanted to hear how they responded to it. And I think that their responses are not very good. I don't know. Like if you're too sensitive, then I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Like chill out, Frank. Go smoke some weed. Like you're being a little bit of a weirdo.
Also,
That triggered me, I'm sorry.
when we started Leftist Mafia, we all had to sign a contract stating that we will go after all of the biggest creators in leftist media. So it's
Exactly.
sort of forced.
And
to
that
do
we
it,
would
yeah.
kick out one of us, which
Yeah.
ended up being Triangle Face. So
I love
it all
how they're
worked
like
out.
also Frank is like, oh my god, you're trashing other creators, motherfucker. We like popped off because we were shitting on TYT. That's our bread and butter, okay? Like know our history.
We will burn every bridge. Okay?
Oh my god, Frank was trolling. God damn it, Frank.
That's what I thought. I said it. Right?
You
I was
triggered
like,
me
this
so much,
sounds sort of
Frank.
tongue in cheek, right?
God damn it, fuck you, Frank. Now you made me look like an idiot. Fuck you. I love you, Frank.
J-Cass. Thank you for your super chat. Says, yay, Double D is back. By the way, I didn't have Bill Burr taking MBS blood money on my bingo card, but not surprised. Yeah, he's apparently going to some comedy fest. I haven't looked too much into it.
Oh, for Saudi Arabia.
They must be paying shit ton like they do to those golfers. Like, you know.
That's
My
enough.
favorite-
See,
my favorite-
it
my
doesn't matter how
favorite-
big you are, it still might sell out.
My favorite wrestler, CM Punk, talked a lot of shit about WWE doing the shows they do a couple of times every year in Saudi Arabia.
Now he's going.
And then he joined the WWE again, and he went. So I mean, they pay a lot apparently. They paid Shawn Michaels retired, HBK, the Heartbreak Kid. Shawn Michaels retired. And for one of the events they were doing in Saudi Arabia, the Saudis wanted Shawn Michaels on the card after he retired. And they paid him $3 million to wrestle a single match.
Wow.
So, I mean, he came out of retirement for that $3 million payday.
All right. Anyways, I'm getting too tired. I got to get off. But this has been fun, guys. It's fun being back. And
Fun having you back.
I will see. The icons have changed since I was here last. Okay.
They've been changing shit literally every
Yeah.
single week.
Like, how do I do things here? Okay.
I
this
don't
is how I
even
leave.
like. They'll show you like what they changed, and I don't read it. I just click past it. I'm like, okay, you do this. Stop doing that. See you
This is
later,
too
David.
much. See ya.
Peace. It was great having you, David, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm so
great
glad
having
Oh,
you. of
thank you.
course.
You do
Hopefully
add a
I'm
lot
back
to the
next
show.
week.
I'm
We'll see.
serious. Never think just you not showing up is no big deal.
Oh, I appreciate that. I do appreciate that.
We love
It's just,
having
you know,
back,
some
David.
I just get tired some days, like, you know, which actually I get tired every day, but it's just just depends. Can I manage my tiredness that day?
I feel you. It's
But,
it's
I
an
appreciate that.
exhausting time. Okay, so did you want me to go first, or did you want to
Yeah,
start?
go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So I have J Mamilia. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. ABS says, "Hey Mike, I'm gonna be doing a research experiment, and I was wondering if you'd be fine if I used your content for my research method study." Nope, don't do that. No, I'm just kidding. No, of course, of
Hold on.
course.
This isn't a super chat, but someone asked me a question I don't want to forget. And it's just Dad at Bestiny on Twitch asked me, "Hey Matt, is Gold Sounds in Brooklyn a cool venue?" Yes, I like that place a lot. I like how it's set up. It's very small, the bar area, but it's nice. I like it. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes. Serious note though, ABS, you absolutely can use my content, of course. And I'm flattered that you wanted to use my content for a study. That's really cool. Otaku Dragon says many stores near me are suddenly selling out of Starlink antennas. Over 40 at Best Buy, sold in under an hour. Makes me worried. Hope it's scalpers. Wow. That's interesting. I've not heard anything about the sudden increase in popularity of Starlink.
It depends where you live, right? I mean, Starlink
Yeah, that probably makes...
probably will be popular in areas where there's not high.
That's
speed
true.
internet.
Yeah, that makes sense. V-Man says, as a Puerto Rican, I can say Richie Torres is a disgrace to all Puerto Ricans, none so more than the father of Puerto Rico, Dr. Ramon Betances, continued in next super chat. A man who worked for free during a cholera epidemic that wiped out 5% of Puerto Rico's population, freed enslaved children, and fought for Puerto Rico's independence, frowns upon this man. Yeah, I don't blame you for thinking that way about Richie Torres. I think that I am embarrassed as a gay man because he's part of my community as well. I think that it's gross. He should have more empathy for people, but he doesn't care. He's profiting off of the death and destruction in Gaza, and he's using his power to support that genocide. And I think he should absolutely be ashamed of himself. But me saying that has no meaning because he doesn't have any shame. So I'm with you there, brother. Disgusting piece of shit. V-Man also says, off topic, there is a rally in Spanish Harlem for Puerto Rican independence this Sunday. Can bet there will be flag burnings. If you're near, please support. Good to know. That's really cool. Ben Riley says, after Econo Boy basically getting bullied for being a socialist, any thoughts on centrist Dems and online libs getting worried that the left will overtake the party even as fascism is rising?
Hello and welcome to American Wasp with Deter McBizness. I am New England's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant gone West Coastal. And joined with me today, as always, Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions.
Hello.
How are you, my man?
What's going on, sir?
I had a really good time with you talking about the crime genre on Labor Day Monday.
Yeah. That was great. Check it out, folks.
Yeah, check out that live stream if you haven't already. Do we want the chat on screen?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, why
not? So anyway, man, yeah, that was a fun episode that we did. Just a little bit more cultural commentary stuff. You and I both went to film school, so we know a thing or two about storytelling, especially visual storytelling. And speaking of storytelling, the Democratic Party establishment got its hand caught in the cookie jar trying to influence guys like David Pakman and Brian Tyler Cohen and a lot of other pro-Democratic Party, pro-centrist, pro-establishment leftists that call themselves progressives, but you and I know better. So I think this is great for us and great for people, the content creators who are on this space, because we know we're more authentic than that shit. We don't, we don't take money from anyone, and our agenda is our own agenda.
And
It's not somebody
importantly, if we did, we'd tell you.
else's. Yeah.
We wouldn't take any money from anybody who said, "Hey, don't say that you're taking money from us." That would not be cool.
Exactly.
If we ever
just
took money or
transparency.
sponsors or anything, we'd be saying, "Hey, I take money from this. I think it's a good product," or whatever the fuck. Like, hey, DSA should pay us. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah, if they had any money.
First of
maybe
all,
they
great
could.
headband.
Oh,
I don't
thanks,
think I've
man.
ever seen you with that headband.
No, I
it's
thought
fantastic.
I'm in the middle of a move, so I thought about like taking a shower and getting all dressed up for being on camera like I did on Monday, but then I was like, nah, fuck it. I'm just gonna throw on the headband because
Let it fly.
my hair is longer than it ever has been, and it's like extremely problematic if I don't like prepare it right. When I come out of the shower. So if it doesn't dry right, it looks weird. But thank you. Yeah, I use these when I work out. They turn heads at the gym when I go and work out and wear the headband. But it's because I'm a sweaty bastard, and I have an enormous forehead. And speaking about the Godfather movies, the thing that I like to deal with in terms of my vanity is my enormous forehead. And I say, who else had an enormous forehead?
Fredo.
Marlon Brando.
Okay. We thought of two different characters there.
Yeah. Well, as you recall in our stream on Monday in Godfather Part 2, they slicked Fredo's hair back to make him look more like Brando.
Yeah.
Make him look more like his dad looked in the first movie, which was a really nice little detail there. From Francis Ford Coppola, one of the greatest, if not the greatest film director in Hollywood history. And I know his library of content is not as impressive as a lot of other people's, but you cannot disagree with Coppola's talent. He is and he was the first ever film school student to make a feature film in Hollywood.
Really?
He was the first ever director to have gone to a major film school, graduated, and then made his feature film.
Wow.
Yeah, he was the first.
That's
one.
how new and recent film school was at the time.
I know, right? Well, yeah, I mean, it was just kind of a crapshoot. Old school Hollywood, a lot of people became directors coming out of the prop department. Like it was the most random thing ever. Just basically
If you worked in vaudeville, you can get a shot.
Well, the whole thing is just always come in on time and on budget, and you'll continue to work.
Yeah.
You will continue to work if you come in on time and on budget every time, even if your content isn't that great. But anyway, that's just a little window into my old life, which I don't engage in all that frequently anymore. That would be the entertainment business.
We had on Monday that you should check out.
Yeah, check out that discussion that we had on Monday on my channel.
But you bring up the dark money in the Democrats.
Yes,
and
let's talk about
I
the dark
saw
money.
the Vanguard had the author of this piece on today, so I wanted to check out some of this interview.
Let's do it.
And
Yeah, I watched it already, but let's do it for our audience.
Oh, I
when we
have it.
react to
Okay, great.
Good.
So, yeah, this will be a first-time watch for me. But in case you haven't noticed, folks watching, very quickly, Taylor Lorenz, reporter, wrote a story for Wired talking about how there's this dark money group called Chorus that is working with the Democratic establishment to pay influencers, not specifically to say one thing or another, but paying these influencers because they already tout the party line and don't push back on Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, whatnot.
Right.
And the Vanguard boys here had on Taylor Lorenz today, so let's watch some of this interview.
It's a great store. Either way, without further ado, Zach, let's welcome Miss Taylor Lorenz to the show. What's up? How's it going? Welcome to the
Hi.
Vanguard.
How's it going? Thanks for having me.
Of course. Pretty exciting time. We were just talking about it. You're pretty much the main character on Twitter right now. So thank you for taking the time out of what we assume is a busy schedule.
Please. I've been the main character many times, unfortunately. Bye now.
Is there any chance, Taylor, your mic's not plugged in? It sounds like
Oh.
you might be on computer audio or something.
Let me fix. I have covered political influencers for over a decade. You can go back and find articles that I wrote even when YouTubers were visiting the Obama White House. I wrote a whole book, not to be the promo person, about the rise of the content creator industry and sort of I've always talked a lot about like how this industry is increasingly intertwined with politics, mostly on the right. I covered the 2016 election. I was on the campaign trail. I was in the room at the Hilton the night that Trump won with Trump and all the influencers. So I've covered this world for a long time. The Democrats finally, I think after losing multiple times over, now have decided to like really acknowledge the internet. And right after Kamala Harris's loss, I saw this story by Ken Bensinger in the New York Times, like a couple weeks after she lost, about Brian Tyler Cohen and this new group called Chorus, where Brian Tyler Cohen's talking about how like they're going to fix this messaging problem that the Democrats have, and they're going to make the left Joe Rogan type stuff. So that kind of like perked my ear up, and I started to talk to people. I reached out to content creators in the network, and I started reporting on Chorus. And I actually did a story for my newsletter about Chorus just a couple months after that, New York Times piece about Chorus fundraising and taking content creators' images off social media and putting them in their fundraising decks without consent, and some of the dubious ethical questions around that. And so Chorus.
Yeah, that was Pat Albigazzela, right? They had her likeness. She's running in like Evanston, Illinois. I forgot the name of that district, but yeah, that was a crazy thing to do.
Absolutely insane thing to do. And, so I wrote about that, and I sort of continued to report on the company and the organization. I'm very interested in these like Democrat influencer efforts, because I think like the Democrats again have finally woken up to the fact that they're like terrible online, and instead of recognizing that it's a policy problem, they are sort of obsessed with this idea that like if they could just pay the right mix of content creators, like suddenly they'll be popular, like people will like liberals again.
I think that's a good place to pause.
Yeah.
That is, this whole story came out, and I've been thinking about what you've been saying about DSA and trying to get a hold of whoever's running the YouTube and being good messengers, and thought, like a lot of the defense of this group Chorus was, well, the Republicans do it. They pay their influencers. So how are we supposed to fight with one hand tied behind our back or whatever the hell? And I would agree with that if they weren't selectively choosing their influencers. Right. And I didn't know about that piece either, that they took people's like profile pics offline and just stuck it on their website as if they had a connection with them when they didn't. Like, Kat Abigazzela is not going to fucking sign up for this. So that's insane that they would just lie about who's supporting them or who they are supporting.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to stuff like this in the independent media space, you just keep doing stuff until you get told not to, right?
Yeah.
Like it's better to say I'm sorry rather than ask permission. So a lot of those people recognize we really are powerless. Like, as independent content creators, we are at the mercy of YouTube, and if YouTube were to disappear us, it would be really hard to restart somewhere else. So it's got a lot of power. As frustrating as the YouTube algorithm is, I'm still grateful for its platform. But yeah, the way that the Democratic Party executed this plan is indicative of its incompetence. Yeah. It shows you that they just don't know how to do anything right. They're a bunch of fumbling idiots who aren't paying attention to the details. And at the end of the day, when in doubt, when an institutional failure arrives, blame leadership. Who's that guy from Wisconsin? He's from Wisconsin. He's the head of the party now. He's the chair of the party. He got caught like crying to David Hogg in some call.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was like, all upset about something.
That Hogg was criticizing leadership.
Ken Martin. And he's just a total loser. And, the fact that guy's in charge and that they're doing stuff like this makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's a fucking loser. Like, I'm sorry. Like, enough of this Midwest, even West Coast. Like, I mean, a big theme that we've established on this channel, because you and I have worked together pretty much every time, is the I-95 intensity and the leadership, that the quality of leaders that come out of those cities, because the standards are so high in those cities. Yeah. And you better know what you're talking about and better not waste my goddamn time. The worst thing you can do in any business, in any relationship, is waste people's time. And now the Democratic Party establishment just got exposed for wasting a lot of their constituents' times.
Yes. Yeah, because we don't know how long they've been paying these influencers. We don't know because, there's pictures of a lot of them with Biden on the campaign.
Right.
When they went to the White House and stuff. So it's like, how long has this been going on? And I think one of the best, like Taylor Lorenz is alluding to here, they don't think it's ever policy. They just think we just need the right messengers.
Right.
And if we get these young people to convince other young people that the message is good, don't worry, just vote for Biden or Kamala and we're going to be okay. Don't worry about what your friends might be saying about Palestine or like these policies aren't going to help working people or whatever the fuck. They just think, well, the best criticism I heard was they didn't actually want to convert young people. They wanted to show their middle-aged people, their middle-aged base, hey, young people are on board. Don't ask them. Don't worry about it. Just look at this picture of Biden with these like influencers. You know what an influencer is. They're on TikTok and they influence young people. Young people love that. So they're with Biden. Ergo, you should be with Biden and don't worry about it. Don't worry about the policies.
This is a great question. How stupid does it look for Coors to continue this after the tenant media nonsense? Yeah.
Right.
I mean, just absolutely. And remember, just like most people are stupid. That's like the sad truth is that most people in this country and really in this world are stupid. And as I say in my essays, it's not necessarily because they're cognitively impaired. It's because they didn't take learning seriously and they never learned how to learn. Yeah. And so you've got even in the Democratic Party a bunch of people who think that there's not it is narcissistic where it's like it can't be us.
Yes.
It can't be us. It's not us that's the problem.
It's very much the principal Smithers.
It's the way we're communicating. It's like no, it's the messengers too. It's both the messengers and the messenger. Like
and now they're all, we're going to sue Taylor and we're going to sue White. No, you're not. No, you're not because it's true. It's true.
The best two in this is David Pakman and Brian Tyler Cohen. It is awesome to watch them fucking squirm.
Flail.
Because those douchebags, like they just straight up ignore Israel Gaza. Like they just never talk about it. And it's because they don't want to get in bad with the Democratic Party establishment.
I just saw today that David Pakman's like brother or his brother-in-law is head of the ADL in his local.
Oh, really?
ADL, yeah. So I'm like, oh no, this is us. It goes along with what their mission is. Like that's what I'm saying. They don't need to tell you not to talk about this. They just notice that you don't talk about that, and they go, well, okay, this is a guy that we can hire,
right?
And it's ridiculous. Their excuse of like, oh, we're paying so that you take a course. You usually pay to take a course. You don't get paid to take a course in online media strategies. Plus, these people already have millions of followers. They don't need help.
Right. Yeah, I mean, David Pakman's probably a millionaire. He's been doing this for so long.
Yeah,
he's probably got a net worth. He's probably got a net worth of over a couple of $1 million. And so that got addictive. Look, like when you start doing something that's making you money and you doing it a little bit differently and it makes more money, you're going to continue to hedge and start to move the content in that direction. So I'm not the least bit surprised. I'm a little surprised at how clear cut this was. How like there's just no ambiguity. They know exactly how much money they were getting, like $8,000 a month.
Yeah.
Like they know who was getting it. I mean, she what's her name? The journalist who exposed this? Taylor Lorenz deserves a fucking Pulitzer for this shit.
Dude, she does a lot of great reporting. She has done, for the last I don't know how long we've been following her, but she has done great reporting on a lot of different subjects, a lot of internet culture, but also COVID and corruption, and just absolutely has been killing it. Like she said, it's not the first time she was the main character on Twitter. But I just saw this story, and this reminded me of the dark money thing, because this is this is a bigger scale.
Okay.
Barry Weiss and her Free Press outlet is getting bought by
Jesus
Paramount.
Christ.
And they
Jesus
want
Christ.
for the $100 to $200
Barry
million
Weiss.
range, which apparently is around how much Stephen Colbert's show would cost if they were telling the truth for the next 2 to 5 years. With Weiss receiving a job guiding editorial direction at CBS News in general. So if you've
Barry
not been a fan
Weiss.
of Barry Weiss and her career,
What is CBS?
stop watching CBS.
What is Paramount thinking?
I
What is
think Paramount thinks.
thinking?
I think Barry Weiss has done a very good job in tricking people, and mostly tricking like centrists into their own version of like, what was it? The dark, not the intellectual dark web, like the Jordan Petersons, the Ben Shapiro's. We're centrists. We have righties and lefties here, talking different opinions that all happen to be corporately aligned. But we have the appearance of a more independent, moderate outlet. And it tricked the bosses at Paramount. So I'm thinking, and also, it's Paramount. So they're still trying to suck up to Trump. That FCC merger has gone through with Skydance. But, you know, I'm sure people in Trump's orbit do love the Free Press because it's very pro-Israel. It doesn't criticize the establishment much, and if it does, it's more establishment Republicans and Democrats, not the fringe. So MAG is okay with it, and you know,
By the way,
I don't
do you
know what they're
do you know
thinking.
do you know who started Skydance?
No, but you told me once. Remind everyone.
David Ellison, Larry Ellison's kid. Larry Ellison is worth well over $20 billion, probably more than that now. He's the CEO of Oracle. So, yeah, David Ellison bought his way into Hollywood, and you know, he did well. Like he bought, you know, he did the Top Gun 2, he did World War Z, he did a lot of great stuff that you know was big budget and justified marketing expenditures, which is hard to do in Hollywood. So, kudos to another billionaire that comes from surreal privilege.
Yeah. So, speaking of Paramount, South Park is on tonight, folks.
Nice.
Brand new episode. So we'll see. I don't think they're going to bring up this because I doubt Matt and Trey even know who Barry Weiss is. But maybe in 2 weeks when they come back for the next episode, they'll have learned about this and go, what the fuck is this shit? Maybe we should make fun of them. Tonight, I believe, is going to be more pointed at tariffs.
Okay, cool.
So I'm interested. But I would like to move to, we're going to come back to the Democratic Party. But right now, the Epstein victims held a press conference.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of good speakers. Weirdly, Marjorie Taylor Greene gave a speech that was like, all right, okay, Marjorie. And it stemmed from this. So I just want to play this minute clip here. This is one of the survivors.
Transparency is justice. Release the files and the secrecy and stand with us in declaring that no one, no billionaires, no politicians, not world leaders, is above the law. And let me announce now, several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is involved. Stay tuned for more details on that. Because history is watching, and so are the women who will come after us. Thank you.
Right. So they're saying they are going to create their own list. And that is fucking brave because any one of these people who are publicly known as an Epstein victim, if they say anyone's name, that person can absolutely sue for defamation and libel. However, if they compile a list together, confidentially, and no one knows who wrote what name. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene, again, she said it, and we'll see if she goes through with it. She said if they compile this list, she will herself take it into Congress and read it and put it on the record. And
Big
then
balls.
it would be hard to sue because you don't know who put what name on the list. Big balls, and we'll see if Marjorie Taylor Greene sticks with it. But that is a huge development in the story, and I think this is needed. Absolutely,
Yeah, this isn't going away. This isn't going away.
Definitely not.
Trump thought this was going away. This is not going away. This is not
And we're seeing how the Republicans are reacting to this, which is fucking hilarious. They're basically becoming the party of defenders of pedophiles. So here's Matt Walsh, your evil twin.
Yeah, exactly.
Saying, so these alleged Epstein survivors had a big press conference to urge Trump to release the names, even though they say they already know the names, but they won't tell us the names. Oh, okay, makes total sense. So, and also breaking, any Republican who signs Thomas Massey's discharge petition on the Epstein files will be seen as committing a hostile act against the Trump admin, per White House official. So they are straight up just defending Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell, and now it's public, and now it's publicly happening, and it won't go away. You're right, and it's just going to dog them throughout the next 4 years, however long Trump lives.
I mean, they should be sticking this. The Democrats should be sticking this on everything that they can.
I really think they should have been for the last 4 years. I mean, with Biden in office, Christ's sake.
Biden could have released the Epstein files, but didn't, probably because Bill Clinton is in them, among others.
And we'll get to the Clintons soon.
Oh God, the fucking Clintons.
But man, oh man, the Republicans are in shambles, and good. It's fun to see, but Democrats, as we have been talking about, are also in shambles, and bringing it to the I-95 area and the Zoran race.
Yes.
We've got new news that Trump advisors have disclosed the possibility of giving Eric Adams an administration position to get him to drop his reelection bid. They've also discussed offering the same to Curtis Silva so they can clear the race for Cuomo. Hilarious that they are doing that, considering Cuomo was like the antithesis to Trump during COVID, and he hated Cuomo because of that people were paying attention to him on CNN, guiding the country and whatnot, while Trump was talking about injecting bleach into yourself. Also, that Eric Adams was going to be offered HUD secretary is fucking perfect, because that's what they gave Ben Carson. That's what they give to any black guy.
Yeah,
it's HUD, housing, urban development, black guy. Get a black guy for this. Fucking on point. Like cartoonishly on point. So Zoran actually had a response to this, which I haven't watched yet. So I think we should check that out.
Yeah, let's check that out. But before you do, did you see that Bill de Blasio was on Morning Joe this morning? And
yes, I did.
And giving Zoran all sorts of props. It was kind of cool to see.
That's great, man.
Morning Joe needs to step up and have Zoran on. They could, it's such a tragedy. Like in 10 minutes or 5 minutes, if I could get in a room with the executive producer of Morning Joe, I could be like, do you guys want to resurrect this network? And here's how to do it.
Yeah.
It's not they were in such a prime position to resurrect the left. And I mean, it's just a shame that guys like, it's a shame that people like Rachel Maddow and who's the guy from Brown? Chris Hayes. What happened to them? Like, they clearly just don't get listened to. And they have their little corner, and they make their $10 million a year, and they do what they're told. And
and they do what they can. I will say that they do what
Chris
they can.
Hayes does what he can. Yeah.
Yeah. But Maddow,
Rachel Maddow's only doing one night a week.
Yeah.
So I mean,
what are the other nights? Jen Psaki, is that her slot now?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh my God, dude! Getting the fucking spokesperson for the president show up on your network does not look good. Doesn't look good when Trump takes them out of Fox and then they come back. It doesn't look good when Democrats do it either.
No.
But here's Zoran.
You got some sound
to the news.
When Trump, Cuomo, and Adams scheme behind closed doors, they're not worried about your future. Okay.
I think there are many ethical issues with this news. We are talking about a mayor who was facing an indictment that was then dropped by this administration to ensure greater collaboration with the immigration directives of this administration. Now being considered for a job offer such that he would drop out of a race to represent this city because of the fact that they believe that would increase the odds of anyone being able to defeat me. Those are incredible ethical issues. And none of this has to do with New Yorkers. None of it has to do with the welfare of this city. It all has to do with power. It all has to do with the audacity that we have here to believe that we could pick our own mayor, that we have to believe that the most pressing issues are not how to ensure that Donald Trump continues to have an ambassador in City Hall, but that New Yorkers can actually afford the place that they call home.
Fucking Tag him says it, man. This man knows how to frame a message and stick to it.
Yeah, he has to. He has to. The demand
so
is and when you have a name like that and when you look like that in America, you better have pretty close to perfect communication skills, and he does. And it's great to see because he can't afford to slip up or make a mistake, and it's actually a little tragic that he can't be more of himself. I think he's doing a good job of staying true to himself as much as he can, but you know deep down he wants to say fuck these guys. Like, yeah. I'm so sick of hearing people talk shit about my politics. I just destroyed everybody in the Democratic Party primary in New York. Like, listen up. This is the new standard. I am the new standard. Like,
I am the Senate.
But that's right. But that's it's not his place to do that.
It's our place. It's our place as
place.
Media people to be like, yes, fuck those guys, fuck Adams, fuck Cuomo, fuck Silva, of course. But he's such a goofy little guy. He's such a goofy little guy. But you don't want to give him power because Trump was a goofy little guy too. He was a goofy little funny guy that we would laugh at when he called into Fox and Friends and say, demand Obama's fucking birth certificate. Right. But then they elected him. And now
well, that's exactly. I mean, if you know your history, you know that that's exactly how Hitler came to power. He was considered a joke. Everyone thought he was just this loudmouth, weirdo, antisocial, like retard who couldn't do anything right, and with a funny mustache. And a guy named Winston Churchill was like, "No, this is the future of the German war machine," and that's how Churchill became prime minister of the UK because he was an expert on Germany and Nazi Germany and Hitler in particular. So anyway, it's cool that Zoran is getting, is not apologizing, is not backing down. Did you have another piece of sound?
This is Tom Swazi, who I always in my mind think of as a Republican, but he is actually technically a Democrat. But he's also from New York, and he had this to say about Zoran and people generally who believe in his politics. Here's this clip from, I think it's on CNN.
Zoran Mamdani and other Democratic socialists should create their own party because I don't want that in my party. Zoran Mamdani.
So that's him. And then I got another soundbite from another supposed Democrat, but a different flavor. Less appetizing. I think for most people. This is Destiny, streamer. Also reviewing.
You're a little underwater right now with your audio.
Okay. This is
Destiny,
streamer reviewing a clip from Hassan and echoing similar sentiments as Tom Swazi, official New York Democrat.
To shrink our tent. And in a time where we should be expanding.
By the way, you are shrinking the tent. You are shrinking the tent. There are more people that are pro-Palestine than pro-Israel right now, all around. And go make your own party. Leave, move, just move.
Why? Why should we leave?
Yeah, exactly.
Why should we leave? We're the one we're right.
Right.
I mean,
and we're winning.
And we're winning.
Like,
so
you go create your own party.
By the way, it's a two-party system. I'm pretty sure Destiny is on record as understanding the duopoly. I mean, he's not stupid.
No,
I mean,
but he wants money.
He knows that progressives have nowhere else to go. So what the fuck is he doing? That guy's such a loser.
Yes.
That guy's
very
such a,
much
like
so.
he's such a loser, and he's like a waste of potential because with the right coach, he's like one of those players that was like really good in high school but couldn't make it in the pros or college because he wouldn't listen to the coaches. You know, and if he were coached well, he could have been a real asset to the left. But
He could have been.
No.
He could have been.
Yeah.
But he's also a sex pest and, you know, a menace.
Yeah, he's
so
maybe
maybe
we don't
leave
need
him in the dustbin.
We don't need him. We don't.
But
need him.
let's check in. Let's check in and see if they're right. And these are small examples, I will admit. But let's check in on what presumably is a bunch of Democrats, or at least left-leaning people, here at the Venice Film Festival. After the voice of Hind Rajab, a movie about the Gaza child of 5 years old who was riddled with like over 300 bullets a couple of years ago, when the genocide began. And this is the longest standing ovation they got at the festival. And let's take a little look here.
This was at the DSA convention. Nobody got a bigger applause than the Free Palestine chants.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Free Palestine chants were by far the most disruptive of the entire weekend.
And you're going to see, so this is Venice, a film festival. You're going to see them at the Oscars next year. You're going to see, like, look, the establishment takes a while to agree to acknowledge genocide. And these are filmmakers, these are artists, these are people that you've, in your essays on American Wasp, which you should check out, folks, you talk about the line between creativity and what is it, athletics?
Oh,
Athletics
so
and
it's artistic versus athletic dispositions, yeah.
Right.
And
Need to win versus the need to create.
And communicate and create connection with other human beings. I mean, it's a very no one's more sports obsessed than America. That's what I don't think a lot of Americans realize. We just take our obsession with sports as normal, but it's not. It's superlative. No other country has the kind of sports culture that we do.
What about the UK and the fucking soccer?
That's only one sport. We have the
Okay,
NFL,
fair.
we have the NBA, we have Major League Baseball, we have the NHL. We have, and not to mention the enormous amounts of money that come out of college sports. And college sports is effectively a minor league for pro sports.
Yeah.
No,
that's a good point. I didn't think about that. But all those people, those are people with money. Those are people who donate to politicians. So people are going to see that and start going, oh, maybe we're going to change our vocabulary a little bit. Maybe we've got to start, even people like Cory Booker and Kamala and all them, they're going to, maybe, we want their money. We want their donations. Maybe we got to start acknowledging. Maybe we can blame Trump for this. Maybe we can tie it to Trump somehow. But those are rich people. And let's take a look at if Swazi and Destiny are correct about the average person and what they think. So this is a TikTok, and just one person, just an example. But here's what she says.
Does anybody else find it insane that the majority of us spend our days at a job that we don't particularly want to be at just to collect a paycheck big enough to pay our bills and pay our taxes and whatever else we need to literally survive? And then you come home in the evening and you only have a couple hours to yourself before you have to go to bed and then do it all over again. And you arrive to the weekend and it's beautiful because you don't have to go into work, but it's over in a blimp and then you're right back onto the same cycle. There has to be more to life than this. I am posting this as a vow to myself that I am finding something different because there has to be more to life than this. Does anybody else?
Yeah, and she is not the only one who feels that way. Gabrielle Perry, who's a great epidemiologist, she's been on Olay's show and Leftist Mafia, says peasants in the 1300s before a revolt. She's not the only one. I've been feeling this way. My wife's been feeling this way. All our friends have been feeling this way. Something's got to give, and I think it's happening now. We've been talking a lot about Kat Abou-Gazala and Omar Fetta and Graham Plattner in Maine, Zoran. Like, this energy is manifesting, and I don't think either establishment is going to be able to bat it away this time. This is not Occupy. This is not, Black Lives Matter where it's just one little issue and maybe we can address some of that and then pretend that the rest of it is fixed. It's not going away, folks. It's not going away.
Two
People
things for you.
rising up.
Two things I'd like your opinion on. One is, should I do a video essay appealing to Gavin Newsom, like OG Gavin Newsom, like what happened to young Gavin Newsom? Like he was all about Medicare for all. He sounded like an FDR Democrat. What's going on, Gavin? If you really want to be president and go down in history as the best president we've had since the 60s, then here's how to do it. So that's one thing I want your opinion on, is that question. And the other thing is, do you think I should do more like emotional content like that? Because I feel like women in particular do well with, hey, this is how I'm feeling and here's why I'm feeling it, and I think this is relatable. But I'm wondering if like the Bernie bro who is like unapologetically pissed off, it's like that fight to the right but love to the left thing. What does that actually look and sound like?
Yeah.
I don't know, because I don't really do anything with TikTok, and I feel like I should, and that would be maybe a good way to do it.
That would be a good way to do it, I think.
Yeah,
is
daily, like how to talk about it.
Yeah, little bite-sized pieces of what's already in your essays for TikTok. Like a pointer. You can even chop up the essays themselves.
Yeah, I
Just post them
have
up.
done. I have done that, but I don't know if I've done that as much as I need to.
I
It's
mean,
so much
TikTok
fucking
is something that where you got to be posting like multiple
Every day.
times a day.
Right. Yeah, every day.
Yeah.
And what about Newsom? You think I should do the video about Newsom?
I think a
That'd be
video
fun.
about Newsom would be good.
Yeah.
Just generally like, hey, this is what he used to say. This is what he's saying now. He seems to blow with the wind. Maybe if he stuck to some of these better policies, he'd have a chance. And people would look at him not like a weather vane. People would look at him like, well, he stands 10 toes down on these specific issues. And at least people like that. People do like when people stand on business, even if they don't agree with it. They at least go, all right, look, I'm giving props to fucking Marjorie Taylor fucking Greene, because she's like,
so this is what I want to do, Sassy, is I want to give him the exorcism. I want to I would call the video either the exorcism of Gavin Newsom or the resurrection of Gavin Newsom.
That's good. That's a good idea.
I mean, because I really do think that the best we can hope for in terms of presidential politics is being able to influence him or whoever wins that Democratic Party primary in 2028. I don't think we're going to end up, like having a Zoran run for president in 2028. I don't think anybody could.
No.
Like AOC, if she had played her cards right for the last 10 years, could have been that person, but she didn't play her cards right.
I mean, it's still very early to be. I was talking about
Sure.
this yesterday. Like, we never get out of election cycle anymore. Like, there's no break anymore. We're
18
always
months.
thinking of it. Yeah, maybe if you're lucky, but we're already
18
still
months.
thinking of it.
18 months from the election. 18 months from November, not 18 months from when they take office in January.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
fair.
what I would say. Yeah, that's what I would say.
But I think it's getting smaller and smaller to the point where like the election's happening.
Well, Congress
like
is
the
just
day
a
after
fucking
they go, okay, who's next?
Congress is just a absolute like joke. I mean, this is what I'm talking about when I say MSNBC could become the next great media voice, in that there's no reason why they shouldn't be doing content related to every single member of Congress, every single Democratic member of Congress.
Yeah.
And promoting, lesser known names. I mean, AOC is great, but she's not the only progressive out there.
Yeah.
I see something like Kat Abagazalia is getting on CNN sometimes.
Yeah.
So that's good.
That is good. And I'm happy to see her go on CNN. I'm happy to see CNN have on even the I've Had It ladies from the podcast, or, have Bill de Blasio going on Morning Joe. They probably thought he was palatable. We've had him on before. Yeah, he's going to endorse Zoran, but like, whatever. We're still not actually having him on. But, they're going to hold out until they absolutely have to.
Right.
Latino, you're right. Problems, liberals, and fascists both agree.
Yeah, and I would just say it's definitely the capitalist class for the Republican fascists, and it's probably like an out-of-touch intellectual class for liberals, but they're still capitalists. They
Yes.
still believe in the for-profit motive as the engine for an economy. And I was watching a video recently of about like, because I'm interested in what does the society actually look like, right? Like, what are we going to nationalize? What are we going to federalize? And I saw a video. I have to finish watching it, but it said that we need to federalize about 70% of our economy, which is a lot.
Word.
Yeah.
But we can do it. We can do it with the right people.
I mean, just basic like medications, like insulin and shit. I mean, so many of it, medicine is kind of a world of giants too. Like, there's so many people that take insulin. There's so many people that take this antidepressant called, or I don't know if it's an antidepressant, it's a mood stabilizer called lamotrigine. And, people take, there's no reason to be making money off those drugs anymore.
Yeah.
They've been around forever. They should be sold at cost.
And we can, pay out the CEOs. Hey, we're buying your company. Thank you very much for your contributions to science and the world. We own it now. Go retire. Go retire. Go live your life with your family. Have a nice yacht or whatever the fuck. And now we're gonna let everybody buy this shit.
That's the cultural gateway, because when you live in a competitive society, resentment is actually a very powerful political tool.
Yes.
And that's the gateway into the massive amount of change that we need in order to save the country is generational resentment.
Oh, yeah.
Of just like, okay, be grateful we're not taking away your Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
We're grateful you're not going to fucking jail.
Be grateful we're not taking away your entitlements. Now shut up, and like you're saying, go retire, get out of the way. Right?
Yeah.
There's that saying about activism, either lead, follow, or get the fuck out of the way. And now we need the boomers to get out of the way of all stripes, because they're too programmed. They came out of the Cold War thinking that capitalism was the best thing since sliced bread, and it's not.
Yeah. They've been tricked. And speaking of this establishment, Jerry Nadler has announced that he's not running for re-election. So my threats to primary him are going to go unnoticed, continue to go unnoticed. But someone's already throwing their hat in the ring, and it's Chelsea Clinton.
Oh, God.
Daughter of Bill and Hillary is considering a run for Jerry Nadler's open New York seat. And boy, oh boy, do I not want another Clinton pretending they live in New York.
Yeah.
So they can run for fucking office.
Yeah.
And plus, she'd be my congressperson. Like, I've met Jerry Nadler. I've told the story on here about how he came to my apartment complex during Sandee. And I do not want Chelsea Clinton representing me, especially not with that picture that I have to imagine is going to be blasted if she runs, because it's already being blasted, of Ghislaine Maxwell at her fucking wedding.
Right.
I don't want that person representing me.
Yeah, I know. And it just resurrects, it just keeps alive this idea that Bill Clinton was a good president, and it's got to die. Like history versus public memory. The reason why the Democratic Party won't let go of Clinton is because he won, because he was a winner, right? And they're desperate to look like winners, and that's why they don't get away from Obama either. Obama was a fucking pussy who wanted everyone to like him. I don't care about leaders who are preoccupied with getting people to like them. I want leaders who care about people respecting them. I don't care. Like, it's like the relationship you should have with your political leaders should be very similar to the relationships that you have with your coworkers that you don't really want to be friends with.
Yeah. You respect them, you get their shit done, and then you go home.
You fulfill their needs, and they fulfill that needs, and then you're good to each other. You know?
I agree with Tagiam saying I'm perfectly fine with MTG going before Congress and dragging Bill Clinton all day long because bye-bye Chelsea. Yes, again, I'm giving props to Marjorie Taylor Greene selectively and in this specific situation for offering to do that. Now, we'll see if she actually does, but like I said, she's standing on business. She stood on, I don't want money going to Israel. Now, yes, she started her career saying there's Jewish space lasers and they control everything. But if her being in Congress has led her to learn No, it's not Jews. It's Israel. And this country is influencing our politicians. And we shouldn't be sending money for them to just drop bombs on people indiscriminately. Even if she's doing it for selfish reasons of, I don't want my taxpayers paying for this shit or whatever the fuck, fine. So long as we don't get weapons still going to Israel. So long as she actually goes into Congress with this list, if they compile it and reads it into the public record of these are the people who abused the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. Read the list. If she does that shit, she's going to get respect because she fucking stood on business. Those were the two like QAnon things, frankly, that she ran on. Fuck the Jews and fuck pedophiles. And she's, you know, she might be wrong about what the Jews stand for because I'm Jewish and I do not stand with fucking Israel. But if she's going to morph that into fuck Israel and fuck pedophiles, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. We're still going to fight her on tax policy and whatever the fuck, but like, goddamn.
I want to deal with this real quick. Fishbone. Yes, not all boomers are the same, and you can actually learn something from us. Whatever I can learn from the boomers is pretty limited at this point because I have boomer parents and boomer professors in college and boomer bosses, and the world that we're living in today is currently crafted by boomers. They're responsible for the norms that exist in our world today. So I think it's time for the boomers to learn from the younger generations because we're more empathetic than they are. I mean, Trump is more popular with boomers than any other generational demographic. He's stronger with boomers than any other generational demographic. So, yeah, I don't want to hate on the boomers too much, but in terms of individually, we can go on a case by case basis, but collectively, the judgment of your generation is in the can, and it's not changing anytime soon.
I only have a couple other things just to talk about
Sure.
here, just to laugh at, really.
Yeah.
We need some catharsis here. So here's Rudy Giuliani back on his podcast after his brush with a car. What a wild story he told about that, right? Some motorist broke down, or like some lady came from a domestic violence situation. He saved her or some shit. I don't know, but it's just a funny image of him in a fucking body brace. Here's Don Jr. doing coke, basically. Like, allegedly, I'll say allegedly, but, you know, if you've been around people doing coke, this is what it looks like, folks. And
what is it?
Goes into his pocket and rubs shit on his teeth.
Right on camera.
That's a problem.
Like, as if nobody noticed.
That's what I mean. Like, if you're that into
hilarious.
drugs, you think no one notices. You think you're slick. That's why, like, you would see meth addicts walking around and they're all jittery and shit. They're trying to keep it together. They think they're keeping it together. They're not. They're obvious.
No, they're not.
This is obvious. He's got a fucking problem, dude. And this one is just funny. This one's just a millionaire yacht crashing. As soon as it launched, it capsized. And Deter, you may know people who have things like this. What does one of these run you?
That one, depending on how long it is, anywhere from $5 to $10 to $15 million. Probably 10.
Jump it out.
Well, they have insurance. Like, they have insurance for those things.
I mean, it's just hilarious. I can't imagine, hey, honey, let's take out the new boat. I'm so excited to try it out. It just immediately capsizes.
Yeah, those are like some of the biggest polluters in the world is those big mega yachts. They're just disgusting. The sailboats, if I was ever going to like buy a big yacht, it would be a sailboat for sure. Because those things are great. It's like earned exploration. You're not burning fossil fuels to move around. It's a lot more romantic way to enjoy the sea as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. So
that's what I got today. The Democrats with the dark money thing, like, and Barry Weiss being in charge of CBS, like, what a fucking blow to a
what
great
you
network.
can do weighing in here. I think of the boomers who were leftist in spite of pop culture, I'd hate to have made it through the decades of struggle just to be rejected by the political faction that finally agrees with me. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, and maybe I should be a little bit softer when I talk about the boomers, but it really just stems from the personal hatred that I have for my parents.
I understand. I got it too, man. I got it too. But I do understand because, Bernie's a boomer and he's been around forever. And I can imagine, look,
my
St.
congressman
Peter's not
is a
as old.
boomer.
Yeah. And I can imagine someone like him being around for this long and finally starting to see young people like really take up the mantle and not let it go to the wayside. And that's why he's doing all these rallies. He did a rally with Graham Plattner.
But he's doing them all. But he's doing them all in red areas. Like I'd like to see him.
Well, he's
go
coming to New York
to the
this
city.
weekend,
Yeah,
and I'm trying to
good.
see if I can find tickets or whatever it is. Find out where it is. So I want to go.
Nice.
That'd be awesome. And he's doing it with Zoran. So like, I love him just spotlighting. Like, hey, if you like me, you're gonna like this person. If you like me, you're gonna like this person.
Right.
That's what he should be doing, and he knows it. He knows this might last. I don't know. He's up there in age. So he's like, I got to get this out now. I got to highlight these people now because they're going to have to take over for me.
Well, I think Bernie was so used to being like a lone soldier that he just didn't think to build a team around him.
Yeah.
And promote
so.
more people and play national politics like that, kind of play the political celebrity politics. It's just not his style. It's not who he is. But at the same time, it'd be nice to have more names that are coming to these events that we recognize.
Yeah.
Plattner's exciting. He's going to take out Susan Collins.
Yeah, I hope so. I fingers crossed, knocking wood, but he's fucking going to do it. I think Bernie's realizing now that he's got to play that game. He's got to play the, building a coalition game. And it's finally time that I have people who will join and who will be part of this movement. Whether that lasts or not, we'll have to see. I have hope that it will. This time, again, it's not as ambiguous as Occupy was. It's not as specific as Black Lives Matter. It still holds all those ideals, which is important because those are good values to have. But it's more broad and it's more while at the same time being more focused, laser focused on policy and helping people materially with things that they understand. I mean, we played a week or two ago that Susan Collins town hall where all her constituents were screaming at her, going, "You're cutting Medicaid, you're cutting this, you're cutting that. Fuck you, we gotta vote for Graham Plattner. I don't give a shit. You're a Republican. I'm a registered Republican. I'm voting for whoever's going to help me out because that's what most voters are. Most voters will go back and forth between parties because they don't pay attention as much as we do. They don't pay attention to the regular rat race of
especially
politics.
in a state like Maine.
Yeah,
in a state
man.
like Maine.
I've been to Maine. That shit is quiet as fuck. I get why Stephen King wrote horror movies there.
Yeah, they like their peace and quiet in Maine for sure.
Yeah, it is very, very creepy. But these people,
it's beautiful.
They want to live and let live.
It's a great state.
When it affects them, yeah, it is. Oh, the lobster. Oh, fantastic. I was sure to try it before we left.
talk about sailing. There's some great harbors up in Maine. The problem with Maine is that it's basically a 2-month season. It's July and August, and then like maybe the last week or two of June, maybe the first week or two of September, and then it is fucking cold.
It's frozen.
It is really cold. You don't want to go on the ocean. You don't necessarily even want to go outside. It gets so damn cold. So I love Maine, but it's here we go. Correction. Bernie's not a boomer. I think this is right. He's a silent generation.
Oh,
thank you, Surez, for
so
the
even
correction.
longer. He's been waiting even longer for people to come around. You know what I mean? And look, the boomers have lived through. They lived through McCarthyism. They lived through the hippies and that being co-opted by rich kids. They lived through the civil rights movement and saw like, wait a minute, we were just getting to like the good shit that was going to help everybody.
Right.
Where are you going? Why'd you kill MLK? What's going on? So I do appreciate the boomers who have stuck with it all this time and are finally like, yes.
There's just not that many of them.
Yes, there's just unfortunately not that many. Most people said, it's over. Let me go sell out. Let me go get my money and get mine while I'm still here. And frankly, I can't blame them, but I can blame the ones who actively hurt other generations, who are like, well, I paid my student loans. Why should you guys get yours
Right.
canceled? Fuck you. You shouldn't have had to pay student loans. That was your politicians.
Well,
fault.
also the interest rates and the cost of tuition was a lot less.
Oh
when you
yeah,
went to
it
college.
was also like 200 fucking bucks
No,
for
I
4
think
years.
I think the boomers were programmed by the 1950s and the early 60s to think like, oh, everybody can work hard and become a multimillionaire, and that's really where this delusion of capitalism started. This individualism that tells Americans that they can become Jeff Bezos. All you have to do is work hard. Like what?
And neoliberalism is that you can also be
It's called the
racially cool.
it's called the silent generation. Tag Yam. Between the boomers and greatest generation, it's called the silent generation.
Oh, really? I thought the silent was the greatest.
No, the greatest generation are the people who fought in World War II.
Okay, and what's
You had to be
silent?
old. You had to be old enough to serve in World War
Okay.
II in order to be a
And
greatest
silent
generation.
would be their kids, and then boomers would be their kids.
Yeah, I mean, boomers and silent generation are mixed. Silent generation were born before the troops shipped off to go fight World War II.
Okay.
Like my dad was 2 years old when he met my grandfather because, my grandfather had to go fight World War II.
Right.
And, did that
Okay.
thing.
Interesting. We're learning about generations, folks. But I think there is a rising tide here, and it's fascism. Fascism forces community. It forces people to look out for your neighbors because, oh my God, there's troops in the street. We're cutting. Everything costs $20 for a fucking thing of eggs. People can't afford. We got to build community and help each other out, and that breeds socialism. That breeds ideas like maybe we don't pay for the doctor. Maybe we don't even pay for housing. Maybe we have price controls like grocery stores. Maybe we have community-owned grocery stores. Maybe we have free transportation like buses and cabs and whatnot. And that's where we're going, and I hope we go there pretty fast because, man, it's we're gonna have to hold out. We're gonna have to hold out and hold this line and stay alive through this. But those of us who do, I think there's greener pastures coming. I think we'll be all right in the long run. It's just getting to the long run.
Well, I mean, it's going to be incremental change for the next 1 to 2 election cycles, and then hopefully after 2028, maybe 2032, we'll get some of that structural change. But the boomers got to die off and get out of the way in more ways than just voters dying off, but the publicly elected officials as well. So I think we can probably wrap it up there, unless you got any final thoughts.
Final thoughts would be, folks, share our videos. Share everyone. There's clips from this space on the This Space channel. You could share those. Whenever you see a topic that relates to something that we talked about on This Space, share one of those clips. Share one of those clips on Twitter, Reddit, Instagram, wherever the fuck. Or go to one of our pages. Deter's got great like video essays, they call them. Maybe, but like really like college course lessons about what is a WASP, what is conservative ideology, how to fight against it. Definitely show those. My channel is full of like music reviews and movie reviews and TV and stuff. Video games, Silk Song's coming out tomorrow. I'm so excited. And if you see The Quartering or Geeks and Gamers or Nerdrotic talking about Superman, host my review under his tweet.
The Fandom Menace.
Fandom Menace. Oh, those fucks. I want to fight them. And I'm going to be
those
back
guys are douchebags.
on this space in an hour.
So oh, good. You're going to be back
talking
on this space in
about
an hour.
comics with Matt and Jake and Pep.
Nice.
Our worst comics ever episode. So yeah, just share our stuff. Like, get the message out there that this space is the replacement for TYT. This space is what Chorus wishes it could be. Get us out there. Get us out there because I want this space to succeed. I think it will. I think we got so many fucking great creators. We've got new ones. Boston Brian. I don't know if you checked him out, but he's another I-95 guy.
Yeah.
Fucking awesome, dude. That accent made me feel like I was back at Emerson. And Visora down under. She's on Thursday nights.
I don't know.
I think
her.
she's in Australia. She's an expat. I think she's from America, but she's got the fire and fury that like Andrea. So it's very, very entertaining stuff going on here at this space. Deter, please take us out.
Yeah, I mean, you said it all, man. Just if you haven't subscribed already to my channel, please check out my channel. Check out the essays. Watch them in chronological order on 1.5 to 2 times speed. I'm very proud of that stuff. I go live with a fellow California lefty Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. And I'm on this space at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern on Wednesdays. I really appreciate you guys watching, and just don't ever forget that you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Keep watching this space and keep watching my channel and Alex's channel to learn how and why we can create a better American society than the one we have inherited.
Do you ever just come across something and think, is this real life happening? Am I the only sane person in this room? Well, I got 3 videos that I need to share with you so that we can collectively together recognize how insane things are. So, first video here, this speaks for itself. This was from yesterday during Trump's cabinet meeting, and just watch.
If you all haven't stopped by the Department of Labor, Mr. President, I invite you to see your big, beautiful face on a banner in front of the Department of Labor, because you are really the transformational president of the American worker, along with the American flag and President Roosevelt.
Working for this government, for you, is the greatest honor of my life. I tell it to everybody, and I really do feel that way, and I thank you.
You have breathed life back into the profession of law enforcement. Your respect for law enforcement is so incredible. It's making a difference.
This is just such a great opportunity, really, to recognize your leadership as a true champion for working people.
Well, everyone knows there's no stronger advocate for hardworking American families than you.
Well, Mr. President, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to work for you.
Our country has never been so secure thanks to you. You have brought us back from the edge.
And there's only one thing I wish for, that noble committee finally gets its act together and realizes that you are the single finest candidate since the this Nobel Award was ever talked about, to receive that reward.
It's pretty great to celebrate Labor Day with a builder who loves labor. The great Trump projects have come from the very men and women we're going into this weekend to celebrate.
Thank you for saving college football, by the way. We're all very grateful.
They do this every meeting. They're forced to go around and tell the dear leader how proud they are of him, how amazing he is, how perfect he is. I watch that, and for the life of me, I cannot understand the mindset you have to be in to think, yep, this guy's not an autocrat. This guy's awesome. This is perfectly normal. Everything is fine. You will not find any other president, be it Republican, be it Democrat, where this sort of thing happened. It's absolutely insane. And for like so many things happen on a daily basis that would be major news stories under any other administration. Things that he says offhandedly, like I covered yesterday, he talked about how people really want a dictator. That anyone else saying that would have been a headline for months, would have likely led to impeachment. This roundtable here, like, these moments happen consistently, yet they don't even make the news anymore because of how normalized it's become. So let me get to the next example. This is CTV News in Vancouver. So Vancouver Island CTV News. Jason Tony shared this. This first segment I'm going to show here, there's nothing wrong with this, but I'm going to get to what happened after. So let's first watch this.
The United Nations is growing increasingly critical of Israel as the state continues its genocidal campaign against the people of Palestine. The UN says that despite numerous calls from global humanitarian agencies, Israel has intensified its attacks on the northern strip of Gaza. The heavily bombarded area remains under fire, even as aid drops attempt to provide medical care and food to the millions of Palestinians that continue to starve. A situation that the UN says is beyond catastrophic.
There was nothing wrong with that. But CTV News had to later apologize. So this is the apology I'm going to show you here. So again, Jason Tony shared this on Twitter. This apology followed a complaint from the pro-Israel group Honest Reporting Canada, which is a hilarious name for people who clearly do not care about honest reporting.
Using the phrases genocide, continue to starve, and the people of Palestine without properly attributing them to a United Nations report they originated from. We regret this error and apologize for it.
There was nothing wrong with the statement. And then they have to go and apologize. Now, the apology is interesting because it's couched in the idea that they didn't attribute the quote to the UN, even though you watch the segment, go back and watch it again, it started by referencing the UN. Regardless, you don't even have to reference the UN when calling this a genocide, considering you have Israeli human rights organizations, B'Tselem, and Physicians for Human Rights Israel also saying that Israel's committing a genocide. You don't need to couch this in oh, the UN said this, or no, we can now just say it's a genocide. There are a litany of human rights organizations and the UN calling it a genocide. We know the facts on the ground. It is a genocide. The fact that CTV News felt they had to apologize because of some outcry from a tiny group that represents the interests of Israel is insane. Last example here. This was on a CNN panel on the 24th. So, Case Study QB shared this one out. This is John Fugelsang, who is also an actor, but is also a political commentator. And what he says here makes perfect sense. But the reactions on the panel, as if he's like a crazy person, are just amazing to watch.
Spicy. Zohran Mamdani, who is running for mayor of New York, maybe you've heard of him, his policies are much closer, as a Muslim, his policies he's fighting for families, for mothers with children, for food, for transportation, for expanded housing, much closer to the actual teachings of Jesus Christ than the Christians who can't stop smearing Zohran Mamdani for being a Muslim socialist. His policies are closer to the gospel. Christ never talked about abortion, never condemned gay people, never condemned immigrants, would not shut up about poverty. It was like his Layla at all of Jesus's speeches. He's actually doing what Christ called for as a Muslim, and it's infuriating right-wing Christians.
Okay, wow. Go ahead.
I'm a little lighter than that.
I was unpopular.
I mean, that's a little unpopular, but
spicy.
He literally just stated facts, and they were all astonished. Mamdani's fighting for universal childcare, free bus service, freezing the rent, city-owned grocery stores to lower the cost of groceries. Everything he mentioned there was fact. And they're all like super afraid of acknowledging that reality. And worth mentioning here, wow, what a spicy take. No pumpkin spice until after Labor Day weekend. Amazing. So glad you're on CNN and using your time wisely. So those are just a few examples of things driving me nuts. Just the reality we are living in, the things that we accept, that society, I should say, not we, but society is accepting as normal. Meanwhile, the obvious facts that are being discussed are viewed as insane or things that need to be apologized for. It is just a wild time we are living in, but I want to assure you that I do believe most of us have not lost our minds. I think there is a reality that most of us are living in, and just because we see certain things represented to a larger degree than the groups they actually represent doesn't mean that those are the dominating ideas. It does mean that a lot of people in power who control things, politicians, massive corporations, that they have more influence than they should. But when it comes to the public, I think we know better, and I think it's important to be reminded of that.
For me, I had the experience of...
It just sounds like you're justifying anti-Semitism, which making me feel like...
Are you crazy right now?
This is one of the most revealing interviews I have seen with a politician this year, and it was conducted by a comedian, Adam Friedland, who hosts the Adam Friedland Show, a former host of the Come Town podcast. Somebody who hosted a show called the Come Town podcast did a better job at interviewing a politician than the vast majority of the press. And the biggest reason for that is because Adam Friedland showcases humanity, empathy, and actual care for human rights. While Richie Torres, you're going to witness here just how insane the reaction is. So I got a couple of clips from this interview. I will link to the full thing below the video. The real tension begins around the 40-minute mark, but I think it's worth watching the whole thing to get an understanding of the beginning of the discussion and where Richie Torres comes from, because he's somebody who has faced adversity growing up, yet clearly has been unable to develop the ability to empathize. So it's worth noting before I get to the first clip here that this is a story that came out this week from Sludge. Torres invested in weapons makers as he backed billions in arms for Israel. Reminder, this is a Democratic congressman in New York that is incredibly conservative. So, you know, just as an aside here, this seems ripe for a primary challenge, but Dropsite has the summary here, and worth noting, Sludge and Dropsite both do fantastic reporting, fantastic journalism. Check out both and make sure you follow them both. They write here, while urging Biden to rush bombs for Israel's genocide and voting for a $17 billion arms package to the apartheid state, Richie Torres also secretly bought stock in weapons giants that were supporting Israel, and the trades were also filed nearly a year late. All the while, Torres loudly opposed a ceasefire, joined Republicans to override Biden's brief pause on 2,000-pound bombs, and voted to sanction the ICC after it issued arrest warrants for Israeli leaders. Just absolutely insane moves. And not surprising, he has received quite a bit of money from AIPAC to the tune of over $1.5 million. Let me get to the first clip here where this really, so this is a few minutes into their conversation around Israel and Gaza, and just the response that Torres comes back with here is just insane.
I think hatred of Jewish people has exploded in this country. And I don't think I think it's because it's of our support of what looks to be an absolute brutality. And I think that...
You think that's a justification for anti-Semitism?
Here's the thing.
You think Israeli government policy is a justification for anti-Semitism? My view is there's no justification for anti-Semitism.
I think that...
There's zero justification for anti-Semitism.
Okay, you're deflecting again.
I'm not deflecting, that's my position.
What does it look like to have a flag with a Jewish star, and I'm Jewish, and for kids to be starving right now? And why is my government... I don't want to do this fight. Let's not do like a yelling at each other thing. I really just... For me, I had the experience of...
It just sounds like you're justifying anti-Semitism, which making me feel like...
Are you crazy right now?
Okay.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry at the reaction from Richie Torres. Adam Friedland has lived in Israel. He is Jewish. The idea that he's justifying anti-Semitism by pointing out the reality of what is happening is insane. Discussing the results of an action is not a justification for the action. It's simply a discussion of cause and effect. I think we know it's the Israeli government, not Jewish people, that are the ones committing these actions. But when the average person is being told that any criticism of the Israeli government is inherently somehow anti-Semitic, do you think that helps or hurts the fight against anti-Semitism? So this whole, like, the complete disconnect that Richie Torres displays from reality. Look, I know we shouldn't be surprised, considering if you have any awareness at all of Richie Torres. I discussed his votes earlier. The things he advocates for, it should not be surprising. But just seeing it like this, seeing this interview where you have one person that is a human who shows empathy, who is a real, genuine individual in Adam Friedland, and another who is at best a robot, it is just such a stark contrast. Let me get to, so I'm actually going to show 2 more clips because I split this one into 2. So here is a continuation of that discussion.
If you have disagreements with the Israeli government, you should voice your criticism of the Israeli government, but there is no justification for intimidation or harassment against American Jews.
I'm telling you as a Jew right now that we are receiving a lot more hate because of what the people with a flag that has a Jewish star on are doing to other people right now.
That might be.
And I'm telling you, as a Jewish person, how painful it is for us to say, and it hurts my stomach to say this. So you're going to say, I disagree, that this is a genocide. And that hurts to say that a Jew could do that. It hurts because we grew up with learning about what hatred is. We grew up learning about this.
All right, so before I get to the last clip, which I think really just completely exposes Richie Torres in an insane moment, I want to discuss why Adam Friedland here is so effective in this interview. So I've worked in broadcast news, both locally and nationally. I used to host a radio show. A lot of people in these traditional media spaces are taught to keep their feelings out of their reporting, which under certain circumstances I think could make sense, but that also leads to a situation where you are removing empathy from your reporting. So you're left with reports that are based on what some institution says, many of which could be corrupt. So, these news reports, media discussions are often based around, the police said this, the Israeli government said this, the White House said this. Okay, but what is behind that? Why are they saying that? What is influencing that decision to say that? And what is the truth? And are we centering human rights in this reporting? Or are we just discussing, this is what they said, this is what they said? Which, again, strips out the empathy, strips out the humanity from reports. People like Adam Friedland, Jon Stewart, great example as well. They're able to re-inject humanity into discussions around politics and news, which is why they are so effective, because they recenter what is important. Let me get to the last clip here, which, again, this is just wild.
I mean, Hamas murdered thousands of people, so there's no...
So what does that mean?
That Hamas is a terrorist organization for murdering innocent children and civilians.
How many civilians have been killed in this war?
The war is a tragedy, but
90% of them have been. But 90%
again,
of them have been civilians. They've killed journalists. They've killed journalists.
People have been killed in a war. It's been a tragedy.
They've killed people waiting for aid.
But you're suggesting that it is the policy of the Israeli government to murder civilians, and that is a notion that I reject.
You gotta listen, man. You gotta be like a human being about this.
People who are dying in the war, which to me is a tragedy, because war is a tragedy.
Do you feel in your heart that this is what you're saying is right?
If you remove Hamas...
You don't actually think that.
I told you what I believe. Don't tell me what I believe. I've told you what I believe.
Why would you believe that?
Because there are people who see the world differently. I know it's a shock to you, but there are people who see the world differently from you.
The absolute tonal change from when Richie Torres is discussing the Israeli citizens killed on October 7th to the tens of thousands, and estimates putting it up around 300,000 civilian deaths in Gaza. The tonal change between those two discussions is incredible. And it's all under the guise of, it's a war. It's a war, so it's okay. Gaza doesn't have a military. What kind of war is this? A one-sided war. It's a genocide. How many civilian deaths have there been in Israel since October 7th? 0. So how is that a war? We are talking about a one side doing the killing. And he simply does not care. These are the marks of a sociopath. He's doing what he thinks is necessary for his own career, even though I don't think it's going to help his career. But he thinks he's doing what's necessary for his career, and he's going to justify that however he can in these sorts of interviews. And when he tries to, he comes off looking like the absolute clown that he is. Just disgusting. So, Ashley Reese shared this question on Twitter that I think is worth thinking about. I mostly want to know why Richie agreed to be interviewed. Great question, because he does not come out of this interview looking good, obviously. I tend to think, just much like the Alyssa Slotkin interview when she went on Breaking Points and Crystal Ball had a similar discussion where she was bringing up empathy and, human rights, and Alyssa Slotkin just did not seem to care. I don't think these politicians are aware of what they're getting into. I know they're being told, for good reason, that they need to connect more with social media and go to these online shows and try to connect with a different audience, a younger audience, because they're not reaching different people when they keep going on these traditional news outlets. But at the same time, that only works if you are a politician who actually cares, who is centered in human rights, in workers' rights. If you don't care about the issues, if you don't care about what the actual problems in society and the world are, then these sorts of interviews are not going to help you just because you're there. You have to actually be somebody, a different kind of politician. So I don't think Richie Torres knew what he was getting into. I think he saw Adam Freeland. I think he had a recent New Yorker, I think that was the magazine, had a recent cover story of him. So I thought, hey, this is a up and coming, millennial. He's being called the millennial Jon Stewart. Let me go do an interview with him. It'll be good. I don't think he really understood that people in these spaces, be it Adam Freeland, be it Crystal Ball, have a real connection both to reality, the facts, and humanity. And these politicians simply do not know how to deal with that. Donald Trump has not spoken publicly for 6 days, and a recent photo is getting people to wonder what exactly is going on. So in this video, I'm going to have a bit of fun with some of the evidence that is, if you can say evidence, that is popping up online with these theories of what is happening. I will get to that. We're going to have some fun. It's going to be lighthearted because it is Labor Day. And as Bernie Sanders tweeted out here, this Labor Day, thank unions for weekends, 8-hour workdays, a minimum wage, paid overtime, breaks during work, the right to strike, child labor laws, workplace safety standards. Now let us grow the trade union movement and win more for workers. So this should be the important message coming out of Labor Day, not the video that I'm about to break down here. But that said, I'm going to have some fun. All right. So sit back. Let's go through the examples, what is happening, some of the more worrisome, if that's the right word, evidence out there. So we're all aware of his ankles, his swollen ankles, the bruise on his hand that he's apparently had for months, has been covering it up with makeup. It came out that it was, in fact, something after they had been claiming repeatedly that it was totally normal and, in fact, a heroic hand-shaking injury. That's what they had been saying. Quote here, President Trump is a man of the people, and he meets more Americans and shakes their hands on a daily basis than any other president in history. His commitment is unwavering, and he proves that every single day. So, based on the track record of the lies we have already been told, I can understand right now why some people are being a little skeptical of the current situation. I'm not saying everything's perfect in Trump world. It's possible something happened, something's going on. But again, we'll get to the evidence that is being brought up. So it turned out that with the bruise in the hand, the swelling of the ankles, is chronic venous insufficiency, a condition which can cause swelling and pain, is common among older adults. And it's not typically fatal unless, I guess, it's untreated, but it can cause discomfort, pain, and reduced quality of life. Now, the other thing that was interesting that came out this week is that Vance, in an interview with USA Today that was published on Thursday, stressed that the president is in good health and has incredible energy, saying in part, I feel very confident the president of the United States is in good shape, is going to serve out the remainder of his term and do great things for the American people. He added, however, that, quote, if God forbid there's a terrible tragedy, I can't think of a better on-the-job training than what I've gotten over the last 200 days. So openly speculating what may be having to come in also got people thinking, hey, maybe there is something serious happening. And then that's when we get to this photo today. All right. Let's take a closer look. I laughed out loud seeing this. So Republicans Against Trump tweeted this out. It's been almost a week since Trump made a public appearance or spoke to the press, apart from being spotted leaving the White House, allegedly on his way to the golf course. This is very unusual. What's going on? So they have, I guess, enhanced photo here, which I don't know, man. I'm not sure how enhanced this photo is. There clearly is some changes to obviously what the actual photo itself is. If they can't even get the S right in the enhanced photo, what are the chances that the rest of the face is correct? So it appears to show him with no hair here. I think it's very clear he does have hair on the back of his head here. It's kind of brushed out to show just a big, thick neck. And more prominent lines, I suppose, or a line in his face. He looks a bit tired. He clearly does not look like Trump. This is not a good enhanced photo. I don't believe this AI thing is working out. But here is some speculation some people have on this. Look at Trump's left eye. He's definitely had a stroke. Okay, this is not the photo, though. This is an AI-enhanced version, which clearly did not work out too well. Now, the funny thing is the follow-up here. So this is a different image. Trump at his Virginia Golf Club with MAGA radio host John Fredericks. Okay, it looks like just a normal Trump photo to me. But no, there's more. Andrew Cochran tweeted this out. He has a big, long thread about this, 13 tweets. Other than the weird staging, we noticed that Trump's eyes are barely open, especially his right eye. Wait, I thought it was his left eye. Now it's his right eye. Okay, someone else says now it's the right eye. This would be consistent with someone recovering from a minor stroke or larger TIA, who is recovering from physically, but not fully well yet. Just looks like Trump to me. I don't know. I guess he's wearing less makeup. I'd say he probably looks better, if anything. But no, there's more. This smile is weird. It's an odd smile for Trump. Large, overly toothy, and uniform. The rare times he smiles with teeth, it's smaller and larger on one side. It's not this clenched teeth-full smile, and his face doesn't push back that much when he does it. Okay, so let's look at the comparison here. Here's I guess the what he's calling the normal smile. Here's the crazy smile. All right. I did a quick search. Trump smile. This is one of the top images. It looks a lot like the one today. Not really seeing much of a difference here. Did he have a stroke back then too? Like, I know people are really wishing for certain things to happen. That doesn't mean you can wish them into existence. So, I mean, this goes further. He goes on to really analyze a smile using a face app. So this guy apparently thinks that they use the face app smile feature on high settings to give Trump a larger smile. There's the fake one. And then he goes on to even circle the differences. Come on, man. It's a little absurd. So, all right, you don't buy that? How about this? Donald Trump on Truth Social put this out on August 31st, just yesterday. Great playing golf with John Gruden, a really nice guy, a true character. So I guess they played golf, but apparently they played golf last week. So John Gruden himself shared an image a week ago of them playing golf. He's wearing the same thing. Now, he also goes on, this tweeter also goes on to mention, Matt Rain here, that Charlie Kirk is using that image to claim that Trump is in fact very healthy because here's the image of him playing golf. When in fact, again, it's an old image. Okay. Yeah. Look, let's be clear. Is it out of the ordinary that Trump has not spoken publicly with any cameras, any media for almost a week? Yes, that is bizarre. Could something maybe have happened? Some medical emergency where he had to be tended to? Sure. He's an old man. I have a hard time getting into the minds of people who really think this is the end. I understand their desires to think, hey, if Trump is gone, everything's going to be better. I do think some things would improve for sure. I find it hard to believe that the base that Trump has now is just going to be easily transferred over to, JD Vance or whoever else. That said, let's be real here. A lot of this is typical for social media engagement. These people put these tweets out with the intent of getting retweets and likes and comments. I just think it's a whole lot of nothing until we actually see something a little more concrete. So let's wait and see until Trump does in fact speak to the media, and maybe we hear a little more about why he's been absent for so long. But until then, let's just settle down, temper your expectations, and just assume that everything is normal until we're told or can see for ourselves otherwise.
Our taxpayer dollars can build schools and hospitals in America, not bombs to destroy them in Gaza.
If you aren't already, you really need to be paying attention to Graham Plattner, and his speech last night at Bernie's Oligarchy Tour is a great showcase as to why. So in this video, I'm going to get to a couple of clips from that incredible speech, including what got the biggest applause line, and I think that should be a good indicator for other politicians, other Democrats, to really understand what people are feeling right now. And this gets to his race, which is in Maine. So he is running to become the candidate, the Democratic candidate, to run against Susan Collins for Senate in Maine. Right now, the governor of Maine is still considering a run for Senate, Governor Mills, but has not yet decided, saying that election is a year from this coming November. That's many months away. I don't think people want to hear about a political campaign that early before the election. Now, normally I think she'd be right. But based on the reaction to Graham Plattner during his speech and the interest that people are already showing in this race, I think this is sort of a different time right now. And people are looking to political leaders to voice what they've been feeling. So the standing ovations were aplenty for Graham Plattner at this main event. As Anna Barr tweets out here, 5 standing ovations in a row for Graham Plattner on Susan Collins' capitulation to Trump. Quote, symbolic opposition does not reopen hospitals. Selling out working class voters is disqualifying to serve in the United States Senate. And look at that crowd there. So I'm going to get to a couple of clips in just a second here, but here is the Fighting Oligarchy Tour poster. Worth noting, Troy Jackson, who's running for governor, was also there. Bernie has endorsed both Graham Plattner and Troy Jackson. And they grew 6,500 people to southern Maine on Labor Day Monday to discuss building a grassroots movement to fight the oligarchy and to introduce them to Graham, and also mention that, of course, Bernie endorsed Graham Plattner. Now, let me get to the first clip here. So this gets to the obvious one, which is affordability. The fact that things are getting worse while also getting more expensive, while people are also making less money. So Graham Plattner, I think, lays it out very well here and is not afraid to call out what the problem is.
We live in a system that has been built by the political class to enrich and support billionaires on the backs of working people. Politicians have made a series of decisions over the last 40 years that have resulted in the world that we see today. Their choices have left many of us with very little, while very few accrue vast amounts of wealth. In 1990, there were less than 100 billionaires in the United States. Today, there are over 800. When you look around, I ask you that when you look around, do you see a community and a state that is 8 times wealthier than it was in 1990? Much of the world that we have today is the specific result of policy choices made by establishment politicians. And the shameful truth of all of this is the blame cannot simply be left at the feet of one political party.
All right, a couple things there I want to highlight. I think I'm a visual learner, right? So hearing that stat around how many billionaires there were in 1990, and there's 8 times that now, and have things improved 8 times as much as they were in 1990? Obviously not. It's a great visualizer to understand just how the wealth has been transferred. It's not as if the money has been sucked, completely sucked out, though it has in some ways. We'll get to that next. But it's been sucked to a specific group of people. People at the very, 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 very top, less than 1,000 people, 1,000 billionaires, hoard all of this wealth while the rest of society is losing out. And you've seen that from the pandemic. Since the pandemic, look who's gained money. Billionaires have multiplied their wealth. Meanwhile, the rest of us have only gotten worse. So there really needs to be a focus on that. And of course, there has been from Bernie for years and a handful of other Democrats. But the way you communicate it, I think, matters. And I think Graham Plattner does a great job there. Now, the other thing worth mentioning is the fact that he blamed both Democrats and Republicans. Now, I think it's fair to argue that Republicans are clearly worse. Just the cultural impact alone that Trump has had, but the GOP generally on society has just been a complete negative. But when you have a moment like this type of insurgent candidate stands out, and I think stands out particularly in Maine, where you have a plurality of people at 33.71% identifying as unaffiliated. So not identifying with any party. This number is only growing because of the dissatisfaction that people have with both parties. So to have somebody who is willing to be honest about that, willing to be honest about the track record of Democrats as well as of course Republicans, I think that benefits the campaign. Now I want to get to the next clip here. This was the biggest applause line of the night, and not just when Graham Plattner brought it up, but when other people during their speeches brought it up as well. So I'll show you a clip from Bernie as well when he brings up this topic. But check this out.
We must stand in the way of those attacking the right of women to make choices about their own bodies. We must stand in the way of those attacking the rights of the LGBTQ community to have the same liberties and protections as everyone else. I believe that input from working people is far more important than input from someone who simply has money. I believe that we should not be settling for crumbs while billionaires eat the cookie we baked. I don't think that a CEO should have more of a voice than a union, and I don't think that private equity deserves more time with a senator than someone who works 2 jobs to get by. Our taxpayer dollars can build schools and hospitals in America, not bombs to destroy them in Gaza.
That was the biggest standing ovation of the speech. That went on for over 30 seconds. It's such an obvious line, such a clear way to discuss the issue, both the depravity of it all and also just the absurdity of all this money being spent on weapons to bomb innocent people. Meanwhile, Americans don't have health care, can barely afford rent, food, don't have childcare, like go on and on and on. Just the complete state of things. Meanwhile, there's enough money to send over to Israel. Now, on that point, this from the Council on Foreign Relations. Israel is the largest cumulative recipient of U.S. aid. Now, these are figures between 1946 and 2024, though they do not yet have the complete numbers of 2023 and 2024, meaning that since October 7th, these aren't even the complete numbers. We're going to get to, of course, what's happened since. But it's the amount of money being sent, military money particularly, being sent to Israel is indefensible. Yet this continues to be a topic that many politicians are afraid to touch. So since this is October 7th, from AP here, U.S. spends a record $17.9 billion on military aid to Israel since last October 7th. This is under Joe Biden. But that wasn't good enough for the Trump administration. This is right from the Secretary of State. Military assistance to Israel. This is from March 1st. I have signed a declaration to use emergency authorities to expedite the delivery of approximately $4 billion in military assistance to Israel. The decision to reverse the Biden administration's partial arms embargo, which wrongly withheld a number of weapons and ammunition from Israel, is yet another sign that Israel has no greater ally in the White House than President Trump. And then they go on to brag about how they had already sent nearly $12 billion in arms to Israel since Trump took over. So, and of course, again, considering this is March 1st, a lot more has been sent since then. All of this, despite the fact that 32% in the U.S. back Israel's military action, which is a new low. So taking a look at the number here, it has... Republicans are so hilarious. Like, they were critical of it, as they should have been. And then Trump won the election. And, about 5% were like, you know what? Trump likes Israel, so I'm cool with it now. So their number has gone up a little bit. But it's down. And actually, worth noting as well, it has also gone down since Trump took over for Democrats. But still, while Biden was in power, understanding that Biden was supporting Israel and sending arms to Israel, a tiny fraction, a quarter of Democrats at the time were supporting that. Now it's down at 8%. Independents as well, it has gone down. And of course, part of that is also that people are just more aware of what's happening than they were, almost a year ago. But there's no political reason, except for the fact that many politicians are afraid of AIPAC, afraid of the money being spent either against them or for their opponent, or they want that money from AIPAC. So there is this aversion to discussing this issue in a way that is just clear. All this money being wasted on weapons to destroy innocent lives. Meanwhile, people in the U.S. have a very tough time getting by. Last thing I want to share here is the clip from Bernie Sanders when he brought up Gaza. Because again, both these lines were the biggest applause lines, showing that this has to be an issue that politicians speak more to.
It's not just taking them on economic issues. We got to end the absurd foreign policy that we have right now, which is spending billions of dollars to starve children in Gaza.
And that standing ovation went on for another 30 seconds. It was the biggest applause line for Bernie, the biggest applause line for Graham Plattner, and it's because it's an obvious issue. If you can't stand up for innocent civilians, how can people possibly trust you'll stand up for them? If you can't stand up, if you aren't willing to stand up against weapons manufacturers, against AIPAC, against other special interest groups, how can people possibly trust that you are going to do anything you claim to do or you claim to care about? So it's an issue that is going to be, going into the elections next year, it's an issue that's going to be highlighting. It's going to be one that is really going to let people know. Do you actually mean what you say when you claim to care about affordability, when you claim to care about healthcare, claim to care about Social Security or whatever other issue? Or are you just saying this to get elected? Because you are really putting potentially your career on the line when you stand up against AIPAC. And we've seen it happen. People like Nina Turner, who stood up for innocent lives, stood up against AIPAC, lost her race because of the amount of money poured in against her. So voters understand this issue is incredibly not just important, but it really indicates if you're full of shit or if you're the real deal.
All right. Hey ho, let's go. Coming to you live from 102.3 WHIV FM studios in New Orleans, Louisiana. We are community radio dedicated to human rights and social justice. Welcome to Noise Filter, where we cut through the noise and explain what's going on in public health simply. So this week, the FDA dropped one of the most consequential updates we've seen on COVID-19 vaccines since the shots first rolled out. For fall of 2025 season, that's this one here, the agency approved updated COVID vaccines, but here's the twist. They're restricting who can get these boosters more than ever before in the pandemic era. Now, it's not a blanket invitation. Instead, vaccine eligibility is focused primarily on the most vulnerable amongst us. So that's anyone over 65 and older. So 65 and older, younger adults and children with at least one underlying health condition that puts them at high risk for severe COVID-19 outcomes. These underlying conditions can be anything from heart disease, asthma, diabetes, to even obesity. Healthy adults under 65, not in the official approved group. Kids younger than 18, if they're healthy, will need to have a chat with their healthcare provider before making a decision about getting the jab. Oh, and Pfizer's COVID vaccine for kids under 5, the emergency use authorization has been pulled. So no more Pfizer shots for tiny tots. But wait, Moderna's vaccine is still on deck for children as young as 6 months, though only if they have a serious medical condition that puts them at elevated risk. So basically what we're saying is that it's a much, much narrower window than ever before. So this shift lines up closely with the idea that many Americans now have some level of immunity. Okay, whether from vaccines or prior infections or both. And in fact, it's probably close to 90 to 95% of Americans fall in that category. Officials argue that broad regular boosters for everyone just isn't necessary anymore. Instead, the focus has moved toward protecting those most likely to face severe disease. That sounds reasonable, but it also means many people who used to get annual boosters might find themselves no longer officially approved for the shot. Let me also just say, I personally, as an infectious disease physician, as somebody who's made my life study my career on this, disagree with that. I think that the virus we all know mutates regularly, and we need regular booster vaccines. There's also been some shakeup behind the scenes. As you probably know, the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee, which guides vaccine recommendations, has changed members and shrunk under the size of Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., boo, a longtime vaccine skeptic, really denier. The committee hasn't yet provided formal recommendations on these updated shots, so insurance coverage, and here's the rub, and access may get more complicated for those not in the new eligibility categories. Some pharmacies might delay offering the updated vaccines until after that CDC advisory vote occurs. So what does that all mean for the everyday person wondering, do I need a booster this fall? Well, if you're 65 and older, roll up that sleeves, you're getting the jab, or at least you should. If you're younger but have a health issue raising your risk, you qualify too. For healthy adults and kids, this isn't the season's vaccine for you, at least according to the FDA's new playbook. However, I disagree with it. And if you have a child under 5, Pfizer's out, and Moderna's is only available for the medically vulnerable. This is the first fall and winter season where COVID shots aren't widely recommended for everyone. This is a pivot reflecting how life with the virus continues to evolve. It reminds us that vaccines remain essential tools, especially for protecting high-risk populations. But the game plan for prevention is becoming more targeted. And again, I don't agree with it. We have not given our consent as a society to do it this way. So through all the changes, the key takeaway is clear: stay informed, be aware of your health risks, and connect with your healthcare provider, if you have one, to make the best decisions for you and your family. And so from our community radio station here in New Orleans, keep tuning into Noise Filter, the only place where the public health static gets turned down and the truth gets amplified. Because in medicine, just like on the radio, if the signal's not clear, you might as well be on mute. Hey ho, let's go. Coming to you live from the 102.3 WHIV FM studios in New Orleans, Louisiana. We are community radio dedicated to human rights and social justice, and welcome to Noise Filter, where we cut through the noise and explain what's going on in public health simply. Now, strap in, because today we're diving into global health drama with all the twists and turns of a soap opera. And it's about the United States' controversial and, let's say, roller coaster relationship with the World Health Organization, or WHO for short, and the high stakes of going at it alone. First, some history. Back in July 6th of 2020, then President Donald Trump announced that America would pull out of the WHO, blaming them for slow response to COVID-19 and alleged undue influence from China. But the withdrawal never fully happened. The process takes a year, and by then, President Joe Biden, on his first day in office, reversed course and recommitted the U.S. to the WHO. So fast forward to January 2025, Trump's second inauguration. On that day, bam, he issues a new executive order restarting the WHO exit, freezing all U.S. funding and personnel involvement. This time, the statutory clock has reset, and with Republican-controlled Congress likely not standing in the way, the withdrawal is posed to move forward. The U.S., the WHO's largest donor by far, significantly funding everything from polio eradication to emergency epidemic responses, pulling back billions of dollars and crucial expertise. To put numbers on it, the U.S. has contributed a whopping $1.28 billion in 2022 to 2023 alone. That's about 16% of WHO's total revenue. So why does that matter? The WHO isn't just another international bureaucracy. It's the global brain and coordinating center for public health emergencies, from COVID-19 to Ebola to malaria, even non-communicable diseases like diabetes and cancer. It convenes thousands of experts, sets international health standards, monitors outbreaks in real time, and provides vaccines and technical support worldwide. So without the U.S. participation, the agency loses critical funding and expertise, especially technical support from the CDC, which has long worked side by side with the WHO on flu surveillance, emerging infections, and rapid outbreak response. But who needs that, especially today, right? So cutting ties right now is especially dangerous because the world's health threats are only escalating, from antimicrobial resistance to climate-linked diseases. Coordinated global action is no longer a nice to have, it's a must have. The U.S. would lose direct channels to vital outbreak information, delaying responses that protect American lives, and with reduced funding, WHO's programs to deliver vaccines, fight polio, and support fragile health systems could shrink or even collapse. Trump's order also halts the CDC communications with the WHO and pauses U.S. funding transfers immediately, not waiting for that formal year-long exit process I mentioned a moment ago. This reckless move not only jeopardizes global health, but isolates the U.S. from expert guidance, making future pandemics even harder to contain. The global health community is watching nervously. Some hope for a reversal if the WHO reforms and selects an American director general, but that's far from guaranteed. Meanwhile, other countries like Argentina are following suit, threatening a domino effect that could weaken global cooperation just when we urgently need it the most. So, what's the lesson here? Public health knows no borders. Infectious diseases don't need passports to cause havoc. In an increasingly connected world, going at it alone is a dangerous gamble. Science thrives on collaboration, transparency, and solidarity. When the U.S. sidelines itself, it's not just turning its back on the world, it's making the whole world including itself, less safe. Here at Noise Filter, we believe that public health is a global jam session, and it doesn't work well when one of the lead players walks off the stage without a goodbye solo. So stay noisy, stay united, and remember, when it comes to fighting diseases, solo acts rarely steal the show.
Hey, you're watching FunnyBook. Hey, FunnyBook. I'm the Letterhack, aka Matt Strackbein, aka the Letterhack, and we are broadcasting live on this space. We've been on here since 1 p.m. this afternoon, and we're going to be going till I'm guessing pretty late. But for now, we're going to talk about negative reactions, something I don't really appreciate. I got to tell you, although it is a natural thing, it happens. What I don't appreciate is when it becomes an entire platform, where somebody's whole channel is all about negative reactions and being negative. I used to review comic books professionally, and I was constantly asked to be more critical. But that was challenging for me because, I mean, why would I bother reading something I didn't like and then keep reading it and keep getting disappointed and then just to be critical in my review? I'd rather review things that I could also recommend. Man, what was I expected to do? Warn people not to read something? Was I expected to tell them, hey, my opinion trumps all? What I think is absolutely what you think? I don't get it. I'm not an expert in terms of having your opinion doesn't make you an expert. I'll put it that way. It's just a matter of taste. It's just a matter of opinions. Even in terms of like proper mechanics and what makes a book legible, what comes across as clunky. The things that are comic book making 101, the basic fundamentals that when broken could totally exist in someone's favorite book, meaning the most perfectly constructed book might not be somebody's favorite. Likewise, a book that isn't perfectly constructed might be somebody's favorite. You see what I'm saying? This is just a matter of opinion, and it's really hard for me to be critical about stuff, and I always felt like I was just being negative. Still just a matter of opinion at the end of the day. And so, you know, to help me like suss this out, because I got to tell you, I really do feel like it's okay to be negative. It's okay to have a negative criticism or a harsh criticism even. This is something we need in our lives. And so if we can learn to do this with things like, you know, comic books, art, whatever, maybe it's not even comics, maybe it's just a series of books, maybe it's a television show. I'm one of my best shows of most favorite shows of last year totally flubbed one episode, and it's unforgivable. It just is. But I like all those other episodes, so I'm not going to go around talking about the one I didn't like. But tonight, that's what we're going to do. We're going to focus in on that one book or series that we just couldn't get into. Okay. But I'm not going to do it alone because, like I said, I don't like to be negative. So I'm going to lean on my pals. I'm going to get these guys to be negative. Coming to the stage now, it's your old pal Jake from WYCD. Jake, good to see you. Also, Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions and Pep from Pepaganda, Pep Talks TV. What's happening, guys?
What's up? Hi, folks.
Oh. You know what's so nice is to be able to bring people on, and I know the audio is going to be okay, and like the camera works, and you're pros. Anyway, good to see you guys. How do you feel about being negative, just in general?
And I've been waiting for a chance.
Okay, I like it. Yeah, you are a pretty positive guy, I guess, unless you aren't, and then it's like, okay, Jake's not being positive.
The problem is, to be constructive, which is kind of the nature of what we're doing here, you have to search for allies and you have to build things. And generally, negativity doesn't help. Sometimes it does. But generally speaking, you got to be You got to focus on the positive and what you can build. So for an opportunity to say, no, here's something I really genuinely don't like, and just to be able to tear into it, I'm looking forward.
Pep, you get pissed off, right? You get upset and critical and just shred stuff and rip it apart, right?
Oh yeah, I have my what my audience calls my spicy moments.
Okay.
I tend to have more often than I want to, but
we get spicy hack every now and then. Usually in the members only stuff. I'll let fly. But what are you laughing at? Okay, let's talk to
Spicy
Alex here,
hack.
Alex has been like carrying the weight again. Actually, Pep, you did 2 shows yesterday. Alex, you did 2 shows yesterday. You did a show today, right? And then Jake, you're doing how many shows? You guys are everywhere. I love this. You're hard working. But Alex, you do reaction content. You've got to have something that you're just like, that sucks.
Yeah, actually, I was getting worried because I was like, I'm too positive. Like you said, I'm too positive.
It
in all
can
these
go the other
reactions.
way.
I gotta, criticize something. And my reactions, well, my reviews are more nuanced. So, like, I'm not gonna like a movie all the way 100%. So I will point out things I don't like in something I really do like Andor or Superman or whatever. But I will also point out in something I don't really like that there are good aspects of it. It's not total shit. Now, when something is total shit, I will say, I think the most negative reaction on my channel is to the Clips album, which I've heard is really, really good, and I need to do another listen of, but I did not vibe with it my first listen, and I noticed a lot of my music reactions, I don't vibe with a lot on my first listen.
There is that aspect of going back, revisiting something you didn't like, and you're like, maybe it was me. Maybe I was going
Billie
through
Eilish
something.
for me, where I was like,
for me, it was Madonna. Like,
I used to hate her breathy voice, but now I'm all of a sudden just like, I actually kind of dig that song.
Who's breathy voice?
Yeah,
Billie Eilish.
Oh, I just listened to Sabrina Carpenter's new album on my
it?
channel, and I was like, hey, you know what? This is fun, and I get it. I understand why she's popular.
Oh, you are way too positive. Yeah, you need to bring that down. You need to crank that back down.
Look, for most of my life, negativity is my first instinct and reaction, so I have it in there. I know how to control it. I'm like the Hulk now. I'm always negative, so I know how to distribute it evenly and at appropriate moments.
Man, just when I thought us Chicagoans had an attitude problem, here we go.
Yeah, now you just gotta be tough.
All of us, just like all of us have like a noble knight inside who can stand up for a cause, and we find that within us. Secretly, all of us also have a catty teenage girl.
Oh,
who just wants
I'm
to be
sassy.
me.
Oh no, I could spill the tea with the best of them here, man.
Yeah,
vicious.
Like, I got the drama fama in me.
Oh yeah, I love it. I watched 90 Day.
Okay, I asked you each to choose a comic or I have no idea what to expect. I don't know if you chose a comic, a panel, a whole series, a mini, or what. I have an issue 2 where I stopped reading a miniseries at issue 2. That's what I want to talk. I got the issue 2 and I was like, I'm not investing in this. But I think I know why. So anyway, I don't know who wants to start, or is anyone chomping at the bit? Jake?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Let's hear it.
Let me tell you. So I first discovered this comic in the bathroom the bathroom of a rest stop on a road trip in Michigan, sitting on the back of propped up on a urinal in between the pipe and the wall, and it was on all the toilets. These are, it turns out, from a series of publications called Chicked Tracks.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
By Jack Trick or
Jack. Yes, exactly. Jack Chick.
Okay.
And it's Christian.
You guys
propaganda.
know these?
I never heard.
I unfortunately do.
They're these little folded.
Yeah.
So people are leaving them around like. In the hotel. Okay.
So for those that don't know, these are it's Christian propaganda that you will hate if you are a non-Christian because they get you wrong, or if you are a Christian. because they don't even quote like the Bible correctly. And it makes Christians seem like lunatics. It's genuinely the most bizarre thing. Specifically, the one, and fun fact, these were not all done by Jack Chick. He started doing them in like the 60s, 50s, 60s. And by the 70s, he had hired people to work on them. And so the one I actually saw, which I can't even pull up because I just can't find it on the internet, was drawn so badly it would make you question reality. But this one is a close, just as bad. It's called The Gay Blade. And
there we go. And they left it in a bathroom. Okay, a public bathroom.
Yeah, and it just let me see if we can get some. They talk about Sodom and Gomorrah at one point. Let me fly back up here.
For as crude as these were, the only like positive is that it shows that this method, comics, the juxtaposition of words and images, is a pretty good communicator. It's the message is totally wrong. And for as bad as they are, it still is being used in a way that communicates.
So this is called The Gay Blade, and it was left in a men's bathroom. Do you think that there was at least one person that was just like, "Oh, this isn't what I thought it was"?
Yeah.
Oh,
there's a rest stop bathroom.
100%. And the one I came across was also focused on gay stuff. Oh, Bad Bob is a classic.
Now, Jake, did you read this? Did you read this right there, or did you take it home, or
yeah, you touched it?
Well, after I finished pleasuring myself, then
yes,
it had some good drawings. No, they were like, I what I did was I picked every single one up from the bathroom.
It's college
on behalf,
or last week? Is this college or like last week?
Years, like might have been college, might have been when my brother was in college, and I would go visit him occasionally, just say hi. But yeah, it was a lonely road trip, and I picked up all of them, and I kept them in the back of my car for a good long time, and I just lost it. I wish I still had one to thumb through.
Maybe they had specific ones that they leave in specific places, like they leave the Gay Blade stuff in public men's bathrooms, and then they leave like if you went into the woman's bathroom, it would have stuff about you should really try to find a man with money and raise a family and be a trad wife.
Oh yeah. No, actually, do you think they did that? Do they have any for like the women's bathroom like equivalent? Because that seems totally on brand for what the way that these organizations tend to work.
You know, when I was in there, I didn't check, but I should have.
Like they leave one outside the NAACP about like, hey, you know, maybe you should just be happy with what you got and not ask for more rights.
I just want to point out the kind of stuff that's on here happens all the time in these comics where there is no moral lesson, really. It's just somebody gets threatened by something supernatural. So check this out. Bad Bob, he's a terrible human being. Here he is being remorseless about it. A cop, he's trying to strangle. He and this guy he got arrested with were selling drugs to this cop. And he's trying to strangle a kid who was preaching to him. The cop says, "You guys are bad people. You need Jesus." Then there's a fire in the jail. And the cop lets it out. The other dude burns to death. Look at that.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, it's brutal.
The lettering is so bad. They go from circles to rectangles. That is so bad.
And it's like paragraphs.
There's so much.
And everything.
Yeah, exactly. There's too much.
But that's why Bob learns his lesson. Is he sees his friend burned to death right in front of him. Is he angry at the jail for letting this guy die in front of him, even though they were in their custody? Of course not. Does he learn that he was, the reason he was in there in the first place was bad? No, he just learns to be afraid of hell. He's like, oh, I wasn't ready for that. And then even
that
better,
seems to be the less going theme.
The burnt up cop. Still, you see he's got bandages on his head. He's still wearing his uniform that is now all torn up and singed. But right now is when we got to talk about Jesus. Right here, when you're shivering, we're both in pain. You're in an emotionally vulnerable state. Now's the time. to talk to you about the Lord Christ.
Man, that's good.
Yeah,
That's
so that's,
really
that's
funny.
what I recommend. Any chick tract. Lisa is probably the worst, but it would be a bummer. Bad Bob is genuinely fun, even though it's bad propaganda.
What's
for
Lisa?
Christians.
It's a good
Oh,
laugh.
it's just a nightmare.
I wouldn't
really.
It's
Don't look
fun.
it up.
That's
Don't
kind
look
of the kind of stuff you can read because it's bad. Do you know what
Yeah,
I mean?
everyone
At
but
least
Lisa,
once.
yes.
Yeah.
And the gay blade is probably the most fun to read. Any of the gay stuff, because you can just like their loving detail they put into people kissing the like. There's obviously something going on. It's the stereotype of
Well, there's the small part of me that's like looking at the art and I'm just like, it's not horrible.
It's not horrible. He
not.
was a good artist, and some of the people they hired, I expect will find after the deaths of these artists that their families will admit to it. But a lot of the anonymous people they hired were like young up and coming artists who were good. They had talent.
There was we used to make those for a guy and I.
It was
collaborated on.
You found him. He worked
self-publishing.
for them.
No, not those. We would make our own because they're the perfect thing to like hand out at a con.
Yeah.
To be or like sell them for $1 or something, right? Because now like you want singles, you know what I mean? So you can make change. So like those we would make them, and the way you do it is like you lay out like 16 panels or whatever, all squares, and then the way you would cut it and fold it, there was like a trick to it. It was not easy. It's akin to making zines.
Yeah.
What and so it it's the kind of thing people should probably embrace for protest, like a know your rights or something like that. Like make this shit. It doesn't have to be any better than this, although you could probably use less words. Don't just copy and paste from a Word doc or whatever. Do some artful pruning in the way your dialogue flows. I'm happy to give you advice if you need it. But like that would be a good lead
creators
behind
that are probably using AI now.
No, I just
Fun fact: it was
they're being kicked out of cons
based off Chinese propaganda, communist propaganda.
There you go.
Comics.
Oh,
back
yeah.
in the
There
day.
you go.
Look, the message, I'm with you. The technique is not terrible. It's just that this person was a convert to Christianity, and he had the zeal, and he had the zeal of a convert, but also post-war, he had just come back from WW2, so not in a good headspace to make rational decisions.
Right.
But he had the zeal of a convert and the understanding of Christianity that would match the most asleep guy in the pews every Sunday.
Was he like in the church, or was he affiliated? Did he have some kind of money to start a comic? Like, was this his business, or was this just something he did on the side?
It was his business. I think he got funded primarily by the church.
It was his he was a layman. This was his calling. This was his
Wait, really?
His ministry. Yeah. This was like he also just liked comics, I guess.
Because he was a natural with not only comics but marketing. Like if he would have written about Christianity in a way that he himself actually understood, not just whatever the evangelical hate preacher was screaming at him, but like if he sat down, read the books, came to a personal understanding of Christ or whatever, and then tried to do like Bible stories, I think he could have been like successful, not in an ironic way. But most of the people that are reading these days are like, hey, want to see something insane? It's this.
Okay. Jake, that's a great way to kick it off. I mean, I feel like we could talk the next half hour about this. It touches on so many different things that we talk about all the time. Propaganda, religion, overly religious, pushing your beliefs on people, misconceptions about different communities that we should be propping up, not oppressing. Who's got out of Pep and Alex? Who do you think has the one that's going to be most hotly debated? Because I want that person to go last.
I actually think Alex on that one, because mine is just like, if you even know about it, then you just know it's shit.
Okay, let's because I'm interested in what you have to say.
Okay, let's go Pep.
All right. Okay, so I don't have all the video.
That's
quality
okay.
to it. I literally just brought my compendium because I was an asshole and bought this. This is the worst comic book ever. Ever.
It was almost my choice.
This Jeff Loeb, and this is the most egregious part. Jeff Loeb is one of my favorite writers, still is.
Great writer.
And this is also kind of like, this almost hurts to say, because after I found out the lore behind this, it's painful. So Marvel Editorial, they pushed a deadline on Jeff Loeb, and he had just lost his kid. He had just lost his kid in a tragic accident. So what did he write? The most nihilistic effing comic book on the planet. Because, like, this art, right? You would think this art is incredible. This was actually one of the alternate covers that got me. Like, when I saw this, I was like, oh, look at that awesome Wolverine. So the whole comic is, what if Magneto went crazy and just decided, I miss my kids, so I'm just going to change the polarity of the entire planet, and you're going to watch all of your favorite heroes die in the first 7 panels. Actually, that I can show. I got to be careful, though, because obviously we can't show any, overly gory stuff. Oh, man.
It's getting some really bad reviews. I'm just casually looking. It's all 1 and 2 stars.
Oh, yeah.
David
art
Finch
is incredible, though.
David Finch on art.
Oh, yeah, here. Again, like, I'm trying to get on my camera.
Should be a winning combo.
It
Jeff
really
Loeb,
should.
David
Like,
Finch.
and then you had David Finch. Oh, God. Yeah, here we go. Ultimate Juggernaut, just completely squashing characters. You have the Blob, just eats Wasp. It's like nom. Where is it?
Yeah, no, for folks who don't know,
page.
there was a Marvel had something called the Ultimate Universe in the early 2000s, which was kind of like, what if Marvel started now? And we have Spider-Man, and that was the big flagship one. And then they did other spinoffs, X-Men, Avengers. It's what actually the MCU is largely based on.
The Ultimate
that
Universe
run of comics.
Yeah.
So this was
Actually,
like the
if you
Marvel
notice his
mandate
costume.
to end the universe, and this is what happened.
Yeah, his costume is like the movie X-Men. That's actually, they did it after the movies, where it's like they kind of were like, oh, that joke kind of landed. Let's make the X-Men with just black leather. And that was it. Fantastic Four. The one good thing to come out of all of this universe is the fact that, like, Reed Richards went crazy. Which
Nick
it actually kind of made sense, became the maker, and now he's actually currently in the comic books causing some mayhem, doing this whole thing. And
we got Miles Morales
interesting.
too.
The Maker is an interesting character, but
I like
boy, we had to sit through years of the worst version of Marvel to get there, culminating in Ultimatum. Ooh.
Again, the fact that Magneto was depressed about Scarlet Witch, and then just tidal wave. You watch Nightcrawler die. You watch like big characters just die in like
tons of people.
It's insane. And then this also led to Peter Parker kicking it. I think it was like not even a year later, which that wasn't as bad because it gave us Miles Morales. But
that was story reasons. That was Dan Slott was doing something.
Simultaneously, it's kind of funny this because I had 2. Like I actually had a runner up to this, and it was One More Day of Spider-Man. Where
that's notoriously bad.
Yeah.
When he made that deal with Mephisto, I was just like, oh,
that's
but
crazy.
They did it at the same time. So I was like, wait, Peter Parker just got like screwed hard.
So in the regular universe or the Ultimate Universe, you don't got Peter Parker being Peter Parker.
Not a good time to be a Spider-Man fan. What in your opinion was so bad about Ultimatum? Because if I were to say just the facts that you said, like all these major heroes died, that's kind of a hook to me. Like I'd be like, all right, post-apocalyptic Marvel, Magneto's in control and he's insane. He's unleashing himself on the world. What was bad?
See the fact that like maybe I was because it was so status quo-y at that point, like post Ultimates 2, where it was just like, oh, okay, because like this was supposed to be Ultimates 3, and then they just called it Ultimatum, and maybe it was because it subverted my expectations so hard, but it's like I don't know. Also, watching the Blob Wasp scene is rough.
Yeah.
And I'm
I
just like,
felt like they were that he was trying so hard to express darkness and sorrow that I didn't buy into it. And when you stop buying into it, then that stuff just becomes annoying. And I'm like, okay, so now I'm not going to see anything with the Wasp because she got eaten. Now I'm going to see Hank Pym acting like a bummer
idiot.
as well.
Yeah,
like,
uncharacterless.
Yeah,
he goes from being the biggest genius to just literally just like, oh my god. And I get like emotion taking over, but they made him such a bonehead.
And when you talk about Loeb being, I didn't realize that about his kid. I was vaguely aware. I didn't realize it had just happened. I'd always heard that he was just like he wasn't in a place to be writing. It's so clear. Like even though he had those dark ideas to express, and they might have worked in another context, he didn't have the chops to do it because he was in the middle of grief.
Yeah,
I can express a little of that myself. When you are grieving, it's not real easy to be creative for other people, to write something other people will find entertaining.
No,
yeah, you have to be in the right space. You really do. And somebody like Loeb, while he may be able to, write the best comic in the worst storm, is also human. Do you know what I'm saying? All his experience and talent and skill, that's not gonna mean squat. But the book is called Ultimatum. It's the ultimates. And my number one criticism was like, this isn't ultimate enough. This is just another X-Men. This is more Avengers. You made the character look like Brad Pitt, or this guy looks like Samuel L. Jackson. Like, you really have to make it ultimate. And so every now and then they would do that, but it wasn't enough. It just wasn't. It was like, not ho-hum.
In all these, I was expecting the traits of the characters that make them the characters to be exaggerated so that a new audience could see and appreciate them. I wanted to
That's
see
actually what they're doing now with it. That's actually what the Ultimates is now, where like Postmaker
generation grew up with that disappointment, and they're like, no, this is how you would have done it right.
Oh yeah,
a lot of people don't like this X-Men, but it is amazing. Amazing. I've heard people say they ruined it, and I'm like, they didn't ruin it.
I don't have the X-Men available, but that's the one I got right now. Is Ultimate Spider-Man Incursion, where Miles Morales he's in the new current Ultimate Universe, but she's like, this is not the one that I came from.
Yeah.
I want to see something so different that, look, don't get me to buy the same thing twice. Okay. If you're going to bring on a rock star creative team like Loeb and Finch, fucking blow the doors off it. All right.
Such good art.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. All right, good entry. That's a good one. And I just quickly looked it up and was like, everyone hates this. Wow.
Again, something beautiful art, just to where you're like, why am I feeling so depressed?
Something was off. Yeah, it was just, it's like, if I had to make a political equivalent, it'd be like 8 years of Barack Obama. It's like, this was supposed to be so much better. What happened? And everyone looks back on it negatively. Okay, fair, right? Okay. Alex, you're up. What do you got?
All right. Well, in the same vein of multiverse and different Earths and whatnot, my fandom is mostly DC at this point. Though I grew up with Marvel and a small stint in Spawn. An Image.
No Turtles?
No Turtles. I loved the Turtles growing up. I loved the cartoon. I never read the books.
Oh my god, you're missing out.
I know. I have watched the DC crossover with the Ninja Turtles animated movie. Very fun. Very fun. Highly recommend. But your assignment was to find my least favorite comic, and I had a hard time racking my brain because there are, no matter what, I get something enjoyable when I read a comic or watch a movie or a TV show or whatnot. So I was thinking about books that everyone seems to hate, like what was the Frank Miller one? The Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder.
All-Star?
Yeah,
All-Star Batman.
And Identity Crisis. But I love those books. I think they're fun. But I picked one based on not actually the story in and of itself, because I like the story. I think it was cool. It's what happened because of this book, and that is Flashpoint, written by one of my favorite authors, Jeff Johns, and drawn by Andy Kubert of the Kuberts, who are all artists going back to like the early days.
Yeah,
I like the story of Flashpoint. It's literally a splash page that was mandated, seemingly mandated by editorial, because they wanted to change the entire universe.
Yeah.
And this was supposed to be just another Flash story. Barry Allen changes something in the past. He wants to save his mom. He's back from the dead, first of all, after like 30 years. So Barry Allen's back. He's the Flash, and we just established him. And now here's a cool big Flash story to celebrate that Flash is back. And he's going to save his mother from getting murdered, which is his origin story of why he's a crime fighter. And they told, Jeff Johns wrote this tight, fun time travel story where he goes to change one thing, and butterfly effect, the whole world has changed. Superman's rocket lands in Metropolis. He's captured by the government, so he's held in isolation his whole life.
Bruce Wayne dies. His dad lives. His dad, Dr. Wayne, becomes Batman.
Very true. So he becomes Batman and funds like casinos and really goes into overdrive as a capitalist in Gotham to fund his Punisher style war on crime, where he just shoots motherfuckers. And his wife, Martha, becomes the Joker. So it's a crazy Elseworld
It's amazing.
story.
Yeah.
It's very cool. There's a whole war going on, a world war between Aquaman and Wonder Woman.
Right.
Like Themyscira and Atlantis are fighting, and Europe is sunk. Like
I would have seen
at
a
some
whole
point.
spin-off that's just Amazons versus Atlanteans.
It's great. There are I have all 5 tie-in books that are like literally just slices from this world, stories from this world. Very cool. I love it. It's this splash page where it's at the end of the book.
One page, one splash. This is awesome.
That Barry is fixed the problem. He's going back to his normal Earth. It's like literally going to wrap up, but they just snuck it in here as like, oh, and by the way, because of all this, the universe is now different, and we're launching the new 52, which was a publishing initiative that launched 52 titles at #1 books. And they said, you know what? DC Universe too clunky. It's too cluttered. We got to streamline it to tie into the movie universe that we want to make, starting with Green Lantern from 2011, because that's around the time that this happened. And, man, being like,
great comic, cash grab on the last
grab.
Cool.
On the last page.
I don't know if you can call it a cash grab when they do it every 5 years, though.
I mean, yeah, but they have to now because they had to fix what they broke.
Well, no, it's mandated. No, Alex, it's mandated. They've been doing this for doing this for a long time. They've been doing resets like for a long time.
Crisis events. This is what I like about DC is like they talk about how they die and keep coming back. Like the characters understand they live in a world of reboots.
Yeah.
Like they're leaning into it. And to me, I always imagine I don't know if it was just Johns or whoever, but somebody had a moment. Some writer was like, okay, can we just stop acting like that didn't happen? Let's act like that did happen, and it won't stop happening. And
I know this one. It was Jim Lee because he was getting mad at the convoluted nature of everything, and Scott Snyder came in with the Court of Owls, and he was just like, I need old Batman lore for this though, so like, can you kind of make some exceptions? And that's also how they did the Green Lantern thing with Jeff Johns. Like they realized that they needed to have continuations.
Now,
but
thankfully,
actually, to argue a little bit with you, Alex, I have to say I actually liked the way that Flashpoint reset it the best out of all the crises, in my opinion. Actually, up until the new All In. Because I like the new Absolute Universe that is like the darker tone, where we just get complete reinventions of these characters that we knew. But I kind of got the initiative. I think it was just too ballsy. They did the whole, like, literally 52 different titles on characters who just, once you got to Animal Man, when it wasn't Jeff Lemire, it's just like, who cares?
Well,
like-
see, that was my problem. Because first of all, I was lucky in that the 2 books I was most interested in were Batman and Green Lantern. So I could keep reading those pretty much uninterrupted. Only a couple little mentions of, oh, by the way, we've only been doing this for 5 years. That was the whole conceit. Everyone was 25. Everyone was young. So it's like, well, wait a minute. Batman's been through 5 Robins in only 5 years. That's probably that's not a good track record.
Made no sense.
It doesn't make him look good.
No.
And they revamped some other characters, were completely revamped and like only just showed up. Like Wonder Woman just showed up. And it's like this keeps happening to Wonder Woman specifically over the years.
Yeah, but I like the Grant Morrison story with Superman. Like, I actually liked
cool stuff.
I liked the reboot of Action. I thought
But I
that
didn't
was
like
really
that
good.
he was just starting. I don't
You
need
hated
that.
it?
I could have him, dude. Right before New 52, before Flashpoint happened, there was Superman Grounded, which a lot of people didn't like. I liked. That's
okay.
him walking around the country, almost like hard traveling heroes, like Green Lantern and Green Arrow back in the day.
That Bendis?
Just walking around the country and fixing like real life problems and being more grounded, like it's in the name. And I thought that was cool, and that's very much what Morrison did in his New 52 one. And I love Morrison, so I ain't gonna like shit on it. But I'm saying like I just didn't like that it was like, oh, we're meeting Lex Luthor now. We're meeting Lois Lane. It's like, well, we already been reading. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So
That's fair.
it was that, and it was coupled with, I thought that this was a new like event. So I'll buy all 52 books, and eventually they'll converge again, and then we'll go right back to the universe I was reading.
We got
but
it
then
eventually.
I recognized, no, we're not.
Well, we got it with Rebirth. Rebirth
Well,
is
I was
exactly
like
what that
actively
was.
reading
though.
at that time.
Yeah.
So Trinity happened, and I'm like, this isn't it. Forever
Yeah.
Evil happened. I'm like, this isn't it. And then eventually, and I dropped off. It made me drop off regularly picking up books, and that's why it's my least favorite, despite it being a cool story.
That's
very
actually
cool.
a good reason.
There is a thing where I procrastinated against any publisher who was like, you kind of need to read it all, every title, to know what's going on, right? All the time, you need all that stuff. And I was staunchly opposed to that. And then when it came to DC, this would have been like the year before COVID, 2019. So I was like, I'm just going to go back and get as much of the single issues for all the Crisis events and tie-ins as I can. And that goes all the way back to 1982, I think was the first. It might be 1980, but there was an All-Star and a Justice League crossover.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this is like going to be, the beginning of it all. That was like the first Flash Crisis thing.
Yeah.
And, I got them all the way up to today. I read them all. And then right when I was caught up, as soon as I was caught up was after Dark Crisis. And what did they do? They're like, hey, we're doing DC All In and Absolute. And I was like, I can't do it. I'm out. I'm fucking out. Maybe I'll come back in 10 years and re-up.
And I'll say,
right now,
Pep, I challenge you on that this is the best Crisis event to change the universe, because I think Jeff Johns had a big hand in it over the last, because I got caught up right before this. I got caught up like right before like Final Crisis and Blackest Night. So I was there and I was active, and I'm like, okay, I got a handle on the universe. And then all of a sudden this happens and the universe changes.
So for you,
but Johns was doing like Infinite Crisis and Final Crisis, even Identity Crisis, like lesser, well, some of them were big multiversal events, but they had less impact on like, we're rebooting complete characters or whole worlds or whatever. We're just reintroducing some stuff and smoothing out the edges. So I think the Crisis events could have kept being, Blackest Night and big company-wide events without having to be, and we're starting a new universe and everyone gets a number one. And, I'm sorry.
I mean, but that's where I was saying they do that every 5 years with the new number ones. Like now that's just like, it's almost mandated. Yeah. Anyway, Jake, what were you saying?
No, I was just, for Alex, it's like your favorite, you enjoyed the story, but you didn't like the consequences from the story. It's like your favorite team won the Super Bowl with a great play, but as a result of that play, next season they're going to change up the roster of every team. Like it's not the story, it's the consequences.
Yeah, from it was like That's exactly it. Or like Marvel used to do this a lot with miniseries where they would say, no, we're not gonna wait even a few weeks on the last issue. We will get a whole new artist. So you read 4 of 5, and then in the 5th issue, there's a completely different artist, and you're like, why not just give the guy a chance to finish up the series? Like they did that a lot. Okay, let me go. This isn't. I know why I don't like this, and I'm not sure that because I've read a lot of negative reviews about this series across the board, and I'm not sure. I think I have a slightly different take. I don't know if more nuanced is the right way to word it, but I have a different take than all the criticisms that I've read. You've heard of Grant Morrison and Dave McKean's Arkham Asylum, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's not the book I don't like. I love that book. Everyone fucking loves that book, right? It's an amazing book. There was a book called Batman Reptilian. It was in 2022. It was on DC's Black Label, which kind of like Elseworlds, right? Where they're allowed to like break from the traditional stories and canon, right? They can kind of do what they want. They didn't really do that. They did that a little bit with one character. I won't spoil it, but it was sort of like a mention, a casual mention at the end. It wasn't like the story. So anyway, look, I can't really speak to that even because I didn't get past the second fucking issue. Here's why. This is Garth Ennis writing.
Ooh, this is Batman Reptilian, right?
Yeah, Garth Ennis.
Yeah, I had this in my cart. Like to buy.
He is amazing. Garth Ennis, my guy. Like his Tank War stuff or Tank World, you know, the video game. He did a whole series of comics. He's amazing. Boys, this is Garth Ennis. The Punisher, oh my god. What he and the work the late Steve Dillon used to do is amazing. And Liam Sharp, right?
Yeah, Liam Sharp is fantastic.
More than one art style. More than one art style. Like can totally switch it up, do traditional art, or you can do this more painterly style that he did for Reptilian. Now here's the thing. Issue 1 instantly makes you think of the classic Grant Morrison, Dave McKean book, Arkham Asylum. I'll just show you what I'm talking about here. So this is Reptilian issue 1 and 2, right? Once you get into the book, and this is Arkham Asylum, and I put all the different, there's like 3 or 4 different collections. The Absolute is amazing because they recolored the whole thing basically. But like, here's a page from Arkham Asylum, and here's a page side by side with a page from Reptilian, right? So you can kind of see what they're going for here, right? Like they want you to feel Arkham Asylum. And if they don't, I mean, they do. This can't be unintentional, right? Like it's amazingly obvious to me. So, you know, I was like, oh, cool. This is in the Arkham realm. I don't know if it's a prequel, a sequel, whatever. This will be cool. And issue 1 just slayed. It was so good. It was like dark, gritty. Batman is like not having it. It's very Garth Ennis, and Liam Sharp was killing it. Then issue 2 reveals that the creative team could not maintain that weight. They had, think about it, Arkham Asylum is like, it's like a double length issue. Yeah. It's one book, and it's not like a huge book, right?
Yeah.
They really did it in the right amount of pages, the right amount of panels, so they could express themselves without having to be like, it's 6 issues. That's 6 months. We got to keep the reader on the hook. We got to tell more of a story, right? We got to build it up.
Well, it was like one of the first miniseries they put out.
But it was like antithetical to what Arkham Asylum was. Yeah. And so making you feel that way was sort of like a bad move, right? Because now it's like my expectations are like skyrocketing, and I'm really happy with how it's going. And then by issue 2, not only could they not carry that weight, but there was like it fell apart. Like it completely fell apart. And there was this bizarre like tonal shift where Batman was being like jokey all of a sudden. He was like telling jokes. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Is he supposed to be dark or what?
Was this Kevin Smith writing it?
It was the epitome of clunky to me. And even though some of the art held up, there's gotta be a harmony between the writing and the art. There just needs to be. That's why it's a comic. And it strikes me, like saying this out loud now, that it's so funny that you could like love something like comic books so much, but also be completely turned off by a comic book. It's almost like going to eat your favorite birthday cake and it tastes like broccoli. Like, why is this happening? Right.
Well, if you're expecting one kind of art and you get is, issue 1 set up these huge expectations, and then issue 2 is like,
Yeah.
oh,
And so I
okay.
think in the end, go ahead, Jake.
No, I just find it interesting that all of us have we've picked our least favorite comics. All of us were on grounds of plot writing. None of it had anything to do with the actual art, which I think on the other side of that, One Punch Man started with somebody who was not professional grade as an artist, but they were a good writer.
But in this case, I think Liam Sharp did the book a disservice by bringing that A game.
Yeah.
And then
to the first issue.
There's no way, like, even if his art holds up, it's not jiving with the story.
Right.
It's not, the writing is like, even I can imagine there might have been a moment in his art studio where he was reading issue 2 going, the fuck? This isn't what we just did. But he more than likely read beyond issue 2 before he started drawing issue 1. You know what I mean? Like, that probably happened. So, but what do I know? But I do think I wouldn't just criticize it without saying what I think they would have nailed a follow-up to Arkham Asylum, and I never would have said anyone should try that until I read issue 1 of this, and I was like, oh, fucking A, this issue 1 should have been the pitch for let's do
Arkham
more
2.
Arkham Asylum. But they didn't.
Do you have any images from issue 2?
The funny thing is that there are images from the rest of the series in this. This on the right, I believe, is from issue 2.
Oh.
Again, the art's always so good, and then you're just like, oh, this is garbage.
Yeah,
what was wrong with it? I got one criticism, which is that the tone was jokey. But what was Arkham Asylum? What was the Arkham series like that you liked so much, and how did this fail to meet up to that?
What this creative team was trying to do of Enos and Sharp would have worked better as a self-contained story rather than a mystery spread out over 6 issues where what happens is Batman he's always coming into a crime scene after it's over. He's like, oh, I'm looking for this killer who's going around committing these crimes. It's a monster, right? A reptilian monster. And he keeps showing up when it's too late. And they're not giving him anything to do. And so they're trying to get the most out of the story through Batman's dialogue, which is not a Batman thing. That's not like a vehicle for Batman. And if it's a DC Black label, right away, they're like, this is going to be different.
Can I just say something about the DC Black label real quick? So DC Black label had a notorious first issue where it was called Batman Damned.
Yeah, it was cool.
where it had some art where it's the first canonical depiction of Bruce Wayne's donger.
No.
Oh, really?
Yes, it was very controversial.
I have that book in multiple. I'm tempted to get up and go grab it, but I'm not that eager to see.
You should see if you have the copy that you had. You can see it because every other printing after that,
you've seen Bruce Wayne's.
Okay. Well, I'll take it out. Wow, they got that past
you
me.
thought that they were not gonna come on. He's the Batman.
If you have that issue, that version that you can actually see the outline. That's what I'm saying. It's worth more money because every other printing after that, they black it out.
Oh,
that's how controversial.
They actually recalled it.
Yeah,
that was a recall. Yeah. And I was one of the lucky ones that had a comic book poll that had it already. Where I was just like, because I think it was Brooks that did the covers, and I was just like, oh man, I really. I want the Mark Brooks stuff, and he was just like, "Oh, I got you, buddy." I got a phone call from my buddy that owns the comic shop, and he's just like, "So that was recalled, just so you know. So that's probably going to spike in value." Wow. I was like, "Oh, you don't want it?"
Well, it was also a poor choice on their part to make it the first ever pop-up book for Batman.
Oh, somebody's got to go back. We need pop-up chick tracks. All right, we brought it full circle. Thanks, Jake. Hey, guys, thanks for coming on. Thanks for being negative with me.
I was about to say, can I have an honorary mention in Heroes in Crisis?
I like that one.
I love that.
I like that one. It's good. It's a good idea. That again was meddled with by the editors.
Alex, I'm gonna have you on so we can discuss the fact that like I have major disagreements on this one.
Tom King doing Booster Gold, always a success. That's
he did Wally West.
I like his
dirty,
Batman
though.
run. I think it's good.
The stuff he did with Beetle and Booster, and that was so good. Anyway, look, thanks for coming on. See, I knew you were the right guys to bring on for this.
Absolutely.
We could go another round, but we're not. I want us all to go back to being totally positive, nothing but happiness from now on. Okay, Jake, I'll see you in a bit for Left Past 10. Pep, Alex, thanks for everything you do for this space. You guys are pulling weight.
Going to watch South
really
Park and making a
appreciate it.
review.
All right, have a
All
good
right,
time.
catch you guys later.
See you guys later.
See you, buddy.
Take care.
Pals of mine, pals of yours on this space. You can see those guys on all their respective shows. Follow us on all the social medias. Tune into thisspace.tv or find us on YouTube Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. So there you go. Criticism is a part of life. It's best to be thoughtful, when you can, but sometimes you just want to be disappointed. Can't we just be disappointed? Can't we just go, they fucked that up? I was loving that, and then they ruined it. Can't we just do that sometimes? I think we should. I think sometimes you want to just let it out. And you know why? So you don't bottle it up. And look, sometimes criticism isn't even real. Sometimes it's totally manufactured outrage. This happens. I'll prove it to you. I know that we've talked about this at length online and in this space and the greater this space, but I want to revisit a topic I talked about last night because you'll see why. The Cracker Barrel logo redesign and the backlash continues to be a topic of discussion. I heard people talking about it today. It's just something people are sprinkling into conversations or talking about at length. I'm going to take a sharp turn on this one, but the discussion is more so in all the obvious ways that we've identified the so-called backlash as being entirely manufactured. But what if it isn't to somebody? Because surely a manufactured backlash is meant to create a fervor in the rest of the population. And so it would make sense that some folks are left in the wind, so to speak, with a purely negative reaction because they thought they were part of a larger voice, the manufactured larger voice, when in fact, there's no voice at all. I want to talk directly to anyone finding themselves in that moment. People who don't know if this specific topic, the Cracker Barrel logo redesign, is manufactured rage or not. I want to talk to you. If you are upset about that logo redesign, the first thing I would ask you to do is redraw the original logo from memory without reference. I will give you the materials. I will give you all the time you need. You can have multiple shots at it. Let me explain why I would do that. In 2024, a study revealed that, actually, I want to bring this up. Check this out. I'll show you this. In 2024, this is last year for those who are keeping track. A study revealed that drawing logos from memory is harder than it seems, with significant misremembering of details such as text, orientation, color. And they did it with brands like Target, Burger King, Adidas, BMW, and Puma. The study showed that people struggle to recall core elements of logos, with over half failing to draw simple logos like Puma, and some even adding elements that weren't a part of the original design at all. Now, look, I'm going to show you some of these, and they're kind of small. So there's you can look this up. But for what it's worth, I want to show you some of these and just demonstrate something to you here. There's the Burger King logo, and you can see that they have them from least to most accurate. I love the way these look, all composed here on a single square like this. That was Starbucks. Here's Adidas. You can see, like, in the bottom right-hand corner, pretty spot on. Top left, don't know what that is. Here's Target. Some people put it in a rectangle. Domino's Pizza, legendary, old school. How many decades has this been around? People still don't know what it looks like. Red Bull. I mean, what's more popular in Red Bull? BMW, Puma, and so on. Now, I wouldn't pay too close attention to the less and more accurate parts, although I know that's what the experiment was supposed to be about, how accurately you could remember something. But as far as criticisms go, I wouldn't worry about that, because who's to say that the person who nailed the BMW logo wasn't the same person who totally messed up the Burger King logo? Also, not only is this exercise really difficult to do, but it's also pretty fun. And that's because difficult does not mean negative. And by asking someone to draw who doesn't already pursue art, you are asking them to accept a challenge. Not unlike the challenge they accepted by going on social media and railing against a corporation for changing their logo. Oh, how I wish people would hesitate to go on social media the way they hesitate to make art. Just once, I want someone to say, oh, I can't tweet, the way they say, oh, I can't draw. But the art you would end up creating, redrawing a logo from memory, is an exercise that goes beyond the original goal. This is why I like it so much. You will soon find that this challenge has less to do with your exact memory and your ability to draw, and more to do with discovering your process and the process of discovering the choices you make and how to begin and how to finish and how to address what you consider mistakes and how you determine what a mistake is and what you would allow. I love all of those logo renderings that we looked at. You should look at them closely. I think some of them are very creative, even if they're not totally accurate. And I wouldn't ridicule a single one, because whereas each one may be a sign that someone, lacks artistic training, they are also each a sign of someone's artistic process. And the process used in creating art can be utilized everywhere and anywhere else in life. How we compose an outfit, how we arrange our desk, how we arrange a desktop on your computer or the apps on your phone, and how you garden, how you hang photos in your house, how you position your furniture, how you compose an email, how you have a conversation. There's no limit to the artistic process, and there's no limit to the positive outcomes you can achieve by treating your life even just a little more artistically. But the logo challenge, creating a logo from memory, there you're asked to draw something you think you see clearly in your head, in your mind, but realize when you're producing it, that is exactly what you remember. Only when you put pen to paper do you realize, maybe I don't see it that way in my mind. In that moment, trying to see what it is you think you know makes you kind of an archaeologist. And let me explain what I mean by that. For me personally, I used to think of my process, my artistic process for making comic books, as constructing the final piece. There are layers, right? First, I write a plot, then outline the various story points, then write a script. Then I compose the layouts and how many pages I'll need and which panels, how many panels go on which page. Then I flesh out rough sketches, figure out what the characters are going to look like, how the panels are arranged and what goes in each panel. Then I refine the art a few times, first in pencils, and then I go over it in inks and then colors and then lettering. And in the end, all those elements go into constructing and building a comic book. But constructing and building may be too rigid of a metaphor. All these years later, after endless practice, I realize now that by looking at my artistic process only as a layered work that requires structure, I am missing out on one of the most obvious and beautiful aspects of making art, and that is discovery. I mean, sure, we learn along the way, right? We build skills, enhance our talents, we have muscle memory, you learn from error, but we learn and we discover. I recently heard the filmmaker Wes Anderson refer to the process as excavating, and I immediately shifted my way of thinking. It resonated with me in ways that nothing really ever has. Realize it or not, just like when I ask you to redraw a logo from memory, we have some picture in our minds of the thing we want to make, whether it actually is fully realized or not. It may feel like it is when it isn't. And likewise, it may not feel fully realized when it totally is. You're just second guessing yourself. The difference is that we haven't fully discovered the thing yet. The next time you make art, don't think of it as making anything. Think of it as uncovering it. You've been digging and digging, and now you found something in the ground. You begin to take precautions not to damage it. You slow down and proceed more deliberately. Use a brush to remove some of the dirt. You dig around it some more. And along the way, throughout this process, you begin to see things more clearly. You begin to understand what it is. It speaks to you. You're realizing while you are also discovering it. You may take breaks, section off the work site, preserve your work and your discovery. May take longer than you thought to. I mean, who knows what things may end up, requiring more time or a more delicate approach, and which things you can hammer away at. But in the end, there will be that moment where your discovery sees the light of day, where you can hold it up. Here's my find. Look, everyone, check it out. And when everyone sees it, some people will care, some people won't. Those reactions will affect you differently than it will them. They have criticism. But that makes perfect sense because they, the viewer, while they may be aware of your discovery, they are completely unaware of your discovery process. Your motivations, your dreams, your desires, your passions, your hard work, your dedication, your challenges, and all of your hangups, your achievements along the way, and how you've improved your process as a result. And that, my friends, that is why we must all embrace an artistic process. I don't care if you're brushing your teeth. I don't care if you're tying your shoes. Whatever it is, have some meaning to it. And that's why, instead of only ever criticizing, we must set out on our own expeditions and make our own art. Make life art. Because only then can we truly know what goes into someone else's work. And then we could treat each other a little bit more fairly. And the hope is that, we'd be less susceptible to manufactured outrage. We'd be less likely to condemn someone else's efforts artistically or otherwise, or at all. When we take care to hone our own craft and to craft a process, we can't help but adopt those same methods and feelings in our everyday lives. It is at least a lot less of a petty existence to have, to be in. You think about it. If you have some sort of process in your life and your life is more artful, and you can see that other people are also acting in accordance to a process, and they're trying to be creative about life and solutions and how they address problems, whether they can be solved or not. You see that it becomes a more harmonious place because it becomes a more understanding place and becomes a less critical place. And in that way, we are all artists. And if you don't think you're an artist, buddy, might want to think again, because maybe you just haven't made the discovery yet. I can't remember what we were talking about. Something about a cracker in a barrel. Anyway, left past 10 starts right.
Dr. Abdul Said here, running for U.S. Senate, and I just have to tell you that Matt is definitely the most right-wing member of Left Past 10. I have zero evidence to substantiate that. And Matt, I don't even know you, but like he just told me to say it, so here we are. You.
I intentionally cut Jake off at the end of that video because I don't appreciate that snarky bullshit.
You got it. You got it without the music in it. That's an amazing feat.
John?
Oh, hey, what's up, Andrea? Hey, I was just actually, I don't mean to interrupt you. Yes, but not to interrupt you. I just wanted to make a note. This part of the program during the, what do you call it? Opening credits? Let's not talk during this part. This is the part where we should, you know, don't talk.
So don't talk on this. All right, fair enough.
Please.
Yeah.
I'll say please.
Sure.
Oh yeah,
Nice,
I love
nice
this layout. Nice layout.
Whoa,
oh my god,
buddy,
what is
buddy,
going on? What a
buddy.
horror show. What a gosh. At least
Everyone
it doesn't
get
say
in our
hey funny
assigned
book on
seats.
there, which is obnoxious. Hate when that happens.
You know, you might think that our biggest appearance tonight would be Abdul El Sayed, one-time candidate for governor of Michigan, now running for Senate. But my understanding is that's not the case.
Hold on, real quick though. Real quick. I gotta do real quick.
A doctor. That's a doctor.
That is funny. Very good comedic timing, my man. Very, very good. Yeah, you know what's funny is my hairs have been standing up all day. I'm so excited. I'm so happy. And at the same time, I'm highly critical because of the three of us, you would think the fourth member would have been ready a minute ago, but this truly is left past 10.
What happened? There's 4 of us.
We are never
have a
without
new member?
criticism on this. Yeah. Look, just
It's the only way to show up.
Everyone has heard the news. Can't be more excited to have her back. Fucking A. Environmental Coffee House.
Yeah, babies.
She's back and better than ever.
She's back. Yeah, she's
Yes.
back. Don't shoot the messenger, man. She's back. She's back.
I
What the hell,
I thought
my
you got
friend?
banned for terrible things. There have been these rumors. I don't know if you've heard about them. That, you've done.
We've been
some
so mad for
horrible
so long.
things.
Well, yeah, like I'm like
horrible.
my middle name is Ghislaine, you know, or Ghislaine, whatever the fuck that
That's what
is.
YouTube was
I don't know,
accusing
man.
you of. How do you feel
No,
about
I don't
beating
know.
the allegations? You beat the allegations.
Okay, I beat the allegation.
Yeah.
Okay, I
What you
beat
didn't
the-
Similar to Harvey Weinstein in that sense.
I didn't even need the attorneys. Nope, I beat the allegations
So you
because
called them and said, "You guys are moving too slow. I'll do this myself," even though it had already been resolved, right?
I
Please tell me
actually
you
was supposed to be meeting with the attorney right after Labor Day, and it happened. Listen, I didn't know, but it's great. Let me just give a shout out because I see everybody. Let me see everybody and say thank you for coming. You know, I had this on the channel before I even showed up, and it's just great. It's just great. It feels good, even though I was on Twitch. I was on X. I went to X and I live streamed there. Somebody, hey, I don't care. Somebody bought me a membership, and guess what? X got a lot of views. X got more views on the shows I did with Tony than Twitch or any of the other ones. Even Facebook.
They're not real. But go ahead.
Well, there may not be real. I don't know what it is because I don't even go through the analytics. Thank God I went through the analytics.
I mean, what's with the X promo? Talk
No,
to
it's
us
not
about
a
how you
promo.
slayed the dragon.
Okay.
You shredded this.
Okay.
You did not let up. You are a fucking champion.
Huge
I wanna
shout
hear
out to
about
X,
you.
although I prefer Zero.
No, I don't love it, but I'm happy with my little
I know, I'm
community
just
on
messing
there.
with you.
Okay, I'm going to cheers because I'm drinking low carb, no sugar.
I immediately tried to call you today. I don't know if you.
I know I was in Buffalo. You wrote me that. You wrote
There
me
was
that.
like 4 calls in a row where I was like, "Why would she give me that news and not be at the
because I didn't know I was going to get the news, and I had a doctor's appointment. So 2.
Okay.
2. All right. So
How
did
many
I
months
do
has this
this?
been going?
Our last show together, and I'm pretty bright tonight, aren't I? Our last
Oh, you're bright
show,
as fuck. It's
I
you're
feel
right
like
after
it.
even.
Okay. Our last show was May 27th, left past 10. I don't like this. And then June 1st was the that whole week I was watching, the 100-hour climate and weather live stream, and people were saying you got bad. I woke up, the channel was gone. I didn't know. I thought it was a joke. So I mean, like, funny. So I just wrote this half-assed appeal, like, you've got to be kidding, right? They didn't tell me anything. They just said, I said, sexualization of minors, this has got to be a joke. And I thought it was like, how you put up a video and they won't monetize it, and then you ask them to monetize it, and then they do. Well, that's what happened, I thought. But oh no. And then my brother got involved, and he is an IT professional. So he was the one that told me that it was an AI hallucination. That's what it was. And let me see how many people. Oh, I got 19 on my channel. All right, good.
All the appeals that you made, they would come back, because I saw them all. They would come back. And people should know, like, we've been talking about this and supporting Sandee and doing what we can behind the scenes and on it. But like, they would say, hey, thanks for the appeal. We looked. No, you did this. No evidence, no timestamp, no exact video, nothing like that. And then they would say, best of luck, or lots of love.
Remember the one that said lots of love?
I was like, you just said I was a really bad
lots
person.
of love. One of the AI bots.
Have a blessed day. So, but then like this last time you put up a reply, and I said, well, that actually sounds like a human. This sounds like a human. Like I don't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, I was for the first time hopeful. This is like yesterday or whatever.
You were right.
I was like, this sounds like a human. They said, we're investigating it. We'll get back to you. And I was like, they haven't said anything like that. And that's what you would have hoped they would have said right away.
And I was not hopeful.
But then when they did lift it, they said, your suspension has been lifted. It was not a suspension.
Where did it say that in the email?
Today. It said we're today. It said,
listen, I was crazy.
They were like,
today.
Thanks for being patient. Your suspension is over. And I was like, no, they said you couldn't put your face on YouTube. That's not a suspension.
They accused you of something that is illegal. So
it was like a permanent
If it was
ban.
the case that your channel should be banned, you should also be in jail. So it's kind of bizarre.
For the first month, I looked at my driveway and looked behind my back and polished up my shooting skills. And are you kidding?
I mean, I know you spend your time wisely, but like,
oh my God, I built Substack. I started Substack. I got better on Twitch. I've got X. Somebody bought me the membership, so I did a lot there. And I'm on Blue Sky.
You weren't taking that shit laying down.
No, listen, because the thing is, I'm on a Discord with at least 100 other creators that have lost their channels. But the thing is, they're from all over the world, and there are a lot of young ones, and they lost their channel for spam and deceptive practices. So I don't know what their channels were. Like, I think a lot of them were cartoony and things like that, gaming and things. So now I have to tell them what I did. But what I did was the last thing, between Cheryl Josie going to Google in California and putting in
a direct supporter of yours.
Yeah, she put in a
I'm going to the office.
Yep, she went to the office. I'm so happy. I am so like crazy over Cheryl doing that. And all the letters that, Elliot, Dr. Elliot Jackson, Doctor, PhD, all these amazing people, all these PhDs and all these scientists wrote to YouTube on my behalf. But in the beginning, I didn't realize that they wouldn't know you by Environmental Coffee House. You had to have your channel URL. It was very specific. Then I had a complaint. So besides my channel URL, I had a complaint appeal number. But Cheryl's got the Google number. And she got the Google number, and they wrote 2 weeks ago and said, we are, they first had written in when she went in July, and then in August, I got it. And that they said they were working on it. Okay. So then I was on X, and I made a video. I made an appeal video on X specifically explaining exactly my case. And then I wrote a post, because when you have a blue check, you can write longer posts. I wrote longer posts. And then I hashtagged a lot of bigger channels.
So can I just pause real quick? It's so strange that the only way to get YouTube to respond to you is by tweeting at them.
It
Like,
is really
come
horse
on,
shit.
At
give us
team,
the fucking
yeah.
support
Very
email
Yeah,
or
at
a
at
number.
Team YouTube. Yeah, it was really
And
pathetic.
it
And
it
I
really
yeah, go
stresses
ahead.
their priorities.
Well,
Right,
Because
yeah, right.
They're only interested in avoiding public embarrassment, not running their product well.
Well, their terms of service also are creator. They don't give a shit about the creators, really. I mean, I'm not going to spend the time denigrating YouTube. I have my channel back. It took 3 months, really.
Don't you feel
Entire
like
summer.
You should
My
get
entire
just 3
summer.
months of YouTube fuck you every day?
Well, I
Like,
didn't get
don't-
any money. That was for sure. I took
This is
away.
the thing. This is the thing. If it was a mistake, you went without, your viewers went without. That was vital information to them that they haven't been getting the same way. I know it's been a lot of work, and you're probably like, okay, I got my channel
It's
back,
like a
let it
job.
go. But I almost
They're not
want
going to
you to
compensate
keep on
me.
the pressure. No, to be like, look,
Oh, I'm going to help
this
other
is a
people.
big fucking deal. Like,
AI
this is
hallucination?
happening out here. This
Yes.
is terrible.
Well,
Like, you
that's
have
what
to
I wanted.
fucking fix this problem.
Right. I want to do it for the people that are in the Discord, but I can only help them as much as they follow me. If they're not willing to make an appeal video like I did with their
No,
faces.
I mean, get on YouTube. Whoever
Oh,
that person is
yeah,
that
yeah.
replied to you, be like, can you call
Oh.
me, please? Because I need to talk to somebody about this. This is not just a oops. Now your channel's back. Like, first of all, amazing. It's a
let
flip
me-
of a switch.
Could be
Literally.
defamation.
It's
I
amazing.
have
Stuff
no.
that they were saying.
I know, but I've got to read something to you because they're going to clean up their act. You know what I mean? They're protecting
Oh,
their
did
ass.
did they
They
address
sent
the
me-
problem?
Yeah, they sent me here. Message from YouTube. This is what they wrote. Well, we have good news for you. Our team took another look and have reinstated your channel. But they wrote, with 500 hours of video uploaded every minute to YouTube, we count on our community members to know our community, guidelines and to flag content they believe violates them. When this is brought to our attention, we review the content and to take appropriate action, including restoring videos or channels that have been removed. So it gives you this vague feeling that either I was mass reported, which I'm not going down that rabbit hole, or that Cheryl going to YouTube because she reviewed, when it was brought to their attention. Finally.
They're letting the bots run the asylum or
Right.
the algorithm.
But
in
what
this.
am
Yeah.
I going to do? It is like I did everything. I wrote incredible appeals. I did what I did. I used even my business card from when I
But
was
Sandee,
working.
the replies to your appeals
Were
weren't
bots.
real.
No.
Or if they were real, those people need to be retrained or reprimanded or let go.
Shut it down.
That's
retool it.
No, if
this
you were
is
in
a
this,
big thing. When it
but
hits rock bottom, you have to just shut it down and retool it. And YouTube is in desperate need of a shutting down and a retool.
well, they really need to not use just AI moderation. That's the
Well,
problem.
it sounds like they were saying they were not using AI moderation. If we're saying it's the bots that did it, that's still an
No,
account
that-
that the
but-
third party
but you see
setting up
this,
right now.
well, it's very,
see?
it's very vague. They only give you vague answers because their terms of service, it's their terms of service. We're on their platform right now. I am
Yeah,
not
but
fucking it up.
No, but that's what I'm saying is, let's say an honest mistake was made. Let's say there was mass reporting. This could happen to anybody.
I don't
right?
know if that
Obviously,
happened.
it happened. No, I'm saying, let's say it was.
Mm.
Why is there an appeal process which deliberately is intentionally designed to not honor your appeal whatsoever? They said, no, yeah. How many times did you hear? We've reviewed it. You definitely did this. Sorry,
more
we
in the
can't do
beginning.
anything.
Yeah.
How many times did that happen? And then
Many.
somebody's like, oops, it was a mistake. Flip the switch. That is the problem. That's the
Yeah.
core problem.
Yeah.
Make a mistake. Fine.
But as
Mass
I
reporting
said,
by trolls and bots. I don't.
and they're
half the
trying
internet's
to,
fake.
they're trying to get out of it by saying with 500 hours
That's
of
what I'm
video
saying.
uploaded every minute, we count on our community members.
And so you go, thanks. That's not actually the problem. That's a glitch that we're all dealing with by being online. The problem is you said I could appeal and you
Yeah.
kept denying me. What How is that not something you can fix? You kept telling me I did this over and over. You said you reviewed it. There was nothing to review.
I
How
know.
did you? What the fuck are you? It's a lie. You lied to me.
It was
That's
obvious.
what I would say.
Well, but
But
why
no,
not?
that's the argument that I think we all need to be making when this happens.
Yes, and I'm going to write to the attorneys that I was going to work with anyway, because they want to do this for other creators. They want to protect free speech. They're looking at this as it might be an issue coming up with this. So it's not like I'm not going to tell them what happened. I don't even know if the new lawyer that I was supposed to have the meeting with after Labor Day didn't write a letter. I don't know anything yet. They didn't tell me though. So I don't think anybody did. I think that between Cheryl going there and me writing my very well timed and very well crafted letters from the beginning, because the beginning was shit because I was in shock. I will tell you, this aged me exponentially, I think. Well, I've had the worst summer of my entire
That's what I'm
life.
saying. It ruined your fucking summer.
Oh yeah,
That is
you
a cardinal
are not
sin.
allowed to say fuck. This is the new you.
I forgot. Yeah.
If you say fuck, you are going down. It is over for you if you say fuck.
I forget that shit every fucking time. God.
Okay. But even on Twitch, I know Kim says, as she's a moderator there for the channel, we were, I would get on Twitch, what did I get? 40, 80 views or whatever. I mean, it was bullshit, but you building over after 9 years, no, Facebook got more views. X got more views because Twitch is not ready for climate, like real hard climate, I don't think yet. But
yeah, all the gamers, they're definitely yearning for climate news.
And I never got my name back. I wrote to them because I had deleted Environmental Coffee House the last go around because I thought nobody's ever going to go on Twitch to see me. I wrote them, I put a ticket in, and they still haven't written me. So it's Sandee Environmental Coffee, but that doesn't help. But now that I got the channel back, I'm feeling like, okay, this was the worst summer, but it was a physical bad summer. Right now, I'm fostering kittens. I mean, my whole life is so wall to wall.
Yeah, you didn't give in to the misery at all. Like, it's a downer. I get it. Like,
I'm busier than ever with a lot of back pain and sick and hemorrhage from surgery. I had August 2nd. It almost died and had to have emergency surgery and all that shit when this was supposed to be so easy.
This is the thing, is there were so many different times over the summer where I was like, I'm not making it about me, where I wanted to just hug you or just sit with you and just hang out or whatever I could do. We talked on the phone, not nearly as much as I would have liked to.
You're busy too. You were building a network.
Yeah, but
I mean,
but at the same time, I feel like, why am I white knighting this lady who isn't giving up, who is still doing things, who's still producing, who's still making? Why do I have to be this little brother who's like, I can help? I apparently don't need to because you have this shit handled. Like, I want to interfere, but
at my job, I handled federal whistleblower investigations with the feds grilling me for 6-7 hours.
So
I've been a target. I've been through it is basically, it's different than when you have a whistleblower at your campus that is saying things that you're violating federal law. There's all that stuff I went through at my career. But once I started pulling the career card, that helped too. I hate to say it because I don't usually, it's been 10 years, but
they know that language, meet them where they're at or whatever, right?
Well, I wanted an exit interview. I thought, I don't care. Yeah. But I don't care.
Where's my exit interview?
I wanted an exit interview. I said, and I did write it. The last post on Twitch was,
let me,
I could pull it up. Well, yeah. I mean, it was pathetic.
Okay.
I mean, what did I
It would
write?
be funny though, if when somebody needs a lawyer and the lawyer's not like being attentive and then you don't need them, instead of just saying, hey, I don't need you anymore, call them and say, I just Googled a couple things about being a lawyer. I got this. Thanks anyway. And then hang up on them and make them feel like people are out there actually trying to be lawyers from like, I did my own research on Facebook. I got this. Do that.
I'm
it's like
trying
calling
to
your
look
doctor
for...
and being like, I just Googled some surgery tips. I think I got it.
People definitely do that, right? Like go to the doctor and go, I looked it up.
I can't even find the post. I mean, I was posting all over Twitter. I mean, I'm posting cat videos and I mean, whatever I wanted because it's a blue check. You can put up whatever you want. I'm looking for the video I put up.
I know that's kind of the problem.
I know. But I did put up. I got to put up some.
Sandee's fighting back
video.
with
here we go.
17 cat
I
videos
wrote
per hour.
yeah, right. At Team YouTube, I'm getting sick of waiting for a human response to our appeals. This is the most unprofessional application of the terms of service of any company. As a former HR director, I would think deserve an exit interview. Can Google admit that AI moderation is no longer working properly for creators, spitting out garbage and highly defamatory determinations? Send this video to a human for review. And I put my channel URL and I put on Twitch a compilation of years of videos that I created. Our shows can be seen on Twitch with no issues there. And then I put a lot of people, but that whole video is on Twitter, and
We gotta copy and paste that.
described it. Yeah, I described.
Oh wait, that's a video you
I don't
made,
think it's
or
the dynamite argument you think.
I
it is.
made a video appeal.
why not, Jake?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the one
only
that
person
worked. though.
saying it's an AI hallucination is your brother. He's not working for YouTube. He doesn't really know. He might be an
No.
educated man, but he doesn't know.
I love
and then
this part of the
YouTube.
show.
YouTube says, no, you were reported by a member of the community,
But you
which
think
might have
that's
been
what
a bot,
happened?
might have been
That's why
dishonest reporting.
That's why I go to the appeal process. That's why I just
And
skip
yes,
right over
I
that.
think that is the place to focus.
Well, I
'cause
asked
that's where
them.
things broke down.
In one of my letters, I did ask them. I said, how do I know if I wasn't mass reported or hacked after the 100-hour climate live stream that I was in the chat for, 90
But that
days?
last post that
report
you
it all.
were just reading, that's the one they replied to. That's the
Mhm.
one that they were like, let's. So the corporate speak or whatever you want to call it, there was a level of perceived
like, "Oh, fuck, we gotta
professionalism.
watch
They were
out
like,
with
that
this."
sounds
Yeah.
like maybe a lawyer told her to say that shit.
I'm
But
sure
they
they did
didn't.
not read the entirety of it. I'm sure
No.
they
But I
saw,
don't know
this
my
person looks
video.
competent, and they have a public complaint about being shut down by YouTube. Let's just
Public
go switch
all
them back
over.
on.
And it got 1,653 views on YouTube,
Boom.
on X, that my video appeal, which was
Okay.
very good.
Tech people, online people who know how to build websites and shit. Environmental Coffee House was there the whole time. It just wasn't visible, right? Because there's no way they can just.
No, they didn't. They take you down. They just flip a switch to turn
No,
it
but
off.
I'm
it's
saying
not- oh.
it's just not visible. The code, or I'm speaking out of my
Yeah,
ass, but I have
basically,
no
yeah.
idea what I'm talking about.
Still
It
on
was
there.
always there. It wasn't erased.
Right.
You know what
they
I mean?
say that you have 10 years to get it. I mean, or 2030 I had till.
Wow.
25
Oh,
years,
Can I
5
just-
years.
Let me just float something out there for all y'all. When you just look at this in terms of what, take the labels off of the company name and what have you, you have an independent business. It is a very small business. It would be arguably a startup in business terms, but nonetheless, it's a source of income that you are counting upon every month, and that was taken down for
Right.
3 months. You
I
lost
feel like
a
I
source
got
of
fired.
income.
I
for
feel like
3
I
months.
was terminated from my employment.
So you were relying upon a private service to host videos and present you to an audience. And that was taken away because the private service was not able to keep up with the demands of their user base. To me, that seems like it ought to be regulated. It ought to be a government service.
It'll never
that
happen with the
has-
Trump orange
that
turd.
has a
Oh,
guarantee
the
of human
turd.
review.
We're back with this
That's
turd.
No,
great.
it won't
I
happen
mean,
with Trump.
Yes.
But
Public
love
utilities
orange
or
turd.
something like that, Jake?
yeah,
Is that-
it should
yeah.
be a public. There should be a version of social media, a combination: Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all the evil
Union.
stuff.
A union.
No,
social
it
media
should be
creators.
not not from that end, from the other end, from the
They do
supply
it with
side.
radio and the FCC and like television.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
There should
it's all,
be
they're
set
doing it everywhere.
aside government servers with government software that obeys rules that we have set up as the people and have voted for,
Mhm.
and crucially, government employees who monitor this thing and keep the
Mhm.
Nazis off, et cetera, and that, you're right, won't get passed with the Trump administration. It's something
No,
for progressives
when-
to talk about
When
that
Mamdani
the other
becomes
people are not
president,
yet ready to argue against.
when Mamdani becomes president,
I just want to take a second to say, what's up, T-Bone? T-Bone's in the house. What's going on, T-Bone?
T-Bone, baby. T-Bone, baby.
Everyone's favorite bone.
I'm actually looking at the cats in the basement on my
Ah.
phone.
Jake,
I've got
this
5
one?
kittens down there in an amazing place.
yes,
they're
thank you.
living.
They're
Yeah,
what are
I'm
these
I'm a
four
glutton for
fosters?
punishment. I'm a glutton for punishment.
I'm
It
still
was
listening.
the story with this one is that my brother-in-law
Where
calls
the hell
me.
did LH go? What
My
the
brother-in-law
fuck?
calls me. Oh,
Holy shit! Where did he go?
I want
Wait,
to get
you're-
up. My lights are so bright.
Where the fuck? Where did you go, dude? What is that in your
I said I'm
hand?
still listening.
What is that? What happened there?
There's
what?
not. What do you mean?
Why is
Pay
there
no
smoke
attention
coming
to
out of
that
your
man
mouth?
behind
What
the screen.
fuck?
There's really everything's fine.
Wait, we always heard about kitty cats. What's your brother?
Oh, my brother-in-law, who doesn't live far, who's completely not an asshole like his brother that I was married to, had called me up and said, "Do you have any screen?" Because he had rescreened my house, and I'm like a tiny bit. Why? Well, this cat came to me, and it came in through the screen and ruined the screen, and I think now it has babies. And this was like around mid-July. And I'm like, okay. And then he's like, I said, what are you going to do? Well, I've got them on the deck with a tarp. And then one night a raccoon came and got one of the 6. So there's 5. And I'm like, okay, that's it. Just bring them to my house. Bring them. I went from having a little thing for the
raccoon
mother.
just took a live kitten, just took it off.
Yeah,
Just
because
ran
my
away
dopey brother-in-law had him outside on his deck.
They're
What
probably
the
raising him though. There's probably like a Call of the Wild thing
I thought it was eating it.
You gotta
Mhm.
imagine that
Sorry, I
it's all
gotta
working out. Like you've
Yeah.
seen those infrared videos of like the coyote going through.
Well, yeah, I have a trail cam, 2 of them.
Yeah, well, the coyote's like gonna go under a highway through that drainage ditch, and he stops and waits for his badger friend to go with him.
Yeah,
You've seen
that's
those? I love those videos.
So cute.
I love knowing that animals are out there being like, "What's up, man? Let's be friends." Just like Bambi, exactly like Bambi.
That's my world out here.
Bambi.
I have the trail cam. I have 2 of them. And out in the way back, all summer, I go out and sit. I have a little chair and the trail cam's on. I've got raccoons and deer and chipmunks and birds and rabbits
Love it.
and all this stuff, right? And then Lori's cat. My farmer friend Lori, or across the way, her cat is always on that trail. So I just moved the camera the other day. I mean, I keep myself busy. You know, I'm a foster now for cats and all kittens, and I have been. But I mean, it's not like I sat back and cried, but I also suffered a lot this summer. I mean, major like fucked up shit happened to me. And so now maybe I look pale because I'm anemic. I lost so much blood when I almost friggin' died that I'm anemic now, so I have to get that back. But hey, listen, I got some workout.
Okay.
My big garden.
Oh yeah.
And now it's time to start processing the vegetables. And tell your wife I'm growing. Matt, tell her I'm growing catawba melons.
I'm not gonna remember that.
Oh, come on.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm
No, they are gorgeous. I've never grown them. A follower sent me the seeds from the Midwest, one of our people, and unbelievable. Andrea, they're amazing looking. I've never grown them. They turn yellow when
Do you
they're
have any
done.
pictures to show?
Right now, yeah, of course I have hundreds, but Matt doesn't like to go into Discord, does he?
Well, Matt can change his mind on that.
Machine, but we have other
Let me
hosts
see if
in
I
here now. We're
have
not
it.
all guests, so
Right.
True. I could click the thing.
yeah.
Well, let's see. Couldn't I put it on Matt's private to a private
putting-
message to him? And
Put it in our group DM, and then Jake.
Yeah.
Will take it from there.
all right, let me
Yeah,
see.
Jake,
if I
you
got a
take care of
picture.
it. I'm gonna go get a refill of something, but don't.
Okay.
I put
Yeah.
Sandee's.
yet?
I
wanna-
put Sandee's YouTube address in the chat for
Hey,
Environmental
thank
Coffee House.
you.
Please hit that link. I hope it works. Hit that
Yeah.
link and look. Either way, we gotta subscribe to that channel again.
Yeah, we got to get up to
We might have-
5,000. 9 years, I'm not even at friggin' 5,000. But
they
you know
might
what?
have unrung your bell.
Well, I'm going to be doing more environmental things, but for this space, I'm hoping my show is going to be called This Week in the EPA.
Oh, hey, fucking talk to me. Like,
Okay,
no, that's
I
been a
will,
thing.
but
Okay, one of the
I
most depressing things that happened to me this year, and
Mhm.
like I've been to funerals, like one of the most depressing things was when I had to call you and say, you can't have a show on this space.
I know.
Like, it was tragic for me. I was like, this is bullshit because this is one of my friends, collaborator. It's one of the very first, like, the short list. We were like, who can we have on here? You remember this, Jake?
Yeah.
Right? It was like Let Past 10, all 4 of our shows. That's how those were the first show. That was our lineup for like
what we were
weeks.
hoping, like, kind of counting on to start.
And so you know, I really did we got to a point
Miss
where
me. I missed you too.
it was tragic.
Hello?
And I said
know.
all along, I was like, we will get Sandee back on this space.
And
You can have
I
my fucking
won.
Wednesday night show if you want. Like, we'll figure it out. But
Yeah,
like, you
Matt's
tell
Wednesday
me.
night show is not as good as it is. It's one of the weaker shows.
Yeah.
Only lately. The last episode.
Can you play videos from Discord or
Tonight was
not?
surprisingly great.
Can you play any videos from Discord?
I don't. Jake, produce.
Yeah. By all
All
means.
right, let me see if it works.
It's got to be
I'll
under.
send 'em. It is. It's like
20
just my quick where my cats live.
But
and
I do.
the guy that built me this cat house is amazing.
But like in all seriousness, and
Yeah.
we'll sidebar this and talk about it or
Yeah.
put a pin in it or whatever.
We'll put it
Remind
in
me.
the sidebar.
But like right away, I was like, "Oh, we got to get her in the lineup," and I was like, "Don't be that guy. Like, take a beat, like let it happen."
No, I'll be
'Cause
that guy. Hey,
I,
Sandy,
opened
what
the
day you
schedule
want
and
to
was
go
like, "Where
on?
can we do it?"
You want to go on Thursday? You want to go on
do it
Wednesday?
too.
What's your day? You have
I
about
do
10 minutes to decide. Hurry up.
I do a regular Tuesday night show. And I don't
What
know
time?
if you're already fit 9 p.m. Eastern, so you probably already have somebody. I could do 5 p.m.
somebody
during the
starts at 8
day.
or
How about
8:30.
5 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Eastern?
If it's a live show, so there's a handful of
I have to
slots.
do a live.
There's a handful of slots that are currently taken up by syndicated shows, and we can technically put those wherever
Yeah,
we
I
want.
don't want to be syndicated. I want to be.
Yeah, I know, but you would take
live.
one of the current syndicated slots. So I'll
All
just
right.
give you the line.
Talk to
I'll
me.
send you some days and times.
Coming up
But
next week, Environmental Coffee House.
I want
on
it to
a
work.
space near this.
Yeah, I want it
Now
to
I
work with your schedule.
I really have to study. The problem, this is a big thing for me. I hate Lee Zeldin, but I like to read all about the litigation in what's going on between the corporations and the EPA and who's looking to get rid of what regulation and who's looking to pollute again with the worst toxic effluent. So this is what needs to be done. There is a hole in broadcasting that I will fill. But I need people to help me get this subscription to this incredible trade newspaper called This Week in the EPA, and they are all attorneys. They're all professionals in the field. It's $380 a year, and I don't have it. I mean, I lost my income. I'm just not. So if anybody wants to help me, that's great, because that'll help me do a top quality show. Their material is amazing. Okay. Off the soapbox begging for money.
It's not a soapbox. I'm gonna put your
buy me
a coffee link right now.
Yeah,
and just so you know, I had to open Discord for this.
I have to say I have some amazing people. I did a GoFundMe for the kittens because it was dropped on my lap.
Oh.
I got enough to build the catio, okay, and take the mom. The mom was very sick to the vet. And you want to hear something really amazing?
Hold on.
When I got that mom from my brother-in-law, I put an ad with her picture in Facebook at my county's lost and found cats, and I found the mother, the parents, the family. After they lost their cat 6 months before. She ended up at my brother-in-law's, knocked up, and I took her. I took really good care of her. She was really skinny while she was nursing. I was learning all this. I've always adopted older cats that needed the end of life or whatever care. So this was all new for me. And she went home. This is the 6th night that the kittens have been without their mama. She went home 6 days ago. And it was amazing. And the chick that has her cat, she sent me a picture of the cat with their dog. Great picture. I mean, I really should probably show it to you guys.
I want to see it. I like
these are just great public interest stories. They're just fun things. And I mean, summer was not all about getting upset about YouTube. My God, I have a bit of a life, but it revolves around taking care of animals.
Groove Dragon, go over
at
to
the hospital.
Groove
and
anybody else. I just posted 2 separate links in the This Space and the Letterhack chats.
If I
Buy
get
me a coffee and PayPal. Those are both of the ways you can immediately support Sandee
well, it's just
financially.
to get that subscription so I can put it all together for people to understand the science, the law, what's behind
just send
everything.
Sandee money, okay? She went all summer without the income
I
and the
lost
revenue that she would have got.
Oh my God.
Hook it
I
up.
lost people on Buy Me a
Sandee's
Coffee.
going to spend your
Send
money
some
on
cash,
some shit.
everybody.
Don't worry
Just
about it.
What am I looking for, Andrea? I forgot. I was looking for something.
I want to do a whole episode like this.
My what? What was I looking for? Oh no, I
want to
that
do
already.
a whole. This
no,
is
the next one. There was something.
Do you want me to let me know when you want me to put those up?
Put them
We
up.
have a
I
whole
wait.
bit
I'm looking.
planned
You
about
just asked me
this.
to look for something else, and I'm drinking a little wine, and I completely forgot. I'm Donald. I am the orange turd.
I love this. I love
Here's
this.
here's Sandee's picture.
Okay. Which
Oh
one?
wait, no, wait, that's the wrong thing.
What did you put up? What the hell did you put up?
There we go. Picture of
Okay.
Sandee's melons.
No.
That's good.
Earlier than I would have thought.
Hearty laugh. She does. Hearty laugh.
It's green though, which is totally appropriate. I can see it.
Well, they turn yellow.
Great.
Okay, those are called cassava melons, and they when they're fully ripe, they're actually yellow.
Oh, look at this. We
and
got
I have like tons of seeds, but I've got so many growing that I have to learn if there's a way I can preserve it. Oh, the mom. Thank you, Nina. The mom, cat, and the dog. See, just give me a little tiny bit of alcohol, and there you go. And I'm not even. It's just because it's been quite a summer. I can have a little. I found this low carb, no sugar wine that has lasted months. Okay, I'll find it.
Those kitty cats. My
Nina,
word.
the mom and the dog. Why can't I find it? I thought I
okay,
saved it.
Sandy. You have to know, you have inspired me. I will do
what?
I am
To do
going to
what?
sit here for like 4 hours going. Hold on, wait.
Here it is.
Hold
These
on.
are so
that's not it.
fucking
Was
cute.
it MP4 or was it an MV? Wait. Oh, here it is.
It was
Nope.
MP3.
Where the fuck did I put it? Hold on.
I sent the pictures of the mom and the dog.
What's
at-
my
at
drive
home.
log on? Do you guys know my drive log on?
What did you show? I didn't see it because I was looking at
Oh.
other pictures.
It's so good.
Did you show my video?
Yeah.
I had the dog.
That's so good.
Oh, that was the cat. There's the
Look
and
at
that
this guy.
that little
Look at this
outfit.
motherfucker.
I know she
The
went from
face.
my house.
Wow.
Yeah, but she couldn't wait to get away from those kittens. She was done. I knew that. I learned all about this. How to be.
Now you got
a mom.
sacked with the kittens. You're taking care of these
Yeah, but
bitches.
my friend Scott built that catio, which I got help from Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you, people out there, wonderful
This looks
people.
like
And
alligator Alcatraz.
everything around. Yeah, but they come out all day. I don't even. You
Okay.
can't even see the fun they have. My friend Scott, out of all this stuff I had in my basement, built an incredible surround. Maybe I'll have to send one more picture.
Catio.
I haven't had anybody to talk to about this, and if I bore them on Twitter, nobody cares.
Oh, you
I
could
don't
just
know.
run this live feed on YouTube and people would.
I know.
You
but-
actually
oh,
probably
I made some.
Yeah.
I made videos on TikTok.
Can you live stream
I
that?
made
Can you get a
cute-
critter cam on the catio? The catio.
Oh, that's interesting.
And you just do two
Well,
angles
wait,
and
let
just
me
switch
give
it
you-
every 20
let me-
minutes. And
Let me give you this one, and see what
catio.
you could do with this. I don't know if it's too long.
let's do the
Letterhack
catio on
love
this
Oh
page.
shit!
All
Wait
day
a minute.
Friday.
No, you can't play that. You can't play that one.
Whoa,
How do I
hey,
delete it?
How about this?
How do I delete
Sandee?
that?
Wait,
Put-
I gotta
Get rid
see
of
this
it.
one before it's deleted.
Put
Yeah,
one
no, you
camera
don't.
on a cat.
Because my
Oh,
kid
it's
will kill-
gone. I was in
My
the middle of
daughter
watching
will
it.
kill me if it was
I was in the
her.
middle. I was 13 seconds in.
Okay, And if my daughter knew I was showing her on the internet, she would be very pissed. She
Didn't
found
you already show that picture of her like covered in
Yeah, but
blood
this
in that fucking movie?
yeah,
I
but
thought that was an
mental health
abused
crisis?
person.
No, that
I
was
remember
my daughter in her movie in the movie.
when you
yeah.
posted that in the group DM, I just hit enter like 20 times to make it go away. To make it go. And I was like, do we have to be looking at this? And you're like, that's my daughter from a
in the
movie. And I was like,
movie.
oh.
Okay, I'm
I was
looking
like, what
for
the fuck is this?
something that shows the entire enclosure, but I can't find it. Oh shoot!
This is so fun. I love this. Please do
Well,
not
this
stop
is my
looking for this.
summer.
Yeah, like this file, it's somewhere. I think I left it in this.
I got a
folder.
gazillion pictures.
Oh wait, no, I have it. Hold on. It's shit.
No.
Wait. Do I have it? Wait, let me
I've got some gorgeous pictures of this summer. Holy crap!
Carlos,
We
is
have
not afraid.
we
to
have
tell the audience to hang out for a second while he messes around, and it works.
Oh yeah,
it works.
this
He's the
this
guy
is
that's made
too
me a lot
long.
more chill about that, because I used to think,
This
oh,
one.
it's got to be all whatever. It doesn't.
Damn it!
Internet's different. We're just used to a different medium.
I wonder if this one doesn't have her. All right, let's see what this one is. I just want to make sure that I don't
The
piss
look
her
of
off.
this dog with the cat is so.
Isn't
good.
that
The
awesome?
dog is like, where the hell have you been?
Yeah. Walking the woods getting pregnant by accident. And you know what the
I'm
thing
sure it
was?
was an accident.
The people that lost her had already paid their vet for. Look at all that shit he built a whole thing with, using up all my resources that I like left around. Boards that I had in the basement, old siding, and it's all drilled together to make an enclosure that's amazing. They have all these toys. I stimulated them with different materials. They have different feels, different things to scratch. I read up, I didn't just do the Jackson Galaxy thing, but
they're having a ball. My
yeah,
word.
they love it down there. In fact, I should.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers love scratching.
Yeah, and I also want to
can't get
thank
enough.
people like Rishi and people that donate cat litter to me, because it's like a very big thing when people are so wonderful and generous out there. I can't say enough about Mark and Rishi that send me cat litter. You guys save my ass. These freaking little kittens now, they are eating like pigs. They went from tiny little kitty tummies to now eating 2 cans, lots of dry, all that. Oh my gosh. And the litter between the
They're
6
growing
I have
kitty
upstairs.
cats.
Yeah, I know. And
You're gonna have a group
I
of
cannot-
5 Mausers on your hands.
yes, but they're all going to their new homes in the beginning of October. My daughter did all that. She advertised, she got them all, she got homes for all her friends are young and work. They have money, they can adopt a kitten. But
Good
anyway,
deal.
so I am now Miss Blue Ocean. What is it? Sandy Blue Ocean foster, but I can't foster in the winter. It's too cold. Right now I have an electric heater behind that thing running off the battery, the electric battery I have down there. Because I have a shit ass wiring job in the basement, so I just use the EcoFlow.
This
in the
motherfucker
basement.
scratched the wall.
Yeah, no shit.
I
In
would.
2 weeks, they're going to be over the wall, and I'm telling my kid, you know what? I'm just going to lose
Paint
the
it black.
battle. They're going to be all upstairs. I painted black. Shit.
Check.
Oh my god, that was good. That was
You guys,
quick.
you reminded me of this.
Matt, appreciate that.
Chillest guy on this.
I love
space,
him.
hands down. Look,
I watch his show.
yes,
He is, dude.
seriously, like it is severely chill.
Unfazed.
It
unfazed
is.
whatsoever.
There's no like.
I like his show, and I like his analysis on things.
He could
Me
be
too.
a-
Yeah.
Me too.
He could
That's
be
why he's
at
on this page.
a presidential debate on stage, like the last debate he's asked to host as like a last minute thing, and he'd be up there and be like, hello ladies and gentlemen.
Everyone would wait. They'd be like, I feel like we should wait.
Wow.
My name's Carlos.
Who said, JK, I could watch the kittens much better than Big Brother? Who's Big Brother? The kittens are now, they're sleeping. I have to leave. I'm leaving them for a whole night Friday. I'm going to see Bonnie Raitt.
Hey, right on. That'd be good.
Yeah, I
Like
haven't seen
twang,
her
like,
since she was well, she's older than me, obviously, but she I saw her a million years ago with Buddy Guy and Junior Wells. Blues, like great blues. I'm looking forward to the blues, but I'm going overnight. And so
Okay.
I'm like, okay, I'm worried about the kittens. I never had
So
that.
much energy, dude.
My
Look,
old cats.
Sandy, you've been keeping up on the news, right? You know about
Yeah.
painting the wall black. Have you been keeping up on like Taylor Lorenz and the piece that she wrote for
Yeah, and
Wired? Okay.
I was on the silly. Oh, I named two of the cats if I was ever going to keep them, Silly and Billy, the two gray
Oh,
ones.
haha.
Yeah,
Well,
I was on their
I'm
chat the other day.
yeah, I'm interviewing Taylor
I know
Lorenz
you are.
tomorrow right here at 4
I know
p.m.
you are.
Eastern.
Of
So
course, I keep
right
up.
here on this dot,
I don't.
this space.
I don't chat a lot
Or are you doing it
anymore.
on your channel?
Busy.
yeah.
I
No, I'm
can't
doing it
work.
on this space. This is the plug. This space tomorrow, Thursday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Right here, I will be interviewing Taylor Lorenz. It's a 15-ish minute interview, and then I'll talk just a little bit about that, take us to the bottom of the hour. So that's tomorrow at 4 p.m.
Sounds
Eastern.
good.
Now, I got to congratulate you, Matt, for once again doing your thing and getting a great interview guest. For those of you that don't know, Taylor Lorenz is a journalist and opinion columnist.
I'm excited.
She's written for the
This
New
is
York
big.
Times, etc.,
Mhm.
Washington Post,
This
I
is
believe. Very big get. Yeah. She's been on CNN.
I'm excited. Listen, I saw that right away, and I think I put yes or check or like and whatever. Yeah.
I still
Shout out to David Packman, who is going to be suing Taylor Lorenz imminently.
Yeah,
So
we'll
that's
see.
going to be fun. To
Yeah.
watch.
Oh my God. I've been watching all this shit. Are you kidding? I keep up with everything. I think that the whole thing with David Packman, come on, dude. Get over it. This is
The
like so
Pac-Man
stupid.
is
Listen,
unchained and
listen, if
unhinged.
he's taking the money, why is this defamation if he's doing it?
I think it's potential to be a distracting tactic. And so
What's
I'm
he
not
distracting from?
the heart of the article, like or the content in the expose. And so I'm just going to ask her about that and less about, I mean, I do want to ask questions about all of it, but you know, in 15 minutes, like you really got to focus in on, sometimes you're like, holy shit, I prepared for 30 minutes knowing it was 15, we're 5 in, I'm out of questions. And other times you're like, wow, we just went off on the first question for 20 minutes.
Over prepare and you might not use them.
Yeah. But I think what I really personally, what I really want to know more about is, was this part one of the expose? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I want to know about this situation.
Are you in possession of facts that you haven't dropped yet? Or yeah, that's
all
I
that
secretly
stuff. So I
am
wanna know
cheering
what's-
this. I'm secretly cheering it on though. Let's play.
But
I'm not
Republican.
secretly cheering it on. I'm doing it out in
Not-
the open.
No, not
I'm
him. Oh,
exposed.
not him. But I'm saying, hey, everybody's. It's a dirty money. It's now what are they evening the playing field?
That's not evening the
Well,
playing
that's the
field.
problem is that
know.
it's Democrat money, which is
Yeah.
just as filthy and gross.
Different type of
Maybe not just
conservatism.
as, but it's pretty
I
filthy.
know.
Yeah.
I
And
know.
when he's suing for defamation, the
Well,
goal of
he's
that is not to
stupid
win
for
the
this.
lawsuit. The goal of that is to take all the people who will have heard David Packman is in a scandal for taking money to hear that, oh, he's suing them for lying about him. This whole story must not be true. There must be no part of it that's true. Now I'll go back to not thinking about it. That's all he's trying to accomplish.
Right.
So
It's
he's
not to
pulling an
win the
orange turd.
argument. It's to get the people that don't really pay
Right.
attention to the
And
to
right
these
wing media
Oh, this
didn't
is deep.
look. What right wing media did was gave the perception that there was a whole bunch of independent media that wasn't actually independent, and we don't want to level a playing field by doing that same thing. What we want is for people to actually be funded for achieving like quality policy, like meaningful policy. Like we're done. And my argument would be, and I don't know if we'll get into this, but my argument would be that if the Democrats fight progressives harder than they fight Republicans, at least it feels that way, right? And they want to suppress us more, then I would have to think that this was just going to generate more of the same failed strategies for winning, and it maintains the status quo, and it keeps us in a low stakes democracy.
It's just a way for these fucking rich asshole fuckfaces to feel good about themselves, so they spend money on a cause, and then a bunch of the money they spend is just going into people that they're going to spend the money in the same ecosystem, and then it's just going to swirl around in their Democrat little bubbles. It's a bunch of
It
cringe
really is
garbage. You see some of these guys who are a part of this network, these fucking loser TikTokers and fucking shit, man. They're boring. They're fucking losers. They haven't said anything interesting about anything in their life. Look at David Pakman, for example. He's a washed up nothing.
Yeah, but do you think
I know Jake's thinking this too, but that aside,
is
what
David the
goal
odd man out?
this is what I'm saying.
He's the odd man out now.
No,
the purpose of it is to fight progressives. I just want to be very clear. When we say they fight progressives and they're doing this, it's like saying they're stabbing us and they're thrusting a dagger into our chest. This is one of the ways they are fighting progressives. And they want they're terrified that Democratic voters are going to go progressive. They don't even realize yet that we're going to get the MAGA folks when they're sick of MAGA. We are going to get them. But the real
we're going to get them the hell out of here, I hope.
No, we're going to get them to vote for
to Madagascar,
just like Ashley Babbitt went from Obama to Trump. She got a hollow promise from Obama, and so she turned to Trump. She didn't know anything about politics either way, which means it's going to be a very
simple enough to jump through that little window in the door and
really
get
good
shot
at
and
this.
murdered in the head. Well,
this is Jake's wheelhouse.
So separate from that, they are worried about the most likely people to go progressive, which is existing Democratic voters, and they need those people to stay ignorant. This is crucial. They're following the Fox playbook, and so they are providing them with a source of false information, a false sense of security that you know what's going on in the form of David Pakman, etc. So it's good that we make this a scandal. We should make it a huge scandal, and crucially, now we have to stop watching the Chorus folks, because Chorus just identified for us who is no good for the cause.
Okay.
Well, I don't know why anyone would be watching motherfuckers like David Pakman doing his whole Israel is the best thing in the world type thing that he's been doing for 2 years now. Israel's the best country on earth.
He's Argentinian.
This guy loves Israel. This guy loves Israel.
You know what?
I don't think too many people do anymore.
I'm going to change the subject because I saw the funniest damn thing. There's a guy who prank calls places where he doesn't work.
Oh, I missed her.
He'll call a place he doesn't work and say, "Hey, I'm not sick or anything, but I'm going to take a sick day because it's way too nice outside. My homies are going fishing and I just want to go. So is that cool?" And they're like, "I'm sorry, who is this?" He goes, "It's Jordan." And they're like, "Yeah, Jordan, you have to come to work. Sorry." He goes, "Yeah, I just don't really want to." You know what I mean? And they're free. They get really upset. So if you call just a random business, I don't advocate for this, but I think it's funny as hell to just call a random business.
Yeah,
and
let's
say,
just troll the shit
"Can I have
out
human
of these minimum
resources,
wage
please?
workers. Oh, look at fucking Sandee. She's
Can I have human resources, please?" Yeah, I'm not going to be able to
I
make
saw
it
the
in because I'm just not feeling it.
couldn't resist.
But people are doing this. People are doing this to ICE. There are people who are getting pulled over, and they didn't do anything wrong, right? You can't trust everything you see on Instagram or TikTok, but when these videos show people interacting with the police, I'm buying it. So these guys got pulled over. It's 3 or 4 white guys in a car, but they had Mexican flag stickers on the back. So they get pulled over. And they're talking to the cops, and the kid in the back goes, "Okay, fine. I can't hold it in. We have tons of coke in the trunk." Or cocaine. And they're like, "All right, everyone out of the car." And now they're just going to waste their fucking time for however long they need to call dogs and other cops. And they're just wasting the resources. But that's a thing that you would do and be like, "Okay, dude, come on. I mean, this is just not cool." But if it's ICE has raided your town or your city and they're on the street, fucking slap that sticker on there and waste their time. I don't know. I just thought that was
I'm
kind
all
of
for that. I think allies should have
I
like
am
strategy meetings
so
where we're like,
disgusted.
how can we use our ally-ness to fight the bad guys? Honkies, absolutely. If you can learn a couple things of Spanish, try to get ICE to pull you over. Be like, "Hola, señor, como está?" Just really F with them. Yo soy Spartacus.
Mucho gusto.
Mucho gusto.
What did you say about Spartacus?
I thought said I am Spartacus, but in Spanish.
Ah.
But I might have not said that.
Did you actually? This is fuck. You want me to bring it full circle? I'll bring it full circle right now.
I missed this the whole summer.
Yes, man, this feels good.
Yeah.
There is, speaking of Instagram videos, there is a cat. Did you? This could be old as hell. I don't know. A cat got arrested.
A cool
not
cat.
know that a cat got
Was it
arrested.
a cool cat?
How did that come to be?
It littered.
I can't.
Oh.
I don't remember that one. Okay.
Do I still have it?
I'm looking to see if any of these shits are away. Little shit.
My brother was a
I
corrections
do.
officer, actually. Did I ever tell you that? My brother was a corrections officer. He's always
You
policing
did
my
not tell me
grammar.
that.
Yeah, he was always policing my grammar. He's like the grammar police. That's
Mm,
not as good. Sorry.
I can't even.
Yeah,
can't
it's kind of
justify
a
corrections
little
officer.
soft.
Oh, okay. I just got there.
Yeah. Correct.
A little too nuanced for this crowd.
Oh, I got a story for you guys.
I mean, you got to know
bad.
your crowd.
One of the
Can't be
kids that
so
helps
witty
me.
that-
Is this thing on?
buddy.
Can you see me?
Are you joining us from the 90s?
Yes, I am. I am using a camcorder from 1997 as my webcam at the moment.
That's
I
awesome.
freaking love it. I want to do
Okay.
a whole flashback. Like, what if we had? Oh,
No.
Hold on, I
wanna
got to
do
get a better
flashback.
stand. It's about to fall over.
Like we dress like it's the 90s. We all use like
Oh.
a filter.
Hey, Andrea, do you want a
I am
Canon
dressed like it's the
Rebel?
90s. Jake,
Fair.
you're dressed
I
like.
want a
I think
what?
we are dressed like it's
Canon
the
Rebel, or I'm going to sell it.
I don't
We
know
should
what that
just
is.
talk about. We should do a
A
left
Canon
pass on
camera.
April Fools, where we talk
Maybe.
about like
And
the
just
news
do
of the
all,
day, but
like,
pretend like it's like
that
early
day
90s.
from 93.
All right,
Just
let's-
do
Yeah.
that news.
April Fool's is on a Wednesday. Oh my God, Jake, did you know that?
2026.
I did not
Yes!
know that. That's
Now.
awesome.
Start
Yes.
planning now.
It's on a Wednesday. I can't even stand the thought that we're talking about 2026.
Hold
'cause
on now.
when you're older like me, it's like, okay, it's going very fast. And
Yeah.
and yeah,
It does speed
2026
up.
is like,
Andrea,
it does.
the
It did
picture's
nothing
better.
the whole summer.
The picture's better.
Yeah, what are you using?
This
She
is
said
a
camcorder.
Panasonic
It's a camcorder.
E15.
Is it really a
It's
camcorder?
not terrible.
Yeah.
It's
What
not
kind
terrible.
of like
Let me
Hold
see
on.
what it looks like on the phone.
Hold on.
attachments and wires did you have to figure out to get it to work on your computer?
Don't worry about that.
Yeah,
got
I wanna do the
ways
same
of,
thing.
accomplishing.
That's
I
so
think it looks
cool.
pretty good on the phone. Holy shit.
I would also want to know if
Okay.
Andrea realized there was a huge update today.
What's the
Did you
update?
notice? It's something you've been nagging at me about since June 10th when we first
Oh.
started.
Oh yeah, you changed the thumbnail. Yeah.
What did you think?
Our thumbnail.
Well, the new one, it's a terrible angle. I look fat.
What?
It's really bad. It's
So you want to
really
go back? So one,
Wait a minute,
you
I
have
have
yet to
it here
provide me
somewhere.
with an image, right?
bad. Of course.
Two,
yeah.
you don't like either one of. You're like, no, you have
You don't
to
look
change it. but-
fat in that.
Oh, I look hideous.
On
It's
the new
horrendous. Yeah.
thumbnail? On the new thumbnail.
No,
Oh, it's
not
horrible.
on- she's
Oh.
The
looking
left
at
past
the left
tab-
past that. No.
I'm looking. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I
I'm not stealing.
want
thunder
to.
here.
I didn't think it looked bad at all.
It doesn't.
No, it looks all right. It's fine.
Here. Should I put it on screen?
Just put it on screen. Just get this over with. Let's just,
Should we just let everyone decide here, folks? Everybody want to decide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's decide.
Let's get it up there.
I mean, I don't want to brag about my work, but
You should because you're an artist. Okay.
I think it looks
terrible.
great.
Terrible.
It looks so good. You
I
look
got the
angry.
fat
What's
fuck
wrong with
angle
it?
going on.
Where?
It's
Where?
terrible. It's just
It is
everywhere. It's every
not.
part. Just every part of
Well,
my body.
okay,
That's what I
then
miss.
if you feel like that, let's do this thing that I'm going to start together to get this 8 pounds of summer misery off. And then another 20 after that.
I got a lot of summers to undo.
Well, come on, let's do it together for God's
Let's
sake. You
undo.
made that goddamn channel.
29
Do the
summers.
do the cooking with the bitch thing again. Your vegan channel was your vegan videos were great.
I eat cheese sometimes. So
Okay. Wait a minute, Andrew.
Horrible.
You've
Horrible
never
thumbnail.
tried
This one is that one's a
Viola?
lot better. This one's a lot. The new
I'm
one's a
ready to
lot
rock
better.
with a block of cheddar anytime.
Wait, Andrea, you don't eat Viola?
there it goes.
Vegan cheese?
There it
Viola
goes.
vegan
I
cheese
didn't
is
do
the best.
anything. What happened?
Andrea, where are you?
No.
All
the
right, here's
camera
what I
auto
like
turned
about that
off because I'm
picture.
not using it.
You look serious and annoyed that you have to.
Nice. Look at
explain
that. Look at
things.
that. Look at that. Did you see that when it turned on? Look at this. Hold on.
Yeah. Look at that. The shutter opening up.
This is
I love
Andrea looking over at the monitor.
Whoa, everybody. Welcome to another episode of
That's-
whatever.
So they're looking at the monitor
Andrea.
to
We
read
also
comments
got
during
this
a
shit
Q
here,
cock.
too. Look at this.
Questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
How did you do that? Where'd you
She
even
has-
find a
it's a-
camcorder?
It's a camcorder.
I bought
Did
it
you
on the
steal
internet.
it from
Yeah,
a
you can
museum
get anything
or
from it.
what?
You can. My friend Sam, his channel, Humpty Dumpty Tribe and Collapse Chronicles, he just buys these cheap ass cannons and uses them, these whatever, and then gets another one. $10 a shot. He calls himself a Luddite. I mean, his channel's been up for about 15 years, but it's just he just sits on a chair and reads an article and comments on how effed everything is. That's his channel.
I mean, if it works,
is
go for it.
Yeah.
I'm glad though that we are entering into the stage of
No,
YouTube
he's the king of the doomosphere. Oh, go ahead.
where content is improving. I think, especially on the left, we're all starting to have the same conversations of like, how do we expand this thing?
How do we get better at this thing? And
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
So we're already asking people to deal with
Standard definition is the best definition. It doesn't get any better.
I hear you, Jake. Yeah, I want what it's so annoying to hear that there's all this money out there, and one, you're not allowed to know where it comes from, and two, it's going toward what
David Pakman.
will only end up being more milk toast results from the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
They aren't
gross.
being
But then
serious.
wait, Alyssa Slockin, rah rah.
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
Jesus Christ.
would you ever?
We really need a change.
But like seriously, would you ever? Okay, so we've had decades at this point, or over a decade, of people on the left in this space saying, "Fuck, these right wingers are getting paid. You could be a multi-millionaire doing this. Oh my god!" And it gets to the point with me where I'm like, "Stop sounding envious. You're just sounding greedy."
Yeah.
Don't you just want to make a livable wage? Don't you just want to have enough money? Are you in this to be rich? Why are you constantly whining about it?
Yeah.
And so now
I would
it's
never
like,
do that.
and so now it's like people are saying, I thought this is what we wanted. No, actually, this is not what we wanted. We wanted to be compensated. Anyone who does a labor wants to be compensated.
Right, but
What does that
fairly.
mean? Right. But like in this case, they were dangling carrots where they were like, you could make up to $8,000 a month. Why isn't it okay? So there's like a scale, I guess. I don't know. So whatever. But like the attachments that come along with it to me are just like the first thing I always say is like, what business model is this? Like, what business model was that?
We
And
tell
you
you
don't
what
get
to
to know
say.
where it comes from. Like, of course, there were people in a group chat
On
talking about it and being like, what the, you know?
Hi, Andrea.
I do want to say the people who were
Is this
in the
thing
group,
on?
it is. The people who were in the group chat but did not agree to do the thing, like I'll just be even simpler. I don't think having been offered that is in and of itself.
Oh.
I was going to say I don't think it's damning. It is, because they only offered it if they thought their content was already acceptable. I still think that's a list of people you don't need to ever watch ever again, but it doesn't necessarily
I
mean
didn't
they're
even know
dishonest.
some of those people.
So
on
here's
that
what's
list. I've
here's
never
what's
heard of them.
interesting. We put together a list of people that we thought would for this space, and it was all like, okay, well, here's the people we know, here's the people we have contact info for, here's the people who are most likely, here's the people that we think definitely deserve to be on here, and this is proof that we don't have some sort of a vetting process beyond, you know, are they lefty, right?
Yeah.
But like, you know, and then the very next thing we did was decide they can do whatever show they want. Not a week goes by that I'm not telling somebody, I don't do whatever you want on your show. I don't care. Just remember to be inclusive, and you know what I'm saying? No copyright strikes. Like, take us all into account here. It's a collective. But like, that's how it went. It was like, who should we invite? It's for all these reasons. It would be so cool to get these people. And then once you get them, the next thing you do is not now. Look, we need to meet daily and approve all your content, and this is what we want you to say. That is like, there is a way to do this.
You're doing
and
it.
if there was funding, think about how much more it wouldn't just be more successful, it would be more genuine. So if you give something this altruistic and real and sincere funding, it becomes more of that, and that becomes better. And that is a concept that Democratic strategists do not have
this space
at all when it comes to politics.
To counter something we were jealous of in a good way of the right-wing media sphere. Maybe not jealous, but like, look, all that money that the hosts get where they then get to buy a mansion. No, that's not ever something we were going to provide for these folks. But what you did put together, you, Andrea, and the rest of the gang, is something that counteracts their media share. How much of the audience, or rather their audience share, how much of the audience they're able to steal by just buying ads. Simple as that. Literally having their content artificially pushed by dumping money into it. So I think
that's a good point.
I think this space is good for that. I just want to be clear that I don't think that the creators. No, I keep trying to run. I'm trying to spin it slightly, not spin it, but, you know, focus a little bit on who's the worst person here, which I still feel is the right-wing creators.
I
But,
feel
man.
this is the worst person here, personally. If you
Well,
ask
obviously,
me.
after Matt, who's the worst person? It's got to be the right-wing creators.
There are I just want to say I have this guy on my side.
Matt, appreciate that.
So I don't care what you people say. Okay.
Love
Carlos is on my side. Screw you guys. I'm going home or whatever it is. But like, here's the thing.
Have Doel El Said's on mine.
Right. There is funding, and then there is funding to say this exact thing and only this thing, and we're going to control your content from now on, right?
Yeah.
There, to me, it's like, take money from, I'm not going to tell somebody not to get paid, get fucking paid. But the second they tell you that you have to do it their way or you don't get paid.
Yeah.
And then the consequences are very lives. No.
One of the first questions you ever asked me is, do you consider
All right.
yourself a journalist? And the reason I said the answer, we don't have any of the credit journalists get, nor do we deserve it, but we have most of the obligations of journalists, was for moments like this. Because no, you don't have to interview two candidates or whatever for an opinion show. But within the realm of media, you have an ethical obligation to disclose who paid you to say what you said.
Yeah.
And this is that. Now we are here. They have an ethical obligation to disclose that. And part of the agreement for taking the money was that they don't disclose it. So if any of those motherfuckers did take that money, they just do not have the ethics to be listened to.
What if
We
the
already know
same-
they don't have the politics, but
What
they
if the
certainly don't have
same-
the ethics.
What if the same source of money went to somebody to do whatever they wanted to do? They don't have to follow
then it-
talking
Well,
points,
like an
right?
endowment or a grant.
Not pre-approved.
There you go. You don't have to
Yeah.
follow too many rules,
got
but we're going to give
post-approved.
we're going to invest in your network because we believe
Because
in
we
what
like what
you-
you're currently doing.
Right, and that's it. No
Yeah.
strings attached, but it's written
Yeah.
up in a contract that they don't have any say over the content.
Because if somebody gave
other
me
than-
$8,000 a month to just keep doing what I'm doing,
Right, you take it because you
Okay.
can do better and you could help others with that,
well,
if you
'cause that's
wanted
what
to.
I'm doing, right? Like I
Yes,
spend a lot of my
exactly.
time without any
Right.
compensation
Right.
trying to get others platformed. And it's like if somebody wanted to pay for that, makes sense. But if they wanted to pay for it and said, okay, now everyone on this space has to sign this and follow this and meet with us, not okay. It's like instantly not okay. But I think there is a point where it's like, because look, you could very well work, and this might not be a literal equivalency, but you may work for somebody where it's like, yeah, I get paid by this corporation. Well, who the fuck is that? Where do they put their money the rest of the time? Which candidates are they backing? But they pay you and you just go to work, and as long as that check is there, it's there. Even that is okay unless your job is to affect the public opinion in one way that may not be true or honest, right? I think that I'm so distracted by this camera. But you see what I'm saying? It's like if somebody was like, well, who's paying you, Matt? I go, well, I'm getting $8,000 a month from here. Let's see. It's this name on the check. Well, who's that? I don't know. Well, why are you taking it? Because they're paying me to do my thing. And they're like, oh, no restrictions.
All they're
Nope.
doing is sponsoring you.
Yeah.
And it's like and you can make it a contractual.
Are we back?
easy
I'm just trying
agreement.
to illustrate how simple it goes the exact
Are we
wrong
back?
way. Like
You're
instantly goes the wrong way. You could tell me like, Matt, less swearing. Okay. For that $8,000? Well,
Less
you
word.
got it.
I think I had a little bit of a time loop issue going
Yeah,
on.
Andrea, I think that you just made the blooper reel. The New Year's end of year.
That was the
highlight.
blooper reel?
Best.
What did
Yeah,
I
that
What do we
do?
was
call it?
very much intentional.
I think we called
I
it
just
best
I just
of.
left the
We
room
called it
for
the
like
best of
15
compilation.
minutes, and then there was some sort of like portal to another
blooper reel.
dimension.
The best of
Yeah,
compilation.
we got you from the 90s, or rather, an alternate version of this universe where it's the 90s. We got you.
That sounds
hanging
like a
out
good
there.
universe.
It was pretty good. I mean,
Well, she's got the camcorder. It goes with it.
Dragon Ball's still on,
Uh,
so that's.
Yeah.
I saw
Sandee.
a couple of frames anyway.
But here's the camcorder that I have. This is what I got.
That's so.
yeah,
cool.
look
Oh,
at that.
nice.
They're
That's like
great.
what my buddy and I used to make movies with in his house.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
that's cool
Music
that you know how to
videos.
set
This
it up.
shit smells like cigarettes, like you wouldn't fucking imagine.
Where'd
It
you
is
get that?
pungent. Got it from the internet.
And they didn't say it comes from a smoke-free home.
No, that's why I got it for super
yeah,
cheap.
yeah, $8. No,
Got it from my shady friend,
no
the
idea.
internet.
I want to sell this Canon I have. I don't use it.
I gotta show you, Sandee. I don't believe you were here for this, unfortunately. But do you know Orb
Throw that one.
Rumor?
Yeah,
You know him?
yeah.
This piece
so
of shit, by the way.
this
is
guy-
such a cocksucker.
This
fucking
That
guy.
guy
Orb.
first showed up on Andrea's channel during the show
Such
she was doing at 10
a
o'clock in the
piece
morning.
of fucking shit. This cocksucker. Look at
Says
this.
Well,
I
that's-
told
Look at
Letter.
this.
This is okay. So after our show last week, this guy goes over to another show, and this is what he's saying in the chat. I told Letterhack to retool, and now he retools like 4 times a night. So this is the thing. This is the thing.
Horrible,
One,
horrible.
I don't need to be told twice. So
what to
yeah,
do
you
on
told me
your
one
own
time.
channel network? Yeah.
He said this show has hit rock bottom. They need to shut it down and retool.
What
it.
show?
Single chat. This one.
Left
And
This
so
piece of fucking shit. This
And
guy's
so-
a demon from
Well,
hell. is
notice
what he
Sandy
is.
wasn't here. We didn't
Right,
have our full
and-
strength.
So this is my point, Jake. Thank you. One, no need to tell me twice. Two,
We were waiting.
Kick us while we're down. Why don't you? 3.
Yeah.
I think 4 times a night is pretty. He doesn't see our private chat. We are retooling this fucker.
That's
every
the thing.
few
If this
minutes.
guy's gonna throw a number on it, the fact that he chooses 4 and
Every-
not 17, we're really doing this shit a lot more.
We are
than he thinks.
going bonkers with the retool. So like we're retooling it right now in real time. You don't even know.
tooled
But then,
so much.
then he goes, I'm an
We tooled
unpaid
so good for you.
consultant on Letterhack, whether they like it or
Oh,
not.
now
First of
they're-
all, like,
Oh,
can we
so
talk about
now
how
is
this
he
piece
gonna
of shit
miss you?
cocksucker motherfucker douchebag motherfucker is calling this space the Letterhack? This space is not the Letterhack, you dumb.
Oh, it was in my
illiterate,
chat. It was in
brains,
my
dumb
chat.
shit, fuck cocksucker
In
motherfucker.
Letterhack
Yeah,
chat.
I don't. First
So-
of all, Letterhack shouldn't even be streaming.
It's
this
your
fucking
fault,
shit, that
Andrea.
ball
That's
sack
where we
gargling
first
fucking
saw
little
him.
cocksucker he
I
is.
think
Poor
Wearing
what we
an
need
Atari hat, even though he couldn't play
Yeah,
an Atari game to save his fucking life. If someone had a gun to his head, this
The-
fucking
I
fade.
It's
couldn't either.
the last game that I played. Oh, did
I-
somebody
Sorry.
mute Andrea? Who
Whoa.
muted Andrea's mic? Stop.
Burning
Look,
Earth
stop
is
doing that.
citizen.
do not mute Andrea. That is rude. I don't know who is doing
Testing.
that. Please stop muting Andrea's mic. God,
This
that's
piece of fucking dog shit.
okay. So I do think this is a sign. We can't get it together. This is a sign. Let's shut it down.
Shut it down.
Because we
retool.
have hit rock bottom. Let's just shut it down and
Burning
retool it. Is everyone up for that?
Yeah.
Again, no talking because in the retooled version, no talking during the intro.
Of course. We're not
Please,
going to talk during the intro.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate you acknowledging me, but come on, buddy. No talking during this. We wouldn't do it. And Andrew's like, this is a Letterhack show. So he says, don't talk during the
Shit
intro.
fuck
Don't
ball
talk during the
stack.
intro.
I did hear her say. I'm pretty sure I heard her say it's Letterhack.
Oh, you know what? People are going to think it's over. People are going to think it's over. That was the second start. We started over.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have a whole summer's
We
worth
just got
to
here.
make
It's
up
past
for.
10.
Sandy's like, oh, is the show over? And I'm like, no, this is the
No, I've
all-new
allotted
Left Past 10.
myself. I've allotted myself till midnight, and those kittens have never been out of their little catio this
Welcome
long.
to the all-new.
Oh,
I
big
love
night.
catio.
They're all sleeping.
Now, have you heard the term catio before this, or is this
No, it must
Did
be
you make
new.
that up?
Now, no, they sell them. They're called. I think Jackson Galaxy started it. These catios are outdoor, like people
Jackson
can-
Galaxy? Now, is this a friend of yours? Who is that?
No, Jackson
fuck-
Galaxy's
why
the
does this
cat
sound like a
guy. He
fucking
makes a
cartoon
video.
character?
He makes videos because he's a cat guy, and he used to have a television show. He had an actual network show. You know who Jackson Galaxy
Oh,
is.
no, the fuck! I've never heard that
Never
name. That
heard
sounds
of it.
made up.
No, what are you
One,
talking
sounds made
about?
up.
Why
Well,
would we have heard of Jackson Galaxy?
Why is this?
No
supposed
one's
to be
heard of
like
him,
a
right?
ubiquitous household
Okay,
name?
he was a television guy that had an animal show on Animal Planet all about cats, and now it's YouTube.
That's fucking true.
And I am a cat person, so
Jake,
obviously.
did you see this comment though?
Yes, sir.
A fever dream?
Look,
Yeah. I can't even find those
And my
cats. I
favorite-
don't
maybe
even
it's
know
not
if
us.
They're sleeping.
maybe it's you, viewer. Maybe
They are
we
sleeping.
can all
gaslight
use the
them.
little
I-
shutting
yeah.
down and retooling now and then.
I don't know
Okay?
what you're talking about. We've had a relatively
So you're so
normal.
This has been
Snarky.
a good one. This
Wow.
episode has been pretty even
Snarky.
keeled.
I mean, it's
I feel like
kind of slow. We're not.
Well, just a
I don't
couple
know
of
where you're
normal
getting
people
fever.
here.
I'm happy I'm seeing some people in the chat on Environmental Coffee House I haven't seen that did not follow us to Twitter because they didn't want
Sandy
that.
has fully
Or-
reintegrated into the format. This
Right,
have
right
not
away.
skipped a beat. You have not skipped a beat.
So what are we gonna do with all those
No.
episodes
Summer off.
that we did the fake version of this show? Like, what is that? Just gonna? Are we gonna start back at the number?
goes
Are we
in the
gonna count
archive.
Those are the lost episodes. What are we gonna do with that?
Well, those are the dark
boy.
times,
Matt and
the dark
Minnie
months,
Joe?
weeks. The
We
dark
had some
weeks.
decent eps. I'll tell you what. There's a one or two that weren't terrible, and most of them were just awful, awful shit garbage.
Well, in the
But we had,
beginning,
like,
I
one or
couldn't
two
even
that
watch
was
you guys because it was too upsetting. I said, I can't watch. It
You
was
didn't
like-
miss much. You didn't really miss
No,
much.
I was going to cry. It was
We
hard in
occasionally-
June.
I also, when I watch this, I watch the archives. I cry too because it's so horrible.
We were
It's a
pissed.
terrible show.
No, look, we were upset. We were saying it on air. We were saying it off air. It's like we were like, this is not right. And I'm not sure we got used to it, but we were trying to, persevere. So we did make the decision. I can't remember when we made the call that, except for people who are already hosts on this space, we weren't going to have guests on. Like we
did have
didn't
Fuji
want
on
to
briefly to replace you.
Yeah, we didn't want to have like, here's this week's fourth member. We
We
weren't
had
going to
a
do
stint
that.
where Carlos was almost replacing.
Well,
Sandee.
I had no problem
for
with
a moment
Carlos.
for the
No,
replacement.
I like Carlos. That
Did
would
not end up happening.
100% agreeable.
We're talking about.
It just would have been too weird, It'd be like having somebody sit at your friend's place at the table when your friend
We
is
were
in the hospital.
we were considering getting Sandee Lovas on the. We figured some
We
people
did
would not
actually
be able to
consider
tell the
that,
difference.
Let's just get another Sandy, and
Wouldn't
it'll
have
be
to
like
change any
Fit
of
right
the
in.
auditory things that would stay the same. So we were
like when a
considering it.
sitcom gets a new actor for the same character and just kind of.
She's not the same though. I mean, she's an artist extraordinaire with her drawings are beautiful, and she wrote a book which I have. She's an interesting person.
Look how Sandy like segues into just adoring somebody publicly instead of look. Let's get. I would have been like, no, I'm the only Matt. There's one Letterhack, and Sandy's like, no, I love that.
I like.
Well, Sandee had to get used to it because we had another Sandee on the show for a couple of months during this guy's whole psychotic break. Remember that?
That was
period of
great.
time?
That was great. And I bet neither one of you has gone back and listened to that episode. Or Sandee, you did. Where Andrea and I were on here.
Yeah.
Where we talked about when we went to that hotel.
Yeah, I did
Our
have
next
that.
meeting
Yep.
is coming up.
I
Actually.
had that. Jake, by the way, I like your screen looks good. The color is nice and the pictures are nice. It looks good. I like it.
It's up here like this because I accidentally deleted my initial setup, or basically broke it irreparably, and I've got to do a lot of work to set it back. But thank you. This is for
How do you have the graphics up? With what?
those are. And I'm in OBS that I've got.
Oh,
and I'm
okay. All
virtual.
right. All
Is that a
right.
Star
well,
Wars thing. Hey, does anybody follow J-Rod on Instagram? Do you know who I'm talking about?
no, I'm never on there ever.
Jacob Rodriguez. Do you guys know who this is? J-Rod. No,
I know.
it is
Oh,
just-
I'm thinking of J Rock from Trailer.
There was
Park.
one time where he was this guy. I think this is how it started. He was just out front of his favorite bar, and he recorded himself. It's late, right? It's a favorite bar. He's feeling no pain. So he records himself doing like a promo for the bar and the bartender. And he's like, come down here on this night, beers, $2, whatever. Like he's like, if you like to shoot pool, you shoot pool down here, shoot pool down here all the time. And he does this promo, and then he becomes like mega Instagram famous. And now all these people are like, do a promo for us. And he's like, he's just goes around doing these promos, but like in his town, right? But like his real thing is conduit bending, and he teaches conduit bending.
What is that?
Conduit bending.
Like, yeah, like
Nice.
pipes for cords and whatnot. Like
Yeah,
bending,
yeah,
like-
real conduit bending.
Literal. Okay.
It's
yeah.
not.
And
not,
so like
not- Yep.
he'll be talking about something, and then all of a sudden, and by the way, I just want to thank everyone who came to my conduit bending class today. And he'll go off about that for like a longer portion of the video than what he was recording it for. It is so good. I mean, it's not like a fever dream, but it is one of those things where you're just not sure where it's gonna go. And it makes something like conduit bending suddenly like please bring it up. I can't wait till he brings it up.
I'm hoping we enter into a golden age of YouTube where there's both really professional looking content, but we don't lose that stuff, because this is YouTube right now for everything. Kind of feels like cable access television, which is my favorite television ever. And
Oh,
so
yeah,
I hope we
2:30
don't-
in the morning.
Yes.
On your little TV.
some gal named like Joanne who's like, all right, I made all these pots and I don't like them, so I got this my kid's little league baseball bat. We're gonna smash them up. Like just the best, dude.
I love that one.
I almost want to show one of these videos.
I mean, sure.
Oh,
I'm gonna duck
Cheryl's
off
here.
screen, though.
Cheryl is the person that went to Google in person.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Hey, Cheryl, she is here.
Right on.
And just tell
Cheryl
her,
Josie, thank you.
yes, and you can tell her why everybody's a mod on your channel.
Oh, here. I'm still a permanent mod on Letterhack. I got promoted the first
Jake
time I
is
logged
gone.
onto the chat. I love that
It's not
you
for the
refer
whole
to it as being promoted. Don't know what that's about. Doesn't seem to be a need for moderation because we are so nice. Okay. But
You'd think that, but Jake, we just kicked him off the show. He's got
he's gotta come
a mean streak in him. So now
That was
everyone is so
not a
nice.
Jake.
I want to explain this real quickly.
Well, we kicked Jake out for creative differences.
At the Letterhack and on the left, if a hack isn't part of your strategy, you're probably doing it wrong. So YouTube live chat allows us to hack in and make everyone a moderator. Somebody made me a moderator, a couple of people in their chats. And when I realized, because you go into their chat and you're like, oh, I'm a mod here? Me? Wait a minute. If I'm worthy, everybody's worthy. So I went back to my next live stream and I started making everybody mods. And I was like, everyone's going to be a mod. Some are standard mods, some are managing mods. And so in that way is the hack where a mod can mod the mods. See what I'm saying? Why did they let you do that? I don't know, but we're going to run with it. So then we wanted to see how long it could go. And along the way, we started self-policing. We became a community policing force, which is exactly what we need more of in the world. It's like
Jake's
a bar.
favorite thing?
It's like a bar exclusively for bouncers. If you get bounced from that bar, that's on you. And
You're one
I think that
bouncing
analogy
motherfucker?
was created here while we were doing a countdown or count up to 1,000 mods. I haven't counted lately, but we're over 1,100. We have soared past 1,000. If you ever see Rich P in the chat, he's Rich P 1K because he is 1K. He's the one that we prophesized and we knew
That's
would
so
happen.
cool.
So we
Wow.
hit 1,000 mods. Nobody else has that. A guy with 1 million subs still wouldn't be able to just do 1,000 mods because you would have to sit there 1,000 times in a single
Right.
chat and do it manually, right? Or like,
And no
the
one's going to
fastest
do
way.
something so fucking stupid except
More than one.
for the one and only Letterhack.
But like to be the first one to do it broke the mold, really. I mean, anyone who does it
You
now.
created the mold, even.
There are
you
people
created a
who
mold for other people to mold themselves into.
there are people who say, "Oh, I want to do that too," and I'm like, "Okay, but there's a
You're
level of
always going to
dedication
have
there."
having done that too, and not having done that one.
And
Unlike
the best part.
the favored son, Letterhack.
This is the best part. I mean, first of all, it shows that I'm getting to know my chat. Like I know who each person
That's
is.
not true. This motherfucker mods someone who just shows up and says, "Hi guys," and then he'll click the mod button. He doesn't know half of those people.
Well, I'm trying to
if you
retain
pointed
them.
a
Like
gun at the
hopefully they
Letterhack
stick
and
around
said,
after
"Name
that.
all 1,000 moderators," he wouldn't be able to do it. He doesn't know you. He doesn't care about you.
No,
He
but
doesn't-
there's a window where I can see them all.
okay. Well, he's looking at you through the window.
Wow. Oh my God. I just heard the coyotes right out the window because I have it open. Holy shit.
Oh,
Sorry.
looking
I,
at you?
I heard it. I am like, oh my God.
I was like, wow, she's really impressed with what we're saying. This is
Oh, I'm
amazing.
sorry.
Where's
I
she at?
never- it was
We
blown
need
away
this
by
audience.
Letterhack's rant.
Please
I
freak
don't-
out like that every time I say anything. But look, the best
Yeah,
part
I
is
Oh, I heard that.
any trolls that come in, like if an actual troll comes in, they last one comment and they are new.
Yeah, that's
like
really
they are zapped. So that's the funnest part. Like if somebody actually tried to come in here and troll, they'd be like, "Oop, too late, you're gone." Sometimes me and LT9K fight over who did it.
All right.
we're
I'll be
so
right
fast
back.
on the draw.
I need a
Okay.
break. I'll be right.
I'll be
Keep
right
those
back
cats
first.
from
I'm going
scratching.
first.
Wait, how do you do
It's
it?
the Jake and Matt show.
Stop, Mike and Cam. You know the software.
So this is what
Good luck,
this
Matt.
is what I was okay. So I was trying to get Jake and Andrea to get on board with a bit. And Jake,
I'm sorry,
you
I'm on
didn't
board.
get it, but you didn't get the bit. So I'll explain it now, and then we'll do it anyway.
Yeah,
and it'll still be good.
What?
Like we'll do it down the road. People will forget. So here's the bit: is you come on and go. This is the all new retooled Left Past 10. I'm Jake, and I'll be your host for the next hour. And now sports with the Letterhack. And they turn it over to me, and I go, some bullshit happened today where they were running up and down the field and passing the bullshit around. They scored a certain amount of bullshit, and they're probably going to take that bullshit trophy home. And back to you, Jake. And you go, thank you, Letterhack. Now in the news, the weather. And you turn it over to Andrea. And this is like a 2-second thing that happens before the show. You know what I'm saying? This is not something we would draw out. And then Andrea goes, oh, it's going to be, you got some bullshit going on down here in the Southeast. And then up north, it'll be, the opposite bullshit because whatever. And back to you, Jake. And then that'll be the retooled.
What are we doing? We're retooling it?
See, and then we play the intro and we'll be like, wow, we're like a real news show now. It's all new, retooled.
I like the
just
idea of doing a fake, like faking like we're gonna do a news show. I don't get the bullshit part. I don't understand that I don't get the joke, so I'd be afraid to deliver the joke. I'd try it. I'd take a whack at it.
No, dude, it's Left Past 10. What do you mean, get the joke? What is this logic that you're trying to apply to our show? Are we not a fever dream?
That was like the end of a funny book. Come on, it's Left Past 10.
I would. Fair enough.
No, I hear you.
I just want to see it. Like I'd be fine with it.
I
Here's the problem. When I read it the first time, it was not anybody's fault, but I fixated on the Smurfs thing because you were just giving an example that involved Smurfs, and I was trying to figure out, like, my brain, just because I panicked, was like, what is this?
I don't remember
Smurfs?
Smurfs.
It was just like you were just using it as like an example, and
like
was just so
everything
wrong.
is Smurfy. I loved Smurf time of year and
Smurf
you. No, I see what you mean. Yeah, I did say that. Yeah, I was trying to get you there. But
was this around when Jake?
What
was
happened?
having a reading comprehension
You're in an
ability.
80s
with
music
the,
video.
this was 3 weeks
Hang
ago.
on.
Maybe.
It's she even has like the fan that's like blowing her
That's
hair.
awesome. I don't think that needs to change. I think that's just cool.
No, this is great. You're ruining it as we speak.
What? The color?
With the hair
turn that light
blowing
back
and
off. Turn it off.
and
Turn it
the
off. Do
The
whatever
glow?
you did in backwards. Just turn it off.
the
Just do it in reverse.
colorful light.
Rewind the tape.
I think it's cool. Good look. I think it's interesting that 3 of us came up with a unique look. Andrea, I beg you to use that VCR thing or the old
But
school
this looks
camcorder
human.
often.
I'll do it right now.
Okay.
Did you switch between your camera and the camcorder? Did you have 2 cameras hooked up at once before?
That's right.
That's wild. That's awesome.
Speaking of fans,
Like
I always
turn
wanted
this
to be a
one off,
ceiling
maybe.
fan. Isn't that weird?
Wait,
That
Like
is
if you
weird.
could be something that wasn't human, I'd like to be a ceiling fan.
that's too
'Cause-
loud.
Really?
Mainly because
Okay, now what about this
people
one?
always look up to them.
I think you're a bad person. You're immoral.
That's better.
Matt.
Oh, that's better.
Danny,
on
I
my
gotta say,
eyes.
for having just come through a surgery that nearly killed you, and a stressful summer full of all kinds of horrible things, and taking care of cats, even with all that stuff, you look fantastic.
Oh, thank
That's
you.
amazing. Coming out the other
but
side.
I feel like I aged like by a year. When you're my age, a year is a lot.
Yeah.
It just was stressful. But
Yeah.
hey, I could have come back and dyed my hair, but why? You know,
It looks good.
and I'm not doing purple. I'm just actually just doing whatever. Earth Mother's
Yeah,
gonna
man.
have the braid, the braid. Yeah. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah. So go ahead.
I want to get back into animating. Do you guys remember way back in the day, Pixel Progressives? You guys remember what that was?
Yeah, I remember you. Was it 9 months? Something like that? I'm exaggerating. How long was it?
Oh, that's when I tried to do like a big cartoon, like a 30-minute cartoon.
thing
That
isn't
took me
working,
3
it's
months,
broken.
which
3
I
months.
have to say, looking back, considering the fact that I'm not an animator,
Oh,
Right.
it was great too.
Good.
Yeah.
Like on what platform? What software? What
YouTube.
platform? But but how are you going to create the animations? With what?
Oh, he's
Blender?
got the app.
Yeah.
Oh, what app?
It's
What app?
called Ace Sprite that I use.
Ace Sprite.
It's
Okay.
what I drew these little things with.
Okay. Hi, Rick.
And it lets you draw frame by frame. I want to try. I don't really even care if I get a successful finished product in the immediate. I just feel like it can be faster than it was for me. You know, like it doesn't have to take that long. So I want to find little clips that I can
Oh, that's cool.
work on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Let me
like
know
it.
what's up in my life.
I think anything creative is great like that. I miss making videos. I haven't really made anything creative the whole summer, except for one lengthy video of years of videos I put on Twitch and played in a loop so anybody could see. The one YouTube
I'd like
said
to
was
see that.
bullshit. Well, it was bullshit. You know what? I wanted to prove that 9 years of videos or whatever, they were wrong. So
I remember, like, I love that you do visuals with your
yeah,
presentation.
but that's probably what got me in trouble. Too much crap for the AI brain. I don't know.
Not
Nice.
Oh
Look
my
at
God.
you. He's got wait.
Can't stress enough.
She's
We do
got
not know that it was AI.
thing.
It is distinctly
That's
different.
cool.
It looks so cool, dude.
I
It looks
love it.
so freaking cool. Like I would. There's so much I love about this.
Fantastic.
That camcorder is awesome. And she's got it hooked up to the computer, which I'm sure is very easy to switch your camera. Yeah, that was
Andrea and
neat.
I don't remember when this was, but Andrea and I did that thing where if you share the YouTube screen, go full screen, it just keeps replicating.
Yeah.
You've done that?
I mean, I've done that. Not
What
with
is that?
I was
What are you doing there?
blown away.
I'm
by it.
showing the setup.
Yeah, but what's set up?
How
you
it's
said-
plugged
I
in.
mean, that-
How she got a
some
camcorder to be read
underwater
by
creature.
a computer.
1x SP pause. Well, whatever. It's cool. I like it.
It's a cool look. We got to do something with that.
But I like that you turned it around and yeah.
I'll be right back.
Gonna go
Impromptu
rip some
Cyclops
fingers.
costumes. I'm down for this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We lost Matt.
All right. So, what is the most fun thing either one of you did all summer? Did anybody do anything noteworthy?
It's pretty
This
rotten.
whole
stuff.
space thing, pretty fun.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's great to hear.
You know, I did one live filming of Fight Night, the Debatertainment show. That was fun. And that's the only fun I had at all over the last year.
I didn't
Not been a good
much
time.
fun. No, but we get through those and we just make the best of it. You know what it is? Lemonade out of lemons. That's what some woman friend of mine, she says, you always can manage to make lemonade out of lemons. And so can you, Jake.
No.
You have to try.
And I don't want this out of this. I want it to be bad. And
miserable and unhappy.
Yeah, it was bad. I don't want to remember anything fondly from this time. I want to accept that it was a miserable time, but it's behind us now. So we move on. Jake, you did the cookout stream. That's true. That was pretty fun, actually. I take that back. I did a 12-hour stream with this gang, and we actually did have a ball. Talked with a fella named Tachyon Blue about whether or not AI is coming to life.
I'm listening. I'm playing with shit here. Let's see.
He thinks it is, and I'm not convinced, but I've kept in his conversations, and he is sincerely pursuing it. Oh, my word. Look at you. The gorgeous locks. You got to give us a shake. Oh, never mind.
Okay, I'm playing with the camera now.
I can show you guys one of
We're
my...
getting to the time of night where I can play with lighting. Go ahead, talk.
Well, I was just going to say I can show you guys one of my earlier attempts to get you into video game format.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Let's see
okay.
this. We can talk about this the rest of the night. I don't care.
I'm screwing around with this. I want to see it, and
It's gonna take me a
No,
minute.
I'm playing with cameras. I'm playing with lighting because I'm testing. I'm using this space to test. I'm sorry.
I'm attempting to pull it up now, but I have to look through a long list to.
Then we're back to this. I love this part where we're like,
I got it. Okay.
Wait. Oh no, wait, you got it?
I got
if you don't, I got it. Nope, I don't got it. I hope
go,
you
no,
got
go
it, 'cause I don't.
You
I
got
can't.
This is wild.
No, that wasn't it. I thought it
Thing
was
shuts
because
off
I.
after like 3
This is why we need naming conventions, like filing and naming conventions, where we have like don't use an underscore unless it makes sense to use an underscore. Because I'll be looking for this fucking file all day now. Is it on Discord or
I
a
really
drive?
screwed it up.
And I don't have my drive log on. What is my drive log on again? Or do you have to share the file with? Hold on. No, wait. You already. Okay. I must have it. Wait.
I don't even know what you're looking at. Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Games.
Jake's got it.
This is
And I'm
probably
playing with
man, I'm gonna
cameras.
burn your house to the ground.
Sandee, I wasn't looking for anything. I'm just being obnoxious. This is my bit, is to pretend I'm looking for a file. This is the best thing you can do on the internet.
well, I'm
It's
playing.
fun
I
as
am
shit.
literally playing.
You did it for real for like 20 minutes tonight. I'm sitting
I
there
know.
explaining to you that this is
I
my
know.
favorite part.
Yeah, you're right.
Look at that.
I'm too busy playing with this camera thing.
That is awesome.
Wait, we got a
Punch air?
tax. Boom.
It's worse.
Yes.
It's
Boom.
blue.
Matt's kicking asses here.
I know what it is.
Oh wait, this is me?
Yeah, Letterhack. This is you as who's the
Where does
fucking
it
guy?
say Letterhack? Oh, I see. It says Letterhack.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
Letterhack. Oh,
Who am I thinking of with it's like the most famous heel. This is like Ric Flair, you
Yeah.
mixed
Yeah.
with
Nature Boy.
Jeff Jarrett a little bit.
Yeah. No, I was
did you
looking at the
dirty with the hair.
chest and the arms going, that kind of looks like me, but I don't want to be like.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it's the
Right.
wrestler version of you. It's
With the
you
back.
know,
Well, the outfit, but I mean, otherwise, I am fucking super swole. So,
Yeah.
oh,
Sandy's laughing at that. I don't know why. I mean, that
Swole,
was
it's
supposed
a
to be funny, but
swole.
yeah, I'm in the gym. I go to the gym. I have a
All
home
right,
gym.
I'm learning about what the
I lift-
backlights
oh, wait.
do to the front camera. This is good stuff.
Jake, that is awesome, man. I've never seen that.
I
How?
built
insane.
you and Kodiak, and I was gonna do a Sandee and Andrea, but then I was like, this is taking way too much time.
Okay, I changed.
That's awesome, though, man.
Color. Oh, see there, it went back to normal. Thank you for putting up with me testing.
Oh, good,
colors.
my friend.
Hey, Max.
Yeah.
You're on TV, man.
I realize now it has to be with the backlight. I just learned something tonight
Thanks, Donald James.
about
Welcome.
the front. Oh,
Hey,
Max, you're on TV.
John, thanks.
I put you
oh
on
Max,
TV.
hello, good boy. You good boy, Max. Oh,
Hey, I got
Not
a few
Jeff
people
Jarrett,
that
that's
up there
Look
joining
at
of
his
the channel, which
nose.
is really wonderful. I like that. Thank
That's
you.
a
Max, you
snout.
got a
That's a
nose.
snout.
Hi, Max.
Those are nostrils on a snout.
Hi, Max.
you good boy.
Hi, Max.
Good boy.
Hi, Max. Hi,
Oh,
Max.
he's coming.
All right, now I have to pick something else.
You can.
He's
Oh,
smelling the
smooches.
tobacco fucking fumes.
He's like, what
It's
the fuck?
wild.
Where'd you get this fucking
Channel
camcorder
Warhorse.
from?
You can fight a president in a cage match video game over Unity while Jake play the game. What's the game? Unity is a game engine.
Oh my god.
Max, you're a dog.
They've Wrestling Empire has a Trump
That's
type
better.
figure, but I haven't been able to beat him senseless yet.
You know what? This show is like a fever dream. I feel like we need to shut it down.
You want to shut it down,
Yeah.
retool?
Right when I finally got the
think
lighting better.
I was kidding before, but I think there's a retool in order. This is too, because I'm sitting here relating to that comment that this is just like you wake up and you go, oh, what the fuck? None of that happened. How long have I been out? They're like 2
Max!
minutes, but years have gone by.
Max!
But you're also sweating it out. So you're like, who poured a bucket of water on me? And they're like, no, it's a fever. And you're like, oh,
I'm
it
gonna
was a
turn it
fever
green on.
dream. That's what this actually
How does-
feels like. but we
There's
can't
an
wake up.
actual song called Fever Dream, which I can't play. But
So
I'm
I think
obsessed
we need,
with.
and they say, are there lyrics that are like,
Pigs.
shut it
It's a pig.
down.
It's a little pig.
It's literally.
Shut it down.
Pig.
Retool it.
All right, never mind.
Fever dreams. Is that what they?
Yeah, that last part. Yeah.
They're like, retool it.
Here, Andrea, I should get you some.
Just to prove I'm not crazy, I listen to this. I listen to this several times a week. Fever Dream by Mystery Friends. I can't play it.
Oh,
But-
shit.
Right? It's satisfying, isn't it? Oh,
But her.
What is Matt typing?
I've never heard. I'm
See
trying
that?
to.
Does anyone see that?
Oh.
What was that typing?
Get out of here.
What was that?
Oh, you can get that. That's wild.
Hold on, I'm gonna start doing this on Matt. Record. All right, Matt.
Listen,
Oh
I'm
Man.
he's
14
doing the
seconds
Trump.
in.
Love it.
He's doing the Trump.
What's the, is it 7-8? What is it, 780? The resolution.
420.
Called the
That's
chain.
gotta be
480. 480. VCR mode. 480. Yeah, I'm getting tired. I gave myself to midnight. And then, because then I have to still go put those cats to
Midnight
bed
AM?
officially. Well, it's 11:45, 15 minutes. Then I got to go put those cats to real Betty by.
Not. Sandee, the show has been on Pacific time since the latest retool.
The fucking shit.
So it's actually a lot early. It's more like 8:45. So we're gonna be here. The retool. I'm sorry. I thought
we're
you were
gonna
aware of
retool?
this. The
No,
retool put us on
Look at
Pacific
this.
time.
We're on Pacific.
Standard.
I cannot get
Oh.
that.
Hi,
Oh, that's
Louie.
cool.
Look at this.
Wow.
That is cool.
I want
That's
to give
like
us a shout out.
camcorders. Like, let's have
Hi,
this
Libby.
feature.
This is my favorite feature.
I love how camcorders like, and if you want to look
Oh
up,
shit!
we
Do
can
that
do
again.
Cool.
Oh my god, I love it.
Yeah,
great.
that's cool.
That's the tracking. That's the part
Yeah, that's
people
so much
rewind
better
the
than
most.
AI. This is like real shit. Look at that.
Oh, mercy me.
Quentin Tarantino walked around with a camcorder exactly like that
Mercy,
on the set
mercy
of Pulp Fiction,
me.
recording the special features and stuff. And Bruce Willis saw it and was like, people are going to make whole movies with those one day. Isn't that awesome? Now people are making movies with fucking phones.
Oh yeah, it's important to note there was Tarantino, when he was making Pulp Fiction, wanted to include a very 90s trope of black and white footage that was recorded by Mia Wallace. So she was going to be walking around recording Vincent Vega. And that was a trope at the time because this was new technology and like artsy people would have cameras. So he wanted it to be like, oh, Mia's a rich artsy person. But he correctly gathered that it wouldn't age well. And as you point out, Bruce Willis said, everybody's going to have these. That's just such a, it's a fun little,
that's interesting.
Time.
That's cool.
Oh, I forgot to mention, we are also joined by Andrea's ghost.
Andrea's ghost.
This is my friends and I made.
I love this part.
It's
Letterhack
almost
from 5 minutes ago.
This is second only to looking for a file. But there's
this is
those
great.
videos I show of my friends and I where I'm on
That's
the riding
great,
lawnmower.
Andrea.
That's
all-
why I bought this, because you showed those on the
How
video the other day.
much fun? Yeah.
Sandy,
Creative as shit. What?
how much money would it take you to utterly betray the left by being by signing up for Chorus? How much would they have to offer you?
I don't
$10.
think I would do it. Money is not everything about me. I don't think I would do it.
And
I
you don't
don't
get
know.
paid until you deliver. The
Yeah, but I don't think I would ever do it. It just doesn't feel, wouldn't feel right. I'd feel like I was betraying people. It's not, no, I wouldn't do it.
The
Not
real
for
answer
them.
for me is not honorable. I wouldn't do it because I don't think I'd get away with it because I can't. I really do have trouble
Well,
expressing.
money
opinion
is
I don't
nice, but I feel like I would really be. I can't. Who would believe
Jake,
me
you think
anyway?
people would see through your talking points?
Yeah, nobody would
in like a
believe
second.
me.
Everyone knows when
Yeah.
Jake's full of shit, you know, like when he gets
Yeah.
on here and says like,
You know
cops
what-
are the good guys
Couldn't do
actually,
it.
and here's
You know what's
why.
ironic though is I did it as a gag one night, and everyone was like, "The fuck is this guy on about?" And I'm like, "You guys really acting like after all this time, I'm just gonna flip on a dime like that and just become totally."
No.
I can't even
We
remember
should
what it was
pretend
about.
like one of us is. Like we should lean into that joke. Like if we just be surrounded by like have a bunch of fake money, have sunglasses, a crown,
Wait.
like a tiara.
I want
might
a
have been on this
David Packman T-shirt.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, we should all buy
Yes,
David
David
Packman
Packman
t-shirts.
t-shirts.
I love David Packman. You know, whenever
It
I'm
would just be
thinking when
great.
I'm up at night and I'm
That'd
thinking
be
like, how
fun.
do I deal with the fact that Israel's coming a genocide? I
Let's
go watch
watch
David
David
Packman videos because he tells us how to deal with that fact by being in
It would be
denial.
fun to
Oh,
make the
God,
point
oh
of
my
what
gosh.
Chorus is up to by pretending one of
dying.
us is it. Like next week, one of us just has like obviously newly bought stuff all around them, and they're just like, I gotta say, I've been rethinking this whole big money in politics thing. Some billionaires should be allowed.
You gotta
know?
say, I've been rethinking this whole Israel has a right to exist thing, and I think that they have a right to take over the whole planet, actually. So
Can
no
you
one has
call
paid me, by the way, to
Palestinians-
say that.
Please,
but-
if the whole I've kept up with pretty much everything, like everything. Gaza, Riviera, everything.
They're expanding the borders. They're going
Well,
in. They're
why do
taking
you
over
think
Yemen
I'm
soon.
a
They're going to
doomer?
jump right in.
Yeah, I'm definitely a doomer. And you saw the stuff that they published in the Washington Post. So if they're publishing that shit, this is going to happen.
David
Oh,
Packman's
really,
been in the
Cheryl?
game for like fucking 10, 15 years too. He totally threw away his entire. I mean, he threw
Yeah.
it away on Gaza, but like he's totally just like he is cashing the fuck in.
You
He's
think,
like,
or
I've
will
been
the
doing
corp-
this shit for
will
so
the-
long. I'm bored. I'm tired. Where's the money?
Yeah,
man?
that's it.
Oh.
He's I mean, you can just see what his thought process was. Like he's thinking, I'm gone as far as I can go,
Cheryl.
making money off the audience directly. If I'm going to keep doing this, I want to be rich.
Yeah.
And
What's the point?
obviously, he doesn't give a about human beings. That's what's so disappointing. I don't know how you speak so effective. Well,
And he was good
I
when
just
he
don't
was
know
on,
how you
like,
speak so
public
effectively
TV.
to the left without
Yeah.
believing what you're saying. And maybe it is that he did believe what he said back in the day. And I don't know, but it's heartbreaking, man. And it's not crazy to have once
He used
liked
to be on
Packman.
what Progressive
Same theater.
Voices, and he was
Yeah.
on a lot
He
of
made a
things.
good case for progressive
Yeah.
politics. He
But
really
you know,
did.
I noticed something with the advent of all of the new competition and all of the new channels like the Midas Touch Network and all this new genre. David was definitely losing market share. And so David got sucked into something. I'm not saying, anything. I'm not judging. I'm just saying this is what
I'm
I
judging.
think happened.
Fuck
No,
that
I'm not
goddamn
right
bitch.
now. I'm just saying what I see, that David got sucked into something and he couldn't refuse it because
I think David's the one
maybe
doing
his
the
life
sucking,
was
if you
going to
ask me.
shit.
No,
I don't
it
know if
was
his
not.
life was going to shit or not.
By the way,
No.
nice Atari hat, jackass. I see you laughing up there with your new Atari hat. It's a different
What's
one.
wrong with having an Atari hat? That's
He
a
has
cool
two
hat.
Atari hats. He switched them in the middle
I
of
have
the
the
show.
same.
He switched
I have
them.
the same.
These are
shit,
my second and third Atari hats.
and I
Oh,
only have
yes.
the same old shit.
Sandee, I love it.
Yeah, but I only have the same old shit. I don't have any new shit. I mean, no new, little costumes. Although I would like to come back as Ivanka.
Yes.
I think that would be fun for Halloween again this year.
Is
to
that
do
the one who's
with-
dead and buried in the
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah, me and
golf course?
Looney did it. He was Donald, and I did a whole show with her. I walked around for a month with practicing the accent to my cats. They talking, Donald. You love me, Donald. You love my hair.
Speaking of people
Beehive.
that are dead and buried in golf courses, is Donald Trump going to die soon? What do we all think?
I don't know. He's
Because it could
resurrected
happen at any
himself.
minute. I
They
saw
propped
Jake.
him
You were
up.
covering that yesterday on your
They
program.
injected him. Yeah, I saw Jake too. They injected him.
Yeah, I mean, look, why spend all this time? The right and the left, everyone spent all this time criticizing Biden for what did they inject him with? What did they give him?
Donald Trump was asked
whatever it
the
is.
question, and he was like,
And
"No
then-
one ever said anything about Joe Biden's health." I love that. He was like,
And
"No
then
one ever
Trump
said
comes
it."
out and they're like,
He's
"No
an
one
out
ever
of touch
mentioned Joe."
liar. He's just a liar. Oh my God.
I gotta say,
right.
we
human
might be
extinction.
living in a scenario that nobody considered before he gave that press conference yesterday,
Yeah.
which is
Oh,
people were
snitch.
saying, is he? In which case, is that a good or a bad thing? But nobody ever brought up, what if he had a major medical event, the kind of which you never fully recover from?
We have to have
and
him.
now he's back.
Now he's bad.
That's what I was hoping
No, no.
would happen. Like, I hope he just like gets fucking
He's
like
got
he
the
gets- 'cause
nuclear
it's, like,
shit
some
on
people have
him.
mentioned it might be a reverse Fetterman where he's gonna stroke out, and now he's like, "All right,
I mean-
Netanyahu, let's handle this situation. First of all,
Honestly.
you're fired." I would love to see that, Donald Trump.
I think a version of that might actually be happening. Not where he's suddenly a good person, but where he's less capable of accomplishing the evil things he wants to do.
Yeah,
he
but
might
Stephen
only
Miller's
have a couple of
gonna be
hours a
just as
day where he's
capable.
Yeah,
Stephen Miller didn't have a
exactly.
stroke.
No.
Well, he's having
Fair.
a stroke, but just a different kind.
but so much of the horrible stuff he does is just personal attack, like a personal thing that he decided to make business. And so if this guy's only giving orders to torture people for 2 hours a day instead of the 4 he used to do, that is a good thing. And
It's a
it keeps
market
JD
improvement.
Vance out of the seat that we would like him out of. I'm just saying, we might have been given a little gift here and not even realized it.
What's the guru's name? Curtis Yarvin for
Oh
vice,
God.
Curtis Yarvin for vice president with JD. God.
Oh boy, we're not far off.
Well, I was watching a show that I just started watching. Antonio turned me on to these two gals, and I think it's called I've Had It. They're pretty funny, but they are very progressive, and they love Mom Dummy, and they're right on it with progressive values. They've got a big show. They grew very fast. They had the money. Jennifer Welch used to be an actress, I guess, but they live in Oklahoma City, and they're funny. And I never thought I'd like them, but I do like them. I found myself oddly attracted to them.
Here's what I think about them. They're not saying anything a bunch of creators and hosts haven't already said.
Right.
You get a couple of white ladies. Suddenly
Making
everyone's
fun-
like,
that-
now wait a
No,
minute,
no, no,
let's
no,
listen
no.
to this.
They
That's-
make fun of themselves being those white ladies. They know
just saying
it's a parody. I
it's
just
there to
started-
be made fun of. That's
Right,
the
and
thing,
they-
is that
that's not lost
that's a
on
real
them.
phenomenon.
I don't think it's lost on them. They're
No,
just
I
the next-
know that. But
they're-
I'm
they
saying the
knew it.
fact that they can make fun of it is because it exists. It's a real thing that's
Right.
happening. See what I'm saying? So
Right,
like
yes.
this is
Yes.
give me a break. There's
I
so
was-
many people out there who are they're not saying anything nuanced or anything
I was
that hasn't
surprised
been
Tony. No, but
But
you know,
hey, you're wrong. The more the merrier, by all means.
Yeah.
they're
Let's
just
go.
Tony
But-
and I were talking about this, like what that I had lost my channel, what they get away with. Kanks and all the names they call. Oh, I call them orange turd, but you know, all this crazy stuff, and they're really bad. They're like the I don't know, maybe they're the Gavin Newsom follow-up rah-rah channel or something. I don't know. I just was
they're
entertained.
critical of all
I
the
was
right stuff.
entertained.
It's a very good message. I would not criticize them or ask them to stop. I'm just pointing out the social aspect, the aspect of our society that suddenly it's like their growth is through the roof.
Of course, they know.
I mean, I know
You're
she
getting
had
pushback.
she had an
Letterhack.
existing.
You're getting pushback. Look at this. So because they're white women, we shouldn't care. BS.
Which
BS
is exactly what
takes.
I'm.
I like them.
Letterhack. What this is Matt is an anti-white racist. That's really what this is.
Anti-white woman.
He's got white guilt. He feels bad because someone who had his skin color owned slaves, and now he's going out there and saying
I
that all
am
white
not
women should
saying. Okay,
stay in the kitchen.
Just let me address.
Make
the
some
comment.
fucking sandwiches for Christ's sake and get off the internet.
Let
That's
me
what
address the
Matt is
comment,
saying.
because it's-
I'm not saying that. That's what
Okay,
Sandwich.
just let me address Aaron B, because that's not what I was saying. I would be wrong. You're
shit.
right. When you say, well, he's wrong, I would be wrong if that's what I was saying, but I wasn't saying that. I'm saying that, yes, there's other factors. If she was an actress at one point, an actor at one point, then they would have had an existing audience, and that helped
It's
people
too late.
go
You ran out
from
of
platform to
a
platform.
chance, Matt.
Well, you can
They're
leave
already
if you want to. That's
They're already gone. You pissed them off.
LT9K just fucking.
I do
nuked
want to
them.
hear his point, though.
But what I'm saying is that
No, I
there
agree with
is
Matt.
an
Just for the record,
aspect
I
to
do
our
agree with Matt.
society. Look at Instagram. There was a whole thing where black women and were doing these dance videos to certain songs. And then when white women started doing them, people took note. I'm not pointing this out. This has been pointed out. There is a phenomenon in our culture, obviously, that if white people are doing it, more people will sit up and listen. There's a level of trust that comes along with it for some reason, versus if like I'm pointing out, lots of people have been saying this already. Lots of people have been saying these same things. And so I think part of their meteoric rise, like out of nowhere, instantly successful, right? Like
It is kind of like, as someone who's
They
been in
had
this game
money.
for not too long, but a decent amount of time, there's so many people, they fire up their show and say some low IQ shit I've heard people say 10 years ago, and everyone's just like, oh my God, that's amazing. These are the most thoughtful
No,
and
I didn't
philosophical
say
motherfuckers.
that.
Like, I've seen a couple clips
No,
of these white bitches. They
philosophical?
seem great.
No.
I would love to play bridge with them. I swear to God, they'd be great company. But like, I'm not going to watch their show. I'm sure it's funny, but I've watched that show 10, 15 years ago.
They're not in depth. They're not deep. I found them. I watched maybe 3 or 4 episodes, and then they were live the other day. And I thought they were very entertaining, but actually they were wrong about some of their pronouncements. And then they went back and watched the video, the Trump video. And I guess that was what I watched, that they went over what they saw, what they thought they saw.
I say watch it. I say watch all this shit, right? Like watch everything, especially if you don't agree with it. And
No, watch Environmental Coffee House inside the EPA.
Because they're reaching the audience that I've
scientists.
been saying I desperately want us to reach. Like, just people who are not deep into progressive politics. Here we have mainstream people. That's who they are. However they got there, irrelevant. They're mainstream people.
Yeah.
And they're diving into progressive politics. We might have had a natural victory here. Great.
I hope so. It's a good bellwether, that's for sure.
Yeah.
What the white bitches are doing, that will tell you a lot of information.
Okay.
What the white bitches are doing and where the white bitch is at.
Right here. I'm guilty.
Yeah, this show is proudly 50% white bitch.
Well, it's 100% when it comes to the whiteness.
bottom
It's
row.
a very white show.
We
Look at these
need
walls.
more.
You see these walls?
Oh,
Look at this.
We need more white people on the front lines too. Like,
White
that's the thing.
bitches. We got white
put your
bitches.
fucking
We also
self
have
out there.
white snitches.
Ready.
Letterhack and his
yourself out
family
there.
famously snitched on a poor, defenseless old man trying to feed his family, elderly fella, at
Be
the
a
grocery store,
genuine-
trying to steal some steaks to feed his family. Letterhack
Be
snitched on him.
genuine
because that's-
allies and put ourselves out there,
shit.
put ourselves on the front lines, put ourselves in the firing squad. Trump isn't
Yeah.
going to let somebody get popular, making fun of him without making fun of them, and then all his cohort, they're going to go in on you. There is risk to it. So yeah.
Well,
let's
yeah, they're
fucking-
taking a lot of risks. They live in goddamn
Yeah.
Oklahoma City. I'm thinking, do you guys have bodyguards? I mean, what is
So that
behind-
again, I'm not
It's
saying
scary.
they should be not doing that.
I'm my
And
own
we
bodyguard.
don't need white people in this case. We fucking need everybody.
And there is
I'm
a
saying
willful
societally.
ignorance. I mean, I'm not going to suggest that any other racial group put in this same position wouldn't behave exactly the same. They would, but the fact remains, in the United States of America, specifically due to the willful ignorance of the white population, we have got 250 years of shame and tragedy, which we have yet to fully pull ourselves out of. And so there is something poetic and something right about white people pulling their cousins, their immediate cohorts out of that ignorance. Good.
Yeah, agreed. I totally agree.
Channel Warhorse.
Can
I
I
love
just
you.
say I
have no
love
idea what you're
white
saying.
people. I think white people are great. I know we've said on this show, we've said a lot of bad stuff about white people, but it's okay because we're white and we're allowed. So
That
Hold
was
on,
one
I
of our
have
retooled.
I'm
That was
looking
one of
for
our
that.
retooled ones, and we'll retool it again.
Retool. I'm gonna retool off. I gotta go take care of kitties. And
you gotta leave? What in the fuck? We're only
it's
3.5
2
hours. in.
hours.
What the
Come
hell?
on. I don't know where the cats are. Oh, I see where they are. They're sleeping. They have so many little nicks and things to sleep.
Danny,
in.
you're really gonna log off? Hold on, don't leave yet. We'll just wait.
Letterhack's like, Sandee, don't leave. I gotta go. Bye.
I'm sticking my tongue out when I talk.
But Sandee, thank you for
Look at it.
showing up.
Yeah,
We
it was
really,
great
I
to be
swear,
back.
we've been off kilter this whole time. I promise you that. You can, if you want, go back and watch the shows now. That you can watch them without crying.
I
hope.
what? No, I was part of. I was part of a bunch of your shows. I just didn't do a lot of
I remember
chatting.
I saw you in the chat a couple times
Yeah,
talking about how
no.
Jake was saying some stupid shit that one day.
No, I did not.
Jake, I just can't believe that guy. I wish Jake's got his channel banned. So, Sandee was still here. But anyway,
no.
Real quick.
White people, me wish them all die. Me hate white people, got a lot of reasons why.
I can empathize with that.
Imagine if we got a copyright strike.
There's
for that.
quite a large list.
I hope not.
There's a large list of reasons, I must say. I also hate white
that
people.
song's been copyrighted. You can't. I was
That's
reading.
a classic
I'm not
Americana
gonna
hit.
do
hit.
everything
Me
right.
hate white people.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
tired,
Sandee.
guys. No, what are you? You don't have to be sorry. I'm just gonna go. I want to
Okay,
say goodnight to everybody.
Sandee,
It was fun to come
welcome
back.
back.
Yeah.
I hope it was everything that you missed.
Yeah, I did.
Environmental Coffee House next Tuesday.
I did. I was like,
some
don't
point?
it on Wednesday nights. I'm like, geez, I have no life. I mean, I do see someone to hang out with once in a while, and he does things for me, and we'll go out to eat, but I don't really do anything. This was my big night out in my office.
Okay, well,
I
we
miss
will.
you guys.
We'll connect.
I missed you, buddy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's good to have
me
you back.
too.
Wasn't
Me
the
too.
You know
same.
what I bet you missed absolutely the most?
Ah, boy, here we go.
Jake
There we
said,
go.
okay, I'm Jakesing it. I'm a Sandee Jake.
All right, Sandee it. Okay,
I'm Sandee
Andrea,
Jake.
check it out. I heard some advice from a guy who was coaching people on writing. Now, I can't remember if he was an accomplished writer, lawyer, or both, but here's what he said you should do if you're going to base a character off the real life version of that character and you don't like them, right? So you're not doing them like a service by using them as the character in your story. And if you think they might sue you and you don't want them to, write in that the character that they will probably just recognize as being based on them also has a very small penis. And so this way they'd have to admit that aspect about themselves in order to accuse you of using them as the basis for this character. Because all you have to do is say, you think this character is you? Because this character, this one aspect, and then they'll be like, well, no, not that aspect. And you go, oh, so it's not you. See what I mean? I think that's very clever. That shit
could
holds
be
up in
good.
court.
That could be good.
That
Or it
holds
could
up
be
in court.
perceived as a metaphorical insult and therefore wouldn't really work as well.
Just saying, if it matters to somebody like Trump or somebody like that, I'm not
Well,
saying
Trump does have a really small dick. That's been confirmed. We have evidence of that, actually. The courts have decided that is true. And that's fine. I mean, hey, like I got a small dick too, so it's not there's solidarity there. I understand that.
my point. Okay, never mind. You're just gonna twist every single thing that I say.
Yeah,
Just
I
make
mean,
it
well,
bad. Just deliberately misunderstand everything that I say. I'm reading the comments or the chat. What the fuck, man? Earlier, Looney Tunes said Matt had to go. Matt had to leave to see about his woman in bed. I was like, what?
Motherfuckers got concubines just chilling. They're like, wait, when's the show over? I'm bored.
Oh, wait. Anytime I turn my camera off, I'm going to come on.
You gotta go check up. That's right. I'll tell you what, that Looney Tunes guy is one creepy, weirdo, shit for brains motherfucker. I'll tell you. If you were to do open brain skull surgery on him, you'd find a bunch of shit in those brains. I'll tell you what. Steaming, just warm, not so good, full of bacterial infections just waiting to happen. That's the kind of character we're dealing with here. And that's kind of the we have moderators like that. He's a moderator. Those are the kind of moderators you can expect on the Letterhack's channel. Just some of the worst people you can imagine.
This guy's a mod everywhere.
This guy is he's not one of our best. And that's why we're sending him, because we're not sending our best into the Letterhack moderation studios.
Do you know what subtraction politics are?
It's the politics of subtraction, where you take things out.
Right. Instead of addressing the core problem. Like how we always say, oh man, when this older generation dies off, we can start voting. Like people have been saying that my whole life. And I'm like, I think that's not a thing we should be counting on. Right. But it's like, if we could just remove this one aspect, then that'll address the core problem. Like, look at it this way. Homelessness doesn't cause homelessness. You know what I mean? And so if you just grab people off the street and go, no more homeless, that problem is still there, right? See what I'm saying? So like, I think that personally, I would like to just be more cognizant of that. I'd like to be more aware of the fact that I'm capable of casually suggesting subtraction politics instead of going to the core. I
say, who cares? It's not that big of a deal. I love subtraction politics. Like, for example, I love when we subtract Jake from the show. I think that makes everything better politically on this program. And so I don't mind continuing to advocate for such political reforms. Because that's what they are. They're reforms.
Well, I just think that...
You ever think about that?
When politicians use subtraction politics, it's bad. And so I just want in my own life not to.
That's fair.
Be guilty of that same thing. You know, I just kind of want to be better, do better type of deal.
Except when it comes to misogyny. When it comes to misogyny, you love attacking women. This is an anti-woman tirade that you had. It was also a little bit of an escapade as well in some ways. But it was anti-woman. It was it was anti-rich too. Because they were rich. It was also anti-white. And a lot of this goes from anti-media. From your childhood. You were raised as a white person. And
come down to the Capitol Center
life,
Arena
you've
with
been really
Jake
trying to undo.
Use your Jake bucks at the concession
you end up.
stand.
I redeemed all my Jake bucks at the Infinity Dome.
Spent Jake bucks to the point where they were like, "Do you have any real cash?" And I was like, "I can't buy more Jake bucks." And they're like, "Dude, no." I was like, "Oh, okay."
We're all out. The printer machine is we're out of print.
Yeah, if everyone always had Jake bucks, it would be like regular money, no value, right? Not the same value. So anyway, but it was funny because every time I was like, I would just say it in that way, and they were like, "Do you have any more Jake bucks?" And I was like, "No, I don't have any more Jake bucks." And they were like, Why are you saying it like that? And I was like, saying what, like what? And they're like, Jake bucks. Like, we asked if you had any more Jake bucks. And I go, no, I don't have any more Jake bucks on me. When I came here, when I showed up here today, yeah, actually, I had quite a bit of Jake bucks, and I brought them down.
I had like
the concession
I had
stand,
one,
like
maybe
you said.
two Jake bucks on me when I got out of the Infinity Dome the other day. I had one or two like shoved in
And
my
you just
sock somewhere.
Gifted them to somebody, and
I
like,
saw
"Dude,
this
thanks for
homeless
the
guy,
Jake
and I was like, and he was like, "Hey, you got money? I'm starving." And I was like, "I got something." So I gave him some Jake bucks, and he was like, "Oh, thanks." And then he promptly went to the Infinity Dome and got some redemptions for the Jake bucks.
How much for extra butter on the popcorn? They're like 2 Jake bucks, and I go, only 2 Jake bucks. And they're like, yeah. And I was like, fucking double that. Give me 4 times. I'll give you 4 Jake bucks if you give me 4 times the button. And I'm like, okay. And then I got a beverage.
Get your Jake bucks here.
They said, would you like a beverage? And I said, yes. And the guy starts writing down 1 beverage.
And how do you
So
spell
I was like,
that?
whoa, hold up, man. How much? That's a huge beverage. Like,
You know,
how
here's
much-
the thing.
how many
Whenever I'm
big
writing
bucks am I
down
spending
one
on that?
beverage, I have this system where I just write 1 bev. And then I know that bev means beverage. And so I don't need to write beverage.
You
see how
remember
it-
that story, though, right?
No, I remember that because I was there at the time.
Because I called that guy getting takeout. He goes, would you like a beverage? And I said, yeah, okay. And I thought he was going to give me some options. And he goes, okay, 1. And I was like, writing down. And you're writing beverage. Dude. And it sounds like you wrote out, O and E, not just a number.
Numerals, folks. Look them up.
I was like, do you need a form where it says beverage? You can check it or put a number in there, 3 beverages, and then check the different beverages. You know what I mean? You need like your menu as a form with check boxes.
I got to be honest with you. People are not. They're not really trying. They're. They go to work every day, and it's like they're not even there. It's like they're quiet quitting. You know, that's what it's like. And people don't want to work anymore, and it's causing us some real
Like they've hit
problems.
rock bottom. Like they need to shut it down and retool it. Like that drastic. Like, see, this is what I'm worried about. Once again, I've set myself up here. I scheduled a pretty good interview guest tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. And I'm thinking they're going to tune into this show and be like,
I hope so.
let me get a feel for this guy.
Yeah.
Just like every time I get like there's an influx of subs, right? Oh my God, I got 800 subs today. Whoa, that was crazy. That one video really worked. And then, wow, what's the next thing I'm going to, oh, left past 10. Okay, I'm going to lose 400. Right? Or lose 300 and a couple of hundred become members. And those are the ones you got to watch out for.
The members, all of a
anybody-
sudden, they start telling you what to do. They start telling you what to think.
No, I'm saying anybody who becomes a member based on an episode of Left Past 10,
mentally speaking,
there's something going on there that we have to keep our eye on. There's something going on there.
But you got a show tomorrow. You're doing a show.
Yeah.
You don't normally do Thursdays, so this is new.
I threw a wrench in it. I had to call producer Nick. I was like, Nick, can you call me? It's time sensitive. And I told him who I was interviewing. And he's like, who's that? And I was like, you haven't heard about Course and all that? And he goes, nope. And I was like, you lucky guy. I mean, to not be exposed to this shit was so nice. But anyway, I was like, hey, I'm going to throw a wrench in the schedule. What can we do?
Whose show are you overriding? Who are you?
We're not. Everyone's going to be on, and some additional. We're always looking for ways to pad. So like not pad, but add. Like if because I'm only going to be on for a half hour. We don't do half-hour content. Oh wait, yes we do. We have lots of people contributing like 9-minute, 15-minute, 12-minute, 30-minute, 20-minute. So we're looking for ways to add to the schedule that way. To get more in the same amount of time. So it's a good thing what's happening tomorrow. And we're not overriding any. All the live shows will go on as planned, unaffected.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a good interview, I'm sure. You do decent work.
Oh, thanks. I think it's going to go okay. Yeah, it's interviewing Taylor Lorenz tomorrow right here on this space, Thursday, September 4th. That's today, actually. So later today at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Taylor Lorenz, I'll interview them.
She's one of the only people that acknowledges the pandemic. So she's on my list of good journalists. So definitely shout out to Taylor Lorenz. She does good stuff.
Yeah, it's ready to go. So the whole interview is written and ready to go. I'll just
it's written. You have your Democratic DNC talking points. You wrote them down.
It was handed to me. I just said, "Thank you very much."
From who sent you those talking points? Was it Nancy Pelosi?
I was like, "Wait, do I have to say this?" And they punched me, and I was like, "Okay, I'll say."
They showed you a video of your family being held hostage in an underground bunker, and they're like, if you don't say it, you know,
I've started going back to them, my handlers, and saying, "Hey guys, I don't even want the funding. I'm happy to do this. I am a good little boy. What do you want me to do?
I'll do it for free.
You want me to grow a mustache? I'll grow a mustache. You want me to dye my hair brown again? Okay.
Again?
It used to be brown, my hair.
I mean, you
Not
used to
dye
dye
it
it brown?
again. No, I never.
I
Well,
see.
in high school, I dyed my hair black, but everybody did that. It was cool.
You dyed your hair black? Is that you thought that was cool? You thought that made you look like, yeah, man. Woo.
Huh? No. Yes. In high school, we were like, you know, skate rats. Sometimes they called it. Not quite punks, but you know, like a skater punk kind of. A military jacket, some sort of fatigue, green.
Jeez.
Black jacket.
Just so
or
total
jacket.
douchebag energy. Just the worst type of person.
Partially shaved head or.
Okay, well, that's bringing it back a little bit.
Bangs, sharp cut bangs, dye it black, 6 earrings or whatever. Chuck Taylors or Doc Martens, ripped up jeans. Just let your jeans go to shit. Nobody cares.
Just rip them up. Just get like one of those box cutters and go.
Get in a band. No, not do it intentionally.
Well, you got to do, but
Dude,
you
do these look?
No, you
ripped,
do
guys?
it like on the knees and stuff, and you say, "Man, I was totally wiped out the other day. No one saw it, but I totally fucked him up, dude." Well, you got those jeans like
That's
yesterday,
awesome,
man.
That's awesome. Be like, dude, what happened to your jeans? Huh? What? Oh, this. Yeah, no, skateboarding. I did this awesome trick and just kind of like, you know, ate it right at the end. But anyway,
but your knees look totally fine. You don't even
maybe.
have any blood
Yeah.
But
We
yeah,
never-
dude, it's
We
got
never
them,
suspected you were just trying to be fashionable.
Yeah, you know, I love buying new expensive jeans and then just getting the box cutter and go.
You know what they used to? So I was a denim head. Okay. I was a connoisseur when it came to, you know, what people refer to as jeans. Do you know the shit they used to say? First of all, do you know what unsanforized, like raw denim is?
No.
If it's sanforized, it means it will. It's like pre-shrunk, and so that means it'll only shrink to a certain degree, like after you buy them and start washing them. But these were like, do not wash them. They're raw denim. So they're like stiff, like cardboard. Usually, like, I think like the max you would, well, I think like on average you're with 14-ounce denim, right? It's like really dark colored, which just means more of the warp and weft are dyed than undyed, thus white. Bo Z, what the fuck? Says, like, I'm with him. 100% was not a denim head. He's talking about his older bro. Dude, if you knew my older bro, he's not a denim head.
You're that
So
guy.
anyway,
No denim from Dunham.
they say do not wash the jeans. They will self-tailor. The more you wear them, they'll go from being stiff and like cardboard to like you put them on and they belong on you. All the wrinkles, all the whiskers that happen from the dye, you know, behind the knee or wherever, all of that is called self-tailoring, and it's your specific body that made that happen. But if you wash them, that sort of goes away, right? And so they build character. They gain like a real personality sort of over the years, and they say wear them as much as possible. Don't take them off like when you go to bed. Wear them in the bath. They say the first thing you should do is put them on, wear them in the ocean or like in a bath, and then let them dry on your body, and they will take on like your physical characteristics and become the perfect piece of apparel. And they were like, if they start to get a little funky or gamey, I mean, of course they're going to. You're not washing them, right? So, and like if you have like a job, or maybe you just sweat more natural. I don't know, whatever. It's get pretty gross.
It's gonna get real bad like after like 2 days.
They go, this is what you do. Put it in a turkey bag, like Ziploc bag big enough for like a turkey. Fold them up, throw them in the freezer. Like you'll cold the funk off them. And like people will swear by this. I never tried that. I never had the I wouldn't wear them every
like
day
regular
all
clothes
day.
in the freezer, is that going to clean them?
That's what I'm saying. Like what kind of like magical method for getting rid of like microbial bacteria, and you know what I'm saying? Like it's gross. Like
It
you
is
need,
strange.
like, a
And then you're
cleaner.
introducing all of these cultures to your freezer. Like you need a dedicated freezer for this. Otherwise you're getting it on food and stuff. It's not good.
Well, that's why you put it in that bag.
Still,
That's to keep your genes off, food and ice cubes or
that's
whatever.
still, I wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah. It's just, there's no need to be so obsessed with your genes matching your physical characteristics that you would wear them nonstop, even to bed, and like never take, like, get a grip. This is what's annoying about, this is why I got off raw denim. Because
So you were
breaking them-
on raw denim at a point?
Yeah, I was on the raw denim train. Breaking in a pair of jeans, right? Like selvage denim jeans. First of all, expensive, but some very nice American. I was looking at Cone Mills in North Carolina. I was looking at their website the other day just because it's beautiful, made in American product, right? It's jeans. So breaking them in is such a fucking chore. They're like, why can't I just buy some jeans that are already broken? Oh, right. That's normal jeans, right? But some stores, and I know I've talked about this on the show before because it's part of another story. Some stores, they'll sell you raw denim. You'll break them in, right? However long it takes, and you can sell them back. And then people will come in and buy broken in jeans like they broke in, like they took all this time to break in a real high-end pair of raw denim jeans.
I got to be honest with you. This is a whole world that both I am not familiar with and just seems extremely stupid to me.
Well,
like
but
there's your fucking jeans, dude. Like what? Why?
Well,
is this
but
such
you
a
got to
fucking
think
project?
jeans, cowboys,
put 'em in the
factory
freezer,
workers,
you
like
know?
jeans are military. Jeans are one of the most reliable and functional pieces of clothing. You only really need one pair of jeans if you're buying clothing for like utilitarian purposes. If you want
Okay,
to
yeah.
look fancy and make up different outfits and whatever, yeah, okay, get a few different pairs of jeans if you want to. But if you just need, like, I don't know if it's quite the same, but it's like if you buy the exact right pair of boots, like I've had a pair of Doc Martens for 10 years and they're fine. Like they're great shoes. Like I don't wear them so much that I would have worn them out, but like they're holding up. And I have jeans that way too. But it's a hassle. So here's what I would compare it to. It's a little bit different because there's not like this obsession part of it, although people do obsess over it. So there is like, I don't know if you refer to obsession as like a mental or an emotional thing, but there is something, there's a quality to it that people become, obsessed, not quite addicted, but just like obsessed with the phenomena. Right? I went down this rabbit hole, and maybe I talked to you about this, of people who are recording other people buying all the Magic and Pokemon cards from Target. And then in the checkout line, taking orders over like people are emailing them. They're like, there's an order. Okay, you can ring that up. And they're ringing it up one at a time as separate orders. And all the people in line are like, what the fuck? Like I watched those videos for like 3 days. There's so much of this going on.
There's a lot of fucked up shit going on. Of
So
people
there
just
are
doing just just things that you wouldn't even imagine human beings
Just
would
totally
do.
different subcultures, kind of, right? Is that what you would call a subculture? Where it's like, I didn't know people that was a thing. Holy shit, that's wild.
That's more of like a subculture of a subculture. You know, like those are the dregs of a subculture. That's like the filth that floats up, you know.
Oh, I heard that's how Bill Maher died. Rest in peace, Bill Maher.
Rip.
Remember when we all thought Trump was dead? Wasn't that fun? Oh, well.
I mean, I didn't think he died. I just thought he had like a stroke or something, and it still might be true.
I don't pay attention to him directly. I know everything that's going on, but I'm not worried about like what that fucker's doing or saying. But like I am, you know, I really am. It's like main concern, but like I don't do the whole play-by-play because a lot of that shit is just distraction. But this was, you know, more of that. But there was a moment where I was like, wait, what happened? Because everyone was like talking about it, and I was like, what the fuck happened? What's going on? And then I was like, oh God, now I have to like go back and catch up. I had to like look into it, and I was like, oh my God. So coming at it from that angle, where I wasn't doing the play-by-play, and I had to go back and look it up, and I was slightly disappointed that it was just probably not a thing. It reminded me, this is exactly what we went through when he had COVID and like went to the hospital. This is the exact same thing, right?
He might have had another heaping helping. You know, he's constantly going out and about, and
but like he might still have it too, right?
We're also in one of the highest waves since the pandemic started. So it's like the 5th or 6th most transmissible event since 2020. So
how old is he?
He's like 80. He's getting there. He's like 78, 79. He's one or two more of those bitches. He is. Am I wrong?
Hey. You're right. You're right.
We'll see.
This show goes to 1:30 a.m., everyone. We're not going anywhere. I know it may seem like we're winding down. I know it may seem like we've lost the plot, or we're off the rails, or we don't care anymore, or we're just about to check out for real at any second. No, this is the show. It's free form. We don't script it, so therefore it's unscripted and it's free form. We don't draw any conclusions, and any thread can go anywhere or just suddenly stop. So if you're like, hey, these guys don't even draw any conclusions, what did I just say? That's not why we're here.
Of suddenly stopping.
No, we're going to like 1:30. Look, this show is high art. Heard that,
I
man.
agree.
Hey, man.
The other day, I was like, art, and I was like,
art,
man, I love art.
We're like, that art
And then
is
I was
like too
and then
high
I
on the
said,
wall,
like, hey,
man.
dude, come over here. Look at this art.
Should be lower.
And then they were like, man, is that
That's
art?
some low art.
Like, dude,
That art was low.
oh,
no?
yeah, dude.
High art. That art is high. That's like
I'll
Rocky
be real
Mountain
though.
High.
I went to a museum a couple of years ago to look at Van Gogh when I was on mushrooms, and I was like staring at the brushstrokes.
And
That
you're
shit
like,
was
high
fun.
art. And
I
everyone's
was.
like, good one.
I had that. I'm drawing off a real experience here.
I used to only do hallucinogenics at museums and like the mall. There was a stretch.
The mall is
where,
basically a museum, but for people.
And this is the early mid 90s, so it was a little different. But like when like going to a museum, like I was right at DC. We would go to the Smithsonian, the Air and Space Museum, the art museums, and it was all about watching people. And like when people take themselves too serious, and now they're in a museum looking at like, you know, highly revered works of art, they still take themselves serious, you know what I mean? Like, and then now you're tripping and you're like on that level, and you're like, whoa, right? And then that's when you're just like, whoa, like I can
I was at this
seedlings that
museum. I was high on drugs, and I was looking at this like fucking pot that's like 5,000 years old, and I was like,
you're like, no, wait. Why can a pot live for 5,000 years, but not like pot? Why does like pot have a shelf life, but a pot can live? Check this out. Did you know that there are plants, pollinating plants, that know they can detect certain pollinators? So, like a bee or something, they can detect certain ones based on vibrations. They can essentially hear a certain bug coming over to them, and they know if they need to produce more pollen than normal in order to preserve their longevity. They know, like, oh, this guy, because of his wings and his weight, he's going to come over here and, he's probably got
plants are
friends.
smart
They're going to deplete
motherfuckers.
me.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And so my wife was reading this to me, and I was like, you know what strikes me as like hilarious is that some human had to make up words so they could explain shit, which is just feels like us overcomplicating a thing that nature perfected. It's complicated, but in a beautiful way. And here it's like humans are like, dude, we found this out. This is pretty epic, right? It's like, because I said so. Whereas the plant's like, fuck you. I've
been doing this
I don't
shit for
need you
hundreds
to
of
tell me.
thousands or millions of years. Yeah. No, plants are awesome. I like plants. I like fungi. I like plants. I like them all.
Oh boy, here comes a bumblebee. Better start producing more
Here
pollen.
we go again, guys. We got bumbles in the we got 4, we got 5. Oh, there's another one. We got bumbles. Everybody get your bumbler fucking, what do these guys want? Oh, we
I'm
got one up here.
I'm gonna get somebody in my chat any second going like, oh, so because a human said it, it's wrong. Now I'm just anti my whole species.
I am personally. I'm anti-human.
Do you remember I did this like as we were going off air? I said, I don't want to be a human being. I want to be a human doing.
Some more
What
shit.
I don't want is to be a human art.
Hmm.
Right? Why do we say being? Why that word? You're the Latin expert. Why that word? Well, why is it human being instead of human doing? Why aren't we doings?
I think
By the
this
way,
just has
every
to do with
human
people being
doing,
stupid. Yeah.
every human doing, then we would say shit like, why aren't we human beings? They would say, how come every human doing has the ability to just be, but they don't? Because humans are overcomplicating shit. There we go. So
That's
no
because
need.
humans
No need to change it.
love hitting a sweet spot where it's just complicated enough to ring up a bunch of magic and Pokemon cards one by one at a fucking grocery store or
I
whatever,
know.
but
I
not
know.
too complicated so
know.
that you actually solve all the problems in our world. You know, like it's that
I get
sweet
it.
spot.
I totally get it. I know. I know.
I know.
I don't know what is going on.
I'm looking for this file.
You know what? We should do this more. We should just like, whether there's 4 people on screen, 5, 2, 1, everyone should just be like, I don't know what I'm doing right now. And then just go back to your show. Just have these moments of weakness that are like, you forget you're on camera, I guess, right?
We are on camera?
What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Why do I even do that? I'm so
We're on camera?
What am I even doing?
Shit.
Oh yeah, we were on. There was a whole. I'm gonna have to go back because there was like a whole like you had like the artsiest camera thing going. I don't even know what that was. That is gonna. There you go. What's up? What'd you name that camera? Siggy?
Doesn't have a name.
What's up, Smoke Room? Hey.
This shit, man.
Where'd I put Smoke Room?
Oh, it's so bad.
How can you fix it? You get like a scented disinfecting wipe or something. That's somebody who smokes in their house.
This is
When
like
all
some
your
guy
shit
was
smells
like
like
doing
it.
this like with a cigarette like out his mouth, you know, like he was recording his fucking 3-year-old's birthday party, like, you know, with 2
Is it
cigarettes
a
in the side of
cigar or a
his mouth.
cigarette?
Probably a cigar. It's like, yeah, open up that Christmas present. Woo! That's what someone was doing with this thing.
No, we don't want you to do that.
Don't put me in with this. Don't lump me in with this horse shit. I'm not the denim head here.
Hey, this is some shit I read online. Grain of salt. Some people, there was somebody who said use kerosene. And I was like, if it's come to that, just put that shit in the washer. What are you doing?
Yeah, just burn them a little.
But selvage denim is denim that's made on a certain loom.
Certain loom.
Yeah, and like there were some, I guess it was kind of debunked, but it was true for a while that there were certain production equipment in Japan during World War II, right? Like these were made to use to make, you know, naval uniforms and stuff, and they had a certain kind of production that became coveted, where the seam on your jeans meet and the fabric folds inside, and there's like a blue and red strip that denotes the end of the fabric, right? And so if you see somebody cuff their jeans and you see that on the outside, that's selvaged band or, you know, stitching, that's...
Thank Hirohito for that one.
People think I'm telling dad jokes. I'm not. That's
everything you say is ultimately a dad joke because you are, in fact,
a joke.
I didn't say it.
No, I don't know. I'm just kind of over the dad jokes tonight.
I'm over everything tonight. I'm just over it. I'm so over it, as some would say. So you have just watched a 11-hour, 40-minute This Space free preview. We will be back.
Some people
another free preview tomorrow.
I like baggy jeans too.
Oh, we're still on this. Oh, okay.
Like
baggy
what they
jeans.
call straight fit.
Straight fit.
Not skinny jeans or slim jeans. I did slim jeans for a while, but like, I don't know. Skinny jeans, they're kind of hard to pull off.
That is good. They're also hard to put on too. Sometimes it can pose quite a problem. I haven't worn jeans in years. I haven't left the house. I feel like wearing jeans at home is kind of like, that's like kill yourself stuff. Like, you know, like jeans are something you wear when you leave the house. I just don't leave the house. I got all these jeans.
I wear jeans around the house all the time.
Oh, you're a fucking, that's some kill yourself shit. Like only a
No,
moron.
I have a very comfortable pair of like jeans and
jeans
and t-shirt.
You don't.
No shoes or socks.
Nah.
I mean,
jeans are
I'm
annoying.
outside. I go outside. No. It's not like when I'm home. It's like, nope.
I wear pajamas all
inside.
day, every day. I don't fucking leave the house. I wear pajamas. I wear shit I can take off and on in 5 seconds.
I do that.
Jeans, it takes like 45 minutes to put on a pair of jeans. Then, like, you know, they're really uncomfortable. They're really awkward. They're really, you know, like you sit down with the jeans and then it's kind of, it's terrible. You know, it takes like fucking half an hour to take them off. You know, it's terrifying.
Good. That's good, though.
It's not good. It's not good. Right. It feels like you're not listening to a word I'm saying.
Now, did you get those from that one outfit uptown?
I got it from all kinds of different ones. It wasn't just that one. I said I would never work there again for the rest of my life. I'm not going to patronize them. They patronize me. Not in the same way, though. That word has 2 meanings.
Are you really trying to get me to end the show? Do you want me to end the show? Are you done, Dunzo?
No, I'm just doing the show here. I'm playing the character.
Because we could go 1-to-1, like
could
1
go
p.m. to
1
1
to
a.m.
1-to-1.
Pretty
Yeah, we could do 1-to-1.
That'd be a pretty sweet day. How about today when? How about today when Jeff Waldorf said, "Now, welcome to Fuckville."
He just nailed it.
I feel like
yeah.
we should say we should come up with.
He says that phrase more than I do, and it's my show. So
we should. I mean, what if this whole thing was designed on a bet that I said, I bet you I can get Jeff Waldorf to say welcome to Fuckville once a week. And you're like, how? And I go, glad you asked.
Check it out. I will say this. Letterhack was very displeased with the name. I
was not.
I was like, so the name of my new show is called Welcome to Fuckville. And he's like, oh, that has some bad words in it. We're gonna have to put
oh, now I remember
those bad words.
I was like, ooh. Andrea, my goodness gracious.
How dare you? Don't you know that's against the guidelines?
Ouch. Yikes. I did not react that way. That's silly. And I don't tell people what they could call their show, or I don't tell people what they can do on their show.
I, on the other hand, do. After everyone's done with their show, I send them detailed notes, bullet points, you know.
I don't know if it should be, but it'd be awesome if it was.
You know, could have been better. Here's how. That's how I give everyone that. But
I don't know what this means, but
I think
like
I think that this whole spatial operation is it's not bad. You know, it's one of these days hopefully we get someone to write a scathing expose about us, but so far
wait till they find out. They'll be like, these guys aren't monetized. What's up?
What's going on behind the scenes?
These guys aren't even monetized. I don't trust them. They don't do it for money? Not a thing.
They don't do it for money. Well, then what are they doing it for? Shit. What are they doing it for?
And we'd go, we believe in it. And we do ask for money.
We don't believe stuff around here. We don't believe what we say around here
on
YouTube.com.
Oops. It's good to have Sandee back.
Yeah, it's all right.
I did as soon as I got
Was that today we got the news?
Yeah, she DM'd me and I called her right away and she didn't answer. And I was like, she's chatting with me on Discord.
I gotta
right
say,
now.
I woke up today at like 2 p.m.
the
So I was
phone.
like really excited. I woke up and I was like, oh shit, I got a show in like half an hour. That's when I woke up. So then I was frantically reading some horse shit and I was like, oh wow, that's great.
We knew it was going to happen. It was just like the agony of essentially
it's not an either or situation. You know, this is not, we can do both here. We can walk and chew gum here at This Space Industries.
Twist my arm on either one. But no, I'm seriously like, I'd rather radio silence than somebody to keep replying. Nope, we checked. You did it. Now I'd be like, tell me what I did. We can't. I'd rather just be like, no reply.
Quite a few times. Not to that extent. Sandee got like one heaping helping of fuckery. But like, man, it is frustrating. But like, there's also a level of like, can you really justify getting too angry? Like, you're literally screaming at a fucking printer. You know, like this is a computer that you're talking. I know Jake seems to think that humans are doing.
It's an emotional situation,
but like these are literally like computers that are just writing some horse shit. It's like
you're not technically mad at them. That's just you're being.
Well, I mean, like, I
desperate
get, you
now.
know, Sandee
Fuel
was
on the
talking about
fire.
how like she's writing in her appeal and she's just, you know, she's crying in the appeal. I've been there too. You know, you write like, hey guys, this is wrong and here's the reasons why. But like, you know, you spend all this time writing a detailed appeal. They're not reading that fucking horse shit. They don't give a shit. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah. And it did seem there was a distinct shift in the dialogue in the latest one. And I was like, it sounds like a breakthrough. Like that's what I was thinking. I said something along the lines of this sounds hopeful. Whereas all the other ones were backing up.
That's the thing,
Something
though.
that never
that, like,
happened.
I feel, and I'm not advocating for YouTube to like call police, but like YouTube's specific claim
Yeah, it's
was
like,
that
you're
Sandee
gonna
was
let that fly?
endangering children, and that's illegal. That's against the law. You will go to jail if you do that, right? So the idea that YouTube would just take her channel down, she's not in jail. So what? Either YouTube is just like sitting on evidence of child endangerment and they're doing nothing about it, you know, like, or they're just totally misfiring and it's not even remotely accurate. But this idea that you can get flagged for endangering children in that sort of fashion, and YouTube doesn't have a system where they go and verify that because that's, you know, illegal. Like if I were to upload like a snuff film to YouTube, they
go,
would probably
"Can't
take
do
it
that."
down, and then they would, I don't know, maybe call the police, right? Like,
They-
doesn't that
they
seem like
would-
the logical next step here?
Apparently, they would take it down and go, "Hey, you can't do this specific thing that's really bad and against
Have
the
a
law.
great day, by the way.
Best, you know, with love.
Yeah, my lord.
Best to you. Love ya." It was like, no, you're just adding that at the end to sound human. But there was that was weird.
Shit, man. I don't
That-
like
that
lots of
was-
love. Like, bitch, I don't even know who you are. What are you fucking talking about?
It's like you're ruining everything and then trying to be like cheery. How else would I take that except, you know, my only reaction is go fuck yourself. And so like I'm not getting mad at whoever that is because obviously I don't think it is somebody. I mean, they say over half the latest thing I saw was slightly over 50% of the internet is bots.
And these fucking big tech companies, they want to use bots and AI for as much shit as possible.
So
It's
this
no
happened on the
coincidence that
internet.
Sandee's channel gets fucking horse shitted around the same time that this AI, so-called AI, these large language models, they're not AI. It's not artificially intelligent. Nothing about it's intelligent.
Man,
You know, like it's just a very coincidental, you know?
If we did mushrooms on this show, it would be obvious.
Oh, we would not be in this state. I'll be honest with you.
Because
I'd be in
right
a
now
different
we're just
state.
pretending to be boring because we think it's funny. Okay.
I'm not pretending to be boring. I'm very, very unboring.
I'm successfully pretending to be bored to the point where I've bored you, which is how good I am at this. But I think that's funny too. So like, don't get it twisted. This show is intentionally not a show, but that doesn't mean it's
It's an experience, really, is what it is.
I'm experiencing it right now. And it's like when you put art on the wall and it's a little too high and you go, oh man, that's high art.
Oh, so funny.
And then you put art high but lower than that one and you go, it's not as high art.
All right,
like
check
the
this
other
out. I
was
wanna show you
higher.
this. Look at this, and I
Alright,
hope the
don't breathe.
audio comes through. Let me know if the audio comes through. But look at
Don't
this.
breathe.
Hold on. Look at that. We got a tape here.
Oh
Look at
shit,
this.
a cassette. Damn.
Look at these.
That's what my wedding was recorded on.
Yeah, look at
America.
that. You slot that bitch in.
Nice. So you've been recording us with external camera, which is what are you like with the NSA? Who are you with?
I'm with an outfit. You wouldn't know them. I'm with an outfit.
There are some of these that are like, we're NIS, we're NHI. And I'm like, okay, what are those again? Somebody film me it. They got everyone out there. You'll see like one of everyone, and then you have like the male police. I forget what they're called. They're actually that's a compelling job. Like, not compelling, thrilling. What are they called? What are the male cops called? Help me out.
The male cops?
Yeah, they're not called that.
You mean the
literal police force for like the male postal inspector?
I guess.
Pinkerbell said.
I don't know.
Natchikid said the male police. LMAO. Lamau? What is Lamau? I don't know what LMAO is.
Laughing my butt off.
Andrea is with the Betamax mob.
No
now,
way. That's
is,
VHSC.
I remember when you could go buy rent, where you could go rent, movies, and there was a section for VHS and a section Betamax, and this is like 89.
One was clearly better. I'll tell you that.
I'm just saying, can you imagine a time?
Back when I was a kid, it was VHS and DVD. And they
now, I remember DVD and Blu-ray, 2 separate sections. And I was like, you have to double your inventory?
Not good.
I remember people were like, why is Blu-ray so much better? I remember I literally told somebody, God, this would have been like 2007, maybe 2008. I literally told somebody, no, it would have been earlier than that. But I said, it's like putting on a pair of glasses when you didn't realize you had a prescription or needed a prescription. It's like suddenly being, and now I'm just like, dude, relax. Let's just say the picture's clearer or whatever. You know what I mean?